Yes, my prince. Neat quickly retreated from the center of the battle, his hands gathering, summoning a blood-colored magic array in place. In less than a minute, the magic array took shape, ready for any ambush the enemy might set. Neat stepped into the magic array. At the same time, a blood-colored magic array appeared on the 5th underground level of the Blood Clan's headquarters. The next second, Duke Neat stepped out of the magic array. What? After seeing the scene on the 5th underground level clearly, Neat's pupils suddenly contracted, disbelief evident in his eyes. He had considered the possibility of an ambush by outsiders at the Blood Clan's headquarters, the likelihood of witnessing a damaged Angitis or even an internal rebellion and turmoil among the Blood Clans. But what he saw now completely bewildered Neat. His mind was blank for a moment. Where was Angitis? The blood tree Angitis. Gone. Disappeared. Why couldn't he be seen? Was he transferred? Impossible. Transferring Angitis required not only the support of a sacred Blood Clan artifact, but also coordinated cooperation from the Elder's Court. The enormous energy waves produced during the transfer could not be hidden. But why wasn't there any sign of it? Did Angitis just disappear into thin air? And what about the Blood Clans that were originally guarding Angitis? They were all gone too. In the underground 5th level, there were only over a dozen blood puppets in a dormant state. The cavern was eerily quiet. Neat could not comprehend what he was witnessing. He carefully looked around the surroundings once more. In the place where Angitis had been, there was only a massive crater. A crater. Neat's gaze turned back to the crater inside the cavern. Could it be? For a moment, a bizarre idea formed in Neat's mind. Could someone have dug out Angitis along with its roots? Not destroyed, not transferred, but physically dug out. That couldn't be possible. Why would someone dig out Angitis? And what was their purpose? Did anyone else have the ability to harness Angitis' power besides the Blood Clans? Neat felt that his conclusion was too eerie. But if it wasn't dug out, how else could the hole in the ground be explained? After being promoted to Duke of the Blood Clan, Neat felt utterly lost for the first time. Subsequently, an inexplicable sense of dread rose from the depths of his heart. Angitis was the foundation of the Blood Clans. Once Angitis went missing, the strength of the entire Blood Clan group would be drastically reduced, and there was even a risk of total decimation of the Blood Clans. Of course, before facing decimation, if this matter were known by the Elder's Court, it would be a capital offense. He would be executed by the Elder's Court tens of thousands of times before becoming a disgrace etched in Blood Clan history. Neat was filled with an indescribable fear. Go back and inform Prince Matthews. Prince Matthews could rely on the power of the bloodline to quickly locate Angitis' specific location. Angitis must be safe at all costs. Neat was in a state of extreme anxiety, and he didn't have time to investigate headquarters thoroughly. He turned around, entered the magic array, and returned to the front lines once more. At that moment, Prince Matthews, who was continuing to seal Hela, also sensed something amiss and felt slightly uneasy. There was a slight disturbance on the magic array. Matthews turned to look. He saw Neat stepping out of the teleportation magic array once again, his face pale. Seeing this, Matthews felt a sense of foreboding and asked, "Neat, what happened?" "My lord, Angitis is missing." "Missing?" Neat's description puzzled Matthews. "Missing? Moved by the Elder's Court?" "No, not by them." Neat didn't know how to explain what he had just seen in the 5th underground level of headquarters. "I didn't find Angitis in the headquarters underground 5th level, but I saw a massive crater at Angitis' original location." A crater. Matthews wore an expression of disbelief. This all sounded like a fantasy to him. "Are you saying someone dug out Angitis?" Despite how unbelievable that sounded, it was the best explanation Neat could come up with. He nodded. Matthews' face shifted slightly. He didn't believe someone could have dug out Angitis. There must be some other problem at play. Without further ado, Matthews immediately withdrew from the battlefield without completing the sealing of Hela. His hands formed a Blood Clan seal in front of his chest. Suddenly, the markings of the spell inscription on Matthews' body became clear and emitted a faint red light. Under the activation of the seal, fresh blood continued to flow from the spell inscription on Matthews' body. Drop by drop, The fresh blood suspended in the air gravitated towards Matthews, eventually coalescing into a fist-sized crimson blood ball in front of him. The spherical body wriggled slowly and eventually formed an arrow shape, pointing towards a certain location. Matthews immediately looked up in the direction indicated by the arrow. Angitas is in that direction. Neat breathed a sigh of relief. He sensed it. Thank goodness. Angitas was still there. The Blood Clan World Tree was even related to the lifeblood of the entire clan, and compared to Angitas, the unknown creature in front of them, even the purple spatial crystal, was insignificant. Matthews was about to ask Neat to go with him to find Angitas, but suddenly his body paused. He felt a powerful force erupting behind him. Be careful. Step back. Boom. The next moment, the Hera life form covered with orange-yellow eyeballs exploded on the spot. A wave of air rushed over. Matthews waved his hand. A dark red crystal barrier opened in front of them, blocking the frontal impact from the incoming air wave. The intense explosion instantly wiped out most of the vampire group that had gathered around Hera. Matthews frowned, lowered his head, and looked down. After the violent explosion, the mass of flesh filled with yellow eyeballs was only about 1/10 of its original size. It seemed to have suffered a great trauma, constantly staggering backward. As it retreated, the rotting flesh and eyeballs attached to it kept falling off. With each layer of decaying flesh that fell off, the seal that Matthews had placed on the eyeball body lost its effect. The life form covered in rotting flesh also revealed its original form, reverting to a human appearance. It was a woman. Matthew stared at the woman on the ground, his expression dark. That woman is the main body? Hera slowly raised her head. She looked at Matthews in midair, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Then she turned her head to look in a direction in the forest. Hera's gaze seemed to pierce through layers of obstacles and landed on Fang Heng not far away in the dense forest. Finally caught up, Fang Heng muttered softly, the remaining pages of the Book of the Dead in his hand turning to ashes. With a gust of wind, they completely dissipated. A game prompt floated across Fang Heng's retina. Tip: you used the remaining page of Margarita's Book of the Dead on Hera, temporarily upgrading your soul retrieval technique to **soul retrieval technique, increasing to level 35 and gaining an amplification effect. Tip: using the **soul retrieval technique, you have established a spiritual link with Hera's deceased soul, and during the construction process, it will continue to consume Hera's soul power. Tip: using the **soul retrieval technique, all abilities of Hera's deceased soul are unlocked. With the power of the dissipated page of the Book of the Dead, Fang Heng felt a faint spiritual connection between himself and Hera. He reached out his hand, pointed towards the sky with the vampire Viscount, and lightly moved his lips, passing his first command to Hera. Hera, kill them. Fang Heng frowned. He issued the command, but the response from the other party was not obvious. He felt that Hera was still in a state similar to that of a newborn baby, very weak in response to the command. There was no time. Fang Heng gritted his teeth and sternly said, Hera, destroy them. Destroy those two vampires. As you said, this world should be destroyed. Everyone should die. Let's start with them. The effect was very noticeable. Swish. After feeling the mental perception coming from Fang Heng, Hera felt an indescribable anger surging within her, and a layer of red light once again shrouded her pupils. Standing on the ground, Fang Heng's body shook at the same time. He felt an extremely powerful negative emotion rushing into his brain through the spiritual link between him and Hera. The anger almost instantly crushed his will. The blunt massacre flooded his brain directly. Kill them. Destroy this world? Fang Heng's vision was engulfed in a red haze. Shoo! A red light enveloped the large machete, and Fang Heng directly swung the blade towards Bellamy on the side. Bellamy had already realized something was wrong with Fang Heng, and stepped back as he drew out the machete. Shoo! The sharp machete fiercely cut off Bellamy's wrist. There was no spatter of blood, but the severed wrist clung tightly to the blade of Fang Heng's machete. In less than a second, the severed wrist quickly twisted and wriggled to form a twisted, writhing mass of flesh. The mass of flesh extended rapidly along the blade of the machete, crawled onto Fang Heng's wrist, and quickly formed an extremely human-looking face. The face opened its mouth and said loudly, "Fang Heng, don't go crazy. Wake up." Fang Heng's pupils shrunk slightly. The next moment, the red in front of his eyes quickly faded. A game prompt appeared on his retina. Tip: you have suffered a mental link impact from Hera. Tip: immune to this mental impact damage due to the low-level game difficulty protection. The spiritual link between you and Hera has been interrupted. That was close. Only a few seconds under the influence of Hera's mind, Fang Heng's back was already soaked in sweat. He breathed heavily, feeling a bit exhausted for a while. "Are you okay?" Bellamy, not far away, watched Fang Heng carefully and gestured to him. "Shoo!" The mass of flesh attached to Fang Heng's wrist suddenly flew back to Bellamy's hand. After a twist and wriggle, the severed hand quickly returned to its original state. "Well, it's not bad." Fang Heng quickly recovered the lost blood volume through the effect of the undead skill, his condition improving quickly. However, he did not expect the backlash from controlling Hera to be so strong, resulting in an instant loss of control. The abnormal state caused by the mental impact was not even cleared by the effect of the undead skill. Fortunately, Professor Dickey had warned him earlier. The low-level game difficulty saved his life. Thinking back to Dickey's previous advice, Fang Heng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Was the gap in strength between the two sides too great? Fang Heng took out a telescope from his backpack and looked towards the main battlefield again. Hera half raised her head, tears of blood streaming continuously from her eyes. "I curse you, I curse this world, and together with this world, fall into the cycle of death." In Hera's murmurs, the sky slowly darkened once again. The dim red replaced the originally azure sky. The blood moon descended upon the earth. Almost simultaneously, players in the nearby District 7 received a game prompt. Tip: affected by special powers, the blood moon in this area has descended ahead of time. Blood moon level. It's here. The cursed moon. Fang Heng was mentally exhilarated, abnormally excited. He had unlocked all of Hera's powers. Could he finally deal with the vampire prince? "Hera, take care of them. Don't embarrass yourself in the zombie apocalypse." Fang Heng silently cheered Hera on in his heart. With the descent of the blood moon, decaying flesh and bones gradually crawled out from the depths of the earth, entwining and condensing together until they formed flesh and bone puppets made up entirely of corpses. National game, starting from the zombie doomsday. Here it comes. Here it comes. Bellamy looked at the red moon in the sky, sensing the power fluctuations overflowing from Hela's body. Excitement and shock that had been absent for a long time appeared in her eyes. She hadn't felt so eager in a long time. Powerful force. If developed properly, this force is enough to rival the Blood Vampire's king. Bellamy realized long ago. Hela's power had many similarities to the power she controlled, if it could be completely controlled. At this moment, the players of the Northern Federation had already retreated a distance from the main battlefield. They had just completely withdrawn from the combat area and were returning in an orderly manner to the G's own headquarters. In the distance, the arrival of the blood moon and the sudden appearance of the game prompt once again caused the players to feel a great shock. They looked back at the blood moon descending in the distance, whispering among themselves, watching the erupting red moon in the distance through a telescope. Junhao felt a deep sense of fear from the bottom of his heart. Who is that woman? Whoever she is the top-tier power in the zombie doomsday. Despicable. In the three major lower-tier games, the Blood Clan world has the highest combat power Blood Clan Prince, and now in the zombie doomsday, an unknown woman with the highest combat power has appeared. Her power is already capable of suppressing the Blood Clan Prince. Only in their wasteland world, the highest combat power is only at the 6th tier peak. Simply not good enough. Report, General Z. Just now, Chenyi personally led a group of people rushing towards the shelter area in the G zone. A Federation player stepped forward and whispered in Z. Junhao's ear. General Z, with Chen Yu, there is the fusion tyrant body returning. They seem to be transporting something very important and are expected to arrive in the G zone soon. Also, just now, Chen Yu's subordinates collected a large amount of mechanical materials from nearby shelters urgently, and his people are gathering at an accelerated pace. Listening to the reports of his subordinates, Zi Junhao couldn't help but put down the telescope in his hand, feeling puzzled. How strange. In this situation, what important thing is worth Chen Yu going to great lengths to secretly transport from the Blood Clan headquarters, and even have him personally escorted? There's only one answer. The purple spatial crystal. Hey, Z. Junhao let out a cold laugh in his heart again. Deep down, he still admired Chen Yu's scheming. They in the Northern Federation were working hard here on the front line, getting beaten by the Blood Clan, while Chen Yu and Fang Heng not only sneaked away to complete the 7th District main mission in secret, but even went to the Blood Clan headquarters to steal back the purple evolutionary crystals. So, they do the hard work, and you guys get all the benefits. Do they really think the people in their wasteland zone are fools? Easy to manipulate. But, on second thought, it's quite strange. Why did Chen Yu send all the purple spatial crystals he obtained back to their G zone? It wouldn't make sense for him to deliberately bring supplies to show off to them in the Northern Federation, to anger himself. Right. See, Junhao didn't think Chen Yu had stooped to that level, let alone that bored. Or could it be that Chen Yu has another plan? See, Junhao faintly felt that there was something fishy in all of this. Could it be that Chen Yu is setting a trap again? Perhaps this trap is not aimed at him, but at the Blood Clan. Pass down the order. Speed up the return. Understood. On the front battlefield, decaying flesh and bones extending from the underground quickly condensed. The body of the rotten bone puppet expanded rapidly until it formed a giant monster measuring more than 10 meters tall. Whoosh! The rotten bone puppet swung the wriggling bone blade in its hand forward, cutting through the air with a sound of breaking. In midair, Matthias and Need quickly dodged. Matthias looked at the giant rotten bone puppet that kept forming, his face showing seriousness. Is this the second form? That woman. Matthias clearly sensed that the blood vampire's enchantments he had left on the life form full of eyeballs had all been unraveled by the other party. Now, even he himself was firmly locked by the opponent's mental power. The woman's aura was extremely strong, very troublesome. It might not be possible to deal with her in the short term, and if he got delayed by her, Angitis might be in danger. Matthias quickly made a decision in his mind, saying in a deep voice, "Neat. Let's go. Let's find Angitis first and come back to figure out a solution later?" Yes. Neat responded and immediately followed Matthias as they fled into the distance. His current situation was very bad. Along with the descent of the blood moon, he realized that his body was being affected by that strange moon, gradually becoming fatigued. The two of them quickly flew towards the distance. Suddenly, Neat felt a tremor under his feet. Boom! Accompanied by a violent roar. Neat raised an eyebrow. Almost instantly, a huge wall of rotten bones and white skeletons rose from the ground in front of them. The wall directly blocked Neat and Matthias's path forward. Boom! Boom boom boom. With Hela at the center, within a range of 500 meters, an area extending from the ground emerged the wall of the rotten blood and flesh and mixed body of bones. The wall formed a huge circle, trapping Hela and the three of them inside. Neat's heart sank. Feeling trapped on the inside of the wall, he felt a shadow gradually enveloping them from above. Looking up, it wasn't over yet. The huge flesh wall in the sky actually formed a circular lid. Boom! The lid of the compound body composed of flesh wall slammed shut from above, trapping them securely inside. Betts frowned. On the ground, the newly born blood and flesh were continuously squirming and merging into the wall barrier. From the outside, the wall barrier composed of decaying flesh and bones was rapidly thickening one layer at a time at a speed visible to the naked eye. The two of them were completely trapped. Matthias realized the danger and drew a silver longsword from his hand. The silver longsword emitted a bloody light. Raising his hand, Matthias sent the blood ball summoned in his hand towards Neat. "I'll stop him. Neat, you go find Angitis first." "Yes, Your Royal Highness," Neat responded, Immediately taking control of the blood ball gradually transformed in Neat's hand, quickly forming an arrow pointing in a direction. Matthias quickly turned back, swiftly slashing the long sword through the air. The blood-red sword energy solidified in the air. Sizzle. Boom, boom. The sword energy smashed into the wall, cutting out a hole in the wall of flesh. Seeing this, Neat immediately transformed into a bat and flew quickly towards the opened hole. However, the wall was healing at a fast pace. Hurry up. Anxious in his mind, Neat accelerated again. He saw that he was about to emerge from the hole in the wall. Sizzle. Sizzle. The next moment, several rotten bone spikes extended from the broken hole and pierced towards Neat. National game. Hanging on since the zombie apocalypse. Chapter 624. Base. Ned's heart was greatly surprised and had to dodge to the side. The pointed thorns slowly retracted. Trouble. Ned cursed inwardly. Just because of this delay, the crack on the bone wall quickly healed. Damn it. Ned was extremely anxious. Angitus was missing, but they still couldn't break free from this damn barrier. In the outside world, not far away, Feng Heng was also shocked to see the bone wall rising from the ground. He thought Hela lacked aerial abilities, and blocking both Ned and Matthias at the same time was a bit difficult, but she turned out to be quite powerful, directly blocking the actions of two vampires. Unfortunately, it seemed that the bone wall skill was not a derivative effect of the eternal moon. Feng Heng was a bit envious. However, in this situation, he couldn't know the specific battle situation inside the bone wall where Hela and the vampires were fighting. Thinking about it, Feng Heng glanced at Bellamy beside him. Bellamy's eyes were shimmering with excitement, staring eagerly at the barrier, murmuring something to himself. Another crazy one. Feng Heng shook his head. He was praying in his heart that Hela could directly kill the two vampires when a game prompt quickly appeared on his retina. Prompt: you have an urgent communication from Zhonglei. Zhonglei. They should be almost back in Zone G by now. Right. With that in mind, Feng Heng opened the survival radio to observe the information. Zhonglei. Feng Heng. We're almost at the Zone G teleportation point. At most 3 minutes. How are things on your end? Feng Heng. Not bad. I'm on my way back now. Soon. Great. The Chenyu gate has arrived. Confirming that Chenyu and the others were about to arrive at the teleportation point, Feng Heng felt invigorated. Opening the passage to Zone 8 requires his identity as the Boundary Lord, so he must hurry back now and also inform Mo Joe from Zone 8 to open the main passage. Deal with Angitus first. Seize the opportunity while the vampire prince is trapped by Hela. Feng Heng withdrew his gaze from the bone wall in the distance, looked at the eager Bellamy beside him, and said, "Hey, Bellamy, I've done what I promised you. The next step is up to you. Good luck." With that, without waiting for Bellamy's response, Feng Heng transformed directly into bat form and quickly headed towards the shelter area in Zone G. It was only after a while that Bellamy withdrew his gaze from the distant barrier. "Hey, already leaving? So busy. Then I won't send you off." Softly muttering to himself, Bellamy glanced at the direction Feng Heng was gradually leaving, then tightly focused his gaze on the blood and flesh barrier in front of him. Good cooperation. Speaking, Bellamy formed a red handprint in front of his chest. Hissing sounds were heard as Bellamy's right half gradually wriggled and split, and at the moment, two identical Bellamys appeared in place. The two looked at each other. One of the Bellamys quickly walked towards the bone barrier. At the same time, Feng Heng, in bat form, flew quickly towards the teleportation point in Zone G. "Chenyu. Feng Heng, we've arrived. Everything is normal. We've completed the modification of the space-tearing device, and are connecting it with Zone 8. We need your authorization for the other half." Feng Heng, on my way. Chenyu is still reliable. Angitus. Feng Heng could hardly contain his excitement. The fate of bringing back the vampire headquarters depends on this. After evolving into a higher-order vampire bloodline, flying in bat form could be faster, but it was highly energy-consuming. However, with his vastly improved basic abilities, continuous flight for a short time wasn't too difficult for Feng Heng. After maintaining high-speed flight for a while, which took more than 10 minutes, Feng Heng finally entered the outer perimeter of the shelter area and Zone G landing. Feng Heng reverted to human form. The Federal elite team arranged by Chen Yu was waiting at the gate and immediately took him to the truck, heading straight to the teleportation hall in Zone G. Zone G since being taken over by players from the Northern Federation. Zone G had been handed over to the Northern Federation by Chen Yu. Equipment and reinforcements from the Wasteland world entered Zone 7 through the teleportation point in Zone G now. Chen Yu, with a group of players, swiftly seized control of the teleportation point. With the assistance of several NPC mechanical experts, they were connecting the teleportation channel to Zone 8. The players of the Northern Federation could only watch as Chen Yu and his team completed the switch. Soon, almost all the large space stabilizers were released. Report. Target teleportation point locked successfully. Report. Docking in progress. Space device successfully docked. Connection in progress. Feng Heng stood aside, looking towards Chen Yu. How much longer do we need? A researcher beside him replied. Sir, the space docking process will take some time. It is estimated to take at least another hour to complete. 1 hour was still too long. Feng Heng looked at the monitoring screen. He didn't know if Hela could hold the vampires off for an hour. In midair, Duke Ned of the vampires followed the Blood Ball's guidance and rushed quickly towards where Angitus was located. With the assistance of the Vampire Prince, Ned had a hard time escaping from the bone barrier constructed by Hela. He paid a price for it, sustaining some light injuries. The most troublesome thing was the Blood Moon from earlier. Influenced by the Blood Moon, his strength had been significantly diminished. Ned was extremely anxious at this moment. He felt that Angitus was falling into extreme weakness and needed to speed up. Ned accelerated to the extreme. Suddenly, Ned sensed a threat. Bang! Ned swiftly dodged the incoming bullet. It was a sniper rifle. Looking towards the direction the bullet came from, Ned noticed that the area ahead was the shelter line of the players. Was it the headquarters of those foreigners? Bang! Bang bang! As he got closer, more sniper bullets narrowly missed him. Ned carefully looked downward. All the dark barrels outside the shelter were aimed at him. Once he entered attack range, all cannons would fire simultaneously. Ned's eyes narrowed slightly. He wasn't afraid of these foreigners, but at this crucial moment, Angitus's safety was his top priority. After a brief thought, Ned decided to bypass the shelter and first go search for Angitus to ascertain his condition. Huh? What's this? What surprised Ned was that after circling around the outer perimeter of the large shelter area, he found that the Blood Ball's final direction was inside the shelter, the headquarters of those foreigners. An extreme anger flickered in Ned's eyes. It was indeed them. Returning from bat form, Ned hovered in midair, clasping his hands together. In front of him, a blood-colored transparent crystalline barrier opened up. The text you provided seems to be a passage from a novel or a story involving a fantasy setting with elements of a game. It describes a scenario where different factions are engaged in a battle against powerful vampire-like creatures attacking a sanctuary. There are references to characters named Neat, Zi Junhao, and Feng Heng, who are involved in the conflict. As a translator, I can help you understand and translate this text further if needed. Just let me know if you need a specific part translated, or if you have any questions about the content. The national game, hanging up from the zombie apocalypse, Zi Junhao is inexplicable. He turned back to look at the two deputy commanders and asked, "Do you have a plan to deal with Angitus?" Both deputy commanders shook their heads in unison. Zi Junhao gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, what the heck is going on here? Have the Blood Clan gone mad, biting them to death to snatch the Blood Clan's sacred tree? It's simply a disaster for no reason. Zi Junhao tried to have the players use a megaphone to shout to the sky. You got it wrong. We didn't touch Angitus. In midair, Nate sneered repeatedly, his inner anxiety and anger mingling. At this point, still trying to deceive me, he raised his hands again, exerting all his bloodline power. The blood-colored energy condensed rapidly in his hands. Fine, if you choose not to hand over Angitus, then let's be destroyed together. Two burning blood masses fell into the sanctuary. Boom, boom. The blood balls contained immense energy and caused a violent explosion in the central area of the defense concentrated in the sanctuary. A large number of defense facilities suffered a massive drop in durability. Over 2/3 of the explosion area immediately lost their attacking capabilities. The shockwave from the explosion carried a large number of metal fragments in all directions. The high-speed metal fragments were also extremely dangerous, forcing Zi Junhao and the others to duck and take cover behind the barricade. Zi Junhao really wanted to curse at this moment. What injustice! The foolish Blood Clan couldn't even take care of their own sacred tree, and they came looking for him. They had been facing the Blood Clan head-on the whole time. How did they end up inexplicably being blamed for such a big mess? Yet, the Blood Clan simply bit them to death. Zi Junhao had never felt so out of control before today, even feeling a bit frantic. Angitis. Nonsense. We didn't. But Zi Junhao's second half of the sentence suddenly got stuck in his throat, unable to continue. A light bulb flashed in his mind, and a name appeared crystal clear in Zi Junhao's head. Could it be Feng Heng? In almost an instant, Zi Junhao linked many things in his mind. He thought of Chen Yu's enthusiastic help in building the stable portal stabilizer, and how Chen Yu sneaked into the Blood Clan headquarters and took something out secretly. He even personally escorted that back to their Area G portal. Could that thing be the Blood Clan's sacred tree Angitis? Zi Junhao's pupils suddenly dilated hundreds of times. He turned his head sharply toward the location of the portal. Angitis. That's right. It's Angitis. It's another premeditated scheme by Chen Yu's design. He was once again played by Chen Yu. Seeing the location of Area G's internal portal, Zi Junhao was not angry, but rather shocked at this moment. He had been tricked too many times by Chen Yu today. He realized that this whole thing had been orchestrated by Feng Heng and Chen Yu. Could it be, from the beginning? Was Feng Heng's initial goal to acquire Angitis? To bring Angitis back to Area 8 through the portal? Were their ambitions so significant? What shocked Zi Junhao even more was that, at least from the current situation, Feng Heng and his comrade had likely achieved it. Almost half an hour ago, Chen Yu had already moved Angitis from the Blood Clan headquarters to their sanctuary's teleportation hall. And now, the Blood Clan's sacred tree Angitis was most likely already in Feng Heng's possession in the zombie apocalypse Area 8. This was something Zi Junhao dared not even think about. Feng Heng not only thought about it but also achieved it, and even faced with such a massive crisis in Area 7. For the first time, Zi Junhao truly felt a sense of powerlessness and defeat in his heart. Hand over Angitis. The Blood Clan Duke, Nate, was unaware of the shock in Zi Junhao's mind. He only knew Angitis was missing. If he didn't retrieve Angitis, he would eventually be buried with it. Nate's eyes were bloodshot. Large numbers of Blood Clan members were summoned from afar, flying in and rushing into the Northern Federation camp. The players of the Northern Federation raised their firearms and, together with the automatic turrets and energy weapons inside the sanctuary, engaged in a battle against the Blood Clan forces. Understanding the whole situation, Zi Junhao gritted his teeth. What could he do now? Apart from merely cursing Feng Heng and Chen Yu, could he really join forces with the Blood Clan to kill Feng Heng? He could only rely on the power of the sanctuary to resist the Blood Clan Duke. If he didn't resist, the elite squad he brought from the Northern Federation had a high chance of being completely wiped out here. These elite soldiers were his own hand-picked team, and losing each one made his heart bleed. Commander, the defense system of the sanctuary is unable to hold up any longer. We need to retreat backward. Okay, Zi Junhao forced himself to raise his spirits. Commanding the team, prepare to retreat. The defense capability of the sanctuary was strong, and they could barely withstand the attacks of the Blood Clan forces in the short term, but they had no way to deal with the attacks of the 6th-ranked Blood Clan Count, Nate. The damage caused by Nate's blood magic spells to the sanctuary's defense system was fatal. They could only retreat step by step. In less than a moment, over a third of the defense systems in Area G had been damaged. If they continued like this, Zi Junhao gritted his teeth, his neck veins bulging. Connect me to Chen Yu's communication device? Yes. A nearby player immediately pulled out a communication device to start connecting. Junhao snatched the communication device and shouted into the device, "Chen Yu, listen to me. If you don't come out to help, we will all perish together. You won't even think about getting your hands on the Blood Clan's sacred tree. We might as well all die here together." From the communication device came a buzzing sound of electricity. The group fell silent again. The player explained softly, "Commander, it might be that the electromagnetic tower was destroyed, so the communication couldn't establish." Junhao clenched his fist tightly, about to say something when a voice he had never heard before came from behind. "Commander Z, you seem quite worked up. Don't worry, Chen Yu can't come now, but I'm here to help." Junhao was momentarily stunned and then immediately turned to look behind. Several players were quickly running towards him from the inner area of the sanctuary. Junhao found the leading player very familiar. At first glance, he recognized him. Area 8 Lord, Fang Hang. To be precise, he was still the Lord of Area 7. Fang Hang. "Hello, Commander Z. I'm here to help." Although he knew in his heart that this Blood Clan Duke was also a trick by Fang Hang. Junhao still tried hard to suppress his annoyance at being tricked and gestured with his eyes towards the airborne Blood Clan Duke, saying, "His long-range destruction capability is too strong. We need to find a way to stop him." The text is quite long. Here is the translation. In the national game, starting with the zombie doomsday, Fang Hang also quickly hid behind the cover and looked up at the Duke of the Blood Clan. "Nether, I will go talk to him. You guys cover for me and be careful," Fang Hang said as he walked out from behind the cover. "Hey, you." Junhao saw Fang Hang walking out nonchalantly from behind the cover and subconsciously wanted to reach out to stop him, but restrained himself. How could someone who designed such a deep pit be a fool? Fang Hang must have his own plans. Junhao held his breath, watching Fang Hang's movements. In midair, the Duke of the Blood Clan, Nether, furrowed his brows, his gaze locked on Fang Hang who walked out below. He clearly sensed the bloodline flowing in Fang Hang. "Nice to meet you, Duke Nether. Allow me to introduce myself," Fang Hang said, looking up at the Duke of the Blood Clan in the sky. "I am Fang Hang, from another parallel world." Fang Hang. Nether's pupils contracted a few times. "You are Fang Hang." Nether focused on Fang Hang. Could he be the young man who escaped from Duke Bellamy several times? The one that Junbei warned them about repeatedly? Strange. How could he possess a bloodline of the Blood Clan? Nether's suspicion reached its peak. "I never expected that you have heard of me, Nether Duke," Fang Hang said seriously. "Everyone is busy, so I'll be direct. I admire you, Duke Nether. As the new owner of Avatars, I invite you to come to my world and work for me. Trust me, I am willing to build our world into the first realm. Next, I can introduce you to the development plan of our world. The zombie doomsday is just the first step in my plan. I will spend the next 2 months unifying the zombie doomsday world, then find a way to expand the territory to the Blood Clan world and the Wasteland world. Well, if everything goes smoothly, it is estimated to take about 6 months." Listening to what Fang Hang was saying, Junhao, who was hiding behind the cover, was about to go crazy. What kind of joke is this? What nonsense is Fang Hang talking about now? Does he really think he can subdue a level 6 intensity NPC in this situation? What kind of follow-up plan is this about unifying the zombie world, expanding to the Blood Clan world and Wasteland world? Does he think he's a game designer? There's no time to play around like this. Be a little more serious. Zhao Dongyang swallowed, not saying a word. He opened the game's built-in video system and aimed at Fang Hang in midair. After all, Fang Hang was the kind of person who could do something as arrogant as seizing avatars. Zhao Dongyang felt that Fang Hang was probably not joking. He probably really had this idea. And Fang Hang really did think like that. Just give it a try. Trying won't hurt. What if Nether accepts his invitation to join his world? The strength of the Blood Clan Duke is quite good. Are you playing me, Fang Hang? Hand over avatars. I can spare your life. Duke Nether opened his hands again. 2 blood red spheres condensed in his hands. Fang Heng sighed silently. It seemed like a failure. Fang Heng decided to try one last time. Nether, I am really curious. It is said that Engatars, the tree of the blood clan. But if there is no Engatars, how long can your blood clan survive? Is it a year, a month, or a week? You are asking for death. Nether's eyes turned bloodshot, and the blood red spheres in his hands smashed towards Fang Heng below. Fang Heng Z. Junhao's heart tightened. The blood red spheres whistled towards Fang Heng's face. Fang Heng looked up, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. Skill, Eternal Moon. Almost instantly, a phantom red moon rose in the sky. Hint, player uses the skill, Eternal Moon. Player successfully summons the Moon of Curse. Hint, player currently enters the state of reincarnation. Boom, boom. The 2 blood red spheres hit Fang Heng head-on, and a huge force exploded in front of him. His health plummeted in an instant. Boom. The second explosion at Fang Heng's location created a huge wave of energy. Hint, player is attacked by the melting blood bomb and takes 52,126 points of damage. Hint, player dies. Player is currently in the state of reincarnation and will be resurrected within 10 seconds. In midair, Nether looked down. The dust raised by the waves temporarily blocked his vision. In his opinion, there was no possibility of Fang Heng surviving being hit head-on by the blood bombs. As the dust from the explosion gradually dissipated, suddenly, Nether's face showed an expression of disbelief. He stared fixedly at the 2 deep pits blasted out beneath Fang Heng. Fang Heng, he was still standing there. He didn't die. How come? How could Fang Heng withstand the impact of 2 melting blood bombs so forcefully? Reborn resurrection. Completed the resurrection. Fang Heng muttered to himself, feeling the changes in his body. He looked up expressionlessly at the sky. Is this what death feels like? It happened so fast, he didn't even feel much pain. Moon of Curse. Looking carefully, 2 moons hung in the sky, one on the left and one on the right. Compared to the blood moon hanging high in the sky, the curse moon summoned by Fang Heng appeared gray-white, more than half the size of the red blood moon, and it did not condense into a solid, showing a semi-void state. Under the influence of the Moon of Curse, the soil around Fang Heng rolled incessantly. Rotting flesh and bones twisted and extended from the ground, gradually converging until they formed a large life form about 6 meters high. Title: National Game. Starting with the Zombie Apocalypse. Chapter 628 of the main story unveils player explosion at this moment. The players in the Northern Federation were also extremely surprised to discover that they had gained a terrifying buff of reincarnation after death. Reborn after death. And not just once. What kind of terrifying skill is this? For a moment, the morale of the players soared. They pulled out their weapons and aimed at the vampire group outside the shelter, firing away. In a few seconds of summoning the Cursed Moon, the battlefield scene underwent an instant transformation. After carefully examining the additional buff effects on their bodies, Zi Junhao was greatly shocked. He first looked up at the dark moon in the sky, then glanced at Fang Heng. There was too much envy in his eyes. The state of reincarnation after death. Is it related to the strange moon in the sky? Is it the reward for completing the hidden ending mission? It's too terrifying. As one of the boundary lords of the wasteland world, Zi Junhao had only completed a normal main quest at the time. The rewards from the final main quest were indeed exceptionally generous, but he did not receive the hidden skill reward. Duke Neat, the vampire, kept flipping and dodging in midair, avoiding attacks from the undead puppets. His face was slightly pale. What kind of power was this exactly? Fang Heng's current performance immediately reminded him of the fully formed woman he had seen on the main battlefield before. He had almost been trapped alive in the horrific bone barrier. And now Neat seemed to see a weakened version of a monster again. Fang Heng. Neat felt his strength slowly ebbing away. His body was gradually aging, gradually losing strength. The source of that special power was. Neat looked up. It was the strange moon in the sky. Neat instantly realized what the problem was, and the one controlling the moon was Fang Heng. Neat stared firmly at Fang Heng below. In his eyes, sweat was already beading on Fang Heng's forehead. seemingly exerting all his effort in controlling the moon. Need had witnessed the power of Helga and judged that Fang Heng possessed a weakened version of Helga's power, naturally mistaking him for being able to use the cursed moon without time limit. He had to deal with him quickly. They couldn't continue to wait. He couldn't afford to. Anjita's life was in danger, and he couldn't afford to wait any longer. Since his long-range blood magic barrage couldn't take him down, he decided to charge forward and cut him down. Neat made a quick decision in an instant. His pupils flashed with a hint of malice as he dodged attacks from a few undead puppets and rushed towards Fang Heng's position below at lightning speed. Fang Heng was also startled. He was charging towards him like this. Using the perpetual moon for the first time, Fang Heng was indeed not very confident. He clearly realized that his mental attributes were still not at a level to fully control the perpetual moon. At this stage, just maintaining the perpetual moon was already consuming most of his mental power, and moving around wasn't easy either. Not to mention, he couldn't sustain it for long. He could only maintain the summoning of the cursed moon for 2 minutes at most. But, as he raised his head, Fang Heng didn't expect Need to charge towards him. Since he chose to come and die on his own, then so be it. That skill. Buju Fang Heng raised his right hand. A faint blue light emerged from the back of his hand. Sub-skill derived from mysterious rituals. Low-efficiency energy storage. Skill description 1. Players can store energy in the mysterious mark through mysterious rituals, with extremely low conversion efficiency. Skill description 2. Players can release all the stored energy in the mark instantly, causing a massive amount of damage within the range. The intensity of the damage is related to the current energy strength stored in the mark and the level of the mysterious ritual. If the energy value exceeds a certain limit when exploding, there is a chance of triggering an energy vortex. Skill cooldown 24 hours. Initially, after awakening this derivative skill from the mysterious rituals, Fang Heng absorbed a large amount of energy from the blue crystal energy bodies and had filled the entire mark with energy. Through the ability to detonate energy, he could now instantly trigger all the stored energy within himself. The downside was that he would be at the center of the explosion, enduring the maximum damage. It seemed to be a very high price, a very foolish one-on-one exchange skill. Fang Heng was very sure that this skill belonged to magical damage effects, and even the undead skill couldn't make him immune, so he wouldn't easily use it until the most critical moment. But now, the perpetual moon had an additional effect of reincarnation after death. Resurrect within 10 seconds after death. Finally, he could try this skill. Fang Heng stared firmly at Neat, who was plummeting towards him. The figure rushing towards him slowly loomed larger in his pupils. Neat's silver longsword ruthlessly pierced Fang Heng's chest. Succeeded. A thought crossed Neat's mind. Boom. In the next instant, a fierce explosion echoed in his ears. The dazzling blue light filled his entire vision. Boom boom boom. The intense blue light instantly spread out in all directions. Everything touched by the blue light disintegrated in an instant. It spread out in an area of several hundred meters. Tip: you have suffered the effects of energy explosion. You have received 198,912 points of damage. Tip: you have triggered the effect of reincarnation after death. You will be resurrected within 10 seconds. At the teleportation point, everyone witnessed the explosion of blue light. Almost at the same moment, all the monitoring cameras went black. The dazzling blue light shone through the windows into the teleportation hall, lighting up the entire hall as if it were daytime. Almost everyone squinted and raised their hands to shield their eyes at the same time. It lasted for several seconds until the blue light dimmed slightly, and the players finally lowered their hands to look outside the window. A column of blue light shot up into the sky. The residual energy gradually dissipated. 10 seconds later, Fang Heng was revived. Along with him, the players from the Northern Federation who had just been engulfed by the blue light were also revived. They won. Or did they? The players from the Northern Federation didn't know what happened. All they saw was the blinding blue light, and then time passed in an instant. Fang Heng looked up, and the cursed moon in the sky gradually dimmed. His retina began to flicker madly. Tip: you killed a mid-level blood vampire. You gained 21 survival points. You received a complete evolutionary crystal *1. Tip. You killed a high-level blood vampire. You gained 31 survival points. You received a second-tier evolutionary crystal *1. Tip. You killed your teammate. Tip. You killed. Tip. You killed the Blood Duke. Neat. Your friendly relations with the vampire clans have decreased. Tip. You obtained 5 high-energy evolution crystals. Tip. You suffered negative effects from the skill Mysterious Ritual. Tip. You suffered negative effects from the skill Energy Explosion. The entire nation's game, starting from the zombie doomsday to hanging up Wu. Feng Heng felt waves of weakness coming over him. He knelt on one knee, one hand propped on the ground, panting heavily. A strong burning sensation also came from the back of his hand. Feng Heng's heart moved. He raised his hand and looked at the back of it. The position of the mark on the back of his hand was continuously being corroded by blue energy, but at the same time, it also received the effect of immortality, and the back of his hand was constantly self-recovering. It seems that the explosion thus now was too powerful, exceeding the limit of the mark's tolerance in the mystical rites. The burning sensation on the back of his hand was slowly weakening, and Feng Heng checked the skill description again. Finding no problems in the skill description, he relaxed. Recalling the previous battle, the Curse of the Moon was a relatively comprehensive group buff type skill. It worked extremely well when facing head-on. But, if the opponent was determined to escape, he couldn't stop them, just like facing the Brute Nate head-on. Otherwise, the Curse of the Moon in midair disappeared almost completely. The resurrected players of the Northern Federation all cast off-field glances at Feng Heng in the center of the explosion. Zone Master of Zone 8, Feng Heng. The explosion just now was caused by him. Having withstood such a powerful explosion, more than half of the shelter area had already been completely reduced to rubble, everything within the explosion being wiped out into a huge crater. Everything within the explosion radius was instantly killed, even the rank 6 blood vampire Duke. This was too exaggerated. Zhao Dongyang and Lin Hansheng, who had just been revived, were once again shocked by Feng Heng's trump card, both remaining silent for a long time. If such an explosion had occurred in the blood vampire underground levels of Engitas. Zi Junhao looked at Feng Heng, even more shaken. He made a comprehensive assessment of Feng Heng. Possessing such terrible explosive power, it was not an exaggeration to say that such abilities were extremely rare even in high-ranking games. If Feng Heng participated in the next round in their world, Zi Junhao took a deep breath, calming himself down. After some thought, he ultimately dismissed the idea of questioning Feng Heng about the incident that caused a setback to their Northern Federation. Wasn't that just plain stupid? Falling for someone else's trap and blowing oneself up in public, letting all the underlings of the Northern Federation know that he was a complete idiot who had fallen for someone else's scheme. And the key was Feng Heng, that monster. They still couldn't beat him in the Northern Federation. See, Junhao could only close his eyes and take a deep breath, forcibly swallowing the anger that had been played on him earlier. He even had to thank Feng Heng for blocking the wave of vampire attacks for them, otherwise the losses for the Northern Federation would have been even more severe. Feng Heng, thank you, you're welcome. Feng Heng withdrew his gaze from the game log, smiling as he looked at Zi Junhao. By the way, I have a batch of goods looking for buyers. If you're interested, you can look for me after this is over. We've partnered up once, so I'll definitely give you a friendly price. Zi Junhao looked bewildered, blinking several times. Who said we were partners? Thank you. It was a pleasure working with you. Let's not work together next time. Forget it. Feel free to look for me if you're interested. Du Jun looked at Zi Junhao's strange expression. Feng Heng shook his hand. I have a lot of goods over there. There must be something you want. After using the Everlasting Moon skill, Feng Heng felt mentally exhausted to the extreme. This exhaustion could not be dispelled even through revival. He rubbed his neck and took out a can of coffee from his backpack, drinking it down to stifle his drowsiness as he surveyed the ground around him. This round was still a bit of a loss. Nate was directly pulverized and evaporated under the explosion, leaving nothing behind, wasting the raw materials for making blood marrow. As for the soul aspect, Feng Heng was just too tired to use the Book of the Dead to collect them. Found it. Something emitting a strange red light on the ground not far away. A vampire relic. Feng Heng walked over, looking at the red belt left behind after Nate's death. The quality of this vampire relic belt is pretty good, so powerful yet completely undamaged by such a strong explosion. Feng Heng muttered to himself, bending down to pick up the red belt. As he grasped it, Feng Heng raised an eyebrow. A faint light flashed, and the vampire relic belt was firmly in his grasp. Rows of game prompts flashed by. Hint: player attempting to obtain higher tier vampire relic. Hint: this equipment requires the player to possess a high tier vampire bloodline. Hint: player bloodline bonded successfully. Hint: player obtained equipment. Vampire relic. Belt. Activated equipment attributes item. Vampire 13 relic. Belt. Description: special item, soulbound, occupies a special backpack slot, cannot be discarded, will definitely drop upon death. Description: one of the 13 vampire relics, rumored to possess great power, upon placing it in the backpack. Immediate effects are applied, enhancing base agility plus 1.5, base strength plus 1.5, base endurance plus 1.5, blood affinity plus 5. Additional skill, blood barrier. Skill description: consumes blood to create a blood barrier that can absorb damage. After injecting stronger energy of the same kind or performing special sacrificial rituals, the barrier can be enhanced to a higher level. Skill cooldown, 60 minutes. Description: rumored to hide great secrets among the 13 relics. Acquiring more vampire relic sets can provide additional effects. Hint: you have acquired 6 pieces of the vampire relic set. You activate the special vampire relic effect, blood protection, additional increase in all attributes by 5 points. Collecting 9 pieces of vampire relics can upgrade the set effect. Feng Heng raised an eyebrow. Additional skill, blood barrier. It's a pretty decent skill, capable of absorbing magical and physical damage. In short, it's a nice touch. It seemed that the blood barrier that enveloped the entire vampire headquarters before was also created using the power of vampire relics. Analyzing from the skill description, after absorbing a large amount of energy, he might even be able to create a powerful blood barrier. But that thing seemed a bit flashy but not practical. Feng Heng was pondering when he suddenly noticed something. Huh? Feng Heng flipped through the game log and item description again. The Vampire 13 relic equipment obtained earlier required a high-tier vampire bloodline. Didn't it only require a vampire bloodline before? Taking a closer look, this time he acquired a high-tier vampire relic. So vampire relics also have high and low tiers. Fortunately, when he dug out Angitas earlier, he also raised his vampire bloodline level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to equip it. Feng Heng pursed his lips lightly, sinking into contemplation once again. National game. Starting from the Zombie Doomsday, the main text volume of the 630th chapter, as they moved to the side. Zhao Dongyang and Lin Hansheng also walked up. Feng Heng, are you okay? We just received news from Chenyu that they have completed the connection with the 8th district, and it seems like we can start the teleportation channel soon. I'm fine, Feng Heng lightly responded, then turned to the two and asked, do you know anything about the Blood Clan's 13 sacred artifacts? Besides the Marquis, do the Dukes of the Blood Clan also carry sacred artifacts? This question caught Zhao Dongyang off guard. This guy, the Blood Clan's Godtree Angitas, hasn't even settled yet, and he's already focusing on the Blood Clan's 13 sacred artifacts. Typical of being interested in something else while having a good thing in hand. But thinking about it, it seems reasonable. Since Feng Heng killed the Duke of the Blood Clan, just completed the connection of the teleportation channel, Angitas is likely safe by now. Feng Heng should have already snatched many Blood Clan sacred artifacts from the Blood Clan. Right. Damn. Thinking about it carefully, Zhao Dongyang became somewhat excited again. According to the legend of the Blood Clan, There is a great secret among the Blood Clan's 13 sacred artifacts, a secret that can only be unlocked after collecting all the artifacts. Could this be the day he witnesses the unveiling of the mystery? I've heard a little about this, Lin Hansheng. Not thinking too much, directly answered, it is said that a long time ago, in order to balance the strength among the Blood Clan's various tribes, the 13 sacred artifacts of the Blood Clan were distributed to the major tribes by the Elder Council, inherited by a single clan of each major tribe. If a tribe disappears, the artifact will be taken back by the Elder Council. Excited, Zhao Dongyang continued to supplement. Yes, according to the level of strength, the Blood Clan's 13 sacred artifacts are divided into 9 of low ability, 3 of medium ability, and 1 of high ability. I see. The Blood Clan's sacred artifacts also have gradations of strength. Fang Heng understood. Following the game's logic, after a Blood Clan Marquis dies, they drop a low-level sacred artifact that can be used as long as one has the Blood Clan bloodline, while the medium-level artifact is only dropped by the Blood Clan Duke and requires a high-level Blood Clan bloodline to equip. With his current bloodline strength, he can only equip artifacts of Duke level. Bingo. Using this reasoning, the 7th Order Blood Clan Prince he saw earlier should drop the highest level Blood Clan sacred artifact after his death. It probably has higher requirements for equipment. Maybe he needs to elevate his Blood Clan lineage again before he can equip it. It seems a bit troublesome to collect and equip all 13 Blood Clan sacred artifacts. Fang Heng pursed his lips. He also needs to first raise his bloodline strength, and the prerequisite for increasing bloodline strength is the character level. At least, he has to raise his character level to 20 before figuring out how to upgrade his bloodline. It's a loop within a loop. It's really a long road ahead. Thinking this, Fang Heng placed the Blood Clan sacred artifacts into his backpack, and with a wave of his hand, absorbed the crystallized remains scattered in the distance into his palm. Hint, you have obtained 192 complete evolution crystals, 80 to first level crystallized crystals, 77 second level crystallized crystals. The huge explosion almost leveled half of the G district, leaving most of the Northern Union players to clean up the aftermath. Zi Junhao led a small team of Northern Union players to the teleportation hall to find Fang Heng. Losing is losing. Zi Junhao accepted it, considering himself capable of bearing the consequences, especially Chen Yu and Fang Heng. Clearly, their strength is already formidable, yet they still resort to underhanded tactics. There's simply no guarding against them. Playing against them is like playing with ghosts. Absolutely no shame in taking a step back. Zi Junhao reasoned in his mind and decided to just go find Fang Heng and ask for amnesty. Their Northern Union had suffered a big loss this time and couldn't afford any more. Just as they had returned to the teleportation hall with their people, Zi Junhao saw that all the stabilizers in the hall were gradually activating. Is it starting? Zi Junhao immediately signaled the players to stand by and not disrupt anything. Coordinates for the channel have been connected. Two-way connection completed. Positioning complete. Gu Mao, constructing the channel. In progress. Currently at 12%, 29%, 45%. A blue light screen gradually condensed in the central position of the teleportation hall. Here it comes. The 29 large space stabilizers gradually released their power, and the performance of the large space tearing device steadily increased until reaching maximum power. Replenish energy. A control NPC responsible for channel operation shouted, "Quick!" The energy consumption for opening the channel doubled and doubled again. Large amounts of blue crystal ore were being consumed every second. Seeing this, Zi Junhao frowned, feeling a bit disgruntled. Damn it. These energy resources all come from their wasteland world. 73%, 99%. A nearly 5-meter high giant light screen emerged in the center of the teleportation hall. The onlookers were all somewhat amazed. It was the first time they had seen such a large space channel. What had to be sent through that required such a large channel to be built? Before Fang Heng could control the fusion tyrant to bring Agnitas in, the light screen rippled slightly. Qiu Yao Kong was the first to enter the 7th District world from the other end of the teleportation channel. After the initial brief dizziness, Qiu Yao Kong quickly recovered, swiftly surveying the hall. Then his gaze firmly fixed on the life form tightly wrapped in black oilcloth. Agnitas. It was just too conspicuous. Even in an extremely weak state, Agnitas's size was still immense. Yes, it was Agnitas. Qiu Yao Kong stood in place, hands behind his back. Because of his excitement, his hands were trembling slightly. Hearing Qiu Yao Kang's voice, Chen Yu also was puzzled. Having escorted the precious item wrapped tightly in black oilcloth all the way back here, Chen Yu had been wondering all along what exactly this thing was. Agnitas. The Blood Clan God Tree Agnitas. Can it really be? Chen Yu was momentarily dazed, somewhat incredulously looking back at Fang Heng. Agnitas was actually, controlled his trembling hands forcibly. Qiu Yao Kong took 3 steps forward and pulled out a measuring device to place it on the God Tree Agnitas. Not good. Looking at the numbers displayed on the instrument, Qiu Yao Kong furrowed his brows. Why is the vitality fluctuation so weak? The situation of Agnitas is not good. Qiu Yao Kong immediately shouted, "Quick, transport him back. Agnitas is in bad condition. Delaying too long may lead to a failed transplant." Start. Fang Heng nodded, immediately controlling 8 fusion tyrants to carry the stretcher with Agnitas, passing through the blue light screen back to the 8th District. Watching the fusion tyrants carrying Agnitas through the teleportation channel, Fang Heng waved his fist lightly. End of translation. Plundering the Agnitas plan. Success. Next, we must make the Blood Clan pay a price. How dare the Blood Clan invade his world? It's only fair to take a piece of flesh from them in return. The more, the better. Fang Heng thought malevolently. Transmission successful. Watching the last fused tyrant disappear into the blue light curtain, Fang Heng nodded towards Chen Yu and others, saying, "Reduce the energy channel supply. I will go in to check, and be back soon. Zhao Dongyang, Lin Han's Heng, follow me." The blue light curtain in the transmission hall gradually shrank as Fang Heng swiftly stepped into the channel and disappeared. It wasn't until now that Chen Yu completely came to his senses. Fang Heng brought Agnitas back to the 8th District. Is that even possible? This will be troublesome. Upon careful consideration, Chen Yu felt the trouble and habitually scratched his head. Should he report the matter of Agnitas to the superiors? Or should he wait a bit longer? It's urgent now, no time to think about reporting. Perhaps later. The 7th District. Inside the cage formed by the summoned rotten bones by Hyla, Chi, a silver-white sword light flashed by. Matthews had already cut open Hyla's body completely for the 7th time. The shattered and melted Hyla transformed into 2 clumps of rotten flesh. Then in an instant, repaired and reformed. Facing a life form like Hyla that cannot be killed, the best way is to seal it. Matthews remained patient. Each time he cut open Hyla, he would apply a layer of spell on her body. It was getting faster. Hyla's power was rapidly weakening. However, he was the same. After a long period of dormancy, Matthews felt the curse in his body was reviving rapidly. But he was confident he could hold on. He was sure he could completely seal Hyla before the curse erupted completely, become the food for Agnitas. Matthews was about to launch another attack when suddenly his body shook. What's going on? In an instant, Matthews suddenly realized the connection between himself and Agnitas disappeared in an instant. Disappeared. What happened to Agnitas? Why couldn't he sense it? Matthews's face changed several times instantly. This unusual situation made him extremely uneasy. Could Agnitas have been destroyed by someone? No, it's impossible. Just as he was full of doubts, Matthews realized his own strength was rapidly declining. The curse inscribed on his body kept flashing red light. He was being summoned from the origin world. What's going on? What happened to Agnitas? In any case, the battle must be resolved immediately, otherwise if it's interrupted during the transmission. Matthews frowned, dodging the continuous attacks of several skeletal puppets and stepping back a distance. A row of dense blood-red spales appeared on his silver long sword. The red blood attached to the sword fiercely steamed and burned. Swish! The power from the bloodline reached its peak. Matthews appeared in front of Hyla and thrust the sword forward. Chi. The long sword pierced deeply into Hela's body. Instantly, the densely packed red spales spread out from the sword on Hela's skin. Hela's body froze in place, unable to move an inch, the spell gradually covering her entire body in an instant. At the same time, a red magic circle appeared on the ground behind Matthews. The magic circle spun quickly. An ancient red coffin rose from the magic circle. Boom! The coffin lid automatically lifted. Matthews held the long sword, as if being drawn by an invisible force, slowly leaned back until his whole body was lying in the coffin. Almost, just a little bit more. Matthews watched the gradually closing coffin board in front of him, thinking it's a pity. Just a bit more, he could permanently seal Hyla and bring her back to his world. The coffin was dragged into the magic circle and disappeared along with the magic circle, while Hyla remained trapped by the spell, standing in place in her original posture, unable to move. After a few minutes, a slight movement appeared on the bone barrier behind Hyla. A strange mass of flesh gradually climbed to the front of Hyla. Gurgling, the flesh merged into Hela's body in an extremely eerie way. In the next moment, Hela's body violently twisted and morphed. The Blood Clan Doomsday, the 8th District. Prison shelter. Quick, faster, clear the way, enter the elevator. In the transmission hall, Mojawe and Liao Bufin were the first to assist Angitas, guiding the NPCs to take Angitas back to the underground 7th floor. Zhao Dongyang and Lin Hansheng followed Fang Heng to the 8th District prison and immediately rushed to the underground 7th floor. In these few days, the prison shelter recruited players and NPCs to work tirelessly day and night. Finally, the construction was completed this morning, and a huge cave had been dug out on the underground 7th floor. Completely designed by Ding Min, the layout of the underground 7th floor perfectly simulated the environment of the original Blood Clan headquarters underground 5th floor in terms of air, temperature, humidity, and living conditions. NPCs who had been urgently recruited from the outside by Mojawe over the past few days were already waiting on the underground 7th floor, expressing their respect to Fang Heng one after another. They were NPCs with various planting skills, holding advanced composite excavators, digging a pit on the ground according to the size of Angitas' tree of the spirit. They started to straighten the tree of the spirit, plant it, fill the soil. In a moment, Angitas began to be completely transplanted underground. Ding Min and Q Yao Kong extracted samples around Angitas, testing with instruments while discussing something quietly. Fang Heng's group watched nearby. Zhao Dongyang furrowed his brows and said softly, "Boss Fang Heng, the situation seems a bit bad. I don't quite understand transplantation, but the tenacity of Angitas' vitality really allows for automatic rooting in a very short time. It's been so long now, and Angitas' condition is still unstable." After a while, Ding Min approached Fang Heng. "We've encountered a bit of trouble." Fang Heng frowned and asked, "Major trouble?" Ding Min shook her head, looking at Angitas undergoing the final transplantation. "It's a biological instinct. When it's about to enter a state of imminent death, Angitas will enter a self-protective hibernation state to avoid external disasters and temporarily maintain its life source without dying." Hibernation ... Fang Heng muttered to himself, looking back at the two Blood Clan experts. Zhao Dongyang and Lin Hansheng looked at each other and almost simultaneously said, "Don't understand." No one had ever used a physical method to transplant Angitas before, and they had never heard of hibernation in this context. In the thousands of years of Blood Clan history, Angitas had never been in such a dire situation before. Zhao Dongyang thought for a moment and added, "Perhaps those vampire dukes, or the Elder Council, might know something." While they were still talking, the NPCs had already completely replanted the ancient tree Angitas, finishing the transplantation. In the next moment, several game prompts rapidly flashed in Fang Heng's retinas. Fang Heng quickly checked the game prompts and his eyelids twitched. Vampire adaptation. Did that mean he could cultivate vampires in the 8th zone? Unlocking the research system. Researching how to integrate zombies and vampires? This is great. Then, Fang Heng immediately opened the world attribute column and found the explanation for Angitas. Bound world. Zombie apocalypse. 8th Zone, Unbound Owner. Type, Low-Level Miracle, can grow. Current grade, LV1. Current health, 12%. Additional abilities, Miracle, enhances basic growth of the realm, provides world support, increases world adaptability to vampires. Additional abilities, Bloodline Tree, consumes energy, can summon vampires through Angitis. Additional abilities, Blood Siphon, Angitis can draw energy from blood. Increase Angitis level and restore Angitis's health. Additional abilities, Blood Pool, Angitis can condense blood pools through the power of origins, which can provide bloodline tempering for vampires, enhancing vampire strength. Additional abilities, Convergence of Coagulation, retrieving souls from the land of the dead, merging and rebirthing through the power of the Divine Tree. Additional abilities, unlock at a certain level. Additional abilities, unlock at a certain level. Explanation, all additional ability effects depend on Angitis's level. Looking at the game prompts, Fang Heng sighed inwardly. All that effort and he ended up getting back a half-dead guy. Fang Heng suddenly felt a bit helpless. Several of Angitis's additional skills needed to be unlocked before they could be used, and currently, only one that improves the current world's adaptability to vampires seems somewhat useful. He needed to quickly figure out how to awaken it and unlock the subsequent skills. Dr. Q will conduct a detailed assessment of Angitis, and the report will take some time. Ding Min said, yawning. Is everything going well with the Scavenger Legion? Yes, everything is going smoothly. That's good. I'm going to rest first. This place is too damp and not good for the skin. Ding Min patted his cheeks, nodded, and left the 5th underground floor, leaving behind Q Yao Kong, who had been excitedly studying Angitis. Fang Heng lowered his head and thought. The dormant Angitis didn't seem very useful for now, but at least he was still alive. And they had already unlocked the advanced research on vampires. It seemed that the fusion of vampires and zombies would also depend on Angitis. At least it was confirmed that Angitis was currently fine, so he needed to take action. Lao Mo, I'm leaving this place to you. I need to go back and ask about what to do with this dormant vampire. No problem. Mo Joe patted his chest. Leave it to me. Zhao Dongyang, Lin Han's Heng, come with me. Zone 7, Halji Teleportation. When Fang Heng walked out of the teleportation screen, the players' expressions were all different. So, did Fang Heng really bring the vampire Divine Tree Angitis back to the 8th zone so easily? Chen Yu quickly walked up to him, leaning in close and whispering in Fang Heng's ear, Fang Heng, our people have been observing the vampire prince's situation. About 10 minutes ago, the giant rotting bone barrier completely disappeared, and the trapped vampire prince and Hell are both missing. Both are missing. Did they both suffer losses? Fang Heng raised an eyebrow and quickly checked his personal game log. The game did not indicate that he had obtained the permission of Zone 7's main controller. This meant that Zone 7 was still in a state of invasion. Fang Heng, the intelligence department judges that the vampire prince has a more than 95% chance of having entered a dormant state and been sent back to the vampire doomsday. Can we launch an attack on the vampire headquarters next? Chen Yu rubbed his hands, eager to try. In the original plan, their next target was the vampire shelter. With the situation the way it was now, they could finally counterattack decisively and wipe out the vampire lair. Hold on for now, Fang Heng asked. How are that batch of supplies I asked you to prepare? Oh, you mean the mechanical equipment, right. Su Hongtao has already arranged everything. All the materials on the list were gathered half an hour ago. And as a precaution, I had him prepare some spares. They should be on their way back to the assembly point now, and will arrive soon. Great. With all preparations ready, it was time to start the final assault. Fang Heng also felt invigorated and nodded. All right, let's split up. You go directly with the people to the shelter, while I need to check on the vampire prince and Hela again. We'll meet at the shelter later. Also, have Zone 5 ready for the attack in an hour. Got it. I'll go contact them. Chen Yu's eyes gleamed. The counterattack was about to begin. A joint annihilation war launched by Zones 5 and 7 against the vampires. Listening to everything that was happening, Zi Junhao also realized that Chen Yu and Fang Heng were preparing for the final battle against the vampires. And it seemed like Fang Heng had planned this in advance, with victory seemingly within his grasp. Fang Heng, do you need the help of our wasteland world? Fang Heng turned his gaze to Zi Junhao. The small energy weapons in the wasteland world were very powerful and could increase the success rate of his future plans. Of course, if possible, I hope you can provide some assistance. We don't need many people, but I need elite players who can control high-level energy beam weapons. The text is quite lengthy, so here is the translated version. Ace Evolution. From the beginning of the zombie apocalypse to hanging up, Zi Junhao was puzzled. Originally, he just casually asked. He thought Fang Heng would decisively refuse. If he were Fang Heng, he would also refuse. Fang Heng surprised Zi Junhao once again. Is it trust? Or is the power so strong that he doesn't care at all? Zi Junhao nodded and said, Okay, I'll arrange it now. Since the other party is willing to trust him, Zi Junhao doesn't mind helping Fang Heng and also takes the opportunity to see how Fang Heng is preparing to take over the main base of the Blood Clan and how to win this final battle. For Zi Junhao, the plan to take over District 7 has completely failed, but at least on the surface, they helped to drive away the Blood Clan in the end. When facing the Central Federal Congress, they can have a reasonable explanation. Driving the same small car, Fang Heng, Zhao Dongyang, Lin Hansheng, and 3 others arrived at the location where Hyla and the Blood Clan Prince, Matthias, fought before. The hanging blood moon had dissipated for some time. Fang Heng got out of the car and carefully surveyed the surroundings. The surrounding area was full of pits and uneven terrain, clearly having experienced a fierce battle. Fang Heng did not find the Blood Clan sacred artifact that exploded after the Blood Clan Prince died. He looked back at Zhao Dongyang and asked, Is he dead? Zhao Dongyang pondered for a moment and shook his head. According to the Federal Intelligence Analysis, it should be correct. The Blood Clan Prince was born with a curse. They cannot maintain combat for too long. It is highly probable that the Blood Clan Prince has entered a state of dormancy again. Right. It is very likely that he was directly dragged back to the zombie apocalypse by the Blood Clan using secret methods. As they were speaking, Lin Hansheng, who had hurriedly come online, opened the rear door of the car and walked out from inside. Confirmed, he's not dead. Prince Matthias has been recalled by the Elders' Council of the Blood Clan in the 8th District. I just got first-hand information from a friend in the 8th District of the Blood Clan Apocalypse. Extremely reliable, Lin Hansheng assured. In addition, the Elders' Council of the 8th District of the Blood Clan is convening an emergency meeting. It's unclear whether the council has already noticed that Angitis has been taken away by the boss. In addition, the Elders' Council of the Blood Clan has special secret methods, and the loss of Angitis within a short period will not affect the entire Blood Clan. However, the council cannot sustain for long. The strength of the Blood Clan in the 8th District will gradually weaken. Master Fang, just a reminder, we should also be careful to guard against the Blood Clan's desperate moves, Lin Hansheng said, with a look of revenge on his face. You shouldn't have come to District 7 without a reason. This time, you've met your match, right? Not only did you not cause much damage to District 7, but you also lost Angitis, the Blood Clan's sacred tree. Serves you right. Listening to Lin Hansheng, Fang Heng nodded in agreement. It's still necessary to guard against the other party's desperate moves. However, Angitis is stored in the newbie mode of the 8th District, and it is very difficult for the Blood Clan to take it back. Just be cautious. Fang Heng looked around again. So, the Blood Clan Prince was sent back to the Blood Clan Apocalypse. What about Hyla? Hyla is a powerful being that cannot be killed. Strangely, there were no traces of Hyla's organism around. Even if Hyla's soul had died, her body should still retain endless vitality. Strange. Fang Heng muttered softly. He had planned to retrieve Hyla's organism sample again. The sample of the Hyla organ is a good thing. It can be used for scientific research, as well as for upgrading and fusing with the tyrant body of the zombies. and now it can also be used as fertilizer for angitis. How perfect. Zhao Dongyang looked at Fang Heng, who seemed lost in thought, and couldn't help but say, Master Fang, Chen Yu is about to arrive and is inquiring about our situation. Forget it. After searching the surroundings with his eyes one more time, Fang Heng decided to temporarily give up. He could try to find some samples of the Hyla organism from other zombie apocalypse game zones after this matter is over. Tell them we will be there soon. 1 hour ago, Su Hongtao urgently received an order from Chen Yu to do everything possible to gather the mechanical parts and materials needed for Fang Heng on the list. Su Hongtao led a small team of players to browse several large shelters in the area, and then hurriedly returned with a truck full of supplies. Shortly after arriving at the gathering point Chen Yu led the elite team of the Eastern Federation to rush over for support. Zi Junhao and his small group of elite players from the Northern Federation followed at the end of the line. This is the final battle. No mistakes allowed. After the assembly, Chen Yu immediately began to organize the players to set up the defense line at full capacity, preparing for the final battle with the Blood Clan. The players worked hard with united effort. On the way here, he had already learned about the news of the defeat of the Blood Clan Prince. Now is the best opportunity to attack the Blood Clan's main base in District 7. Pressed by the Blood Clan for so long, they finally waited for the final counterattack. To completely drive the Blood Clan out of this world and destroy the evil plan of the Night Owl, make contributions, get promoted and raise salary, all on this day. Chen Yu doesn't need to inspire the players, as their morale has already reached its peak. Not long after, from a distance, the players saw Fang Heng driving slowly in his car. Following behind the car were 8 tyrant body fusion entities. Fang Heng opened the door and jumped down from the front passenger seat. What a lineup! Seeing that there were thousands of enthusiastic players gathered together, Fang Heng was also taken aback. Chen Yu stepped forward and said, Fang Heng, the federal team has assembled, and this is the strongest team we can currently gather, ready to set off at any time. Huh? No way. Why did you bring so many people? What if you scare off the Blood Clan? Zhao Dongyang and Lin Hansheng, who followed Fang Heng, looked at each other and couldn't help feeling speechless. Does the Blood Clan headquarters still have combat power now? Are you kidding me? The sacred tree in Jidus has been stolen back home by Fang Heng. The Blood Clan Prince has been chased back to the Blood Clan world. Several Blood Clan counts who stayed at the headquarters have been completely killed by Fang Heng. The Duke Net is even worse, directly killed to the point of nothing after chasing to the shelter. Now, probably only ordinary Blood Clan members who were fooled by Fang Heng remain in the entire Blood Clan headquarters shelter. Is this a crushing victory? Ahem. Knowing that Chen Yu had misunderstood, Fang Heng cleared his throat. He shook his head and said, No, we don't need this many people. Simplify the team. Just bring a few elite squads, and the rest of the team can temporarily stay here to support. Chen Yu blinked twice in a row, feeling doubtful. Can we win the final battle with just a few elite squads? Chen Yu was somewhat uncertain, so he approached Fang Heng and quietly asked, Are you sure? Don't worry, I have a plan. Okay. The national game. Hanging up the game from the zombie doomsday, Chen Yu immediately felt relieved when he heard that Fang Heng had a plan. Most of Fang Heng's plans were quite unconventional, but they had never failed. Elite team, follow me and prepare for battle. The rest of you stay here on standby. Su Hongtao, you will be in charge of command? Yes. Chen Yu had always had unwavering trust in Fang Heng. He immediately called on the elite team players to board the truck and follow Fang Heng to the Blood Clan main base. Zhang Lei in the team also led over 20 players from the Left Path Gaming Guild onto the truck loaded with materials, following closely behind. Let's go. Momentarily, dozens of big trucks lined up in a straight line on the wide main road. Players from the Northern Federation followed at the rear of the convoy. Zi Junhao sat in the co-driver's seat of a truck, frowning. What was Fang Heng up to this time? Was it really a good idea to directly attack the Blood Clan headquarters like this? This irresponsible formation. If they were to be attacked by the Blood Clan at this moment, they would have almost no ability to resist. Had Feng Heng become arrogant after obtaining Angitis? Or did he have some special method to ensure that their side would not be attacked by the Blood Clan? What puzzled Zi Junhao the most was the fact that more than 10 trucks in the middle of the convoy were carrying a large amount of mechanical parts and materials prepared in haste by Chen Yu not long ago. How strange. What did Feng Heng need so many mechanical repair materials for? To confront the Blood Clan with them? Zi Junhao had not heard of any notion that mechanical parts could counter the Blood Clan. Similarly puzzled was Chen Yu. But he had always had great trust in Feng Heng, a trust that had been built since the Sewer era. Chen Yu believed that Feng Heng must have some strange method that would help them secure victory. Officer, we are almost there. Raising his head and looking out the window, the corner of the Blood Clan refuge was gradually coming into view. Zi Junhao's frown deepened. Why was the advancing team not stopping? Did they not consider the Blood Clan as foes? What was even more bizarre was that the Blood Clan headquarters seemed calm, with no apparent defenses or surveillance. Along the way, the entire Federation player team had not been attacked. The trucks in the front gradually slowed down until several trucks stopped in front of the shelter. Feng Heng jumped down from the truck. Several Fusion Tyrant body players, who followed at the rear, hurried forward and, together, pushed open the tightly sealed iron gate of the shelter. What was going on? Why was there no reaction from the Blood Clan headquarters shelter? Following this, the Federation elite team got off the vehicles. The players formed into squads, maintaining a combat posture, raising their weapons and cautiously advancing. Soon, the Federation players completely occupied the entrance of the shelter. Feng Heng casually stood at the entrance of the Blood Clan shelter, gathering the various elite team squad leaders for a briefing on the battle. Everyone, the objective of this mission is to infiltrate the target location, attach silencers to all weapons, bring equipment and combat supplies. Chen Yu, have your people follow me. Do not wander, and if you encounter any Blood Clan during the advance, shoot them on sight. Understood? Zi Junhao, have your people assist at the back of the team. Only attack if absolutely necessary. Okay. Feng Heng then looked at Zhang Lei on the side. Without saying a word, Zhang Lei understood and nodded to Feng Heng, giving him a thumbs up, indicating his understanding. Following the prearranged plan with Feng Heng, Zhang Lei led the players from the Left Path Gaming Guild to unload boxes filled with high-level components from the truck and position them in the middle section of the team. After everything was prepared, Feng Heng took the lead, leading the players into the Blood Clan headquarters, heading skillfully towards the 5 underground levels. Zi Junhao signaled for his team to remain vigilant and continue forward, infiltrating the Blood Clan's interior, advancing steadily. Zi Junhao thought it was really odd. The shelter was too quiet. It was strange that they hadn't been attacked by the Blood Clan outside the shelter, and now they had invaded the Blood Clan's stronghold, yet they couldn't find a trace of a single Blood Clan member. Was this a feint by the Blood Clan? Chen Yu also found it strange. He even wondered if Feng Heng had already slaughtered the entire Blood Clan headquarters on his own. But then, Chen Yu shook his head. He thought such an idea was too far-fetched. After passing through the long passage, Feng Heng once again led the player team back to the shelter's 5th underground level. At the end of the team, Zi Junhao, along with the players from the Wasteland Federation, stepped into the cave together. Is this where Angitis is stored? Yes. Feng Heng nodded, surveyed the surroundings, and said, "Let's begin. We'll set up an ambush here. I will lure the Blood Clan group here in batches, with magic formations, injections, beam weapons, everything arranged. Be ready for my commands to eliminate them one by one. Chen Yu, I leave this place to you." What did that mean? Setting up an ambush inside the Blood Clan headquarters and fighting against them there? Zi Junhao felt a bit dizzy hearing this. He believed he had some knowledge of military tactics, but he had never heard of such a move. Since they were already there, Chen Yu knew Feng Heng had many unconventional ideas, and as usual, he didn't dwell too much and quickly nodded. "All right, I'll set up immediately." Feng Heng waved his hand and then greeted Zhang Lei and Lin Han's hang next to him. Let's go. Follow me. While Chen Yu was arranging the elite team for the ambush with the Federation, Feng Heng continued to lead Zhang Lei and the Left Path Gaming Guild players to transport boxes of construction materials to the 4th underground level. Boss, it's done. Zhang Lei, excited, rubbed his hands together. Good, go on. And let Chen Yu get ready next. No problem. Boss, take care as well. Zhang Lei nodded to Feng Heng and waved to the players behind him. Let's go. Let's continue working. A series of scraping sounds came as Zhang Lei and the players left. Overhead, the zombie clones that were tightly entwined with vines on the ceiling began to loosen them. They fell to the ground one by one, unsteadily rising to their feet. Following Feng Heng's guidance, the zombie clones opened the toolboxes on the ground, one by one equipped with wrenches, and finally, they lifted up more than 10 boxes together. Then, they unsteadily lined up behind Feng Heng. Mission accomplished. After completing all this, Feng Heng returned alone to the teleportation hall in the 2nd basement level. Your Grace. Inside the teleportation hall, the Blood Clan faithfully carried out Feng Heng's instructions before he left, guarding the 2nd basement level with full determination, not allowing any outsiders to approach. Feng Heng lightly licked his lips. Very good. These Blood Clan members were still in a being deceived state. A senior Blood Clan member walked up to Feng Heng and knelt before him, reporting, Your Grace, we sense that there may be some trouble with Angitis. Should we? No need to panic. Feng Heng raised his hand to stop the Blood Clan member from continuing. Angitis has encountered a little trouble, and Prince is already dealing with it personally. I believe it will be resolved soon. Yes. How is the construction of the transmission channel going? Lord Marquis, we are doing our best to construct it, but we are still missing some materials. So, very well, I have arranged for some helpers to assist you, Feng Heng said with a wave of his hand. Outside the door, a group of vine zombies walked unsteadily into the transmission hall, holding wrenches. Amidst the amazed gazes of the vampire crowd, the zombie clones wielded the wrenches and began hammering away at the spatial rupture device. The vampires were all dumbfounded. Hint, your zombie clones have constructed a large spatial rupture device, consuming advanced components *2, advanced lubricant *7, completion progress plus to this time. Hint, your zombies. Feng Heng withdrew his gaze from the game log and scanned the vampire crowd in the hall once again, explaining, Do not be surprised. This is Duke Bellamy's latest research, which can control zombies to become slaves of our vampire clan. At these words, the vampires showed expressions of realization and admiration. Most of the time, they are more useful than blood slaves. The vampires knelt in unison again, praising Duke Bellamy's wisdom. Zombie Apocalypse, Zone 5. Commander Ganyuan leads the elite players of Zone 5 Federation in another assault on the vampire headquarters. With the temporary fortifications in place, the Federation's elite players began depleting the vampire's living forces. Since the failed assault mission on the vampire headquarters last time, Zone 5 had suffered some morale loss. Initially hesitant upon receiving the assistance request from Chen Yu of Zone 7, Ganyuan felt that this all-or-nothing move was too risky. Zone 5's Federation forces were already struggling against the vampires, and with various anti-Federation forces in Zone 5 muddying the waters, it was almost impossible for them to defeat the vampires. But after hearing Chen Yu's assurance and learning that Feng Heng would lead the mission, Ganyuan quickly made up his mind. He chose to trust Feng Heng and stand with Chen Yu. The last time he collaborated with Feng Heng on a plan, Ganyuan had already seen his talent. Sure enough, shortly after, Feng Heng became the Lord of Zone 8. Soon after, he even managed to take down the Lord of Zone 7. Ganyuan thought his judgment was extraordinary. Bet on this. An hour ago, Ganyuan immediately rallied the elite forces of Zone 7 and urgently gathered all available manpower to launch an all-out assault on the vampire headquarters. Inside the vampire sanctuary headquarters in Zone 5, Atina calculated the battlefield situation and felt puzzled. This sudden attack by the outsiders seemed inexplicable. They should also understand that such an attack could not threaten the sanctuary. Forcing an attack on the sanctuary would only lead to meaningless casualties. Casualties would be detrimental to the outsiders. So, why did they choose to charge in like this? Was it another ploy, attacking overtly while planning a covert ambush? Athena shook her head. She thought these humans were being foolish. Using the same predictable tactics repeatedly, the outsiders couldn't be that foolish. Something was amiss. As a precaution, Athena suggested taking the most secure defensive measures to resist the players' attacks. As she was contemplating this, a white light flashed by the side. Athena turned to look at the newcomer. Any news from Zone 7? Athena. Lord Athena, there has been a major incident in Zone 7. Fang Heng invaded the vampire headquarters in an attempt to destroy Angitis. The vampire lord was killed by Fang Heng, forcing our people to flee. So, we are not sure of the situation at the vampire headquarters yet, reported Gugong. Fang Heng. Hearing this name for the third time, Athena was surprised. Yes, we analyzed that Zone 7's vampire headquarters has most likely fallen. Naive. Attempting to lay hands on Angitis, Athena interrupted Sekong Mao. Smiling disdainfully, she had learned her lesson. Humans were truly creatures of grandiose fantasies. Rest assured, Angitis cannot be destroyed, and the vampire headquarters cannot fall. Being in Zone 5, Athena could not sense Angitis' coordinates, but she was very confident. Angitis had survived for thousands of years, absorbing vast blood powers, and even a vampire prince would not be able to destroy it in a short time. Not to mention, Angitis had protection from the vampire duke and marquis. Even if this person named Fang Heng managed to cleverly kill the marquis with various tactics, could he kill the duke? Ridiculous. Athena found it impossible for Angitis to be in danger or for the Zone 7 headquarters to fall. Sekong Mao's expression turned solemn as he continued. Furthermore, there are unconfirmed rumors that the vampire prince has been repelled. Athena immediately turned to look at Sekong Mao. The prince repelled? Impossible. The information in the rumors is flawed. The prince could not have been repelled. The trouble must have been resolved, and he has gone back into dormancy. Athena said confidently about the prince's strength. This means that the prince has dealt with the trouble. Sekong Mao furrowed his brow upon hearing this. His information was just received from GQ Bay offline. But what Athena said made sense. The prince was a 7th level being, unbeatable once awakened. The outcome was clear-cut. As the two were speaking, a vampire approached and reported, Countess Athena, the transmission channel on the Zone 7 side has been restored, and there is a communication request. The transmission channel was finally repaired. Finally, some good news. Athena's face lit up with a smile. She had been told previously that the construction of the space-time channel would take some time, but it was completed ahead of schedule. See, as I expected, with the prince's intervention, everything falls back into place. I believe Zone 7's crisis has been resolved, and we can now focus on fully opening the space-time channel. In that case, the movements of these outsiders outside can also be explained. They must have realized that they could not threaten Zone 7 headquarters, so they chose an all-or-nothing approach, launching a final attack on Zone 5 in an attempt to destroy the transmission channel here. But all of these efforts are futile. Athena shrugged. Humans always delude themselves into doing meaningless things. Well, Sekong Mao was convinced. He thought Athena's deduction made sense. He admired GQ Bay's quick response this time. Immediately after informing GQ Bay of the Federation's attack on Zone 5, he relayed the message to the vampires, allowing the vampires from Zone 7 to come support through the transmission channel. Alright, now that the channel is open, let's go to Zone 7. The high-ranking vampire continued kneeling before Athena, reporting, Countess Athena, Count Saul has already finished inventorying the supplies in the transmission hall and is preparing to transport them back to Zone 5. Count Saul, at the mention of this name, Athena's expression showed a hint of displeasure. She inwardly shook her head. That glory-seeking fellow seemed eager to showcase himself in front of the prince. Good. Then let us defend against this wave of attacks from the outsiders. Zone 5 had accumulated a large amount of purple spatial crystal resources, and it was time to transport them all back. Seeing that the mission was about to be successfully completed, Atina's mood was rather good, so she wasn't bothered about competing with Saul for credit. Game for everyone. Starting with the zombie apocalypse, hang out at the 8th District Vampire headquarters. As they teleported into the lobby, Count Saul led the high-ranking vampires into the 8th District. Just stepping out of the teleportation channel, Count Saul immediately frowned. What's going on? Where is Angitas? Why can't he sense Angitas' presence? The two high-ranking vampires, guarding outside the teleportation channel, knelt down together and reported, Count Saul, Angitas has encountered some trouble. Duke Bellamy needs your help and hopes you can go to the 5th basement immediately. Angitas is the lifeblood of the vampires. Absolutely no room for errors. Understood. You all stay here. With that, Saul immediately transformed into bat form and flew quickly towards Angitas' location in the 5th basement. In the 5th basement, the Federal Elite team had been waiting for over half an hour. The large power supply had been installed, and the two high-level energy beam cannons were already set up and ready. Zhao Dongyang had painted several weakening magic arrays on the ceiling targeting the vampires, and blocking magic arrays were placed at the entrance to prevent the vampires from escaping. The North Federation players were hiding behind the large rock covers in the corners. Junhao patiently waited, occasionally glancing at Fang Heng in the pit. Will the vampires really come in batches, as Fang Heng claims, to their deaths? Let's hope so. At this moment, Fang Heng was quietly speaking with Lin Hans Heng and Zhao Dongyang. Well, it seems to be, so killing them will be necessary. As the group discussed, Fang Heng suddenly sensed something and immediately looked up. Everyone, the vampires are coming soon. Prepare for battle. Follow my hand signals for actions. Chenyu made a proper gesture towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng, be careful. The players held their breath as they stared at the entrance, waiting cautiously. In a moment, 3 bat-form vampires entered the cave from the outside. Huh? As they entered the cave, the 3 vampires immediately returned to their normal forms. Count Saul surveyed the environment inside the cave, feeling extremely surprised. Where is Angitas? Why can't Angitas suddenly be found? Suddenly, a giant sinkhole appeared where Angitas was originally. While Saul was still astonished, he noticed a vampire bat flying out of the sinkhole. Saul asked, Where is Angitas? What happened to Angitas? Fang Heng transformed into bat form and flew in front of Saul, saying in a deep voice, My lord, it seems we have encountered a bit of trouble. Angitas, Saul's brow furrowed, hurriedly asking, Speak, what happened to him? There has been an issue. Duke Bellamy hopes you take a look at this first, Fang Heng said, taking 2 steps forward and extending his hand towards Count Saul. Opening his palm, a staff appeared in Fang Heng's hand. Saul's pupils suddenly contracted. Vampire Spirit Staff. Why does he have it in his hand too? Attack. Seizing the moment, when Saul showed a shocked expression, Fang Heng shouted and fiercely slammed the Vampire Spirit Staff onto the ground. Saul realized something was wrong and tried to reach out towards Fang Heng. Buzz. A red ripple spread rapidly from the Vampire Staff landing point. Bang, bang, bang. The Federal Elite players ambushed inside the cave and behind the rock covers immediately launched an attack on Saul, countless cannons relentlessly targeting him. As agreed upon earlier, the Federal players didn't care about Fang Heng's life. A large part of the energy beams even directly passed through Fang Heng's body and struck Saul. Sealed by the silence effect of the vampire staff, Saul was completely unable to use his skills at that moment. He received a heavy barrage of energy beams and bullets, rapidly reducing his health. For a moment, Saul was stunned, and the 2 high-ranking vampires beside him were instantly killed. Stop the attack. Fang Heng had been closely monitoring Saul's health, watching it drop to about 1/3 of its original value. Zhao Dongyang, fast. The next moment, Zhao Dongyang and Lin Hans Heng opened the weakening magic array set at the top of the cave. Bang bang. The next moment, 8 fused behemoths leapt out of the sinkhole. They marched heavily, swinging iron chains and charging straight towards Saul. Huff! The iron chains cut through the air with a piercing sound. Bang! Saul was hit head-on by the iron chain, sending him flying to the side. Another fused behemoth followed, swinging the iron chain again at Saul. Bang bang! The 8 fused behemoths surrounded Saul, relentlessly attacking him with the iron chains. For a moment, the entire lobby echoed with the dull sounds of iron blocks hitting flesh. Game tips flashed quickly in Fang Heng's eyes. Tip: your zombie clone dealt 527 damage to the vampire count, Saul, and caused knockback effect. Tip: your zombie clone dealt 451 damage to the vampire count, Saul. The Federal elite players watching raised their guns cautiously as they witnessed the vampire count being beaten up, a sense of fear rising from within. Junhao also nervously swallowed and looked back at Chen Yu. The plan set by Fang Heng had indeed succeeded. Their subsequent actions were executed perfectly. Junhao didn't know what kind of magic Fang Heng had used to lead the vampire count to his death alone, but now, Junhao felt that these details were unimportant. The scene before him was this Fang Heng's twisted sense of humor. Despite being able to use ranged attacks to quickly kill the vampire count, why did he insist on using the fused behemoths to crush him? Out of revenge. Chen Yu also found it suspicious. Noticing Junhao's inquisitive look, he responded with a mysterious gaze. I understand, but I can't tell you the reason. Junhao furrowed his brow. Among the many players, Lin Hansheng and Zhao Dongyang exchanged careful glances. They had both seen through everything. The good friend, Fang Heng, was definitely reluctant to let go of the higher vampire's blood on Saul. When they were waiting for the vampires to arrive, Fang Heng repeatedly asked them how they could extract more blood marrow after killing the vampire count. After a simple discussion, they gave an answer. A non-lethal impactful blow was a good method that could ensure the highest retention of blood on the corpse. Additionally, many vampire skills are released through blood, and using skills would affect the quality of the blood inside the vampire count's body. Thus, it was best not to let them use skills before their death. Watching Fang Heng's hunting method, Lin Hansheng and Zhao Dongyang both felt a chill in their hearts almost simultaneously. A terrifying boss. Popular recommendation? Hey, Fang Heng watched as the game log continuously popped up, his eyes shining with excitement. Almost there. Watching as Soar's health gradually decreased, Fang Heng took out the Book of the Dead from his backpack. Here it is. Fang Heng had been waiting for this moment, and immediately infused his mental power into the Book of the Dead. In the next instant, a layer of gray covered his eyes. Fang Heng clearly saw soul slowly condensing from the body of Count Soar of the Blood Clan. Come to me. After losing the absorption effect of Angitis on souls, the Book of the Dead absorbed the soul very easily. The Book of the Dead released a faint attraction. Soar's soul followed the guidance of Fang Heng's Book of the Dead and smoothly entered it. Success. Fang Heng immediately closed the Book of the Dead, threw it into his backpack, and quickly walked to Soar's body. What's next? Fang Heng turned his head, waved to Zhao Dongyang and Lin Hansheng behind the cover. Hurry! What are you standing there for? Come over and help. Coming. Zhao Dongyang and Lin Hansheng showed expressions of agreement on their faces and quickly walked out from behind the cover. Rushing up, Fang Heng pointed at Soar's body surrounded by the fused tyrants in the center and asked, What's next? Need guidance? Zhao Dongyang looked at Lin Hansheng and hesitated for a moment. Honestly, the blood was not wasted, but the body had already been destroyed by the fused tyrants. I'll do it. Zhao Dongyang patted his cheek and walked slowly forward. He squatted down, first drawing a simple rune on Soar's wrist, then cutting a slit beneath the wrist rune with a small knife, and smoothly placing a glass bottle under the wound to collect the blood. Zhao Dongyang put away the knife, and his index finger lightly touched the rune. A faint red light flashed on the rune. Then, blood continuously gushed out from the freshly cut wound, pouring into the bottle. Impressive, truly a professional. Fang Heng's eyes lit up as he watched from the side and asked, This move is amazing. Where did you learn it? Can I learn it too? Zhao Dongyang wanted to say he couldn't learn it. However, Fang Heng was a different kind. Having been embarrassed numerous times, Zhao Dongyang became more cautious. Boss Fang, this move is a skill of demon hunters. Theoretically, it may conflict with blood clans. Alright, forget it then. Fang Heng felt somewhat regretful. While Zhao Dongyang was drawing blood, Fang Heng also walked forward to search for the equipment left behind by Sor after his death. Huh? HOW Fang Heng frowned. He bent down, reached out, and held the Blood Clan Spirit Staff that Count Sor had burst out after his death. Item: Blood Clan Spirit Staff. Description: Special item, soul binding, occupying a special backpack slot, cannot be discarded, guaranteed to drop upon death. Description: One of the 13 sacred artifacts of the Blood Clan, rumored to possess powerful power. When placed in the backpack, immediately grants +1 base agility, +1 base strength, +1 base vitality, blood affinity +3. Additional skill, silence. Description: This spirit staff bears a faint, -1 imprint. Each apocalypse has corresponding 13 sacred artifacts of the Blood Clan. Gathering 5 Blood Clan spirit staffs and undergoing Blood Clan ritual can synthesize a Blood Clan spirit staff. Additional description: High-quality Blood Clan spirit staffs have greater effects. After successfully synthesizing a high-quality spirit staff, all spirit staffs marked with inferior lose their effects. Additional description: The same name Blood Clan artifact counts only once for the set. Evaluating the attributes of the Blood Clan spirit staff in his hand, Fang Heng calculated a repetition. He carefully examined the description. The last Blood Clan artifact was from the 2nd zone, and this time it burst from the 8th zone. A bit of a loss. The additional effects of the 2 artifacts could not stack, and the set equipment count could not increase by 1. Thinking about it, Fang Heng decided to compare all the Blood Clan artifacts he had in his backpack. Except for the first time, he entered the 5th zone to disrupt the Night Owl plan and obtain the relic, which belonged to the 2nd zone. All the other Blood Clan artifacts were from the 8th zone. Based on this, if he hadn't guessed wrong, this batch of Blood Clans he was hunting were all from the 8th zone of the Blood Clan apocalypse. So next, killing the remaining 2 Blood Clan counts wouldn't have duplicates of the Blood Clan artifacts. Fang Heng played with the newly acquired Blood Clan spirit staff in his hand. There was also good news. The cooldown time of the Blood Clan staff's additional skill was 3 hours, and the cooldown time of the 2 staves did not overlap, so he could switch between the 2. Not bad at all. Carry on. Continue killing the counts. This wave of Blood Clans in the 5th zone must be wiped out, exposing their equipment, draining their blood, and seizing their souls. Meanwhile, federal players were unaware of what exactly was happening. They only saw Fang Heng slaughter the Blood Clan counts, extract their blood, and dismantle them. Watching Fang Heng's eyes turn red, the players felt a chill. The Realm Master of the 8th Zone was indeed a fellow more terrifying than rumored. Here, it's done. Zhao Dongyang lined up 7 large glass bottles filled with blood on the ground, and nodded to Fang Heng. These bloods contain high-intensity energy, the prime material for the blood marrow, top quality. Description: The blood of the blood count after death contains extremely potent Blood Clan energy, excellent quality. Description: You can extract blood power from it, enhancing your Blood Clan lineage skill experience. Description: This blood can be used to produce blood marrow and is also an excellent spellcasting material. Description: Players can use basic mysticism skills to analyze and retrieve more information from it. Chapter Popular Recommendation. Fang Heng checked the game instructions and then curiously looked towards Zhao Dongyang, his eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. And then, how do you make blood marrow? Huh, blood marrow. Zhao Dongyang had an innocent expression, waving his hands. Boss, I really don't know about this. I'm just a demon hunter. The creation of blood marrow is something the blood race does on their own. What bad intentions can a demon hunter have? At most, they just extract some blood and mess around with magic circles. Only someone like Fang Heng from the blood race would actually kill a blood race count alive, drain his blood forcefully to make blood marrow. Well, let's think of a solution later when we go back. Fang Heng, feeling helpless, shook the bottle in his hand. By the way, this thing won't spoil, right? In theory. Lin Hansheng uncertainly said, don't put it in direct sunlight. In the 5th district, the blood race side was unaware that Count Saul, who was supposed to return to the 7th district with supplies, was already dead. Wolke was outside the shelter, with Athena leading the blood race resistance against the attacks of outsiders. Everything was going smoothly. At this rate, in about an hour, the outsiders would completely lose their combat abilities. A blood bat flew from behind and landed behind the two, transforming into human form and half kneeling. My lords, speak. The god tree Angitis is in trouble. Duke Bellamy requires Lord Wolke to return immediately to the 7th district to provide assistance. Athena and Wolke frowned simultaneously. Angitis was in trouble again. Since it was Duke Bellamy's orders, plus Angitis was in danger, Wolke naturally wouldn't refuse. Athena, I leave this place to you. I'll go back to help, Wolke said, immediately leaving with some of his high-ranking blood race subordinates. Athena slowly diverted her gaze from the departing figures. She had a vague feeling that something wasn't right. Angitis was still in danger, and on Duke Bellamy's orders. That lord. She didn't seem to care much about the blood race in the past. Athena felt that the situation was very wrong. On the side, witnessing the events, Sekong Mao also said, do you suspect something too? I've received the latest news that the Federation has gathered a large number of troops. They seem to be launching an attack on the blood race headquarters in the 7th district, and I've heard some unreliable information. The Blood Prince may have already returned to the blood race world. Athena pondered. You're right. It doesn't seem right. I'll go take a look. Bam. Bang bang. Inside the cave, 8 fused tyrants were beating up the blood count Wolke. Junhao, from behind cover in the corner, watched as the scene he saw before replayed in full. When did the blood race become so foolish? They were really coming one by one to deliver themselves. Junhao mentally felt invigorated. He knew what Fang Heng was capable of. Junhao was very clear in his heart that the blood count was the core combat force of the blood race and this invading top force of the 7th district. Every death to the blood race was a huge blow. The more dead, the more advantage they had. Dim hints appeared in Fang Heng's retina. After completing the soul lock, Fang Heng closed the Book of the Dead again, following the same routine as the first time, successfully killing another blood count. Fang Heng felt gratified. High-level souls acquired. Blood race relic acquired. No difficulty, no risk. This is what playing a game is all about. If possible, it would be best to continue, sweeping through all 9 worlds of the blood race. Seeing the blood count fall, Zhao Dongyang rushed over again to help with blood extraction. Just like last time, Fang Heng also picked up the sacred relic boots dropped by the blood count on the ground, observing their specific attributes. Item, blood race relic, boots, description, special item, soulbound, occupying a special backpack slot, cannot be discarded, will drop upon death. Description, one of the 13 sacred relics of the blood race, rumored to possess powerful abilities, when placed in the backpack immediately grants +1 base agility, +1 base strength, +1 base stamina, blood affinity +3. Additional skill, levitation. Skill description, when activated, the player can temporarily float at a low altitude. Skill cost, mental power. Skill cooldown, 120 seconds. Description, it is rumored that the 13 sacred relics had a huge secret of the blood race. Obtaining more blood race relics combinations can provide additional effects. This skill was quite average. Putting the boots back in the backpack, Fang Heng suddenly sensed something, shifting his gaze to the other side. Another blood count was approaching. Came early, huh? Fang Heng thought. He had previously inquired with the high-ranking blood race personnel stationed at the headquarters. There were 3 count-level blood races guarding the 8th district. This should be the last one. Someone's coming. Retreat. Zhao Dongyang, still extracting blood, immediately grabbed the bottle he was halfway collecting and dodged to the back. A blood race in bat form entered the blood race headquarters. Transforming into human form, Athena stared at Fang Heng. She immediately recognized him. Fang Heng, it's you. Fang Heng also recognized Athena, puzzled. You actually remember me. Did you kill Wolke? Athena noticed Wolke's body on the ground. Her expression changed slightly. Looking up, she saw Angitis missing from the hall, instantly filled with doubt and uncertainty. She looked into Fang Heng's eyes with a hint of surprise. Where's Angitis? Why don't you guess? Fang Heng assessed the seductive figure of the blood count Athena in front of him. His to-blood weapons were already in cooldown, and he didn't know about her skills. How could he safely snatch the blood race relic from her, drain her blood, and absorb her soul? Chapter end. ReadingNovel.com. Updating the national game the fastest. Hang up the latest chapter starting from the zombie doomsday. Athena sensed Fang Heng's gaze and became extremely vigilant towards him. What did you do to Angites? Did you kill Walkley? How come you can possess the bloodline of the vampires? You have a lot of questions. Fang Heng took a half step forward, shrugged casually, and said, Actually, it's nothing much. Angites is in a good condition now. I just helped it change its home. And by the way, I have a question for you to ask. Change home? Athena frowned and asked in a deep voice, What do you mean? Allow me to introduce myself. I am the new owner of Angites. Fang Heng. Angites is now in my world. Rest assured, he is fine. Fang Heng said. Athena's pupils shrank, and an incredulous expression appeared in her eyes. Impossible. Moving homes is such a crazy thing. But everything she saw on the 5 underground layers told Athena that Angites must be in trouble. You are lying to me. Is it necessary? We are in this situation now. It seems you are not prepared to answer my questions. So stay here. Fang Heng waved his hand forward. Get them? Bang, bang, bang. Federal players lurking around simultaneously appeared, raising their guns and attacking Athena. Click, bang. Bullets hit Athena. Her body shattered before Fang Heng's eyes like a mirror. Fang Heng squinted his eyes. It's an illusion, Fang Heng. Lin Han's Heng popped his head out from behind a rock and shouted loudly at Fang Heng. That's her illusion. Her real body must be nearby. It's okay. She can't escape. Zhao Dongyang was prepared on the other side. He reached out and tapped on the wall beside him. The magic array set up at the entrance to the cave was instantly triggered. A red light curtain rose, completely sealing off the entrance to the cave. The gunfire ceased, and players remained on guard, attempting to search for Athena's real body. Athena's shattered illusion quickly reformed before Fang Heng's eyes. Everyone underestimated you, Fang Heng. Thank you for your compliment. Fang Heng quickly scanned around and controlled for fused body tyrants to block the entrance and exit of the grotto. He couldn't confirm the source of Athena's voice, so he tried to sense her true location using his perception. Zhao Dongyang, seeing this, began to set up a magic array in place. Brothers, protect me. I can set up a sensing magic array. She can't escape. Hearing this, federal players raised their guns and changed formations, tightly guarding Zhao Dongyang in the center. Fang Heng looked coldly at the illusion of Athena. You heard. She can't escape. Athena, who was hidden in the dark, changed her expression slightly. Having fallen to this point, she never thought about it originally. Faced with the situation now, Athena felt a bit doubtful. Until now, she was 70% convinced of Fang Heng's words. If Angites did indeed fall into a dormant state, this was something she had only seen in ancient texts a long time ago. She didn't think Fang Heng would fabricate even this detail. Oh? Not willing to answer, watching Athena's serious expression, Fang Heng shrugged and said nonchalantly, Forget it. I won't force you. But you seem different from those stupid bloodsuckers. Have you considered coming to work for me? Fang Heng, I admit your abilities exceed my expectations, but I will still do my best. Once the Duke returns... You mean net? Fang Heng waved his hand. Forget it, he's long gone. Impossible, you couldn't have killed him. Is that so? Then take a look at this. Feng Heng turned his wrist, displaying the bloodline belt that Net had burst from after his death in front of Athena. Seeing clearly the bloodline relic belt Feng Heng brought out, Athena was once again shocked. A bloodline relic belt. It was the bloodline relic belt owned by Net. Why was it in his hands? Could everything really be as he said? Athena's mind was a bit unsettled. If everything was true as Feng Heng claimed, the death of the Duke was not the most terrifying thing. If the blood tree Angetes was destroyed, it meant the entire blood clan would face disaster. Heh. Not only Net, but many others have died at my hands. Feng Heng continued to show off the bloodline relics, one by one from his backpack in front of Athena, like displaying treasures. Boots, spirits, headpieces, wrist guards. Seeing the bloodline relics constantly brought out by Feng Heng, Athena's face turned extremely pale. She confirmed that the bloodline relics Feng Heng displayed were all genuine. This meant ... Besides her and another marquis, who remained in the zombie doomsday area, all the bloodline marquises had died at Feng Heng's hands. The backbone of this blood clan's attack on the other world was nearly annihilated. Did this outsider really possess such powerful strength? Could it be true that Angetes was really lost to him ... Athena suddenly lifted her head and said in a low voice, Feng Heng, I admit your strength. I don't want to die. I'm willing to pledge allegiance to you. Feng Heng was stunned. Surrendered? Is it true? He originally wanted to try his luck, but he didn't expect Athena to really surrender. The players around who were on guard were also shocked. The Blood Clan Marquis surrendered just like that, and pledged allegiance to Feng Heng. Messages flashed across Feng Heng's retina. The website of books, updated fastest with the national game, hanging out the latest chapters from the zombie apocalypse. Seeing the game prompt on the retina, Feng Heng was stunned for a moment. Join the shelter. Just like an ordinary NPC, join the 8th District shelter as a survivor. Does the game have this setting? After the initial astonishment, Feng Heng quickly weighed the pros and cons. How sincere is Athena's surrender? Will she betray later? If Athena is genuinely loyal, it will definitely be advantageous for his subsequent looting plans. And, the most important point, Athena has a lot of information related to the Blood Clan. Let's give it a try. Are you greedy or not, you bastard? Feng Heng immediately made a decision. Athena, I am willing to accept your loyalty. It's time to show your sincerity. Bang! The mirror in front of Feng Heng shattered. On the right side of the cave, Athena emerged from a void. She slowly walked in front of Feng Heng, knelt on one knee, and performed the standard Blood Clan courtesy. Athena, I swear allegiance to you. Tell me, Athena, what made you choose to be loyal to me? Angitus is our god tree. Without the protection of Angitus, the power of all blood clans will continue to weaken until exhausted. Initially, the Elder Council could use secret methods to maintain it for a period. After that, the overall strength of the blood clan will decrease significantly. We will all die. Strength greatly weakened. Death. Feng Heng felt this was excellent news. Athena said, extending her right hand in front of her eyes. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A squirming, a red eyeball prosthetic was held in Athena's hands. She, still in a kneeling posture, respectfully handed one of the 13 sacred objects of the Blood Clan, an eyeball, to Feng Heng. Master, I hope it proves my loyalty. Athena didn't want to die. Compared to life, what were mere Blood Clan sacred objects? Item, Blood Clan sacred object. Blood gaze. Description, special item, soul-bound, occupying a special backpack slot, cannot be discarded, will definitely drop upon death. Description, one of the 13 sacred objects of the Blood Clan, rumored to possess great power, upon being placed inside a backpack, immediately increases base agility +1, base strength +1, base stamina +1, blood affinity +3. Additional skill, piety. Skill description, gain additional bonuses using Blood Clan spells. Description, it is rumored that the 13 sacred objects hide a huge secret of the Blood Clan. Obtaining more Blood Clan sacred objects combinations can bring extra effects. Feng Heng quickly scanned the attribute capabilities accompanying the sacred object's right eye. Mediocre. For Athena, the sacred object could enhance her overall strength, but Feng Heng had no use for it at all. Alright, treat it as a prop to boost attributes. Storing away the Blood Clan sacred object, Feng Heng looked at Athena. Very well, Athena, I accept your loyalty. You will not regret this choice. Yes. Respected Master. Blood Clan Countess, Athena. Rating, S level, 27. Current loyalty, 37. Indeed, Athena's loyalty was very low. According to the game setting, with her current loyalty, there was a possibility of Athena defecting. Feng Heng remembered seeing some tests regarding NPC loyalty on the internet in the past. NPCs in the main God game possessed intelligence close to humans and were not just simple game settings. In the past, most online games followed internal logic settings. The program would conduct a random judgment when the NPC went on a mission, with the likelihood of defection increasing as loyalty decreased. However, in the main God game, it was entirely different. NPC behaviors exhibited strong personal emotional tendencies and individual logical thinking. Sometimes, even with low loyalty, considering multiple factors comprehensively, they would never betray. Get up. Athena, Feng Heng thought, continuing to ask, Athena, you have not answered my previous question. How can I awaken the dormant angitis? I'm sorry, Master. I only saw some descriptions about dormancy in the library of the Elder Council. The specific awakening ritual is very complex, requiring many sacrificial materials. I can't remember it. I need to find that book. Feng Heng frowned. Okay. Athena, it is not urgent to awaken angitis. We have plenty of time to do it slowly. Now, I need you to do two things immediately. Athena bowed again. Please command. First, return to the 5th district, stop actively attacking the outside, and let the Blood Clan move all resources from the 5th district to the 7th district. Second, the passage to the Blood Clan world can still be opened. I need you to open the teleportation passage back to the Blood Clan world. Try to lure some batches of Blood Clan here from the Blood Clan world. Be careful not to be detected by the enemy that you have defected. Feng Heng stared at Athena. I believe with your abilities, you can do it. Hearing this, Athena was surprised again. She confirmed with Feng Heng. You mean let me alone go back to the Blood Clan world? Feng Heng nodded? Yes. Athena was puzzled. Allow her to return to the Blood Clan world like this. Was Feng Heng not worried about her defecting? Or did he simply not care? As you wish, respected master. Without further ado, Athena immediately transformed into a bat and flew out of the cave. This way was better. She could take the opportunity to check Angida's situation by returning to the Blood Clan world. Watching Athena leave, Zhao Dongyang was dumbfounded. He approached, whispering, Hey, Boss Fang. Are you really just letting her go? What if she runs away? What else can be done? Except the loss. Feng Heng had already figured it out. After all, Athena's basic loyalty was too low, and he didn't have much time to slowly rebuild Athena's loyalty to a safe level. This time, think of it as a test for Athena. Let her go back to the Blood Clan world and test whether she will return. If she fails, he would lose a high-level soul and 3 large bottles of blood. Next time they encountered Athena, they could find a way to kill her again. It also prevented being backstabbed by Athena in critical moments in the future. If he won the bet, at least this wave was a profit. As for whether he could trust Athena afterwards, that would depend on later. With that in mind, Feng Heng patted Zhao Dongyang's shoulder. Hurry up, continue drawing blood. We have more work to do. Oh, okay. Shen Yu, standing behind Feng Heng, also looked confused. He walked up to Feng Heng and asked, Feng Heng, what's going on? Good news. Pass the message to the Qianyun commander in the 5th district to cease the attack on the Blood Clan. Continue preparing for battle with the Blood Clan. They must pay a price, right? I suppose. Chen Yu blinked, indicating he didn't understand. National Game, Idle Hanging Game, Chapter 641, Crystal Blood Clan World. Zone 8. The moment Athea walked out of the teleportation gate, her expression changed several times. she still couldn't sense the presence of angitis. From this moment on, Althea was completely convinced. Angitis had been taken over by Fang Heng. What should she choose? Althea quickly weighed her options in her mind. Sir, the Elder Council is holding an emergency meeting. Mr. Kui from the Elder Council asks you to return immediately and report back to the Elder Council. A high-ranking Blood Clan member knelt down. Althea coldly raised her head. Looking at him, there's an emergency with angitis. Immediately mobilize your team and go support in the underground cave. The high-ranking Blood Clan member lifted his head. Understood. Wait, it's urgent. No need to inform the Elder Council. Mobilize your personnel immediately for support. Understood. In the 5th level underground cave, federal players lay in ambush in the rocky cave, waiting for the arrival of the Blood Clan. Hint, Althea's loyalty to you has increased to 40. Huh? Seeing the hint flashing through his retina, Fang Heng felt strange. He had prepared for the possibility of Althea betraying them. So why did Althea's loyalty suddenly increase again? Fang Heng, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Zhang Lei saw Fang Heng's unusual look and asked, Nothing. Just thinking about something. Let's continue preparing for battle. Since the game didn't hint at Althea's betrayal, everything seemed normal. That's the good thing about the game system. Thinking, Fang Heng raised his gun and aimed it at the door. After a moment, there was the sound of wings fluttering outside. They're here. The Blood Clan group. Fang Heng felt excited. Alright. This bet paid off. Federal elite players felt their heartbeats quicken as they heard the sound coming from outside. They tightened their grip on their guns, until the Blood Clan group entered the rock cave, entering into their encirclement circle. Fire! Chen Yu shouted. Players from the eastern region hiding behind cover all appeared, raising their automatic rifles to shoot wildly at the bats hovering in the air. Bang! Bang bang bang! The sound of gunfire filled the air, and the Blood Clan members fell from the sky. The ceiling-dwelling lickers and vine zombies pounced on the fallen Blood Clan members, attacking ferociously. Thud! Thud thud! 8 fused tyrants leapt out from the side holes, stepping into the battlefield and sealing the cave entrance tightly with their bodies. Trapping the enemy, Fang Heng also raised his sniper rifle, aiming at the high-ranking Blood Clan members in the team for assassination. Rows of game hints flash rapidly on his retina. Hint, your zombie clone received 263 damage. Hint, your zombie clone dealt 491 damage to the high-ranking Blood Clan member and caused them to enter a retreat state. Hint, your zombie clone killed the mid-level Blood Clan member and gained a complete evolution crystal *1. Bang! Fang Heng took down a low-health high-ranking Blood Clan member with a shot, then turned and shouted loudly to Chen Yu, who was commanding the team. Chen Yu, do me a favor. All the first-tier evolution crystals from the loot will be mine. Alright, no problem. Chen Yu didn't think too much about it and just nodded in response to Fang Heng's request. It's just loot, right? As long as they could drive the Blood Clan back, what did the loot matter? Huh? Wait, Chen Yu suddenly felt something strange and turned to look sharply at Fang Heng. Upon careful consideration, he felt that something was amiss. Vaguely, he remembered the time when he first met Fang Heng, when they were killing zombies in the Town of Hope. Did he plan to kill this group of Blood Clans from the start to earn evolution crystals? No way, no way. Chen Yu shook his head, quickly pushing away these strange thoughts in his mind and focusing on commanding the team to kill the Blood Clan group. On the side, Zi Junhao stared silently at the battlefield filled with fierce fighting, not saying a word. The mighty fused tyrants, along with a large number of lickers and zombies. This was the power of the Zone Lords of Zone 7 and 8. Just the terrifying combat power displayed by these zombies was enough to make Zi Junhao feel anxious. Comparing with the data collected earlier, Fang Heng's true strength far exceeded the data by a large margin. Assuming that in a battle between the zombie apocalypse and their post-apocalyptic world, Fang Heng's zombies would be much more effective than their mutated beasts from the post-apocalyptic world, with higher strength and especially tenacious vitality. Evaluating the combat power of the zombies, Zi Junhao felt increasingly worried. There was a significant gap in raw power, with less than a 10% chance of winning. After about 10 minutes, the last high-ranking Blood Clan member was killed by a slap from the fused tyrant. Great! With the cooperation of the zombie group, they successfully wiped out a small wave of Blood Clan teams without any casualties, boosting the morale of the Federal team players. Feng Heng waved his hand over the scattered evolution crystal bodies on the ground. Red stars slowly merged into his arm print. Hint: players receive 62 shards of evolution crystal, 32 complete evolution crystals, 18 first-tier evolution crystals, 5 second-tier evolution crystals. There was a chance that high-ranking Blood Clan members would drop complete crystallized crystals, first-tier evolution crystals, and second-tier evolution crystals, while mid-level Blood Clan members had an extremely low chance of dropping first-tier evolution crystals. The total number of players in a Blood Clan team was approximately 500, with around 100 high-ranking Blood Clan members, estimated to earn about 20 first-tier evolution crystals per round. Excellent. Let's keep going. As long as they could keep going, it would be done in over 100 more rounds. Simple. After swiftly cleaning up the battlefield and having the zombie clones hide again, Feng Heng turned to Chen Yu, saying, "Chen Yu, get ready. The next wave of enemies will be coming soon." "Alright, understood." During the break, Zi Junhao approached Feng Heng and whispered, "Feng Heng, energy beam weapons are different from regular weapons. They consume a lot of energy. The amount of ammunition we brought is limited. I need to estimate the number of enemies to better allocate ammunition use and maintain sufficient combat power." Right. There's also the supplies. Feng Heng rubbed his chin. Considering the long battle ahead, player supplies were indeed troublesome. What if they ran out of bullets or got hungry halfway through the monster grind? Feng Heng looked at Chen Yu and said, "There are a lot of Blood Clan members. We need to be prepared for long-term combat. We have to contact Su Hongtao and have him figure out a way to transport more ammunition here." Hung Zi Junhao was initially surprised, then chuckled. Feng Heng really didn't see the Blood Clans as humans. They were deep inside the Blood Clan headquarters now, and did he really think supplies could be transported that easily? Chen Yu also paused. Out of bullets. Really? Title: National Game. Hanging out from the Zombie Apocalypse. Volume 642 of the dissertation. Chapter of Liverache. Just as Feng Heng was immersed in grinding monsters, Sikong Mao, who remained in the 5th district of the zombie apocalypse, also noticed a problem. Several vampire marquises who left the 5th district never returned. Even more peculiarly, the whole vampire sanctuary has taken a defensive stance towards the outside world. Strangely enough, the Federation also adopted a defensive posture, constantly reinforcing temporary sanctuaries outside. What is going on? Vampires were still continuously transporting mineral resources to the 5th district and not allowing anyone to approach. Vampires, not very reliable. Sikong Mao felt a strange unease in his heart. He made up his mind and quickly headed towards the vampire warehouse below. For safety's sake, he decided to take a more secure approach. The group of vampires continuously entering the underground 5th layer caverns were hunted for an entire day. It wasn't until 3:30 in the early morning of the next day that the vampires finally stopped appearing. Watching the vampires no longer pouring out of the cave entrance, the Federation players felt no joy of victory, but mechanically assumed a combat posture. The high intensity of monster grinding had strained them for half a day and night. It was fine at the beginning, but now, as they continued to battle, the player's mental state was reaching its limit. Zi Junhao sipped a mouthful of coffee, commanding the team to remain vigilant, and looked to the commander, Chen Yu, for confirmation. From the bottom of his heart, Zi Junhao admired Feng Heng. He really did what he said he would. He actually had people bring resources from headquarters far away. This included boxes of coffee and compressed biscuits, truly not treating vampires as humans. Of course, what impressed Zi Junhao the most was Feng Heng's methods. He could actually control the number of vampires, luring them in waves, and then systematically eliminating the vampire's living forces. How did he manage to do that? After enduring for so long, Chen Yu's eyes were bloodshot. When he noticed Zi Junhao's gaze, he hesitated for a moment, blinked in confusion, and then gestured toward Fang Heng with his chin. Is it over? Oh. Chen Yi finally realized that the vampire group had stopped appearing for a while, so he turned to Fang Heng beside him. Chen Yu's expression stiffened. Fang Heng, at this moment, seemed not at all fatigued. On the contrary, he appeared lively, yet his eyes betrayed a strange sense of disappointment and anticipation. More, please. Fang Heng was currently fixated on the entrance to the cave, feeling both anticipation and anxiety. After hours of effort, he had successfully ground 1,099 first-tier evolution crystals. Only the last 105 evolution crystals were needed to level up. But just as he was close to upgrading, the vampires stopped coming. So frustrating. Chen Yu cleared his throat lightly, pondered for a moment, and asked, Fang Heng, is it almost time? Yes, it's about time. Fang Heng sighed inwardly. It had already been 15 minutes, and it seemed the vampires were not going to continue coming. The fact that he could grind for this long had surprised Fang Heng immensely. Initially, he thought that fooling the vampires for 2 or 3 hours would suffice. But it turned out that Adia was reliable. Let's take a break here. There will be one last batch of vampires later, and I will bring them over personally. Understood. Fang Heng decided to go to the teleportation hall alone to check the situation. Transforming into bat form, Fang Heng returned to the vampire headquarters teleportation hall. Inside the hall, everything was normal. Noticing Fang Heng's arrival, a senior vampire approached and saluted. My Lord Marquis. Fang Heng responded with a light sound, surveying his surroundings. The vampires were methodically guarding within the passage. Only Adia was missing. Also, the teleportation passage leading to the vampire apocalypse had ceased operation. What happened to the teleportation passage? My Lord Marquis, about 10 minutes ago, the teleportation passage on the other side unilaterally ceased transmission. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. The vampires had stopped the transmission. Had they realized they were being deceived? Where is Adia? My Lord Marquis, Adia has returned to the vampire apocalypse and has not come back temporarily. Fang Heng felt a somewhat ominous premonition and quickly checked the game logs. There was no mention of Adia betraying or lowering her loyalty in the logs. Judging from this, it was possible she encountered a sudden situation and couldn't get away. With Adia's intelligence, she should know how to protect herself and not easily reveal herself as a mole. Fang Heng thought, his gaze scanning the piled resources in the hall and the last group of vampires left in the teleportation hall. Unfortunately, these vampires were still not enough to gather the remaining 105 first-tier evolution crystals. Nonetheless, he couldn't waste them. Whatever amount he could get, they would grind together. I understand. Angitas in the 5th underground level is in danger and needs support. Everyone, go down to support. Yes, understood. Without hesitation, the vampires followed Fang Heng's command, transforming into bat form to head towards Angitas in the lower level to provide support. Once all the vampires had left, Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief. He then removed the bomb he had installed from the large space-tearing device. Benevolent vampires, he decided to keep the large space-tearing device. After occupying the shelter, that device would be useful for transporting resources back to the 8th district. Fang Heng had already planned for it. After all, the 8th district was in beginner mode and storing things there was safer. In the future, important resources would be stockpiled in the 8th district for reliability. As for the 7th district, Fang Heng hadn't figured out how to handle it yet. However, in a moment, a game prompt was refreshed on Fang Heng's retina. Prompt: players have defeated the invasion from the vampire world. Prompt: player has obtained control permission for the 7th district. The player can operate the 7th district on the interface. Prompt: detected that the player simultaneously holds control permits for 2 worlds. The player can choose to retain 2 worlds simultaneously or choose a main world to merge with a secondary world. After merging, the main world's area will increase, world resources will be compatible, and the secondary world will disappear. Prompt: you must choose a main world. You can choose another player as the agent for the secondary world, who will have control permission for the secondary world. Prompt: please select the current world mode. Feng Heng read the game instructions, pondered for a moment, then directly switched the world mode to peace and cancelled the world merger. Merging the worlds didn't seem to offer any rewards and seemed unnecessary. Most importantly, if the beginner mode of the 8th district were to be refreshed after merging, it would be a big loss. So he chose to keep the 7th district for now, since it might come in handy later on. Thinking this, Feng Heng stretched lazily, opened the world interface, searched for Jikayabe, and kicked out all players named Jikayabe from the 7th district. Feeling a bit tired, he decided to hang on a bit longer. After transferring all resources back to the 8th district, he could log off and rest. With that in mind, Feng Heng took a sip of coffee, thinking of adjusting the space-tearing device to connect to the 8th district. National game. Starting from the zombie apocalypse, hooking up Bacon's Chapter 643. Has victory been achieved? In the 5-story underground cave, after defeating the last wave of blood vampires, Chen Yu was a bit stunned. Captain Chen, a message from Feng Heng has come. He has already taken control of the control room, confirmed the evacuation of all blood vampires from the 7th area, and we have taken over the control permit of the entire blood vampire headquarters. The teleportation channel has been closed, and the blood vampire reinforcements can no longer enter the 7th area. Report. Captain Chen, Commander Ganyuan from the 5th area sent a message. They have completely occupied the blood vampire transmission point in the 5th area, but after a preliminary screening, a large amount of resources in the 5th area, plundered by the blood vampires, have already been transferred by the blood vampires. Chen Yu nodded. So, have they won this battle? Inside the underground cave, players who received the news of victory were also somewhat dazed, just like Chen Yu. The extended periods of battles had somewhat numbed them. After a while, everyone realized that they had taken control of the entire blood vampire headquarters sanctuary. The blood vampires were defeated. The teleportation channel was also closed. They had won. Good. We've won. Teams 1 and to enter the control room to meet up with Feng Heng. Teams 3 and for maintain vigilance, and the rest are relieved from alert and rest on the spot. With Chen Yu's command, the federal players, who had come back to their senses, were too tired to celebrate. Even though the elite federal players, none of them wanted to celebrate this hard-earned victory. Battle fatigue had set in. Chen Yu's smile couldn't hide his satisfaction. This collaboration with Feng Heng had been so successful, killing so many blood vampires, thoroughly destroying the Night Owl's plan, and driving the blood vampires back to the blood vampire apocalypse. The superiors would be extremely pleased with this outcome. Chen Yu was already considering how to write the operational report after returning. On the side, Zi Junhao furrowed his brows slightly. How had they suddenly won? Upon careful consideration, it seemed like he had been used by Feng Heng again. Oh well, Zi. Junhao was tired as well. He shook his head, not wanting to think about these matters anymore. It was time to go back and report. At least this time, he had figured out Feng Heng's strength in the 8th area. Indeed, very strong. Strong enough to be terrifying. Thinking about this, Zi Junhao suddenly smiled. He was looking forward to it. He had already received information in advance that the zombie apocalypse would be involved in the next realm upgrade. He couldn't wait to see those arrogant guys witness Feng Heng's strength firsthand. Feng Heng would definitely make them pay. What did it matter if he was unlucky alone? It would be a shared misfortune. So, the resources plundered from the 5th area were never delivered to the blood vampire apocalypse in the 8th area. That's correct. The blood vampire apocalypse did not receive any resources, and in addition, the 8th area was heavily damaged, unable to provide us with effective support for the time being. And they have requested assistance from us. Damn it. Damn. Jikayabe fiercely pounded the wall with his fists, venting his anger. He inwardly cursed his inadequacy. Once again, he had failed in the face of Feng Heng. Failure after failure. Unwilling, oppressed, angry. Since encountering Feng Heng, He had never had a single smooth operation. Alright, one stroke of luck in our misfortune. I managed to obtain some purple space crystals from the blood vampires when withdrawing. I left them outside the shelter in the 5th area, and the Federals shouldn't be able to find them. Jikayube looked up, surprised. Really? Yes. Sekong Mao nodded and said in a deep voice, the quantity is limited. So, we can only make do with them. At least there was some good news. It seemed that his allies from the Night Owls could be trusted after all. He regretted trusting the blood vampires. He should have kept more hidden. Jikayube took a deep breath, reminding himself not to let emotions cloud his judgment. Okay, I will arrange for the resources to be transported out in batches. Jikayube immediately began to make the next arrangements, calculating, player backpacks cannot carry large quantities of ore resources, so it may take some time. The number of purple space crystals is not enough to guarantee a 100% success rate. We can't wait. Sekong Mao shook his head repeatedly, looking at Jikayube. I have just seen the leader. They are getting impatient. They have invested a lot of resources, and it's hard for us to explain. After the crystals are all transported, we will immediately activate the plan. As for the remaining ores, they will figure it out. Humph. Jikayube spat out disdainfully to the side. Dogs biting dogs. On the 3rd day at noon, Fang Heng, who had slept for more than a day in real life, returned to the game. After a day of renovation, the shelter left by the blood vampires had been completely taken over by the illegal gaming guild, and the initial construction had been completed. The large space rupture device in the teleportation hall had also been connected to the 8th area. When he entered the game, the space-time channel had been fully activated. To avoid prolonging the dream at night, Fang Heng began to control his zombie avatars to transport the goods back to the 8th area. The resources painstakingly looted by the blood vampires from the 5th area naturally fell into Fang Heng's hands. Tezen from the illegal gaming guild watched on the side, feeling pleased. Since the news of the defeat of the blood vampires had spread, property prices in the 7th area had begun to rise. From now on, his partner would be the ruler of the 7th area. Who dared to oppose him? This investment had truly paid off. Chen Yu also felt like this was a windfall. Due to their excellent performance in this operation, his superiors had already decided to promote him to the overall commander of the 7th area. The official appointment was in progress and was expected to come down in the next 2 days. Watching the goods being sent back to the 8th area, Fang Heng finally had some time to take stock of the gains and losses of this operation. Firstly, the 7th area provided him with an exclusive hidden skill, a huge gain. The skill Eternal Moon had been tested in battle and was very useful. Moreover, it was a growing skill, with its strength increasing with personal base attribute improvements. It had great potential. Secondly, there was the blood vampire god tree, Aungataz. This god tree was a bit of a problem. Despite the great effort to bring it back to the 8th area, it was still in a dormant state, with only about 10% of its power being activated. Not cool. There was also Athea. Up to now, Fang Heng hadn't seen Athea return to the 7th area, and there were no messages in the game logs indicating Athea's rebellion or death. It seemed that Athea was temporarily trapped as well. He hoped she was safe. Originally, he had wanted to find a breakthrough to awaken Aungataz from Antia. In this case, perhaps the next step would be to go to the blood vampire apocalypse to find Athea and, incidentally, find a way to awaken Aungataz in the blood vampire world. Aungataz, troublesome. Fang Heng was scratching his head, thinking about it. The teleportation screen of the space rupture device flickered with a ripple. End of translation. National Game. Hook start from the Zombie Apocalypse, Chapter 644. Don't Charge. Mojoe walked out from the transmission channel. He looked around and then excitedly waved towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng, I've been looking for you for a long time. Turns out you're here. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. What's up? Did Angelitas make a new discovery? Not exactly. It's Victor. He made a major discovery and wants you to come check it out. Victor. Fang Heng was startled, then suddenly realized. Right. The 4th tier spatial rupture device. After killing numerous vampire counts and blood puppets before upgrading to the 4th tier, the high-energy evolution crystals necessary for upgrading the teleportation channel had been collected and handed over to Victor to upgrade the channel. Calculating the time, Victor should have just finished. Perfect. Go see Victor's construction results. Feng Heng nodded immediately. Alright, let's go. The two returned to the 8th District Teleportation Hall through the light screen. Victor was tinkering with the space-time teleportation device. When he saw Feng Heng return, he wiped the oil stains from his cheek with his sleeve. Feng Heng, you're here. Victor was in a very good mood. Speaking with a smile, I have some good news to tell you. Mr. Q has developed the latest antivirus serum, and Angel's condition has stabilized. She woke up for a while yesterday, and Mr. Q said she should fully wake up in a few more days. Really? That's great. Feng Heng's mood suddenly lightened. Indeed. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you back then, Victor smiled. Forget about the past. Come and see this. I've modified the space rupture device according to the blueprint. Its maximum power has been increased. Now we can easily travel between various temporal anchors, saving a lot of construction and positioning time. The frequency of passing through the transmission channel in a short period of time can also be enhanced. Game tips flashed on Feng Heng's retinas. Tip: you have completed the upgrade of the 4th tier spatial rupture device, and your shelter level has been additionally increased. Tip: your researchers are inspired, gaining a special status. Genuine cooperation. Loyalty of all personnel has increased. Some researchers have gained experience points. Some researchers have leveled up. Research and construction speeds have been further increased. Huh? Feng Heng opened the shelter tab to check. Nearly all the shelter members' loyalty was full, and even the recently surrendered Adia's loyalty had increased by 12 points. It was an additional piece of good news. Thinking about it, Feng Heng once again observed the attributes of the space rupture device. Item: large spatial rupture device. Current level: LV 4. Current level effect 1. Permanently shorten the positioning time of branch rippers. Reduce channel positioning construction time. Current level effect 2. The current large spatial rupture device can be used to transmit across regions, performing large-scale transfer and reducing the time needed for connection and positioning. Current level effect 3. Player Feng Heng receives an additional 3 Space Leap backpack slots. Feng Heng carefully checked the instructions. Compared to the 3rd level, the 4th level channel only seemed to improve transport efficiency. It doesn't seem very strong. Well, at least having 2 additional Space Leap slots is still quite valuable. It eased his urgent needs to some extent. Just as Feng Heng was thinking, Victor spoke again. Oh, besides that, while working on the modifications, I also found something very interesting that you'll be interested in. Interesting thing. These past few days, while you were away, I asked Mojaway for some materials in advance and made a temporary prototype in the storage room. Let me take you to see. Saying that, Victor led Feng Heng to the storage room outside the teleport hall. This is. Opening the door, Feng Heng was immediately stunned to see the very familiar mechanical metal teleportation circle. Mechanical teleportation disc, a derivative product of the space rupture device, suitable for single-person teleportation, greatly reducing energy consumption. Also, it's small in size and easy to build and maintain. Victor introduced the various advantages of the mechanical teleport disc to Feng Heng. From now on, if we need to perform single-person transfers, we won't have to spend a lot of effort opening the transmission channel every time. Right now, the power of the rupture device can be bound to up to 12 teleport discs. After the spatial rupture device is upgraded, the number of bound teleport discs can continue to increase. Wow, brilliant! Victor even created a metal teleport disc. Feng Heng thought that rescuing Victor was indeed the right decision. The metal teleport disc was something Feng Heng had seen at the Dark Knight headquarters at the beginning. Before Feng Heng could examine it closely, several game tips quickly flashed in his retinas. Tip: player has unlocked the 4th tier time-space channel. Tip: Player identity as Realm Lord confirmed. Tip. Player unlocked. Tariff system. Tariff system related instructions. Explanation 1. All players belonging to the 7th and 8th regions of the zombie apocalypse can use mechanical teleport discs for temporal transmission. Explanation 2. The player can expend realm points for the transfer, carrying up to 5 backpack slots of items at most. Explanation 3. Current transferable areas: Zombie Apocalypse Regions 1 to 7, Vampire Apocalypse Region 9, and Wasteland Apocalypse Region 11. Explanation 4. Maximum number of persons to be transferred in a single target world. 3. Additional note: players can try to increase the level of the space rupture device, unlock more carrying backpack slots, gain more transfer length, and achieve more transfer target points. Additional note: 50% of the realm points consumed for transfer by players will be provided as tariff income to the Realm Lord. Warning: this transfer method will be considered covert invasion, and players cannot enter the game world under novice mode. Whoa! Seeing this game prompt, Feng Heng was shocked. So, this is what the tariff means. Great stuff. Feng Heng's eyes lit up instantly. So, the purpose of the tariff is to encourage players to wreak havoc in various worlds. Who cares? The key good news is that besides the zombie apocalypse, the current transfer target points include the vampire apocalypse and wasteland apocalypse options as well. Not thinking too much about it, according to the game's instructions, Feng Heng could currently only transfer to the single big regions of the wasteland apocalypse and vampire apocalypse. It is estimated that he would need to wait until the next upgrade before he could unlock more options. Theoretically, after upgrading the space rupture device by 1 or 2 more levels, he could go to any channel in the initial world. Great. Off to grab all their resources. 7017K. Apart from this, can players from District 7 and District 8 also use this channel? Do they have to pay themselves each time they enter? Isn't this like making money while lying at home? Just the thought of it makes Feng Heng feel exhilarated. Huh? Open to the public. Feng Heng carefully reads the instructions again. The Realm Master can set the usage mode of the transmission disk. The first is the private mode, only accessible to the Realm Master. The second is the authorized mode, where only the Realm Master and players authorized by the Realm Master can use the transmission. The third is a public mode that anyone can use directly. Currently, the foundation of District 8 is still too weak. To avoid abuse by those with ill intentions, it's better to temporarily restrict external access. After some thought, Feng Heng decides to temporarily adjust it to the authorized mode. He then suddenly turns his head and looks at Victor. His eyes gleam with excitement. Victor, you are a genius. Ha ha ha. Feng Heng, my daughter has always praised me like that. Victor laughs heartily, looking at the newly developed metal transmission disc with a sense of pride. A wonderful guy, isn't it? Who could argue with that? Feng Heng is secretly pleased. It's still Night Owl who has foresight. What's the point of just looting things from the zombie apocalypse that affect oneself? Real men should go and grab resources from other worlds. Victor is unaware of what Feng Heng is thinking. His eyes shine with excitement as he continues. Feng Heng, do you know, I've also studied the upgrade diagram you gave me for the level 5 rift device. As long as we have all the resources, I can immediately start building it. Once we reach level 5, we can find more time anchors to explore the entire world. Yes, explore the whole world. Loot the entire world. Feng Heng also gets excited thinking about it. Rift device, level 5. Upgrade requirements. High-level mechanical drive * 27. Energy solidifier * 999. Special grade metal chromium * 763. Feng Heng quickly scans the requirements. Lots of resources needed in detail. The difficulty is at least doubled from the level for upgrade, with a large portion of resources that he has never heard of before. Feng Heng ponders for a moment, feeling not too anxious about it. All the resources in District 7 and District 8 are under his control, so he must do his best to gather them. After all, he can't even build a level 5 rift device. However, The final few upgrade requirements make him somewhat concerned. High Energy Evolution Crystal * 33. High Energy Evolution Crystal * 33. High Energy Evolution Crystal * 33. Similar to the purple space crystals that Night Owl previously searched for. Purple corresponds to the zombie apocalypse world, blue to the vampire apocalypse world, and green to the wasteland apocalypse world. This challenge seems quite tough. Patience is key. He must find ways to collect them gradually. Fang Heng notes down the upgrading of the space channel in his notebook. Victor, I think the world is full of crises. Taking the initiative and controlling the future in our hands. Expanding the Rift device is up to you. Mojaway will fully support you in collecting resources. Fang Heng pats Victor's shoulder and says, for the sake of exploring a broader world. Yes, we have always believed in you, Fang Heng. After convincing Victor, Fang Heng heads towards the underground laboratory. One of the biggest gains of this mission is Engideth. He wonders if Qiu Yao Kong has made any discoveries, hoping to find a way to awaken Engideth. Fang Heng contemplates as he walks. With the permission to use the level for Rift device, he can indeed explore the vampire world and inquire about reviving Engideth. Unfortunately, only District 9 of the vampire world is currently open, while Ataya is in District 8. Otherwise, he could have gone to search for Ataya in District 8 of the vampire world, making it easier to find a way to revive Engideth. Upon closer thought, the current metal transmission disc can only send individuals to District 9 of the vampire world and District 11 of the wasteland world, the last two regions to open. It has been several years since the server opening, well past the beginner stage. It is likely part of the game's design. While pondering, Fang Heng hears a commotion in the distance. Oh my, how dare you do this? Blasphemy. This is blasphemy against art. God will punish you. Upon hearing the screaming, Fang Heng immediately feels a headache. Sandy, the great artist, he had previously spent a huge sum to build an art gallery within the shelter, consuming a lot of their resources, only to discover, well, not much effect. Great tree, how dare you treat this miracle like this? You will face retribution. Stepping into the laboratory, Fang Heng sees Sandy loudly wailing, in a mournful state, his voice hoarse. You will be the criminals of history. You will be written into textbooks and scorned by future generations. Hey, what are you doing? Extracting samples. After he is like this, you still extract samples. Are you even human? Sandy, full of frustration, rushes forward trying to stop the researchers extracting samples. Qiu Yao Kong, who was discussing research projects with Ding Min, is disturbed by the noise. He turns his head, casting a cold glance at Sandy. Too noisy. If this continues, I will ask you to leave. Sandy glares at Qiu Yao Kong, full of resentment but powerless. He had already been dragged out by two security guards several times before. Fang Heng. Seeing Fang Heng entering, Sandy seems to see a savior. Excitedly shouting, he rushes forward, screaming, Fang Heng, look at them. Look at the stupid things they have done. Stupid things. Ding Min yawns and reminds. Sandy, you better watch your words. The captain is around. Engideth was turned into this state by the captain. What? Captain, are you referring to Fang Heng? Sandy is surprised, continuing. Impossible. Fang Heng is not that kind of person. I know him very well. His respect for art far exceeds your imagination. Oh, is that so? Ding Min looks at Fang Heng with a playful expression. Ahem. Fang Heng remains composed, reaching out to pat Sandy's shoulder, saying, Sandy, I understand your pursuit of art. We need to extract samples from Engideth for research, in order to find a way to awaken it. It's all because they moved the miracle in such a rough way. They know nothing. Frustrated, Sandy approaches the trunk of Engideth, delicately touching it, lamenting, such a great piece of art. It didn't need healing in the first place. Damn it. If I had known sooner. National game. Hang up from the start of the Zombie Doomsday Chapter 646 of the text volume of Art Upgrade. Ding Min shrug and cast a helpless look at Fang Heng. It's been like this since yesterday. Can't stop it. Fang Heng also shook his head with a bitter smile. Fang Heng, art knows no boundaries. I appreciate your act of bringing back and protecting art pieces, but the rough treatment of art pieces like them is a crime. If it were a few hundred years earlier, they would have been hanged on the gallows. Sandy turned around and stared at Fang Heng. Next time, if you're going to move art pieces, you must bring me along. Got it. Got it. Got it. Fang Heng shrugged, saying in an indifferent manner, you're not a blood relative. Why would I take you there? To visit aha. Thinking to himself, Fang Heng suddenly exclaimed lightly, raising his eyebrows. He noticed a few game hints flashing on his retina. Hint, Sandy has come into contact with a primary miracle, after a period of exploration and analysis, with divine assistance, comprehended some skills. Hint, Sandy has acquired skills, miracle appreciation, miracle repair, miracle replication, miracle enhancement, miracle relocation. Hint, Sandy's character rating has increased to SS. Damn, this is possible too. Fang Heng was shocked. He opened his mouth, turned his head, and carefully re-examined Sandy from top to bottom, as if he wanted to reacquaint himself with him. Good buddy. Remember correctly, Sandy originally had an S rating, and suddenly evolved ... even more powerful than Q Yao Kong. This old guy who always talks about art, is he also a genius? The shelter is full of talents, prosperous. Wait, miracle relocation. Does it mean moving Angitas? What about repair? Can Angitas be repaired? Fang Heng, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Seeing Fang Heng in a daze, Sandy waved his hand in front of Fang Heng, trying to regain his attention. This world is crazy. Who came up with the genius idea to bury Angitas 7 stories underground? A miracle like Angitas should stay in a dedicated temple for people to worship. Fang Heng, we must immediately start building a temple and relocate Angitas. Leave the specifics to me. I'll keep an eye on that mojo. As for the construction aspect, I will also communicate with Victor. Well, in this world, only you understand me, Fang Heng. Rest assured, I will do my best to complete it. For art. Fang Heng came back to his senses, nodding. All right. But in the current situation, Angitas is not suitable for relocation. I have a way. Sandy said, I was just about to tell you about this. With a sufficient amount of dazzling gemstones, I can completely repair the miracle, restore its vitality, and estimate that it will wake up on its own when the time comes. Dazzling gemstones. Fang Heng was puzzled again. Using gemstones to repair a miracle tree. Why does it sound unreliable? He looked at Q Yao Kong with a questioning look. Q Yao Kong nodded. Fang Heng, we were just about to tell you this. Dazzling gemstones themselves do not possess any special powers. However, like you, Sandy may have been affected by a viral mutation, giving him special powers that enable him to use dazzling gemstones to repair Angitas. In theory, repairing Angitas to a certain extent can indeed lead to its natural awakening. Ding Min timely added from the side. But this requires a huge amount of dazzling gemstones. Oh? Fang Heng knocked his fist on his palm. He understood. Sandy awakened a unique talent, using dazzling gemstones to repair miracles. This talent is definitely divine. Fang Heng felt like he had stumbled upon a treasure. Nonsense. This is a miracle. It's a gift from the god of art to me, not some damn mutation. You understand? Sandy, like a belligerent rooster, grumbled softly. Fang Heng was very headache-inducing, scratching his hair and forcibly pulling Sandy back. Q Yao Kong remained calm, continuing to explain to Fang Heng. Sandy's abilities are helpful to Angitas. After some experimentation, Angitas has stabilized at this stage. Saying so, Q Yao Kong looked back at Sandy and reiterated, but this is not a boon from the god of art. Well, Fang Heng nodded in understanding. In addition, I have tried many methods to stimulate Angitas, but all have failed. More intense stimulation would harm Angitas, and we don't want to take any risks unless absolutely necessary. We need to further research and spend more time on it. Hearing this, Sandy felt that he had scored a point and chuckled triumphantly, saying, How about it? In the end, there's still no way, right? Feng Heng, leave it to me. I can awaken it, as long as you can provide the dazzling gemstones. Not many, just 10 tons. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sandy felt that something was off and quickly corrected himself. No, perhaps not enough. 20 tons. Feng Heng, I assure you, 20 tons will be enough. Feng Heng listened with a pounding headache. 10 tons. Dazzling gemstones are top-tier works of art, crafted from a variety of precious stones, including extremely rare gemstones. These resources are extremely scarce, especially in the 7th and 8th districts. The price is too high. Feng Heng decided to wait, see if Qiu Yao Kong would have any new research findings, or if there would be any news from Atia's side. Wait a bit longer. Sandy, we don't have that many gemstone raw materials. I'll figure it out. Alright. You need to speed up. I'll go prepare for the construction of the temple. You must keep an eye on them and make sure they don't touch the miracle, Sandy said as he shot a glare at Qiu Yao Kong and hastily left the laboratory. Qiu Yao Kong turned to two researchers. What are you standing there for? Keep collecting. Feng Heng shrugged helplessly and forced a smile. By the way, Qiu Yao Kong looked at Feng Heng. Dr. Ding Min provided us with comprehensive information on zombie research, filling in the gaps in our current research. Through our joint development with Dr. Ding Min, the modification project of liquors has been completed, and we can transform ordinary zombie bodies into liquors at any time, with a success rate of 99%. In addition, the modification of the tyrant body can also enter the first phase of live experiments. We estimate a success rate of 1%. Qiu Yao Kong took the data file, handed to him by his subordinates, and with a lowered head, said, "We will try to progressively improve during the experiment to increase the success rate. The game of all people, hanging up from the zombie doomsday is good. Great thing. Lickers are small-scale combat units that can climb various terrains, adapt to most battles, and, when combined with blood-burst skills, are almost omnipotent. Then there is the tyrant body. The comprehensive ability of the tyrant body is not weak either. If facing head-on, it can definitely crush the lickers with sheer strength. It is just a bit weaker in terms of mobility. No rush. First transform into the tyrant body, then transform the tyrant body into the fusion tyrant body. Upgrade step by step, and it's all set. The current 1% probability seems a bit low, but no worries. After all, the zombie doppelgangers can revive infinitely after death. Just take a chance on the probability." Ding Min flipped through the experiment report in his hand, then raised his head and said, "Feng Heng, the first batch of experiments will require 100 zombie bodies. When do we start? Let's get this straight. I don't stay up late." Feng Heng was about to agree when he realized the trouble. The zombie doppelgangers are not enough. The experiments cannot use clones. If there aren't 100 zombie doppelgangers, it's fine in the short term, but if it goes on for too long, there won't be anyone left to work. After all, the tyrant body is too large in size and can only be somewhat useful for basic logging and material handling. Fine detailed tasks like extracting the soul and sealing techniques cannot be done. Moreover, the zombie doppelgangers transformed into lickers are completely incapable of working. We need to think of a way to upgrade quickly and create more doppelgangers. Feng Heng muttered to himself. What did you say? Oh, nothing. Get ready. We'll start the experiments in the afternoon. Feng Heng decided to first produce a batch of tyrant bodies, seizing the opportunity when the nocturnal owls causing trouble were driven away. Sections 7 and 8 were also secured. Speaking of which, due to the aftermath of forcibly using the pages to control Hela's organization last time, his necromancy skills cannot be upgraded further, and the small wailing rooms built in the basement are now useless. As for the sealing talent, its strength has reached over 10,000 during this time, but still hasn't reached its limit. Alright, there's no urgent need for the zombie doppelgangers, so let's proceed with the experiments for now. Feng Heng tried to clear his thoughts. He decided to take this time to temporarily rest and consolidate his own strength instead of causing trouble focusing on improving himself. Currently, there are 4 things that need to be dealt with, completing any of which can greatly enhance his abilities and development speed. First, awaken the dormant Angathas. One solution is to repair it with a large number of dazzling gems. The problem lies in the scarcity of gem resources. If he asks the Federation, he might get some, but the quantity will most likely be insufficient. Of course, he could wait for the Federation and Atia to come up with other optimization solutions. This matter needs to be put on hold for now. Second, upgrade the 5th-tier large space-ripping device. The upgrade requires a large number of resources and high-energy evolution crystals from the 3 initial games. Considering that opening the passages of Sections 7 and 8 for a long time will consume a lot of energy and transporting resources will be very inconvenient, it's better to collect materials temporarily in Section 8. The missing items will need to be figured out later. Activities in other major areas are not currently considered. This matter is also put on hold. Third, search for samples of Hyla organization in other zombie apocalypses. This is a bit tricky. After discovering the secret of Hyla organization samples, Fang Heng had Mojawei investigated in secret. The feedback from Mojawei's secret channels shows that the Hyla organization missions in other areas seem not to have been triggered. Despite trying to search forcibly, no information related to metal boxes and the Meteor Company's secret shelter was found. Fang Heng feels that this may be related to the game setting. Perhaps without completing the prerequisite tasks, the metal boxes won't refresh. Fang Heng thought, when there is free time, he would personally check it out. So, this matter needs to be put on hold for now. 4. Level up the character. First-order evolution crystals are essential for reaching level 19, currently missing just over 100 to complete the task. Great. Can't put this off. Let's start with the leveling up. He already has an idea of how to upgrade. Quarantine Zone. Once used by the Meteor Company for virus mutation experiments, the Quarantine Zone is filled with dangerous viruses, and the Meteor Company has placed a large number of mutated life forms in this area, letting them mutate and grow on their own. Therefore, the Quarantine Zone is filled with a large number of high-level zombie life forms. All life forms in the central area of the Quarantine Zone will constantly be affected by the mutant virus. Players are no exception. The most direct effect is bleeding. The longer you stay in the Quarantine Zone, the faster the rate of bleeding and infection will increase significantly. The high-concentration virus in the air of the Quarantine Zone has mutated billions of times, and not even vaccines can resist it. That place, thanks to the nocturnal owls. Since the last time Fang Heng found high-level metal materials and sealed off the Quarantine Zone destroyed by the nocturnal owls, the Quarantine Zone has been transformed into Fang Heng's sub-base. Considering the danger of the Quarantine Zone, Fang Heng had reached an agreement with Chen Yudu to mainly guard the Quarantine Zone, and the Federation would also send people to participate in the security work around the Quarantine Zone, preventing hostile personnel from infiltrating and destabilizing Section 8. After maintaining the Quarantine Zone for so long, it was time for a cleanup. The main purpose is to farm crystals. Fang Heng licked his lips, opened the game log, and counted the available fusion tyrant bodies, and liquor groups to prepare for the intense battles. 3 hours later, the transformed Quarantine Zone shelter. Click. The heavy metal gate opened in front of Fang Heng. Director Fang, the 5th passage is ahead. A faint virus presence has been leaking out since the 4th passage. Very dangerous. As you proceed deeper into the passage, the virus concentration will gradually increase. After passing through the first passage, you'll reach the underground quarantine test area. Please be careful. Several NPC researchers in protective suits followed Fang Heng respectfully, reminding him cautiously, "Got it. You guys head back to the control room." Fang Heng nodded. Following him were the fusion tyrant body and the zombie doppelganger group. Let the monster hunting begin. Previously, the zombie doppelgangers couldn't withstand the high-intensity virus erosion, only able to wander aimlessly on the first level of the Quarantine Zone, unable to effectively farm evolution crystals. Now, the zombie doppelgangers have been bestowed with the undead effect, can they withstand the erosion of high-concentration viruses. Following the long corridor, Feng Heng led the zombie group forward until they reached the end of the first passage. Click. The gate at the forefront opened with a bang. The voice came through the walkie-talkie on the side. Director Feng, opening the first gate will result in a massive release of virus gas. Please close the gate as soon as you enter the quarantine zone. Understood. I know. Feng Heng nodded, stepping into the gate. Full people game. AFK from the Zombie Doomsday. Chapter 648 of the main volume. Hint. The current player is exposed to a high concentration of mutated virus gas. Hint. The player is affected by the virus, and the player's infection level is increasing. Hint. The player's health points are slowly decreasing. In the darkness, Feng Heng's eyes flashed a hint of crimson. With the night vision ability provided by the vampire lineage, he could see clearly the environment around him. The Ruin Research Institute. The mutated zombie bodies surviving here have evolved night vision abilities. Hiss. A hissing sound came from a corner in the darkness, and countless zombies rushed out from the shadows, heading towards Feng Heng. Attack. Feng Heng gestured, and his 8 fused tyrant bodies lifted their iron chains and rushed forward, blocking the front. A group of red lick feeders also swarmed up. Dame hints rapidly refreshed on Feng Heng's retinas. Hint. Your zombie avatar killed a second-order mutated zombie, and you obtained a complete evolution crystal *1. Hint. Your health points recovered plus 55. Hint. Your infection index is increasing rapidly. Hint. Your zombie avatar killed a second-order mutated zombie, and you obtained a complete purification crystal *1. Hint. With the undying body skill effect, your infection index is cleared. Seems pretty stable. The undying body skill immunized against the infection effects, only incurring additional health reduction effects. Currently -1 layer. This kind of health reduction is not lethal, not even requiring the physical death immunity effect, mutters Feng Heng to himself, silently popping an Oreo cookie into his mouth. In theory, this health reduction should be considered as a physical attack, right? So, does that mean invincibility? Step by step. Who knows how many layers this quarantine zone has? The deeper they go, the higher the virus damage they sustain per second, clearing layer by layer, starting from the first layer. Thinking this, Feng Heng lazily stretched and threw a sleeping bag on the ground. There's no point in staying here. Alright, log off and take a nap. Just AFK for a while. After all, it's been a long time since the last AFK. Necrotic Research Association. Opening the game storage, Feng Heng threw himself onto the bed like a sandbag. Gurgle. Hungry. Last time, he directly lied down on the bed and fell asleep after logging off due to exhaustion. Upon waking up, he was quite excited to immediately check the harvest in the 7th area. Now, after everything settles down, Feng Heng finally realized he was hungry. Very hungry, very uncomfortable. But thanks to the undying body skill effect, this hunger is not fatal. Feng Heng decided to go have lunch. This wave in the 7th area wasn't a loss, and even made some profit. He deserved to reward himself. Asking the waiter outside, Feng Heng followed the scent of food and arrived at the 3rd floor buffet. He couldn't help but marvel at the attentive service of the Necrotic Research Association. The quality here is probably equivalent to a per capita of 150 outside. And it's free here. Picking some favorite dishes like squid sashimi and grilled lamb chops, Feng Heng prepared to find a seat. Feng Heng. Following the voice, Feng Heng saw his colleagues Li Shaoqiang and Tan Chuo waving at him while eating. Having lunch. Come over here. Let's eat together. Feng Heng carried his tray and walked over to them. You guys are here too. What a coincidence. As the events in the 7th area settled down, Li Shaoqiang and Tan Chuo finally completed the tasks assigned by the superiors and received a wave of rewards distributed by the higher-ups. For them, the biggest reward wasn't the money but the opportunity to improve their relationship with Feng Heng, their son, and the great mentor Digi, which was invaluable. So these 2 days, they had been diligently helping Digi with cleaning to earn more favor. Thanks to you. We also gained many rewards. Here, a toast to you. Li Shaoqiang had a better attitude, celebrating with Tan Shuo after receiving the rewards. Feng Heng enjoyed the meal slowly, quite satisfied, saying, "The dishes here are pretty good. Speaking of which, the treatment in the association is really good. I'd love to stay here all the time." The two looked at each other and suddenly felt that the grilled prawns in their plates were not as appetizing. Not surprising, as a platinum member of the Necrotic Research Association and a disciple of Digi the Great Mentor, Feng Heng enjoyed free meals and accommodation, with a monthly living allowance credited to his card, restricted to the card holder. Otherwise, dining here would cost 1,888 per meal. Quite expensive. Therefore, they only had occasional communal expenses. Tan Shuo, with a shattered heart, sighed silently, thinking about his unpredictable future while watching Feng Heng eat heartily without a care in the world, feeling more gloomy. "By the way, I have something to ask you guys." Feng Heng put down the grilled lamb chop he just finished gnawing, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and casually asked, "How can I obtain a lower-level soul?" Due to the side effects of using the item page to control Hela, he couldn't continue to upgrade his necromancy skills. He needed to absorb 1,000 low-level souls to completely remove the negative effects. And then, trouble came. Feng Heng initially thought that ordinary soul bodies could be considered low-level souls. But when he went back to AFK, he found out it wasn't the case. The AFK plan using zombie avatars was also hindered. Luckily, the ordinary zombie avatars were currently being used for the Tyrant Body Transformation experiment and had no time to AFK. Taking advantage of the idle time in the game to accumulate evolution crystals, Feng Heng planned to deal with this trouble before leaving the Necrotic Research Association. It's because of the negative effects from using the item page, needing to absorb 1,000 low-level soul bodies as a cost. When they sought help from Digi earlier, Li Shaoqiang and the others were present, and they understood immediately. "Yes, that's it." Feng Heng raised his head. "Do I need to go to higher-level modes?" The two glanced at each other. Despite being in the high ranks of necromancy, Feng Heng seemed unfamiliar with the basic knowledge of necromancy. No wonder. How long has he been exposed to necromancy? "Feng Heng, you might not be clear, but low-level soul bodies are different from ordinary soul bodies. They are riskier and subject to strict controls. Dangerous. Regulated. Yes. Low-level souls have already awakened some self-consciousness. How can I put it?" Tan Shuo thought for a moment, gave an example. "Well, the most significant difference compared to ordinary souls is that they will initiate attacks." Feng Heng found this even more bizarre. Previously, when collecting high-level soul bodies in the game, they didn't resist. It was challenging when fighting over souls with Angitas. 7017K. National Game. AFK starting from the Zombie Apocalypse, Chapter 649 Sinking Corridor really. But not long ago, when I collected the soul of the Vampire Duke in Area 7, there didn't seem to be much of a reaction. Tan Shuo sighed, feeling even more depressed. A beginner, now starting to use the Book of the Dead for actual combat. And it's even absorbing the souls of Vampire Dukes, an extremely difficult operation. Compared to that, how about himself? Hearing Feng Heng's question, Li Shaoqiang was also at a loss. He didn't expect Feng Heng to have already used the locked souls from the Book of the Dead for actual combat. Being chosen as a student by Mentor Dicky, Feng Heng is indeed a genius. Li Shaoqiang felt inferior. "What's wrong? What's not right?" Li Shaoqiang asked, explaining to Feng Heng softly, "Feng Heng, it's different. The souls I mentioned are escaping from the cracks of the dead realm. They belong to awakened souls, with more condensed soul bodies. The souls you absorb in the game are freshly dead souls, not yet awakened, and their souls are in a state of confusion after just dying, so they can easily be collected into the Book of the Dead." Feng Heng scratched his head. He sort of understood. Oops, stepped into a pit. "Well, how can we find the initial soul body?" "By going to the higher level howling areas. There is no such thing, but the association does have a sinking corridor internally, where you can find wandering initial soul bodies. Then it's settled." Fang Heng relaxed a bit, picked up a skewer of barbecue and said, "Wait for me to go there and check it out. I have to solve this problem." Ahem. Li Shaoqiang almost choked on Fang Heng's words. Checking it out. Playing. That place can be deadly if you're not careful. Li Shaoqiang felt that Fang Heng didn't quite understand. He coughed lightly and explained again. Fang Heng, entering the sinking corridor requires applying to the association, going through a series of assessments before entering. Besides the ability test, there's also... Fang Heng didn't listen to the end of the sentence, putting down the barbecue skewer and asking, "Who should I apply to? Oh, is the game side of things over?" DK's mood improved greatly as Fang Heng approached to say he wanted to enter the sinking corridor to collect initial soul bodies. Look, this is his student, busy and coming back to cultivate. Good. DK lightly tapped the armrest of the chair as he looked at Fang Heng and felt very satisfied. With his strength, entering the sinking corridor alone shouldn't be a problem. For safety reasons, as he thought, DK looked at Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo behind Fang Heng. Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo inexplicably felt guilty and lowered their heads. Here we go with the comparison segment again. Go ahead, Fang Heng. DK lightly approved on the application form. I have granted your admission application. The initial souls are different from ordinary unconscious soul bodies. Be very careful. Don't force it. Fang Heng nodded in thanks. I got it. Thank you, teacher. Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo lowered their heads and exchanged glances. They saw in each other's faces the confirmation of what they were feeling. Special approval. So he's like a favorite child all the way. And you too. It's been about a year since you applied for the assessment, right? At DK's words, Li Shaoqiang was taken aback, his heart pounding. He quickly raised his head and replied, Master D, it's been a year and a half. Our application is still under review, with 2 more years to go before the assessment concludes. I have also approved your application. This time you two will take Fang Heng with you. He just arrived and is not familiar with the sinking corridor. Help him more and don't act rashly. Understood? Yes, Master. The two were overjoyed at the words, nodding immediately. Great companions. They even got the qualification to enter the sinking corridor along with Fang Heng. What good news. What an unexpected turn of events. Who would have thought they could encounter such luck, thus by going out to eat? This is not just a simple admission qualification. The sinking corridor is the top secret of the Undead Research Society, typically with a safety background check and various tedious qualification simulations and tests. Most people can't even qualify within 3 to 5 years. Li Shaoqiang was a bit dazed, feeling like he might be hit in the face by a pie any moment now. He even chuckled a few times as he walked, not sure how he left the teacher's office. In comparison, Tan Shuo remained relatively calm. After a moment of joy, he returned to his state of feeling broken-hearted. What difference would it make to enter the sinking corridor? The gap between him and Fang Heng would only widen. The future looks bleak. Seeing Li Shaoqiang beside him laughing foolishly, Tan Shuo coughed lightly, pushed him, and reminded in a low voice, Wake up, pay attention to your expression. Oh, is it that obvious? Li Shaoqiang suppressed his inner joy, forcing a serious face. The three headed downstairs. Fang Heng, we are going to the sinking corridor. With Fang Heng having gained such a huge advantage, Li Shaoqiang naturally did his utmost to help Fang Heng. He carefully explained to Fang Heng the relevant points to note in the sinking corridor. The sinking corridor is a place built by the association for members to gain experience and conduct experiments. It costs a lot. How should I put it? Very few people dare to try to capture souls in there, as it's not worth the effort. In short, there is a great risk in the sinking corridor, because the soul bodies have already awakened consciousness and will actively attack. So for safety reasons, most of the time, the absorbed soul bodies are taken out for further cultivation. Fang Heng nodded, understanding Li Shaoqiang's implications. I got it. I'll bring more of the Book of the Dead with me, and capture more souls in one go. No, that's not what I meant. Li Shaoqiang felt bitter in his heart. It's already a big effort to capture one initial soul body, and you want to bring more books. Boss, are you playing? Are you treating this like a game? Li Shaoqiang felt that Fang Heng was a bit overconfident. He scratched his head and advised, Fang Heng, what you're saying is not wrong, but no one has ever done it like this. Given the current difficulty of capturing the initial soul, it's indeed too difficult for us. Oh, all right. Fang Heng nodded, deciding to bring more of the Book of the Dead when the time comes. In the midst of the conversation, Fang Heng and his group entered the undead hall located on the first floor. Li Shaoqiang did not seem to be in a hurry to pass by. Instead, he led Fang Heng to the booth area on the right side of the undead hall. Inside the undead hall were rentable booths that any association member could use, provided they paid a monthly rental fee. Before going to the sinking corridor, we need to prepare some things. National game. Start hanging out from the zombie apocalypse, chapter 650. Seeing Fang Heng's puzzled look, Li Shaoqiang explained, after the soul body is awakened and has consciousness, it can actively attack. So, in most cases, we first try to weaken it, and then put it into the Book of the Dead. Weaken. Fang Heng frowned slightly. On the side, Tan Shuo, who had been silent all along, coughed softly and added in a low voice, to put it plainly, it means to beat it half to death. Yes, that's the idea. So, we need to find some handy weapons. After all, ordinary attacks are not effective against soul bodies. Li Shaoqiang stopped at a small stall, casually picked up a potion from the stall and asked the stall owner, how much for this? Handsome. The seller, a middle-aged man, raised 3 fingers towards Li Shaoqiang. 300 contributions. It's expensive. This is the market price. If you buy a bottle of potion from me, I will throw in a bottle of holy water. Big bottle. The stall owner made a remark and did not say more, appearing as if he didn't care if they wanted to buy it. Then I'll buy 10 bottles of potion. Will you give me some extra bottles of holy water? 5 extra bottles. Deal. Li Shaoqiang took out his membership card and completed the transaction with the stall owner, even though it was how much it hurt to spend 3,000 points for 10 bottles. At the Undead Research Association, contribution points are directly tied to the main god points. At a rate of 100 to 1, players can exchange at the Hall of the Dead at any time, backed by the Hall of the Dead and the Central Federation's endorsement of its reputation. Of course, subject to the penalty rules set by the main god game, players who accumulate over 100 points in transfers each month will be penalized by deducting a corresponding percentage as a penalty. Starting at 10%, it increases to 20% after 200 points, and can reach a maximum of 99% penalty. This penalty association does not have a solution. Players have to bear it themselves. As Fang Heng knows, advancing in the game can increase the penalty limit. After reaching the mid-level game, players can have a monthly free trading quota of 500 main god points. Li Shaoqiang suddenly thought of something, turned his head to Fang Heng, and asked, by the way, Fang Heng, what weapon are you using? I suggest using a ranged weapon. After all, safety comes first. Fang Heng glanced at the stall in front of him, casually picked up a large machete over half a person tall from the stall, and swung it a couple of times. Solid, heavy, and it felt quite handy. Examining the machete carefully in front of him, he noticed some strange patterns inscribed on it. Are you planning to use this? Yes. Fang Heng nodded, looking towards Li Shaoqiang. What do you think? I feel like it's quite handy. As long as you're happy with it. Li Shaoqiang gulped down his saliva and said, it's okay, just a bit exaggerated. Saying so, Li Shaoqiang turned to the boss and asked, how much for this knife? The boss was also surprised to see Fang Heng effortlessly lifting the large machete. Such strength attributes were not common for undead scholars. He waved his hand. Forget it. This knife has been sitting here for over a year, causing trouble to move it around every day. Just consider it a bonus. Thank you. Tan Shuo came out from behind the stall dragging a cart filled with 1.25L bottled water. Li Shaoqiang smirked and said, hey, boss, are you giving us the cart too? Let's be friends. and I'll come to buy potions from you in the future. Sure. The boss waved his hand, allowing them to take it. Thanks, boss. You're so generous. Your business will surely thrive. Li Xiaoqiang laughed and handed Fang Heng a small bottle about the size of a perfume bottle. This is a special potion that works against undead. Apply it to your weapon, and it will be able to damage spiritual bodies for a period of time. Li Xiaoqiang continued to explain, the weapons purchased here have special engravings to complement the potion and extend its effectiveness. Keep the potion for later. Use it when entering the abyssal corridor. Oh. Fang Heng nodded in understanding, putting away the potion. The mysterious nature of the alchemical analysis made it seem splendid. He planned to wait for a time when there were fewer people around before trying to research it. After the procurement, Tan Shuo pulled the cart, and the three of them left the main building, bypassed the backyard, and arrived at another annex building's 3 underground levels. Guided by a server, Fang Heng entered a circular hall. The hall was dimly lit. Fang Heng looked around, observing the layout of the surroundings. It was quite peculiar, with a circle of huge black shelves on the circular walls that held rows of burning soul candles. A middle-aged man was sitting upright in the innermost part of the room. In front of him was a wooden barrel filled with wooden sticks. Behind him, more than 10 undead scholars were also sitting upright, appearing as though they were meditating. Master Pu Shai. Upon entering the area, Li Xiaoqiang and Tan Shuo bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man sitting up right at the front. Pu Shai made a soft sound and opened his eyes. His gaze scanned through Li Xiaoqiang and the others before fixing on Fang Heng. Are you Fang Heng? Fang Heng furrowed his brows, asking, have we met before? No, I've heard about you. Wei Dao speaks highly of you, and I didn't expect that Master DG also sees you in a different light. Pu Shai didn't want to say more and handed a note with 38 words written on it to a nearby server, indicating that the undead server should take Fang Heng and the others inside. Entrance number 18. Take them over. It's their first time here. Inform them of the rules. The server respectfully took the note. Yes, Master Pu Shai. As Pu Shai's gaze swept over Fang Heng one last time, there was a slight warning tone in his voice. No matter how you gain DG's approval, I remind you that it's better to follow the rules here. Strange guy. Fang Heng shrugged, not bothering too much about it, following the server into the back passage. Don't mind Pu Shai. He is a middle-tier game player. This is how he always is. He treats everyone as if they owe him millions. Li Xiaoqiang whispered to Fang Heng. He's well connected and is one of the big wigs sent by the Central Federation to the association. Tan Shuo nodded in agreement. He pushed a small cart and followed behind the two of them. After passing through a winding corridor, the group arrived at another small room on the side. Two undead attendants carefully checked the identity documents of Fang Heng and the other two, and handed 3 burning soul candles to each of them. Respected scholars, the Chensui corridor is full of dangers, so please take good care of your soul candles, one of the attendants said. If the soul candle is extinguished, we will sense it and immediately send someone to enter the corridor for inspection. So, if you encounter insurmountable danger, please extinguish the candle promptly. The soul candle can burn for 24 hours, so please be careful and make sure to return to any exit before the candle extinguishes itself. Once the candle is sensed, the exit door will automatically open. The attendants instructed the 3 of them, please be extremely careful. If there is an accident that leads to the candle being extinguished, we will consider whether to revoke your qualification to enter the Chensui corridor based on the actual situation. Fang Heng and the others nodded in understanding. Please follow me. Following the guide of the attendants, the 3 of them walked towards a small door at the back of the room. After passing through the small door, they walked down a corridor until they reached the end. We're here. The front door sensed the approach of the soul candle and automatically opened. This is, as Fang Heng looked at the scene behind the door, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. A maze. In front of Fang Heng was a giant maze, with several forks visible ahead. Yes, it's a maze designed for the souls, trapping them and causing them to sink again, the attendant explained, continuing. Don't worry about getting lost in the maze. The soul candle will guide you in the right direction. Remember, each candle can burn for a maximum of 24 hours, so allocate at least 2 hours in advance to leave. The closer you are to the periphery of the Chensui corridor, the weaker the strength of the soul bodies. Conversely, the deeper you go, the stronger the soul bodies and the weaker the flame of the candle. The candle can be used as a reference for your current position. Finally, please do not disclose any details seen or heard in the Chensui Hall to anyone outside. Thank you. Wish your souls peace. With those words, the attendant left the Chensui corridor and stood quietly outside the door. Fang Heng nodded. He didn't rush to explore but instead looked up. The ceiling, about 5 meters high, was sealed by walls on all sides. Soul candles hung at intervals on the surrounding walls. The dim light from the candles illuminated the entire maze corridor. Fang Heng walked to the wall and gently knocked on it. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of the knock was unusually muffled. The wall felt very smooth and cold to the touch, unlike ordinary stones. Fang Heng, we can start applying the medicine. Li Shaoqiang looked around once again, confirmed there were no dangers, and took a deep breath. He nodded to Tan Shuo behind him. Both of them took out crossbows and carefully applied the magical potion they had recently purchased to the arrows. The magical potion lasts for about 3 hours, and its effectiveness gradually weakens over time. It will completely lose its effect after about 5 hours. Safety first. Let's not be stingy. Administer the medicine every 3 hours to ensure its effectiveness. Li Shaoqiang cautioned carefully. Fang Heng, observing how cautious they were, also became more vigilant. Unfortunately, the Bloodline Sacred Wrist Guard's additional Blood Blade skill effect was continuous cutting and bleeding, which was a physical damage and ineffective against soul creatures. Otherwise, he could have used the Blood Blade directly without spending extra money. Thinking about it, Fang Heng took out a large knife from behind him and evenly applied a layer of potion on it. Let's go. Seeing that everyone was ready, Li Shaoqiang led the way forward. Fang Heng and Tan Shuo followed at the rear, pulling the small cart along. I have never been here before, but a friend mentioned it once while boasting after drinking. He said that there are very few soul bodies on the periphery. So, we have to go further in where there are more wandering soul bodies. Li Shaoqiang shared as much information as possible. I also heard that this place was built in the form of a maze, imitating the miracle of the dead realm, with the ability to trap soul bodies. Miracle. Hearing this, Fang Heng's interest was piqued, and he looked towards Li Shaoqiang. Let's talk about that. Huh? What about it? Li Shaoqiang looked puzzled. Miracle is just a term. What's wrong? Did I say something strange? Forget it. It's nothing. Let's continue walking. It seemed that Li Shaoqiang did not know that a miracle was a specific attribute in the game. Fang Heng shrugged and continued walking forward. Meanwhile, he began to memorize the layout of the entire maze. After a while, the group stopped. There was a fork in the road ahead. In the dim light of the soul fires, a faint shadow was clearly visible. It was a soul body. The group instantly became alert. Although the face was unclear, the soul body already showed some aspects of its appearance before death. Fang Heng could distinguish the armor on its body and could even see the sword it held. The soul body also noticed Fang Heng and the others, turned its head slowly towards them, and quick. The enormous brute force attached to the blade opened up the initial level soul body. The body of the initial level soul body looked ethereal, pushed back more than 10 meters by this blow. What? Crushing power attribute. Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo, who were watching, were surprised and looked at each other. Such high power attribute. Despite the initial level soul body appearing weak and lacking strength, they both possessed the strength and combat experience from their past lives. Initially, through federal internal data, they already knew that Fang Heng had unlocked a level lock and was also enjoying the additional basic attribute bonuses from the game outside. Coupled with the identity of the dual realm master in the 7th and 8th areas, they both had confidence in Fang Heng's strength, so they let Fang Heng deal with the initial level soul body alone to test it out. They didn't expect Fang Heng's basic attributes in the game to be so high. Fang Heng, holding the large cleaver, did not pursue. He carefully judged the strength of the soul body. It seems quite weak. The soul body was provoked by this blow, adjusted its posture, and once again rushed towards Fang Heng. Whoosh! Facing the oncoming sword, Fang Heng intentionally wanted to test the opponent's attack attribute, so he dodged backward, raising his left arm to let the sword scratch him on purpose. Scratch! The blade left a long gash on his arm. Fang Heng drew the sword skillfully and struck at the soul body. Swish! The large cleaver left a huge crack on the soul body, once again sending it flying. The wound on the soul body quickly healed as it flew backward. At the same time, the soul body also became slightly thinner. Fang Heng raised his left hand to observe the wound caused by the sword on his arm. Huh? Fang Heng's hand lightly said. Influenced by the undead body skill, the wound, originally about 30 centimeters long, quickly healed, leaving only a wound less than 2 centimeters in length in the blink of an eye. However, this last 2 centimeter wound was slow to heal. Lowering his head to look closely, he noticed a layer of black mist enveloping the wound. This is a curse effect. Fang Heng immediately recalled the relevant knowledge about undead studies. Death curse effects attached to undead creatures. This curse effect is a type that usually attaches to wounds. It belongs to the magical effect category, so it cannot be cleared by the undead body skill, causing the wound to remain unhealed in the end. The curse effect continuously erodes the wound, preventing complete healing, yet the undead body effect causes the wound to keep healing. The ultimate result is leaving a small wound. It didn't cause a significant loss of blood, but it was painful. Fang Heng, are you okay? Retreat first. Seeing Fang Heng injured, the two immediately used the crossbow to aim at the undead and cover Fang Heng's retreat. They used a crossbow because arrows were more cost-effective to retrieve compared to bullets. Arrows shot out directly pierced the soul body. The initial level soul body was suppressed by the crossbow arrows, temporarily immobilized. Seizing the opportunity while the soul body was trapped, Fang Heng quickly stepped back a few steps out of the battle circle. Here, Fang Heng, Tan Shuo said, reaching into a cart behind him and tossing a bottle of holy water to Fang Heng. Use it. Wash the wound. Fang Heng received the thrown bottle, unscrewed the cap, and poured it on the wound on his arm. Sizzle sizzle. As soon as the wound came into contact with the holy water, a white mist steamed out. In the blink of an eye, the black curse on the skin faded away. Influenced by the undead body skill, the wound quickly healed, leaving no scars behind. The hand sanitizer is quite effective. It was worth the effort to bring so much over. Fang Heng murmured quietly. Gulong observed from the previous probes that the initial level soul body was quite weak. The danger was not significant. With the undead body skill effect combined with the holy water, as long as he didn't act recklessly, he basically wouldn't die. Thinking this, Fang Heng turned his head again towards the soul body. Under the continuous crossbow shots from Tan Shuo and the others, the initial level soul body suffered significant damage, with several crossbow arrows stuck in its body, and its form becoming more ethereal compared to before. It seemed like it was almost done. Should he absorb it now? Thinking this, Fang Heng took out the Book of the Dead and infused his spiritual power into it. Faint ripples of light emanated from the Book of the Dead, releasing a dim ripple toward the soul body. The initial level soul body, affected by the ripple, suddenly froze in form, uncontrollably half kneeling on the ground. Huh? What's going on? Tan Shuo and the others, who are using the rapid-fire crossbow to suppress the initial level soul body, felt a jump in their hearts. They were amazed to find that under the influence of the Book of the Dead's ripples, little spakes of soul fragments continuously dispersed from the initial level soul body and were attracted towards the right side. Tan Shuo and the others almost simultaneously turned their heads to look in the direction the soul fragments were flying. It was Fang Heng. Both of them scrutinized Fang Heng, with one hand holding the Book of the Dead. Li Shaoqiang was amazed. Is he directly absorbing the soul? Absorbing it forcibly before the soul body completely fades away. He can actually do that. How strong are his undead studies level and talent intensity? More terrifyingly, he was about to succeed. Tan Shuo's mouth fell open, feeling a bit more despair. Despite having some speculation in mind, witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. Compared to the past, when they were in the midst of howling, Fang Heng had significantly improved in strength. Fang Heng stared at the nearby soul body, lost in thought. He had previously had an experience of contesting for soul bodies with Anjitace in the 7th area. To Fang Heng, the two scenarios were almost the same. The awakened soul body was also resisting the absorption by the Book of the Dead. Compared to Anjitace, its resistance wasn't strong. It seemed not as difficult as Li Shaoqiang had said. Thinking this, Fang Heng suddenly activated his spiritual power. Boom! Under the sudden outburst of spiritual power, a dark light flashed across the Book of the Dead in Fang Heng's hand, followed by the initial level soul body's form rapidly distorting, involuntarily spiraling into the Book of the Dead held by Fang Heng. Done. With a click, Fang Heng closed the Book of the Dead. Done. It seemed quite simple. Fang Heng turned to look at Li Shaoqiang and the others. They were also looking at him. Sighing heavily in his heart, Li Shaoqiang recognized the situation. They should have thought of it earlier. ManhwaRecap must have anticipated Fang Heng's ability, which was why he had them grouped together to enter the abyssal corridor. It made sense that they both accompanied him again. Being with the genius always made him feel like he was worthless. Let's go. Retrieve the arrows and continue the work, Li Shaoqiang admitted. He patted Tan Shuo's shoulder and quietly began to collect the arrows with him. Each arrow was inscribed with runes to coordinate with the special effect potion usage duration. Not expensive, but not cheap either. If you buy them, each would cost over 1,000 federal coins. Hot recommendation? While the two of them were retrieving arrows, Fang Heng touched his chin and lowered his head to think. Dealing with a single low-level undead soul was not difficult. The problem lied in quantity. He needed to find a way to collect 1,000 soul bodies to completely remove the seal. It was a bit too much. He wasn't the type of person who could work on this 24 hours a day. Perhaps there was a clever way to absorb a larger amount of low-level soul bodies at once. Li Shaoqiang picked up the arrows and returned, seeing Fang Heng deep in thought on the ground, thinking that he was too exhausted. Fang Heng, are you okay? After all, this is a low-level soul body. The difficulty of blocking the soul has increased a lot suddenly. It's tough. This is a normal phenomenon. We can rest a bit more. If you really can't handle it, we can stop here and come back next time, and we're not even close. Fang Heng stopped thinking, raised his head, and said seriously, "Gentlemen, I have an idea." Li Shaoqiang blinked, looking confused. Huh? An idea? Come on, sit down. Fang Heng took out paper and pen from his pocket, inviting Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo to sit down together. This game we have to play slowly and consider tactics. He started writing and drawing on the paper. We do this, and then this. Yes. Once we've done all this, just hand it over to me. After a while, Fang Heng put away the paper and pen, looking at the two somewhat bewildered. How about it? Anything you don't understand? Ah, this can work too. Watching Fang Heng's tactical arrangement, Li Shaoqiang cautiously swallowed and glanced at Tan Shuo. After the initial shock, Tan Shuo returned to his numb expression. Alright, if there are no problems, let's begin. Fang Heng rubbed his hands in anticipation. In the maze, Li Shaoqiang ran frantically with a soul candle in one hand. Behind him, two low-level soul bodies were hot on his trail. Running past a familiar corner, Li Shaoqiang suddenly accelerated and jumped, shouting, "Fang Heng, it's up to you now." The chasing soul bodies just passed the corner, and their movements suddenly halted. Then, tiny soul fragments began to overflow from their bodies. These soul fragments were being attracted by a special force, gathering towards the right side. It was Fang Heng. Fang Heng stood at a 90-degree angle between two walls. He had already surrounded 3 low-level soul bodies in front of him. The low-level soul bodies continued to wield their soul weapons, attacking Fang Heng and leaving wounds on his body. But Fang Heng maintained his focus, absorbing the soul fragments with the Book of the Dead. As more low-level soul bodies rushed towards Fang Heng, Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo joined the battle as well. Fang Heng controlled the Book of the Dead to continue absorbing souls and called out, "Tan Shuo, help me." On it, Tan Shuo raised a bucket filled with holy water and poured it towards Fang Heng. The holy water reacted forcefully, clearing the curses on Fang Heng's body. The low-level soul bodies, lacking high intelligence and acting individually, continued to attack Fang Heng, weakening as their soul energy was drained by the Book of the Dead. Unable to escape the binding force of the Book of the Dead, they were eventually absorbed inside. Periodically, Tan Shuo would splash holy water on Fang Heng to dispel curses. "I can't go on. I'm too tired to run. I need a break." Li Shaoqiang, exhausted from running multiple times, sat down on the ground and watched Fang Heng dealing with the soul bodies. He hadn't thought of this method of soul absorption before. It was comfortable for Fang Heng, but tiring for him. Running around tirelessly, a scholar of undead and a wizard had come to the point of long-distance running. Li Shaoqiang's feelings were now complicated. He couldn't understand how Fang Heng's body had changed so much, allowing him to withstand the simultaneous attacks of these many undead creatures. The undead creatures weren't very intelligent. Fang Heng found a corner where only four low-level soul bodies could attack him at once. His undead form almost ignored the damage from the soul bodies. Thanks to the effects of the blood race, holy artifact, and bloodline upgrades, his mental strength had significantly increased since entering the 7th area, allowing him to maintain the Book of the Dead for an extended time. Fang Heng estimated that he could continue using the book for about 5 hours. The ripple effect released by the Book of the Dead was wide-reaching, making more soul bodies ideal theoretically. However, Fang Heng looked at his two teammates sitting exhausted on the ground. These two had reached their limits. Li Shaoqiang sat there, looking exhausted, and upon receiving Fang Heng's gaze, he smiled wryly. What did Fang Heng's look mean? Did he expect everyone to be like him, handling the attacks effortlessly as an undead scholar? Li Shaoqiang pleaded, "Fang Heng, I can't go on. I really can't run anymore. We're not experts in this field. We have limitations, please understand." Seeing Li Shaoqiang in distress, Fang Heng pondered. Unfortunately, he needed to concentrate on controlling the Book of the Dead continuously and couldn't run around to deal with the creatures himself. Moreover, the maze was complex, and he might have to cover long distances to encounter low-level soul bodies coming from underground. Is there no other way? I don't know if there's another way, but I really can't go on. Li Shaoqiang pointed to a cart nearby, saying, "Look, even the holy water is running out because of your use. I can't take it anymore." Indeed, the continuous attacks were stacking curses on him, requiring regular use of holy water to cleanse them. The holy water on the cart was nearly depleted due to the curse effects. Fang Heng, rubbing his chin, had an idea. Looking at the two, he said, "Gentlemen, I have an immature idea. Would you mind sharing your suggestions?" National game. Starting from the Zombie Doomsday, hang up chapter 654 of the main text. Making money. Huh? Are we starting to make some changes again? Li Shaoqiang instantly perked up, sitting up straight. Go ahead. Fang Heng pursed his lips, organized his thoughts. It's too hard for the two of you to run around pulling souls. So I think, can we hire someone to do the job of pulling monsters? Huh? Tan Shuo blinked his eyes twice, looking confused. Pull monsters. Good buddy. You really treat souls as game monsters. Huh? Seeing the two looking puzzled, Fang Heng continued to explain. What I mean is there a service market within the Undead Researcher Association where we can hire some people to help out? Fang Heng's train of thought was clear. Relying solely on Li Shaoqiang's efficiency was a bit slow, not quite enough. Then let's double it, have 20 people do it together. Stack it with quantity. Fang Heng was familiar with this trick. He often did the same in the game. Fang Heng, what you're probably talking about is the Mission Commission Center at the Necromancer's Hall, right? Li Shaoqiang probably understood. He pondered for a moment and explained to Fang Heng. In theory, it seems possible. We can hire people there at the Mission Commission Center. But Fang Heng, you also know that the cost of labor is very high in today's society. and there is also an intermediary commission from the Undead Scholar Research Association profiting from the difference. In addition, those who can enter the Abyssal Corridor are ordinary scholars. Hiring them for a day probably costs 1,000 contribution points, which we might not be able to afford, Li Xiaoqiang was saying, but he was pulled by Tan Shuo next to him. Huh? What? Tan Shuo reminded. If Feng Heng can continue to capture soul bodies at this efficiency, we should still be able to break even, right or huh? Hiring an ordinary worker costs 1,000 contribution points. A bottled basic soul body on the market costs around 500 contribution points. Tan Shuo counted with his fingers. In theory, without considering material losses, recruiting one worker to capture two soul bodies could maintain a balance of income and expenditure. If we seal a few more souls, we might even make a small profit. Li Xiaoqiang was stunned. What does that mean? So they even made a profit? Feng Heng also blinked his eyes. A small profit? No. Li Xiaoqiang quickly realized. No, we can't calculate the accounts like this. Basic soul bodies can only be traded and sold as experimental material after they are sealed, not to mention the cost of sealing materials. Hiring someone to seal them will also cost money. Right. Moreover, it's difficult to meet the time requirements. It takes half an hour to seal a soul body. Once a mistake is made, not only is the half hour wasted, but materials may also be wasted. Even if we hire someone, they can't seal souls non-stop 24 hours, and we also need to consider various losses during the process of capturing soul bodies. Ah, this. Tan Shuo also realized the problem, nodding. Indeed, sealing is time-consuming and laborious, not very profitable, but if we increase the price, we can find people. If we calculate this cost, we can break even. Probably, but it's too time-consuming, and the cash flow is a bit slow. Feng Heng could understand at the beginning, but he was a bit confused later on. He raised his hand to interrupt. Wait a minute, you two. What do you mean by sealing? Oh, it's like this, Li Xiaoqiang explained. Feng Heng, basic soul bodies have a wide range of uses. They are generally used by undead scholars for their daily experiments, spell materials, potion materials, and for making magical items. In most cases, sellers will seal the soul body after isolating it, removing the soul body's consciousness and impurities, making it directly usable, which is very convenient. However, sealing is a very troublesome job, requiring time and patience. Feng Heng's eyes lit up, and he asked, does sealing require mental power? Not exactly, but it's quite energy-consuming and requires mental attributes as support. It's easy to make mistakes if you're not careful. Very troublesome. Feng Heng was delighted. So, it doesn't require mental power. Problem solved. While others might find it troublesome, he wasn't afraid. Dirty work, tired work, capturing zombie avatars. He could handle it all. Calculating like this, if they executed the plan given by Tan Shuo, focusing on labor costs, he might even make a big profit by himself. Hire people. Let's go for it. Suddenly, all Feng Heng could think about was making money. The contribution points of the Undead Association can be exchanged for main god points. The only problem now is to start the capital. He had main god points on him, but it would be a bit foolish to go and exchange them for contribution points now, wasting the monthly points exchange limit. Thinking, Feng Heng turned his gaze to Li Xiaoqiang and the others. Gentlemen, I have a big deal here. How about investing along with me? Li Xiaoqiang and Tan Shuo looked at each other. Feng Heng, is your investment reliable? Trust me, it's absolutely reliable. If you don't believe me, you can go ask the Left Path Game Guild. My reputation is very good. Seeing the two still hesitating, Feng Heng patted his chest and whispered, I have a way to solve the problem of sealing soul bodies. Li Xiaoqiang was shocked. Really? Of course it's true. Don't waste any more time. Bring me to learn how to seal souls first, and then we can hire people to do the job. Upon logging in again, the game prompt quickly scanned across Feng Heng's retina. After hanging up for a while, the whole quarantine area was cleaned up by the zombie avatars. So many, Feng Heng murmured to himself. The architectural structure of the quarantine area was larger than he had anticipated. Looking up, Fang Heng waved his hand over the layer of red twinkling stars on the ground. The evolution crystals were absorbed into Fang Heng's handprint. Prompt: you have obtained evolution crystal fragments, * 7263. Complete evolution crystals, 662. First stage evolution crystals, * 146. Second stage evolution crystals, * 1. Done. Prompt: you have met the current upgrade requirements. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Prompt: player level has been raised to LV 19. Player gains 49 zombie avatars. Player currently have a total of 292 zombie avatars. In the next moment, several alchemy magic arrays flashed by Fang Heng's side. Zombie avatars emerged from the magic arrays one after another. They staggered and stood behind Fang Heng. Great. Upgrade successful. Fang Heng clenched his fist. With nearly 50 more zombie avatars, including the replicants, he had gained about 200 more free laborers. Fang Heng's heart was on fire. He would bring back these zombie avatars to the shelter first and have them seal the soul bodies. Capture souls. Seal. Sell. Hire. Capture souls. Perfect cycle. Making money. Making money. 7,017k. Thinking, Fang Heng controlled the remaining scavengers and fusion tyrants to head to the second level of the quarantine zone to continue fighting monsters. Then, he led the newly born zombie clones back to the prison headquarters. Just as he was about to leave, several lines of game prompts refreshed on his retina. Huh? What is this fusion evolution crystal? Fang Heng frowned, opened the crafting interface to observe. Crafting requirements. Any two evolution crystals of the same level can be fused to create a fusion evolution crystal of the same level. Additional note: evolution crystals obtained through trading cannot be fused. Current crafting success rate, 100%. So that's how it is. Understanding the item description, Fang Heng stroked his chin. To upgrade to the 5th tier teleportation channel, 3 high-energy evolution crystals from the 3 primary worlds are needed. Now even leveling up players require the same routine. To obtain the crystals, he would have to visit other primary game worlds. So, Fang Heng blinked. He suddenly realized he possessed a huge wealth. After level 19, if players want to continue leveling up, they must go to other worlds. Whether or not there are other ways to go to different worlds, he doesn't know. But currently, it seems there is only one way. The large space rupture device, using his family's metal teleportation disc, would incur a tax payment in main god points. Fang Heng licked his lips. Wouldn't this mean making money while lying down? Making big money. However, currently, considering the levels of players in the 7th and 8th zones, there's still a bit of a distance to making money while lying down. Let's not think about that for now. The most important thing now is to keep upgrading. Compared to the thousands of first-tier evolution crystals needed to level up to 19, 100 of these crystals are not even worth mentioning. Getting the 100 first-tier evolution crystals for the current zombie apocalypse is easy to achieve. As for the remaining 100 crystals from other games, a choice between the Bloodline world and the Wasteland world. Undoubtedly, the Bloodline world is the next target. To upgrade the space rupture device and repairing Edis, he must go to the Bloodline world. Now, even leveling up requires a trip to the Bloodline world. Fang Heng pondered for a moment. The goal is clear. Everything now prioritizes leveling up. After this wave is finished, he will go to the Bloodline world to collect some evolution crystals to level up to 20 and get more zombie clones. Are you sure? In the Hall of the Dead, the clerk behind the processing desk stared at Fang Heng, somewhat suspicious. She wondered if this player was a bit crazy. I'm sure. Post it. Okay. According to your needs, the first batch of scholars will gather at 8 o'clock tonight and the second batch will gather at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Is that okay with you? Yes. If possible, please pay a deposit of 20,000 contribution points. I will post the mission, and if the mission is cancelled during the process, the deposit will not be refunded. Okay. Fang Heng turned his head to look at Li Shaoqiang behind him. Li Shaoqiang, somewhat pained, handed over his membership card. That was 200 main god points. He and Tan Chuo had worked hard for several years to earn these points. Don't worry, consider it as you investing with me. When we make money later, I'll return it to you tenfold or 100-fold. Hopefully. Li Shaoqing didn't think things would go so smoothly. He just thought, Feng Heng is already the duel's own master of the 7th and 8th regions. He wouldn't deceive them for a few hundred main god points. Let's go. Let's go shopping again. Feng Heng rubbed his hands, ready to make a big move. Boss. Once again arriving at the familiar shop, Feng Heng greeted the boss warmly. Boss Wang, who still recognized Feng Heng and the others he had seen in the morning, nodding calmly in greeting. Boss, I have a business proposition for you. Are you interested? Wang Hu shook his head, interrupting Feng Heng who was speaking. No, I'm not interested in investing. He still seemed cautious. It appears he has not been fooled. Feng Heng chuckled inwardly, not minding. Well then, how much holy water do you have here? I'll take it all. Holy water, not much. Just over 30 bottles left. Okay, I'll take it all. Feng Heng leaned in, adding, also, boss, I want to purchase all the holy water from you. How much you have, I want it all. The more, the better. Can I come pick it up tomorrow morning? All sorted out. You want all of it? Boss Wang, who furrowed his brow, looking at Feng Heng and said, the expiration date of holy water, up to 3 days. Are you sure you need that much? You're right. Then let's start with a ton. A ton. Wang Hu frowned tightly and looked at Li Shaoqiang and Tan Chuo standing behind Feng Heng. Both of them exchanged a distressed smile. If Wang Hu didn't recognize Li Shaoqiang and Tan Chuo as federal agents, he might think Feng Heng deliberately came to cause trouble. Feng Heng rubbed his wrist and continued, I also need purification bottles needed for sealing souls and a cart. A ton of holy water is too much. If you can't pick it up tomorrow, I will try to collect it. Additionally, a deposit of 4,000 contribution points is required. Feng Heng handed over Li Shaoqiang's membership card straightforwardly. Wang Hu took the membership card, swiped it on the card reader, and handed it back. Come pick up the goods after 6 tomorrow. Remember to pay the balance. No problem. Feng Heng nodded and took the card. Turning to Li Shaoqiang and the 2 men behind him, the quantity of holy water in this store is too small. While there's still some time, let's sweep the area. We'll get all the holy water from every stall on the street. Li Shaoqiang and the others exchanged glances and then turned to look at the row of player stalls in the back. I still need some things. I have to figure out a way to order them. You guys go ahead. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the Hall of the Dead, 10 undead apprentices gathered in front of the assignment lobby, ready and waiting. They were all players in the intermediate game, and in the game, they all coincidentally lived in a small country that worshipped the undead. Naturally, they formed a team. Dong Jiakan led this group. He had stumbled upon this decent assignment by chance and invited a group of friends to earn some pocket money. Brother Dong, the reward for this assignment seems decent. You think there might be any catch? The assignment posted by the Undead Association, verified by a third party, should be fine. Working for 8 hours, only needing to operate around the periphery of the decay corridor and at most facing low-level soul bodies. The risk factor is low. With a relatively high return, it counts as a good job. Look, the employer is here. Everyone perked up and looked as Feng Heng arrived with Li Shaoqiang and the others. Dong Jiakan stepped forward. Hello. Are you Feng Heng? We've accepted the assignment related to the decay corridor. Yes, it's me, Feng Heng responded, looking at the 10 laborers and making a quick estimate in his mind. The number of people was a bit low. It would be best to have over 50 people for the efficiency of monster hunting to be considered high. Well, let's first try out the plan today and see how it goes in actual combat. Boss, the laborers had no ill intentions, most of them spending their time in mid-tier games and rarely paying attention to outside matters. They had not heard of Feng Heng's name, so they nodded and addressed him as boss. The mission location is in the decaying corridor. I will explain the specifics once we enter the decaying corridor. For now, let's go pick up the supplies, Fang Heng said. Excuse me, hold on. Boss. Dong Jiakan intercepted Fang Heng and asked, are we dealing with soul entities? I just want to double check. How will the wear and tear on potions and weapons be calculated if so? No, we don't need potions or weapons. Fang Heng shook his head. It's simple, we'll go to the warehouse first to collect the supplies. With that, Fang Heng and Li Shaoqiang turned and left. Dong Jiakan and the group quickly followed. Arriving at the warehouse rented on the first floor of the Undead Researcher Association, Li Shaoqiang opened the warehouse door in the curious gaze of Dong Jiakan and others. Inside the warehouse, nearly half of it was filled with carts carrying bottled holy water. Huh? Holy water? What's going on? Is this what the boss referred to as supplies? Why do we need so much holy water? Dong Jiakan and the other apprentices wore strange expressions at the sight. Everyone, please push 2 carts each. After loading the carts, we will head to the decaying corridor, Fang Heng explained and gestured towards Li Shaoqiang. Got it. I'll give you guys a sample, Li Shaoqiang said as he walked into the warehouse and brought out 2 carts loaded with large boxes. It's that simple, brothers. Let's speed up. Dong Jiakan shrugged helplessly. Let's get to work. Since it was the boss's arrangement, the laborers stopped asking too many questions and started pushing the 2 carts filled with holy water out of the warehouse. Decaying corridor. Seeing Fang Heng arrive with the group pushing so many carts into the decaying corridor, Piu Shim frowned slightly, his expression a bit peculiar. It's him again. Fang Heng. What is he up to this time? Fang Heng. Are they all brought by you? Yes, we're together. Forming a team. A team. Do we need so much holy water? Piu Shim said, shifting his gaze to the 2 federal lackeys behind Fang Heng. Feeling the pressure from the federal high-ups, both Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo suddenly felt greatly stressed. They looked as though they had done something wrong, quietly bowing their heads. Sorry, we indeed need more holy water, Fang Heng said with a gentle smile. Master Piu Shim, there's no rule against bringing holy water into the decaying corridor. Right. HMPH. Suit yourself. Piu Shim raised a hand to hand a wooden stick to a nearby attendant. Take them in. Yes, master. Watching the players line up and bring in a large amount of holy water into the main hall of the decaying corridor, Piu Shim lightly tapped the ground with his index finger and said, Fang Heng, I'll remind you once again, do not play tricks in the decaying corridor. If you mess up, no one can save you. It's fine, Master Piu Shim. When it comes to making money, how can you think of anything ghostly? Fang Heng smirked inwardly. Back in the decaying corridor, the group stopped after walking a distance. Fang Heng took out a paper and pen, roughly explaining the optimized plan to the laborers. After a moment, Fang Heng collected the paper and looked at the group. Any questions? The players looked at each other, falling into silence. So many questions they had. It felt like they were in a game. Are you sure you're not looking for trouble? But from the plan alone, each person's tasks had been clearly explained, so they couldn't come up with any questions. Seeing the skeptical expressions of the others, Fang Heng pondered for a moment and said, let's just try this plan first. Additionally, to motivate you all, I will keep a record and provide extra rewards each time we lure a low-level soul entity over. How about that? Fair enough. Upon hearing about the extra rewards, Dong Jiakan became interested. How much is the reward? 20 points. 20 points. This piqued Dong Jiakan's interest. Originally, they could earn 10 points of main god points in a day of work, but now, if they could lure over 10 low-level soul entities, that would be an extra 2 points each time. 100 would be 20 points. 1,000 would be 200 points. Dong Jiakan's eyes gleamed at Fang Heng. What a generous boss. A fat sheep indeed. The other players also calculated in their minds, suddenly brimming with motivation. The boss is too generous. This undead studies business burns through money. Unlike Li Shaoqiang, who is supported by the Federation and receives substantial assistance each month, they mostly rely on themselves and live tight budgets. They are all so poor. This opportunity must be seized with all their might. Dong Jiakan forced himself to stay composed and not appear too excited. He looked at Feng Heng and asked in a serious tone, "Boss, are you sure about this?" "Of course. I've always been trustworthy with my words," Feng Heng said. Just like the last time, he walked to a right angle behind the corner covered by two walls. "Alright, that's the end of the explanation. We'll make small adjustments during the process according to actual circumstances. Time is limited. Let's depart as soon as possible." "Understood." Dong Jiakan turned to his fellow brothers behind him. "You all heard the boss. Let's go." After Feng Heng's encouragement, the hard-working laborers quickly dispersed. While the players were leaving, Tianshuo took out extra-large watering guns from a big box behind the cart and handed one to Li Shaoqiang. He had been working on it during the day. An enhanced and modified watering gun, with a large caliber, high-intensity compression valve, a dual-wield weapon with an effective range of 40 meters, customized with a large water pipeline, equipped with a small generator. It could be directly inserted into a water tank for safe, effective, and pollution-free use. National game. Starting from the zombie doomsday, Li Shaoqiang picked up the water gun hanging on his shoulder and held it in his hand, giving it a light way. He temporarily set it aside, then took out paper and pen to record the number of monsters each labor should attract. "Feng Heng, you must be careful." Li Shaoqiang expressed his concern to Feng Heng once again. If Feng Heng accidentally died, the investment failure in this wave would be a minor matter. By the character of Instructor Adiji, he probably couldn't survive in the Undead Researchers Association anymore. Rest assured, Feng Heng was very protective of his own life. He had secretly conducted tests before and found that he could still freely come and go in the game world within the sinking corridor. In case of emergencies, he could simply hide inside the game, and he had a backup plan. Just to be safe, he had spent a lot of money to buy a life-saving talisman. Once activated, it could temporarily stun all mid-level and lower soul entities in the area. In the most critical situation, he could just stun them and hide inside the game. Dong Jiakan felt that his luck was really bad. He had been wandering around the sinking corridor for a long time and hadn't even found a single low-level wandering soul entity. Here it comes. Finally, after turning a corner, Dong Jiakan saw a soul entity wandering ahead. Target acquired? Dong Jiakan felt excited. The low-level soul entity noticed Dong Jiakan and immediately started chasing him. Originally planning for the most optimized solution, Dong Jiakan could have easily rounded up a few low-level soul entities. For safety reasons, to consider the employer's life, Dong Jiakan decided to take one back first to test the waters. Thinking so, Dong Jiakan began to run back at a steady speed with the low-level soul entity in tow. Running all the way at a steady pace, Dong Jiakan, with the low-level soul entity, ran quite a distance. Here it is, passing through a familiar corner. The scene in front made Dong Jiakan's heart skip a beat. In the corner ahead, Feng Heng was surrounded by several soul entities, trapped in a corner. Oh no, the boss is being besieged. Dong Jiakan subconsciously reached into his pocket and took out a soul explosive, ready to help the boss break free. Damn, wasted a soul explosive. Just as he was about to throw out the soul explosive, Dong Jiakan realized that something wasn't right and furrowed his brow. What is the boss doing? Upon closer inspection, Feng Heng, who was being cornered by low-level soul entities against the wall, was unusually calm. He was holding up the Book of the Dead with waves of ripples spreading out from it. Dong Jiakan was stunned. Is he absorbing soul fragments? The low-level soul entities, influenced by the Book of the Dead, had their soul energy fragments uncontrollably overflow from their bodies, being drawn away by the Book of the Dead in Feng Heng's hand. The low-level soul entity that had been chasing Dong Jiakan was also affected by the Book of the Dead. It immediately changed targets and rushed towards Feng Heng, joining the team besieging him. Dong Jiakan pushed the soul explosive back into his backpack, feeling even more puzzled. This is getting too weird, isn't it? DRIZZLE. The low-level soul entities drew wounds on Feng Heng's body, but those wounds were quickly healing. Feng Heng seemed completely unharmed, He emitted a curse-induced black aura, controlling the Book of the Dead with a calm expression. With a puzzled expression, Dong Jiakan stood still. He couldn't quite comprehend what was happening before him. "Friend, excuse me." Hearing the voice of Tan Shuo beside him, Dong Jiakan, who was still in a daze, was startled and quickly moved aside. Tan Shuo stepped forward, holding a dent water gun in his hands, aimed at Fang Heng's direction and pressed the switch. Zzzzz. A white mist suddenly rose from Fang Heng's body. Most of the black aura shrouding him dissipated. Can this really work? Dong Jiakan was completely dumbfounded. Hey, buddy, you're being a little fishy. Your most powerful friend has already attracted for souls. We're just working for some extra cash. No need to play tricks. Right. Li Shaoqiang chuckled and recorded a note for Dong Jiakan in his logbook. What? Slacking off? It was only at this moment that Dong Jiakan, who was still confused, reacted. Huh, you think I'm too slow at attracting these creatures? Alright, you just wait. Dong Jiakan felt underestimated. But he wasn't angry. Instead, he felt reassured. So the boss really had the ability to deal with these undead creatures. He felt like he had found a good opportunity. As long as he searched diligently, he could find 100 soul entities. Right. Opportunities are hard to come by. He must take advantage of this one. In the Central Inspection Bureau of the Federal East District, late at night, Su Xiaozhang was reading the detailed report of the 7th District incident in his hands. Fang Heng. Angitis. After reading the report, Su Xiaozhang muttered to himself, lost in thought. He lifted his head, tapped the table, and asked, I remember, not long ago, there was a death incident in the sub-bureau. The deceased was Meng Wu from the inspection team under investigation against Fang Heng. Yes, Director Su. The subordinate Guan Ming nodded. I paid attention to this matter. It was confirmed that Meng Wu's cause of death was related to the subhuman race, and the investigation is still ongoing with no new developments. Su Xiaozhang looked at the stack of related incident reports piled more than half a meter high on his desk. Clearly, it was another unsolved case without a lead. Depending on the subordinates to investigate was unreliable. He continued, is it related to him? We conducted an investigation and confirmed that Fang Heng did not have the opportunity to commit the crime. Su Xiaozhang turned his neck, making a crackling sound. Director Su, regarding Angitis being seized, could it be a hidden danger? The action from the 12 consortia, so young and able to reach this point in such a short time, it really is surprising. Su Xiaozhang closed the file in his hands expressionlessly. Forget it. Don't worry about it. Even if they obtain Angitis, it would be pointless if they can't harness the power of Angitis. Understood, Director Su. Su Xiaozhang looked at Guan Ming again. What about the 12 consortia? They must have some plans after Angitis was taken. Yes, the plan was thoroughly disrupted due to Fang Heng's appearance. But the latest information shows that the Night Heralds have managed to obtain a small number of purple spatial crystals, but it will take some time to complete the transfer. In addition, during this time, the 12 consortia are still collecting purple spatial crystals through various channels. They also considered seeking Fang Heng to purchase purple spatial crystals and ransom Angitis, but for now, they have not been able to contact Fang Heng. Guan Ming continued the report. Based on the accurate information provided by Genesis, the 12 consortia are no longer willing to wait. The plans will be carried out according to the schedule, and the spatial channels will be opened. There will be a total of 48 channels leading to the real world, and 8 of them will land in our East Union Federal Region. Su Xiaozhang nodded. I got it. You may go now. Yes. Guan Ming nodded and took a step to leave, but hesitated and stopped. Is there something else? The text is quite long. I will provide you with the translation in parts. Here is the translation of the first part of the text. The national game. Starting from the zombie doomsday AFK away from keyboard mode. Suru. Since we already know about the plan of the 12 tycoons, why not stop them in advance? It will pose a great safety hazard to the lives of the people. Su Xiaozhang looked at Guan Ming, paused for a moment, did not answer, but instead asked, Have you heard of the Pure Land Plan? Guanming raised an eyebrow. I have heard of this name. Suru. What kind of plan is it? This plan has been prepared for over 30 years. I am not clear about the specifics, but I heard that there have been significant changes in this plan recently. Guanming stood up from behind the desk. He picked up his coat hanging on the chair and put it on. The development of the Northern Federation is closely linked to the 12 tycoons. Over the years, the hands of the 12 tycoons have extended further and further, penetrating heavily into our Eastern Federation. From what we know now, there are also many personnel within the Bureau being bribed by the 12 tycoons. Furthermore, many hidden anti-federal forces lurking in the dark will take advantage of this invasion to incite turmoil everywhere. This is a great opportunity for us, baiting the snake out of the cave, taking advantage of this opportunity to thoroughly eliminate the hidden dangers within our eastern region. According to the superior's instructions, all of this is in preparation for the Pure Land Plan, Su Shaojiang said as he walked past Guanming, patting him on the shoulder. Work matters are done. Let's go. Let's grab a late-night snack at the old shop across the street, the century-old lamb restaurant. Su Shaojiang took 2 steps forward and found that Guanming was still standing in place without moving. What? Is there something else? But Guanming still looked worried. But Suje, once the gateway between the game and the world is opened, when the monsters invade our eastern region, there may be a significant threat to the lives of many innocent people. Su Shaojiang narrowed his eyes. Sacrifice is necessary. All we can do is obey, and then do our best to protect the people. Understand? Guanming's expression turned solemn. Nodding? Yes, Director. All right. I have a very important task for you. Follow me. We will talk as we eat. I will continue with the translation in subsequent parts. Let me know if you would like me to continue. Lao Hei asked. Your teleportation device should be almost expanded by now, right? Is it at level 3 now? Or level 4? Fang Heng lightly licked his lips and replied, Level 4. An expression of surprise flashed across Lao Hei's face, followed by hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, that's fantastic. I thought it would take you a year or 2 to complete the 4th level passage. Honestly, you really surprised me, Fang Heng. I am looking forward to what you will achieve in the future. Lao Hei sighed and then continued, I'll be direct. I came for the teleportation passage. I have 2 people who want to borrow your permission to use it to go to the Wasteland World. Wasteland World. Fang Heng's heart stirred, and he asked, What? Planning to cause trouble in the Wasteland again? Heh. It's a business matter. Can't reveal much. You understand? Lao Hei chuckled dryly. Given our relationship, this shouldn't be an issue. Right. Sure, have them contact me, and I will provide them with permission. Fang Heng agreed. You are indeed trustworthy. Very kind of you. Mutual cooperation. Mutual benefit. Fang Heng nodded. By the way, I have something I need your help with, Fang Heng said. What is it? I have some goods I want to sell, and your network is vast. I need you to find potential buyers for me. Oh. Lao Hei became interested. What kind of goods? Purple spatial crystals. I've heard some rumors about that. I heard the Blood Clan put in a lot of effort to enter the zombie apocalypse world, and in the end, it ended up benefiting you. If you want to sell, I suggest you approach the Night Owls. They are very interested in this batch of goods, Lao Hei suggested. After some thought, Lao Hei added, However, the Night Owls may not offer a high price. They are quite broke. No, I don't want to sell to them, Fang Heng shrugged. I don't want to provoke that group of terrorists. I'll look for another beer. I see. What about the price? Information about awakening angitators, higher-tier energy crystals, valuable resources, radiant gems, or offering direct god points are also options to be considered. I will get back to you with a list, Fang Heng explained. All right, I will inquire for you. Additionally, someone has asked me to talk to you about a transaction, Lao Hei said, carefully observing Fang Heng's expression. They want to redeem angitators with 100,000 god points. 100,000. That's a lot, Fang Heng's expression changed slightly, surprised by the sum. After a moment of shock, Fang Heng quickly responded, "No, I won't sell." Someone willing to spend 100,000 points to redeem Anjiters meant that Anjiters were worth much more than that to them. Anjiters held even greater potential that could be explored. I guessed as much. Not surprised, Lao He said. Fang Heng licked his lips and cautiously asked, "Who is the beer?" "The night owls." "Why do they want to retrieve Anjiters?" "Night owls. Ha." Lao He sized up Fang Heng. "Fang Heng, you've been dealing with the night owls for a while now. Do you really think they are that capable?" Lao He explained, "The night owls are just puppets, controlled characters. With their power, they are not capable of causing so much trouble under the Federation's watchful eyes." "Then who?" Fang Heng asked. "The 12 consortiums." Fang Heng's mind stirred. The 12 consortiums were originally 12 giant companies in the Northern Federation, controlling the economic lifelines of the entire North Federation and influencing its foreign policies. Over the years, the power of the 12 consortiums had infiltrated the entire Federation, with their businesses extending globally. Seeing Fang Heng lost in thought, Lao He felt he had said enough. "Well, be cautious. It's likely they may have special plans against you," Lao He said as he walked away. Watching Lao He leave, Fang Heng narrowed his eyes. "So, the 12 consortiums have a big plan, eh? They want to make a move on me. Fine, I'll stay within the Undead Research Association and not venture out in the game." Didn't sleep all night. Early the next morning, Tan Shuo saw Li Zhaoqiang outside Fang Heng's room. Li Zhaoqiang's eyes were dark, bloodshot, and he yawned, nodding at Tan Shuo. Tan Shuo glanced at the tightly closed door behind Li Zhaoqiang and asked, "He hasn't come out at all either?" "No," Li Zhaoqiang nodded. Last night, after parting ways with Fang Heng, Li Zhaoqiang couldn't sleep and decided to stay outside Fang Heng's door all night. Tan Shuo nodded in understanding. Unlike him, Li Zhaoqiang had put all his hard work and years of savings into this. If he lost, he'd lose his wife and his coffin. Who could sleep well at night in such circumstances? Click, the door lock turned lightly, and Fang Heng stepped out. "What brings you all here?" Fang Heng, still groggy from just waking up, saw Tan Shuo and Li Zhaoqiang outside, scratched his head. "You're up early." "Perfect. Help me push the cart." Hearing this, Li Zhaoqiang quickly followed Fang Heng into the room. Seeing the neatly arranged glass bottles on the cart, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Is the packaging done?" Li Zhaoqiang exclaimed in surprise, picking up a bottle of packaged basic soul body from the cart and examining it in his hand. "The quality looks quite good. Two small carts are filled to the brim. There are over 100 of them." The fatigue that was on Li Zhaoqiang's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a huge surprise that filled him with excitement to the extreme. He turned to look at Fang Heng. "Fang Heng, you are incredible. How did you manage this?" "What else can I do? Just grit my teeth and work hard," Fang Heng replied, meeting Li Zhaoqiang's eyes. "Amazing. Delivering over 100 bottles of basic soul body in one night. At this efficiency rate, capital recovery will not be a problem. This wave of investment is stable. They will soon be able to fast forward to making big profits." Tan Shuo, on the side, also looked at Fang Heng in amazement, sighing heavily in his heart. Having a talent that makes others envious is one thing, but being able to work so hard as well. Fang Heng yawned. "Let's go. Let's quickly figure out how to sell them, and get our capital back as soon as possible." Yes, I'll push the cart." Li Zhaoqiang stepped forward, carefully pushing the cart. The three of them returned to the Hall of the Dead, rented a booth with the money, and nearby vendors cast curious glances at them. After all, Fang Heng and the others' lucrative actions yesterday had left a strong impression on everyone. After tidying up the newly rented booth, Li Zhaoqiang and Tan Shuo busied themselves with placing the goods on the shelves. Fang Heng asked, "How do we plan to sell the packaged soul bodies?" "Basic soul bodies are in high demand, with very versatile applications, and the market is generally stable with minimal fluctuations," Li Zhaoqiang, who had a good understanding of the market, replied. After giving it some thought, he continued, the market price hovers around 500 to 600 contribution points, with recent prices around 530. Considering a quick sale, how about we sell them at 500 contribution points? Well, 500 is a good price. Tan Shuo nodded in agreement. Fang Heng, we suggest selling them at 500, so that we can quickly sell off the inventory to recoup capital. Otherwise, we might run out of money for purchasing materials later. Alright, we'll sell them at 500. Fang Heng readily agreed. Taking into account losses and deducting labor costs, not only will he break even this time, he might even make a good profit. Fang Heng rubbed his hands in anticipation. It had always been a regret in the game that he couldn't empty the end of Day's merchant camp. Who would have thought that he could now empty the Association of Undead Researchers in real life? Professor Dickey had been quite nice to him, so it might not be a good idea to empty the Professors' Association. No, the Federal Association of Undead Researchers also has investments. It shouldn't be a problem to trick the Federal out of their money. Fang Heng pondered, as a young man walked up to the booth. The young man seemed surprised by the large quantity of undead elixirs in front of him, and at looking over the booth and Fang Heng's group, inquired, how are the soul bodies sold? Friend, you have a good eye. These are all freshly made souls from last night. Just completed packaging, fresh and guaranteed effective. Li Shaoqiang saw a customer and smiled, extending his hand towards the young man. We sell them individually for 555 each, but if you buy 10 or more, it's 500 each. 500. The young man raised an eyebrow, casually picking up a bottle of packaged soul from the booth and inspecting it. No flaws. High-quality goods. You're a good friend. How many do you have? I'll take them all. All of them. Excellent. A total of 112 bottles. Tan Shuo, help this gentleman load them up, and the cart is a gift to you. We'll continue setting up shop here tomorrow. After taking the money and watching the big customer leave, Li Shaoqiang couldn't contain his excitement. A huge profit. This is a huge profit. Li Shaoqiang's eyes reddened in an instant. Nothing beats getting super rich overnight. Making money is really satisfying. Don't get too excited. We're just getting started. Fang Heng patted Li Shaoqiang on the shoulder, hanging a closed sign on the door. Let's go. We have some time. Let's celebrate with a meal on the 3rd floor. My treat. At the Imperial City building, in the remote projection conference room, all the participants in the meeting from the highest echelons of the 12 financial magnates in the Northern Federation, controlling the economic lifeline of the entire Northern Federation. They faced the projection as N. I Tongming explained. The price of 100,000 points clearly demonstrates our sincerity towards trading Angitas. One middle-aged man in a light blue suit held an orange cat in his arms, rubbing the cat as he spoke. If we can't get Angitas, will it significantly impact the execution of the plan? From a risk assessment perspective, the unrecovered Angitas has little effect on Fang Heng, and it doesn't affect the execution of our subsequent plans. From the perspective of the central mind's deductions, Fang Heng's potential impact on our plans is less than 0.001%. The man continued, then why have you called us here? Because I don't trust the results of the deductions. Ji Kaiyubei, standing next to N. I Tongming, said in a deep voice. Every time the central mind deduced, it told me that the success rate was over 95%, yet each time ended in failure. From the 8th district to the 7th district, and now Angitas, has the central mind deduced this result. Ji Kaiyubei looked around. I just want to warn you all, if we underestimate Fang Heng, we will definitely suffer significant losses. The leaders of the financial magnates began to quietly discuss among themselves. When the discussion subsided, N. I Tongming continued, I believe that Fang Heng's existence poses a considerable risk and threat to us, and it is necessary to completely eliminate him. Based on the intelligence gathered so far, Fang Heng is currently under the protection of the Society of Undead Scholars, and with his special abilities, as long as he hides there, the chances of successfully killing him are extremely low, almost impossible. And I Tongming thought for a moment and added, unless we are willing to take drastic actions against the Society of Undead Scholars, which I'm sure none of you want to see happen. Mr. Ni is right. Killing Fang Heng under the protection of the Society of Undead Researchers is almost impossible, but we can approach it from a different angle. We can temporarily control him. Jikayube squinted his eyes, sent a document he had prepared overnight to the mainframe, and said, "This is a report on an action plan I have developed overnight. If we follow this plan, we can easily keep Fang Heng trapped for at least a month. This 1 month can give us enough time to successfully complete the revival ceremony." Everyone began to examine the action plan sent by Jikayube. An old man, after reviewing the plan, looked up and said, "Is this plan modified based on the plan to seize the Tomb of Bone Spirit last time?" Mr. Liu is sharp. By doing so, the security of the insider implanted in the Society of Undead Researchers may not be guaranteed. The necessary sacrifices are worthwhile. Gentlemen, if luck is on our side, we might be able to stir up a big commotion in the Eastern Federation, and there might even be a slight chance of getting our hands on the Bone Spirit Tomb of the Society of Undead Researchers. On hearing this, the people began to discuss quietly again. The Tomb of the Bone Spirit. The 12 financial magnates have been coveting it for a long time. They just haven't been able to come up with an effective plan to seize it. Jikayube's success rate in the plan he formulated was less than 10%, but using it to deal with Fang Heng seems to be quite fitting. And Ai Tongming looked through the details of the plan, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. If we can execute the plan as intended, the Eastern Federation would likely be troubled, and we might even have a tiny chance of seizing the Bone Spirit Tomb of the Society of Undead Researchers. Then, Ai Tongming looked around at everyone and said, "As usual, let's vote on it." 5 hours later, Fang Heng brought more than 30 players, dragging cart after cart of holy water, to the sink hall. "He's here again." Piyushai, who was meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. More than 30 players pushed carts and gathered in the sink hall, making the originally quiet hall crowded and noisy. "Everyone, calm down." Piyushai looked at Fang Heng, his brows furrowed. Fang Heng, yesterday, he brought in more than 10 people to the sink corridor, and now more and more people are gathering. The sink corridor, which used to be peaceful, has become chaotic since Fang Heng arrived. What is he up to? Master Piyushai, Li Xiao greeted respectfully. "We request entry into the sink corridor." Piyushai stared at Fang Heng. "Fang Heng, take care of yourself." "Thank you, Master. I will." Led by the attendants, Fang Heng's group entered the sink corridor. A disciple learning from Piyushai hesitated for a while and softly asked, "Master, should I follow them in to take a look? Is it necessary?" Piyushai shook his head. "Continue your meditation." Entering the sink corridor, following the new optimized plan from last night, Fang Heng introduced a wave of strategies to the players. The experienced elders began guiding the newbies in a new round of maneuvers. After the optimization, monster spawning became smoother. Half an hour later, clusters of soul bodies were cornered, crowding and attempting to attack Fang Heng from within the corner. Due to the terrain, at most only 4 low-level soul bodies could attack Fang Heng at a time. Relying on the power of the Book of the Dead, a large number of soul fragments escaped from the low-level soul bodies, absorbed by Fang Heng into the Book of the Dead. Fang Heng continued weakening their power until they were unable to break free from the Book of the Dead's bindings and were completely captured. This cycle repeated. On the side, Tanshuo took notes, feeling envious. Soul fragments are a nourishing supplement that can slightly replenish mental energy consumption, with unproven studies suggesting they can also slightly enhance spiritual strength. Tanshuo watched as Fang Heng swiftly switched between capturing soul bodies, finishing 6 books in just over half an hour. 6 books already today. Tanshuo furrowed his brows slightly and reviewed today's records once again. Li Xiao, do you feel like something is off today? Off? What do you mean by off? Efficiency in luring soul bodies has increased. Li Xiao looked confused, not understanding. Tanshuo gestured towards his record book. Take a look. Li Xiao leaned over to look at Tan Shuo's record of commission performance. Indeed, the speed at which they lured in low-level souls had nearly doubled. Good news. If the speed of luring souls increases, the speed of capturing souls will also improve, leading to increased profits. Right. Isn't this a great thing? Li Xiao's face lit up, saying, "That's great. It means the players are more motivated and efficient." Is it? Looking up, both of them glanced at the group of players panting as they ran. Tan Shuo shook his head. Doesn't seem like it? Then what could it be? I feel like the appearance rate of low-level soul bodies has increased. Li Xiao was puzzled, furrowing his brows. Tan Shuo felt a bit worried. The entire Undead Researcher Association facility was built on the seam of the Death Realm. The Sync Corridor is part of the seal, and any issue could potentially affect the Death Realm seam. Is there a problem? It's not that significant. It's just that the dynamic amplification of soul body speed feels odd. Li Xiao shrugged, not too concerned about this strangeness. The Sync Corridor is so important, and with so many eyes watching us, instructors guard the place 24 hours a day. How could there be any problems? True, maybe I'm overthinking it. Fang Heng also noticed that today, there were significantly more souls lured into the hallway. He didn't think too much about it, attributing it to an increase in hired players, focusing on capturing souls. Monster spawning continued for over 2 hours until the final Book of the Dead was filled, and Fang Heng called a halt. Each Book of the Dead could capture a large number of souls, but with more than 10 souls, the success rate of subsequent sealing actions could be negatively impacted. Taking advantage of the situation, Fang Heng stored 20 souls in one book, 2 carts filled with Books of the Dead. Thank you all for your help today. We'll stop here for today, and tomorrow at noon, we will continue to release commissions. Interested friends can sign up at the commission center. Fang Heng was extremely satisfied. At this rate, the negative effects from the residual pages could probably be resolved by tomorrow. Reclaim the funds, and enter a state of profit. If he were to be a bit more greedy, increase investments, buy more Books of the Dead, and accelerate the process of sealing zombie clones. Boss, as a partner, I have a suggestion. Li Xiao, full of enthusiasm, approached Fang Heng. Well, go ahead. Fang Heng thought it was worthwhile to listen to his partner's opinion. I think our efficiency in capturing soul bodies is still a bit too slow. Why don't we set up some tents here directly? What? Set up tents. Find some space to build a temporary rest area. Low-level undead are easy to manage. Just set up a small defensive perimeter around the temporary rest area. When the players accepting commissions get tired, they can rest in the tents, recover their energy. All for earning points. The apprentices in the undead studies can endure this hardship and bring over some compressed biscuits. After all, they are just apprentices in undead studies. It'll be enough to fill their stomachs. They won't starve. Time is money. Let's hurry up and make some cash. Hearing Li Xiao's plan, Fang Heng was stunned. What a pal. Capitalists like him know how to play. Seeing Fang Heng remain speechless for a while, Li Xiao felt a bit uneasy and asked, Fang Heng, what do you think of my idea? Li Xiao, you are a genius. Your idea is very creative. Li Xiao felt happy. Really? Of course. It's sure to work. It must work. Fang Heng enthusiastically put his arm around Li Xiao's shoulder. We need to plan it out, get more military tents, and maybe figure out a way to bring in a batch of soul candles. It's a waste to spend contributions each time we enter for only 24 hours. We need to do more back and forth. Right. I feel the same way. The efficiency can still be improved. Li Xiao was even more excited, feeling that his brainwaves perfectly aligned with Fang Heng's. Absolutely right, brother. If we decide to do this, we need to find people to set up tents and provide rations. Make sure those apprentices eat well and rest peacefully, all for earning money. Tan Shuo sighed heavily as he watched the two men passionately discussing their plans. Are they really not going to be kicked out of the Sync Corridor by Master Pu Shai? Day 3. 1,000 soul bodies have already been fully absorbed, and the experience points of basic necromancy skills have begun to slowly increase again. Feng Heng and Li Shaoqiang calculated and decided to continue investing the earned points. In addition, Li Shaoqiang contributed an additional 200,000 contribution points and purchased over 30 more books of the dead. The goal is clear: to increase efficiency and make money crazily. Feng Heng's mood is very good. The basic soul bodies are essential items and solid currency, with a very fast turnover in the market. After 2 days of voluntary promotion by players, many players know about Feng Heng, the big benefactor, and have taken on his commissions, coming to report promptly every day at noon to work alongside Feng Heng. For ordinary players, in the ideal scenario, working hard can yield around 20–30 main god points a day. Isn't that much better than struggling in the game? In the Abyssal Hall, at noon, Puss asked what he was doing. Are they planning to build a main base inside the Abyssal Corridor? Recently, Puss had heard about players commissioned by Feng Heng to work in the Abyssal Corridor. Initially, he felt that getting involved in such matters was beneath his status. But Puss never thought that Feng Heng could stir up things so well. Among the people Feng Heng brought, he even saw many scholars who had advanced intermediate necromancy ranks. What's going on here? Puss didn't want to say more, nor did he want to look at Feng Heng anymore. He waved his hand, indicating Feng Heng to go in. Thank you, Mentor Puss, Feng Heng said, leading the players behind him into the Abyssal Corridor. After 2 consecutive days of testing, Feng Heng made several improvements to the monster spawning plan, calling it version 5.2 reinforcement. Li Shaoqiang selected a relatively open area and set up tents within the region, with a few red soul candles placed on the outskirts to repel soul bodies. He then hired 2 players specifically to transport holy water continuously between the outside world and the Abyssal Corridor to ensure a steady supply. They also arranged some bricks and built a simple reservoir at the monster spawning point around the corner. The holy water was continuously delivered from the outside and poured into the reservoir. Subsequently, they connected the reservoir to a spraying system, ensuring that Feng Heng was constantly showered with water to quickly remove curse effects from him. They even considered setting up a temporary restroom. Li Shaoqiang realized that players taking breaks to eat and drink consumed a lot of time. After discussing together, Li Shaoqiang decided that Feng Heng's work was too much. He prepared to act, but was stopped by Tan Shuo, considering that Mentor Puss was nearing his limit of anger. At that moment, over 70 players enticed monsters, trapping Feng Heng in a corner with a large group of basic soul bodies. The ripples released by the dead's book harvested soul fragments of these soul bodies one after another. Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqiang, as investors, sat on the side recording everything. Li Shaoqiang was ecstatic. How much money could they make that day? Something seems off. Tan Shuo browsed through the records, paused, and looked grave. What's wrong? Li Shaoqiang asked, looking puzzled toward Feng Heng's direction. Is it more? Compared to late yesterday, the soul bodies are appearing twice as fast today. Tan Shuo compared the data from yesterday with a worried expression. Could there be a problem? I don't think so. The Abyssal Corridor is powerful. How could there be a problem? You're just worrying too much all the time, Li Shaoqiang said, patting Tan Shuo's shoulder and jokingly adding, could it be because we're spawning too many soul bodies and we're going to crush the Abyssal Corridor? Tan Shuo cautiously swallowed, looking at Feng Heng who was reaping soul ripples greedily, and said carefully, actually, I think it's a possibility. Huh? Li Shaoqiang was about to say something when suddenly, a faint sound of cracking came from his ear. What's going on? Li Shaoqiang was shocked. The candles on the wall dimmed continuously, and the whole abyssal hall suddenly became dark. Chi. Before Li Shaoqiang could speak, the candles ignited again, but this time, they all exuded a dim yellow light. Huh? Feng Heng, who was happily fighting monsters, was about to rack up enough contribution points to go on a wild shopping spree. Suddenly, this abnormal change caught him off guard. What was happening now? Puss was resting in the dark abyssal hall. He disapproved of what Feng Heng was doing inside the Abyssal Corridor. Suddenly, Puss opened his eyes, almost at the same time as all the candles in the abyssal hall dimmed. Oh no, something's wrong. The central seal has been triggered. Who could it be? Full of unease and anxiety, Puss immediately instructed the guards and high-level necromancy scholars to rush to the abyssal corridor. He wondered who could have tampered with the seal. Was it Fang Hang? Puss couldn't help but picture Fang Hang's face. No, that's impossible. Access to the abyssal corridor is divided into external, central, and internal areas, and the central corridor area, the qualifications are not publicly disclosed. Even for internal areas, ordinary players need at least 10 years of security evaluation and must pass a federal background check before being allowed in, meaning the person has infiltrated the association for at least a decade, something only those 5 high-level necromancy scholars currently inside could achieve. Meanwhile, on the other side of the abyssal corridor, Fang Hang finished gathering the last wave of undead bodies and regrouped with the other players. They all realized something was wrong, stopped attracting monsters, and gathered back together, quietly discussing, "What's happening? Why did the candle colors change? The candle in my hand seems unchanged. Could it be maintenance?" Li Shaoqiang approached Fang Hang, pondered, and whispered, "Fang Hang, did you do it?" Title: National Game. Hanging up from the zombie doomsday. No. Fang Hang felt a headache, shaking his hand to deny. "We were just enjoying killing monsters. How could it suddenly be over?" He asked, "What do you think is happening?" "It might be the alarm system malfunction. There seems to be a problem in the Abyss Limbo, triggering a special alarm." Dong Jiakan brought a few players to join the discussion. "Boss, staying here poses a risk. Such emergencies likely indicate a problem in the Abyss Limbo. I suggest we evacuate first." "Evacuate? Stop working? Not allow money making?" Fang Hang frowned and looked back at the corridor. "An unexpected situation? A small loss this time. Forget it. Life is more important." The monster spawning point was not far from the entrance to the Abyss Hall. "Let's go back and check the situation first. We can always come back later." "Well, you're right. Let's go back and check. If everything's fine, we can come back." "Okay, I'll go tell them." Everyone listened to Fang Hang's instructions and started packing their gear to head back. Suddenly, they heard hurried footsteps not far ahead. Looking over, Piyushai led a group of people towards them. "Master Piyushai." Everyone greeted respectfully. Even Piyushai, responsible for guarding the Abyss Limbo, had come. Li Shao felt even more uneasy. He took a half step forward and asked, "Master Piyushai, why are you here? What's happening?" Piyushai saw Fang Hang and the players, and his brows furrowed. Instead of answering, he focused his gaze on Fang Hang. "Fang Hang, have you been here all along?" Li Shao hurriedly replied. "Yes, master. We've been here the whole time, not leaving." Piyushai narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "There's a situation. Everyone needs to return to the Abyss Hall immediately. Stay inside the hall until the lockdown is lifted. Understood?" "Yes." The players responded in unison. Piyushai waved his hand, about to lead the group for inspection. Suddenly, his brows furrowed again, his expression changing. He turned around, staring intently in a certain direction of the maze passage. The players followed his gaze. From a distance, the candles burning on the walls of the maze gradually extinguished. In an instant, the entire Abyss Limbo plunged into darkness. Only the candles in their hands provided a faint light. Boom, boom, boom. Then, several loud thuds rang out continuously. Fang Hang felt a violent tremor like an earthquake under his feet. When the shaking stopped completely, silence enveloped the surroundings. No one spoke. The atmosphere in the Abyss Hall became extremely tense. Fang Hang didn't know what had happened, but noticed that the players' faces didn't look good. He nudged Li Shao next to him and asked softly, "What's going on?" "Fang Hang, it's a special setting in the Abyss Limbo. In extreme danger. To protect the safety of the real world, the Abyss Limbo triggers a safety mechanism autonomously. All entry and exit points are completely locked down," Li Shao explained in a hushed tone, looking slightly pale. "The stone that just fell is a sealing stone. We are temporarily trapped here, unable to leave." Piyushai was deeply shocked. What kind of problem had they encountered that even the final prohibition was triggered? Was someone trying to mess with the crack in the death realm? At this point, they needed to figure out what was happening. They had to quickly check the central area. After pondering in place for a moment, Piyushai made a swift decision and said solemnly, "Have you all heard? The sealing stone has fallen, indicating a problem in the abyss limbo. Now, all those with at least basic knowledge of necromancy, follow me into the central area of the abyss limbo for investigation. The rest remain here." "Yes, master." As they spoke, the players quickly divided into two teams. One consisted of players with basic necromancy and above, and the other group of those who had informally entered the study. Fang Heng hesitated. Come to think of it, he seemed to have advanced in basic necromancy. Should he go with them? "Let's go." Piyushai was anxious. Without waiting for confirmation, he led the group toward the central area of the abyss hall. Should he follow and see what happens? Fang Heng quickly pondered. In the end, he couldn't resist the curiosity to witness the unfolding event. It sounded serious, and he needed to see it to be prepared if things went wrong. Both Li Xiao and Tan Shuo hadn't advanced in necromancy, so they quietly stayed behind. They exchanged glances with Fang Heng. "You guys stay here. I'll go check and be back soon." "All right, stay safe." Among the group of high-level players, Fang Heng followed the team towards the central area of the abyss hall. Along the way, they encountered wandering undead beings. The necromancers in the team swiftly dealt with them. Dong Jiakan, walking beside Fang Heng, noticed him and intentionally approached. Having made some money with Fang Heng these past few days, he felt obligated to take care of the boss in a crisis. "Fang Heng, this situation is big. Otherwise, the sealing stone wouldn't have activated to completely seal off the abyss limbo." Dong Jiakan explained softly to Fang Heng. "We are now following Master Piyushai to the central area, hoping we don't encounter big trouble." Fang Heng asked, "Is there an enemy invasion?" "It doesn't seem likely. Those who can enter the abyss limbo have passed federal authentication. Normal people can't get in." Fang Heng nodded. "So, what could be the reason?" "The best scenario is a natural rupture of the seal, causing an overflow of death realm energy triggering an alarm. However, the masters inspect regularly each month. This situation hardly occurs. The worst case scenario is bad. If the death realm..." The two whispered back and forth, and Fang Heng noticed a large door constructed of white bones ahead. In the center of the door, the eye sockets of a skull reflected blue soul fire. The jagged bone spurs on the doorframe looked more eerie under the glow of the soul fire. Piyushai stood in front of the bony gate, his expression growing darker. He took a deep breath and pushed it open slowly. "Let's go," Piyushai said, leading the way into what lay beyond the gate. "This is bad. We're going to suffer." Hearing Dong Jiakan's muttered words, Fang Heng turned to him and asked quietly, "What do you mean? Why is it getting worse?" "The abyss limbo is divided into 13 levels, 5 outer, 4 middle, 3 inner, and the central area at the very core," Dong Jiakan explained. "Each area has admission restrictions, which you can think of as prohibitions set by the Necromancy Research Association, like the Bone Gate we just saw. The text is quite long. Let me provide a brief summary for you. The story is about a group of players embarking on a game involving zombies and dungeons. They encounter various challenges along the way, including a maze and powerful enemies. Eventually, they reach a central area where they discover a powerful entity called the Bone Spirit Altar, which was damaged and housed within a magical circle. The players accidentally trigger the power of the Bone Spirit Altar, unleashing a horde of high-level undead spirits. The players quickly retreat and realize that the true goal of the invaders was to seize the Bone Spirit Altar. The leader of the group, Pishi, faces the dilemma of either waiting for outside support or attempting to repair the damaged magical seal themselves. The situation becomes increasingly dangerous as the undead forces threaten to break through the remaining seals, potentially causing a catastrophic event. National Game. Hanging out from them at the beginning of the Zombie Apocalypse, Volume 665 of the main chapter of the Spirit Altar of Bones. Don't worry. The power of the spirit altar can only hold a limited amount of soul energy, and of hundreds of years of nurturing, it is the same. We just need to wait for its power to be released and gradually consume it. Piyushu thought for a moment. He chose to only tell half of the truth to everyone. Currently, the power of the bone spirit altar will gradually overflow outward, gradually affecting the periphery, causing a large number of undead resentments to mix into the soul body and regenerate. The wall of bones may not be able to resist for long. So, we should first withdraw from the central area and then make a plan. All the players replied together. Understood. Bone spirit altar. High-level spirit body. Accumulated tens of thousands of years of undead resentment. Although he couldn't understand, Fang Heng felt it was impressive. Mixing in with the crowd, Fang Heng followed everyone to retreat from the central seal area. Forget about tens of thousands of years of undead resentments. Along the way, he encountered many high-level spirit bodies, making Fang Heng feel that he might even be able to defeat high-level spirit bodies. Fang Heng quickly calculated in his mind. The difficulty of this sudden event was too great compared to his current level difference. He couldn't handle it. However, according to Mentor Piyushi's meaning, he seemed to have a way to withstand it, and he already had a solution. Following Piyushi's plan step by step, there should be no problem. Yes, very stable. Fang Heng felt that as a newcomer who had just learned about the undead for less than a month, he should not interfere blindly. The players trapped in the sinking corridor all began to retreat from the central area, heading to the second inner lair. Seeing many high-level players grouped together discussing how to repair the magic array, Fang Heng quietly excused himself from the crowd. It's not that he didn't want to help, but that he really couldn't help. Fang Heng decided to temporarily retreat and go back to meet up with Li Shaoqiang and the others. Even though the magic array in the central area had stopped operating, the entire sinking corridor was still active, with souls occasionally emerging from underground. It was still a bit unsafe on the way back, so he had to bring Dong Jiakan and a few mercenaries with him for a safer journey. Where were they? Fang Heng searched around. Huh? Fang Heng lightly exclaimed. He noticed Piyushu, who had been discussing with several high-level undead scholars. Take a few steps back. Piyushu whispered a few instructions to two undead attendants dressed in gray robes. Then, the two attendants extinguished the soul candles in their hands, entered a dark corner, and gradually disappeared from the sight of all players. Strange. What are they up to? And why so secretive? Fang Heng wondered. Suddenly, a conspiracy theory arose in Fang Heng's mind. Could it be that the mastermind behind this event was Mentor Piyushu? Thieves catch thieves. Driven by curiosity, Fang Heng took a few steps forward and looked down a dark passage. His eyes emitted a red glow. With the enhancement of his high-level bloodline ability, Fang Heng could clearly see the scene inside the passage. Two dark magic arrays appeared under the feet of the two undead attendants. The magic arrays rotated slowly. Like quicksand, the bodies of the two attendants slowly sank into the magic circles. After a moment, the two completely disappeared. Various thoughts surged in Fang Heng's mind. The game. They had returned to the game. This strange way of entering the game. Fang Heng unconsciously looked down at his right hand, which he was tightly gripping. This method was similar to the power of the mark on the back of his hand. Who were they? Why did they also have this power? Hey, Fang Heng. Hearing someone suddenly call his name, Fang Heng was startled and turned around. What's wrong? Why are you so jumpy? Are you okay? What are you looking at? Dong Jiakan was also startled by Fang Heng's reaction and followed Fang Heng's gaze toward the end of the maze corridor. He only saw darkness. Oh, nothing. It's nothing. Fang Heng retracted his gaze from the end. If the two undead attendants could enter the game, then even if the players were locked in the sinking corridor, they could still communicate with the outside world. It seemed that Mentor Piyushu was hiding something from the players. Federal people. So, why didn't Mentor Piyushu mention this before? Fang Heng recalled Mo Yongxiao repeatedly mentioning to him that unless absolutely necessary, this special way of entering and exiting the game should not be revealed in front of outsiders. Was it because this special teleportation method should not be known by outsiders? Or because were the federal people planning something else? Fang Heng massaged his shoulders. He felt like his intelligence wasn't sufficient. Dong Jiakan saw Fang Heng standing there lost in thought again and couldn't help but gently shake his shoulder, saying, "Hey, Fang Heng, what are you thinking about now?" "Oh, nothing. Just thinking about that bone spirit altar. That thing." Dong Jiakan looked in the direction where Pu Shai and the others were discussing and said, "That's my first time hearing about the bone spirit altar too. I don't know much. With Pu Shi's experience, there shouldn't be a problem. We don't need to worry too much, just follow the mentor's instructions." "Well, that makes sense. Let Pu Shai outwit the enemy. He should eat and drink himself. He should continue making money." "Yeah, you're right," Fang Heng agreed, then turned to Dong Jiakan. "By the way, I was looking for you. I think we can't help much by staying here. So, it's better to go back early." "Go back? Where?" "Go back to meet up with Li Shaoqiang and the others." "Oh?" Dong Jiakan thought for a moment, then looked at the nearby group of high-level players who were discussing tactics in small teams. He suddenly felt his own insignificance. Indeed, as an apprentice who had just recently started learning about basic necromancy, he couldn't do much by staying here. Moreover, going back to the camp meant having something to eat, a tent to sleep in, and drinks to have. It was much more comfortable than staying here no matter how you looked at it. "Alright. Should we inform the mentor?" "No need. The mentor is already having a headache. Let's not go up there and bother him." Fang Heng pulled Dong Jiakan aside. "Call our people. If they're willing to go back, they can come with us. If they want to stay, let them stay. Don't force them." "Okay." Dong Jiakan agreed and started looking for people. Fang Heng pursed his lips. Wasting time was shameful. As long as it was temporarily safe and he couldn't be of help, he naturally continued to go back to grind monsters and make money. In the study of the sinking hall, the top members of the Undead Research Society gathered. Since 2 days ago, the central seal of the sinking hall has been loosened. Today, it was found that the seal has been completely destroyed. It can be confirmed that all of this was premeditated. The 2 individuals who destroyed the seal have been confirmed dead. They were identified as our internal personnel, but it's unclear if there are still dangerous elements hiding within the group. Title: National Game. Hanging up since the Zombie Doomsday Chapter 666. Be prepared. As per Piyushi's judgment, he believes that there are still unclean players in the current team, and he will find a way to catch the mouse out. Association President Win pondered for a moment, then raised his head and asked, "Have you checked the true identities of the invaders?" "The Federation is conducting an investigation, but it will take some time for the results to come back. The fact that they could hide within us for so long makes it difficult to find clues," explained a displeased vice president of the association. 2 days ago, someone made adjustments to the seal. Why didn't Pu Shai notice anything? Do not get angry. It's not Pu Shi's fault. Centuries of peace have made us relax our vigilance. We all bear responsibility. President Win interrupted. Disturbing the peace of the dead is the greatest blasphemy. Their souls cannot find rest. Fortunately, the crack in the realm of the dead is still under control. We still have time to fix this. Everyone nodded in agreement. Deke was anxious, feeling restless. If the seal of the realm of the dead was broken, it would be fine if the world was destroyed. After all, for a scholar of the undead, death is true peace. But what gave him the right to endanger one of his precious students? Knowing that there was no way for the outside world to save Fang Heng at this stage, he could only rely on himself. President, Pu Shai should be able to repair the damaged seal with his abilities. But what worries me is, this incident happened suddenly. The realm of the dead was completely sealed off, and the members trapped inside have no supplies. With the malicious triggering of the bone spirit altar and the ancient grudges revived, the fighting capabilities of the players trapped inside the realm will greatly decrease over time. Indeed, the most troubling issue was the lack of supplies. The trapped players lacked holy water to ward off curses. If they were injured carelessly, The accumulation of curses could be terrifying. Additionally, they lacked soul candles, food, water sources. The shortage of supplies was a great challenge for the entire team. Faced with these unfavorable conditions, how long could they hold out? We must prepare for the worst. If the seal of the realm of the dead is completely destroyed and fourth-tier creatures overflow, it will cause major chaos in the Eastern Federation. We need to deploy early and completely block off several major city areas, a vice president from the Federation suggested. Frowning, fellow presidents, a large-scale population migration and evacuation will cause great turmoil in the eastern region. Do we have other options? As they were discussing, an undead servant hurried in and whispered a few words to Wayne. Are you sure? Yes, master. Wayne furrowed his brows, looking puzzled. He nodded at the servant, who then turned to address the group. Fellow presidents, we have just uncovered something very strange. According to the undead servants who stayed in the Hall of Submersion, in the past 2 days, senior member Fang Heng of the Undead Studies Association brought in a large amount of resources, including holy water, books of the dead, soul candles, combat supplies, compressed biscuits, tents, blankets, and other survival items. Hearing this, the people in the room looked strange. What's going on? Bringing survival supplies into the Hall of Submersion in advance. What is he up to? Is he planning to establish a main base inside the Hall of Submersion? It's as if Fang Heng knew in advance what would happen in the Hall of Submersion. A strange thought crossed everyone's minds simultaneously. Could it be? Was this orchestrated by Fang Heng himself? Upon closer consideration, the name Fang Heng sounds familiar. Fang Heng. Everyone turned their gaze to Deke. Yes, Fang Heng is my student. After the initial surprise, Deke, stroking his gray beard, looked calmly at everyone, even with a hint of pride. My student's personality is as steady as mine. He likes to be prepared in advance, always planning ahead before taking action. So he prepared some survival supplies in advance. What? Is there a problem with being prepared in advance? Isn't this helping the team? Or do you suspect that I also have a problem? With Deke's response, everyone was momentarily speechless. Deke naturally had no issues. Since Deke was fully vouching for him, Fang Heng should also be trustworthy. But this is still so strange. Fang Heng blended in with the team and returned to the camp with Dong Jiaken's group. Along the way, they encountered several high-tier spiritual entities, which Dong Jiaken drove away using special items he had prepared in advance. Back at the camp, the players who stayed behind for vigilance approached to inquire about the situation. Dong Jiaken roughly recounted everything they had encountered in the central area before. The players had different expressions, whispering to each other. Once everyone had finished discussing, Fang Heng clapped his hands to regain their attention. As Dong Jiaken said, the central area near here is very dangerous right now, with even the lowest tier entities being high-tier spiritual beings. At this stage, we can't help much and can't leave the Hall of Submersion. So, if you still want to work, follow me. We will still calculate the rewards. If you don't want to work, you can rest in the camp, and we will provide food and lodging. What? Are you kidding me? Are you joking at a time like this? Even now, the boss still wants to deceive workers to make money. Tan Shuo stared at Fang Heng, who appeared serious, showing no sign of joking. He was momentarily speechless. The boss is really bold. The players also looked at each other. They hadn't expected this. Even at this time, the boss still wants to work. But thinking carefully, what else could they do now? As beginners, not causing trouble for Master Pu Shai was already the most significant help they could provide. Instead of staying here idly, it was better to work and earn some pocket money. After all, idle hands are the devil's workshop. Thinking it through, many players chose to continue working, reigniting the soul candles and scattering to search for wandering spiritual entities inside the Hall of Submersion. Impressive. The boss has a good idea. Even when trapped here, he can convince them to continue working and make money. Seeing the players start working, Li Shakyang was revitalized. Tan Shuo quietly glanced at Li Shakyang, who was excited beside him, filled with helplessness. How can he still be so enthusiastic in this situation? Midnight. After dealing with spiritual entities for most of the day, the players set up tents on the designated open space, assign night watch personnel, and prepare to rest. Having street, the text is too long for a single translation. Please let me know if you want me to continue or summarize the remaining part. Game for all. AFKing from the zombie apocalypse. Wait. A small issue. It's holy water. I did the math. At the current monster spawn rate, our holy water will probably run out by tomorrow night. Li Xiaoqiang was quite concerned about making money. After a brief calculation, he found the resources were running low and immediately sought Feng Hang for a strategy. Feng Hang pondered for a moment. They didn't know how long they would remain trapped here. If they kept fighting monsters, they could consider getting food and drinks from the game. But what about holy water? Should they just stop producing it altogether? Li Xiaoqiang felt a bit anxious. Not making money meant being in debt. For this turning point, he even borrowed money to invest. There was no room for delay. Alright, I got it. I'll think of a solution. You're tired today. Don't overthink it. Get some rest early. Feng Hang said. Oh, you have a solution. Li Xiaoqiang had come to Feng Hang for advice, not expecting him to actually have a solution. With hopeful eyes, he asked, "What's the plan?" "Give me some time to think. I'll figure something out." Feng Hang stretched, yawned, waved his hand, and said, "Let's go. Get some rest quickly." "Okay. Let me know when you have an idea." Li Xiaoqiang couldn't sleep at all. He took a step back and slowly walked away. After sending Li Xiaoqiang off, Feng Hang pondered for a moment and quickly came up with an idea. Holy water. He didn't know how to make it specifically, but he had browsed through tons of information on basic games before. Holy water was a product of the light system, exclusive to the Holy Court. In the three major basic games, the Holy Court existed in the vampire apocalypse. This was a coincidence. Feng Hang had actually planned to visit the vampire apocalypse. Now, the timing was accelerated, making sure there were no other people outside the camp. Feng Hang extinguished the candle in his hand, stacked the Book of the Dead into the Time Leap backpack, and slowly closed his eyes. Under his feet appeared an alchemy magic array. The magic array spun rapidly and transformed into a bubbling blood pool in an instant, gradually engulfing Feng Hang entirely. When he opened his eyes again, Feng Hang had returned to the game world. Hint: during your downtime, your zombie avatars cleared the 4th underground floor of the quarantine zone, totaling 4,328 first-level mutated zombies, 9,760 to second-level mutated zombies, 745 third-level mutated zombies, and 75 fourth-level mutated zombies. Cleaning the 4th floor took quite a bit of time, so it was time to take a break. Feng Hang waved his hand towards the evolution crystal on the floor. Red dots flew into his palm and melded into the palm print. Hint: player obtained a full evolution crystal asterisk 278, first level evolution crystal asterisk 420, second level evolution crystal asterisk 78. Having enough purple evolution crystals needed for the zombie apocalypse upgrade, he would now focus on killing a few vampires to get 99 imprints and complete the level 20 upgrade. It was time to visit the vampire world first. Commanding his zombie avatars to follow behind, Feng Hang returned to the prison headquarters. Deep in the night, at the prison headquarters, stepping out from the transport channel, Feng Hang directed some of the zombie avatars and lickers to commit suicide in a high-concentration corrosive solution, then returned to the first-floor division transfer hall. Considering the possibility that the single-player metal teleport disc might be open to the outside in the future, Feng Hang chose to temporarily carve out an area on the first floor to establish a transfer division. The transfer division hall was used for external single-player transfers. Entering the main hall, Feng Hang saw Victor and Sandy discussing something in low voices. "Feng Hang, I finally found you." Seeing Feng Hang, Sandy's mood instantly lifted. He enthusiastically approached Feng Hang and greeted him, saying, "Victor and I were discussing the construction of a temple, and we're missing some materials. I'm sure you won't be stingy with these materials, right?" It's all for art. It was late at night, yet his spirit was still high. Feng Heng took the materials list from Sandy's hand. Seeing the luxurious materials needed for building the temple, he sighed inwardly. Alright. Who made you an SS class NPC anyway? I got it. I'll figure out the materials. For art. Exactly. For art. I knew you'd understand me best in this place. Trust me, as long as you continue to have devout faith, the God of Art will bless you. I hope so. Feng Heng then looked at Victor. Can the transfer channel still be used? Yes. Yesterday, the 2 people you brought here have tested the transfer channel. I just did a check on the channel again, and it's in good condition for transfers. Good. Feng Heng nodded. The 2 people Victor mentioned were the ones the Old Black sent to the Wasteland world. Who knows what tricks the Old Black is up to now? Feng Heng was too busy to care about it. He had to focus on upgrading for now. Okay. I'm going to the vampire world using the transfer channel now. Sure, no problem, Sandy's ears twitched, and he quickly approached. Feng Heng, are you going to the vampire world? Take me with you. No. This time it's something important. Next time for sure. Feng Heng stepped into the center of the transfer disc, indicating Victor to initiate the transfer. Wait, take me with you. You promised to take me with you last time. Sandy started to use his persistent skills and walked onto the mechanical transfer disc with Feng Heng. I think you're going to the vampire world to restore Angitas. Take me with you. I can help too. Hint. Sandy's friendship level with you has slightly decreased. Feng Heng, feeling puzzled, said, I'm not saying I won't take you, but you can't pass through the transfer channel, can you? Sandy looked at Victor. Victor sensed a chilling killing intent in Sandy's eyes. Last time, after his daughter Angel woke up, Sandy gave Angel a personally painted portrait and a strange floral wreath. Victor couldn't understand them, but Angel especially liked this strange Uncle Sandy. Ahem. Victor coughed lightly, deciding to remain neutral. Feng Heng, the current level of the metal teleport disc has been enhanced. Sandy can indeed be brought along using the transfer service. What? Feng Heng was taken aback. A game prompt popped up. Hint, your shelter character, Sandy, has reached maximum loyalty level and full trust, making him your partner for the transfer process. Hint, at the current level of the metal teleport disc, players can choose a maximum of 1 partner for the transfer process at a time, and the partner will occupy a specific number of transfer slots. Players need to pay both the partner's transfer costs as well as other assorted fees. See, there's no problem with the transfer channel. Take me with you. Sandy eagerly looked at Feng Heng, challenging him to come up with an excuse. Game for everyone. Feng Heng frowned as he started to seriously consider the idea of taking Victor with him to the vampire world from the zombie apocalypse. It was not a good choice. Sandy lacked combat abilities, and he would need to divert some energy to ensure Sandy's safety. However, upon second thought, perhaps this great artist really could be of use. After all, he was a tough character who could even comprehend genius skills like god-level mimicry. Besides, Feng Heng looked at Sandy, who seemed determined not to give up until he reached his goal. Refusing now would probably significantly reduce his loyalty. An SS-rated NPC, he couldn't bear to part ways. As for the danger, no matter how you looked at it, the vampire world was still a beginner-level game world, and as long as they didn't do anything stupid, they shouldn't die. Alright, but you must promise me that after entering the vampire world, you will listen to me about everything. Of course, no problem at all, Sandy assured, pounding his chest. Feng Heng looked at Sandy and said, The God of Art is watching you. I will make you promise again. Sandy's eyelids twitched, instantly changing his expression to a serious one. I promise to you. Absolutely. Everything will be as you say. In the name of the God of Art. Hint, your friendliness with Sandy has significantly increased. Hint, current world status. Authorization mode for mechanical teleporter discs. Hint, confirm player identity. Player's current selected teleport destination. Vampire Apocalypse. Hint, the player enters the teleport channel and can choose up to 5 backpack slots. Items in the backpack slots can be transported simultaneously. Hint: will the player bring the character Sandy along for the teleport? Confirm. A white light flashed, and the two of them disappeared inside the mechanical disc. Hint: player has entered the vampire world. Hint: current assessment completed. Player enters the 9th district as an infiltrator. Hint: the 9th district of the current vampire world is in unmonitored mode. Hint: player detected as the controller of the zombie apocalypse realm. Player cannot activate the main mission of this world. Hint: player's current teleportation time is 12 hours. Player can enter the current coordinates and the surrounding area within 3,000 meters for teleportation up to 30 minutes before the time limit. Warning: if the teleportation fails after 12 hours, 10 main god points will be deducted, with an additional deduction for every additional 10 minutes of delay. Hint: player detected entering the 9th district of the vampire world for the first time. Player can choose to spend 30 main god points to select a teleportation point. Opening his eyes, Feng Heng gradually saw a bright light. He tested moving his body quickly and glanced over the game hints. Unlike using the Space Rift channel for teleportation, the game had special settings that required returning to the teleportation point to return. A bit troublesome, but compared to group teleportation, solo teleportation could save energy. Moreover, as he was already a realm controller, he couldn't activate the main mission in the vampire world. Thinking carefully, he must have encountered a bug before becoming a realm controller, triggering the main mission of the 7th district, leading to the situation of having two realm controllers. Oh well, having taken back Angitis, being an improper realm controller didn't matter. Feng Heng gradually gazed into the distance, surveying the surroundings. He realized he was standing on a busy pedestrian bridge in the city center. It was already early morning. Looking down the bridge, he could see vehicles rushing below, surrounded by tall buildings and colorful eye-catching billboards. Sandy appeared beside Feng Heng. Wow, this is the vampire world you were talking about. Impressive. After the brief dizziness from the teleportation, Sandy exclaimed in excitement, curiously taking in this world untouched by the apocalypse. Feng Heng, where are we going next? Where to go? There were quite a few things to do. Finding a way to awaken Angitis, killing some vampires for upgrade crystals, and the most urgent task at hand, finding some holy water. With so many players in the real world waiting for the holy water operation, it couldn't be delayed. Pondering, Feng Heng looked out over the entire city. His pupils had a red tint. Among the towering buildings, a tall black structure stood in the city center. The building was dark, devoid of any light. But through his vampire lineage, Feng Heng could distinctly sense a large number of vampire creatures' presence inside that building. Vampires. They had been found. That place might be a hub for vampires. After all, in a world dominated by vampires, they didn't need to hide. They lived openly in the city center. It was the demon hunters and the Holy See who needed to hide in the shadows. So, where should they look for the Holy See? Sandy. Feng Heng turned to Sandy. I want to find the people of the Holy See. Do you know where they might be hiding? What? The Holy See. Sandy looked puzzled at first, but quickly caught on. Oh, you mean the Holy Church. Those folks aren't great, but their artworks are quite impressive. Who asked about artworks? Feng Heng sighed. He wasn't as knowledgeable about the vampire world as he was about the zombie apocalypse, but he did have some basic knowledge. He explained, the Holy See was a faction in this world. Later, under the strong dominance of the vampires, the Holy See was considered heretical and wiped out by the vampires. Afterward, apart from a very small amount of the edge cities not occupied by vampires, the Holy See infiltrated the majority of the vampire-occupied cities in secrecy. There are rumors among players that the Holy See may be related to the main mission, and they have always been trying to resolve the apocalypse crisis. In the past, the Holy Church was indeed their branch institution, but unfortunately, it's challenging to find the Holy Church now. It looks like we need to find some players to investigate. Feng Heng didn't have high hopes, just casually asking, but to his surprise, Sandy, after listening to the explanation, snapped his fingers. I got it. I understand. If we can find the Holy Church, we can find the vampires. Right, ahem. Feng Heng was slightly surprised, looking at Sandy. Do you have a way to find the people from the Holy Church? Not really. Sandy waved his hand. The best usually appears as prey. Although I don't know how to find them, I know how to make them come to us. Feng Heng was intrigued, looking at Sandy. Oh, a hunter. Tell me more. Haha, just wait. Sandy said as he unzipped his thick coat, pulled down his high-necked sweater, and took off a variety of pendants from his neck. Searching through them, Feng Heng was taken aback by Sandy's series of actions. Were all these pendants looted after the apocalypse? Wait, can NPCs bring extra equipment into this world beyond the restrictions? Feng Heng felt like he discovered another bug. National game. Hang out from the beginning of the Zombie Apocalypse main volume chapter 669. Bait, look. I found it. Sandy found a cross-shaped pendant in the pendant, shook it in front of Feng Heng. You see. How is it? What is this? It's a relic of the Holy Church. It was reported in the news before. The media reported that it had manifested miraculous reactions, and later it has always been treasured by the Holy Church. Sandy proudly introduced. Initially, it was the most valuable artwork in our country's Holy Church. Oh. So, how did you get your hands on it? After the Doomsday disaster, I hired someone to find it inside the headquarters of the Holy Church. During the apocalypse, this kind of artwork also needs to be protected by professionals. Feng Heng thought to himself. It was all looted. What's next? Should I contact the Holy Church? The Holy Church will definitely not allow such a valuable item to be lost outside. Sandy already had a plan and quickly said, we just need to promote it in some random place, and the people from the Holy Church will come to us on their own. Oh, bait. Feng Heng quickly evaluated the feasibility of the plan. Yes. Sandy was full of satisfaction. How is my plan? Not bad, right? It's somewhat intriguing. It seemed more reliable than Feng Heng had anticipated, but he couldn't put all his hopes on Sandy. Alright, let's try it your way. Feng Heng planned to be prepared on both fronts, one to lay bait, and the other to try to approach the players in the game to quickly locate the location of the Holy Church. After all, the Holy Church was related to the main storyline, and those ambitious players and game guild companies would definitely be interested in the Holy Church. Thinking this, Feng Heng stretched lazily. So before that, we need to figure out a way to make more money, and then publicize the fact that you have the pendant. Huh? Make money? Sandy asked. How do we do that? Of course, we ask kind-hearted people for loans. As he spoke, Feng Heng transformed into a bat form in front of Sandy and flew towards the bridge below. 30 minutes later, Feng Heng and Sandy boarded the train to the neighboring city of Amberlow. The technological level of the zombie apocalypse was lower compared to the other two worlds, but it was the only one among the three basic games that still maintained normal social operation. The Blood Clans had control over the entire Doomsday world, dividing it into 27 national regions, each governed by the major Blood Clan families and the Elder Council. Over 30 minutes ago, Feng Heng had borrowed a lot of cash and laptop computers from a passerby lucky citizen. Later, he went online in a cafe to find the largest local auction house and offline second-hand trading platform, took a few photos of the Holy Cross pendant brought by Sandy, uploaded them, and waited for interested buyers to contact them. After laying bait, Feng Heng searched online for information related to the Holy Court. There was very little information, mostly negative news reports, descriptions of apocalyptic organizations devoid of humanity. At least, in the big cities, Feng Heng couldn't find a legitimate and openly open Holy Church. While browsing the latest news, Feng Heng noticed that the neighboring city of Amberlow had recently suffered a terrorist attack, with some casualties among the Blood Clans, suspecting the attack to be related to the Holy Court. Upon further investigation, Feng Heng found that similar events had been happening in Amberlow in recent years. The problem was significant, so Feng Heng immediately boarded the next train to Amberlow. On the train, staring at the night view outside the window, Fang Heng calculated his actions in his mind. Very well. The plan was set. Proceed to Amberlow. Find a way to locate the Holy Court. Obtain a large amount of holy water through a trade deal with the Holy Court. As part of the agreement, he would join forces with the Holy Court to take down the Blood Clans, and incidentally collect the 99 evolution crystals needed to reach level 20. By upgrading the character through semi-merged crystals, he would gain a new wave of zombie copies. Finally, try to capture two Blood Clan counts and try to extract the method of resurrecting Angatathas from their mouths. If lucky enough, he might even gather a few pieces of Blood Clan holy artifacts to satisfy the holy artifact set effect. Successfully returning to the 8th district of the zombie apocalypse, the script was already written. All of this needed to be completed within 11 hours. There were 20 minutes left before they reached their destination. Beside him, Sandy enthusiastically looked through a travel guide, occasionally expressing critical comments. TSK, is this it? This can be considered contemporary art. The level of art appreciation in this world is extremely lacking. Sigh. Disappointing. So disappointing. Fang Heng, look at this painting. It's actually a counterfeit. Oh my, can such a poor painting even have counterfeit value? Alas, the morals are declining. Huh? Just as Sandy was lamenting, he suddenly gasped, then quieted down and stared at a picture in the travel guide, observing it carefully. After a while, Sandy fell silent. He then opened the laptop, searching for information on the network. Hey, Fang Heng. After a while, Sandy pushed the laptop toward Fang Heng, looking serious. I think I found it. Found what? The St. Eslen Museum of Art. Sandy pointed to the art exhibits on the laptop screen, clicking the mouse to switch between the artworks. Look, the art style exhibited here is eerily similar to the style of the Holy Church. Fang Heng leaned over to look at the displayed paintings on the computer. Similar style? Eerily so, huh? Oh, okay. You noticed it too. Right. The distinct and peculiar art style of the Holy Church is very recognizable. Sandy appeared to be in control, tapping his finger on the table. Fang Heng, I can guarantee that this museum is definitely related to the Holy Court. Alright, let's go check it out. Since they couldn't find a target anyway, they could go to the museum and try their luck. Fang Heng thought to himself as he logged onto the internet on his computer to see if there were any results from the bait he had laid out. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. As soon as he logged into the online selling platform, a series of message notifications sounded, causing the web page to freeze for a few seconds. When the page recovered, there were hundreds of private messages and chat messages in the private channel. Got a bite? And caught this many. Fang Heng rapidly checked one message after another. Most of the responses were from players who were very interested in Sandy's pendant, and many requested to meet in person to verify its authenticity. Players. As he read on, Fang Heng furrowed his brows. A significant portion of the messages came from players. Fang Heng even saw many players directly asking for offline meetings. Some revealed their identities as members of large player guilds or companies, willing to offer a satisfactory price for the item. National game. Idle mode starts from the Zombie Apocalypse, Volume 670, Chapter 370. Meeting. Fang Heng glanced at Sandy and pondered, stroking his chin. The effect of the bait was much better than he had imagined. In just half an hour, so many people were interested in Sandy's necklace. Unfortunately, in his current state, he couldn't contact offline. In that case, some screening was necessary. First, limit the scope to online transactions, with the location set to Ampere. Then, Fang Heng narrowed his eyes. A lady with the ID Sky over the ocean offered a high price for purchase. Now that he had time, he was eager to talk to her immediately. She claimed to be a player. Very well, he would first gather information from her. Fang Heng promptly responded to the lady, telling her that he was currently in Ampere and wanted to meet her, informing her he was near the train station. Just a minute after sending the message, she eagerly agreed, arranging to meet at a cafe near a train station. 30 minutes later, at the cafe, Fang Heng observed the well-dressed city beauty in front of him. He felt a sense of novelty meeting an online friend in the game. Zhao Nan had delicate features, a standard oval face, fair skin, with a demeanor that made people feel comfortable. Memories from the past gradually emerged in his mind. Fang Heng had met Zhao Nan before. She was a professional manager who had visited their game union during her internship. After her internship ended, Zhao Nan left, later heard to have become a middleman in the Blood Clan Doomsday world. I'm Zhao Nan, we've contacted online before. Zhao Nan was also scrutinizing the young man with the mask in front of her. She felt that Fang Heng seemed somewhat familiar, probably having met somewhere before. Hello, I'm Fang Shuo, and this is Sandy. Zhao Nan friendly nodded to them. Do you mind taking off the mask? Not very convenient, we have quite a few enemies, Fang Heng replied. Alright, I'd like to see your items, and if they are authentic, I'm willing to pay a high price to purchase, Zhao Nan said, turning to Sandy. Fang Heng nodded to Sandy, who took out the pendant from his pocket. Seeing the pendant, Zhao Nan's eyes lit up, and she reached out to touch it. Hey, young lady? Sandy moved the pendant away slightly, frowning. Do you understand manners? Look but don't touch directly. Zhao Nan nodded in understanding, put on white gloves, and gently reached out to touch. Item, unknown necklace. Explanation, special category item, cannot be stored in the backpack, will drop upon death. Explanation, a necklace that looks exquisitely made. Explanation, you lack relevant skills, your appraisal level is insufficient to judge. Zhao Nan observed the necklace closely, checking the hints given by the game. She was somewhat unsure. Was this really an item from the Holy See? When she first saw it, Zhao Nan just felt it was very similar. If this was a lost Holy See relic, it could be exchanged for a large amount of contribution points within the Holy See. Someone downstream might need it. How about it? Have you understood? Sandy took the pendant back from her hand. Instead of answering, Zhao Nan asked, where did you find this pendant? My friend stole it? Fang Shuo shrugged, ignoring Sandy's slightly murderous gaze. So, is it genuine? Would you like me to have someone from the Vatican confirm it for you? Zhao Nan looked puzzled. What are you saying? There's no need to hide anything. After I posted it online, many people have contacted me. I inquired, and this thing belongs to the Holy See. Fang Heng moved closer, looking at Zhao Nan. I've checked your information. I hope we can be sincere. It should be possible to exchange it for something of higher value in the Holy See. Right. I'll take the pendant for 50 million. Offline transaction. Fang Heng shook his head. Well, 50 million. Don't take me for a fool. I only accept transactions in main god points. How about 1,000 points? Zhao Nan stared at Fang Heng for a moment and shook her head. It seems you lack sincerity. I think there's no need to waste each other's time, Zhao Nan said as she stood up. She felt that the other party was asking for an exorbitant price. Moreover, as the origin of the pendant couldn't be verified, she couldn't determine its authenticity. This deal had too much risk. Properly giving up was the best choice. Alright, 50 main god points. Zhao Nan stopped in her tracks. She realized that having a way to earn points in the real world made Fang Heng more generous. You should be able to contact the Holy See's people. I need to find the Holy See. Take me to them, and you get 50 main god points. Zhao Nan stared at Fang Heng. 50 main god points were definitely a huge sum in the beginner game. She became more aware of Fang Heng's eccentricity, which seemed dangerous. Zhao Nan quickly thought about how she could make money while removing herself as much as possible from the situation. I don't know anyone from the Holy See. I'm just a middleman, Zhao Nan said. All I can do, arrange a meeting with a beer connected to the Holy See for you. As a reward, I need 30 main god points. I'm only responsible for arranging the meeting, and the rest is not related to me, Zhao Nan said. Asking for 30 points just to arrange a meeting seemed a bit tricky. Observing Fang Heng's expression, Zhao Nan continued. Joining the Holy See means being against the largest blood clan force in the game. Players are not fools. They won't easily trust outsiders. Only when I'm present would they be willing to meet you. Zhao Nan stared at Fang Heng. In addition, You need to give me 10 points in advance as a deposit. You can keep the trade video as evidence. As a professional middleman, I won't use my career and reputation as a bet. Alright. Feng Heng anonymously transferred 10 main god points. Sooner is better. I'm in a hurry. Alright. Get in my car, Zhao Nan said. Leaving the cafe, Feng Heng followed Zhao Nan into her car. She left a backpack in the passenger seat and went offline. Feng Heng waited quietly. If all went well, he'd soon find the Holy See. 10 minutes later, Zhao Nan came online. I've contacted the beer. They agreed to meet you. Bring the cross pendant with you. The meeting point is XC District City Park. Let's depart now, she said. Alright. Feng Heng looked at Zhao Nan. Aren't you coming? You can make the final payment. Don't worry. If you don't meet them, I'll refund the full amount. Alright. Feng Heng nodded. Yet again anonymously transferring 20 main god points. After receiving the points, Zhao Nan started a car and headed quickly towards the city center. City Park. Nearly 20 players from the Lingxiao Game Guild gathered behind a large tree, whispering among themselves. President, is it necessary for us to make such a big fuss? Could this be a trap set by a blood clan? The probability is very low. The leader, a young man named Zhu Lingxiao, whispered, I just showed the photo to the museum's old man, and the pendant is most likely real. He even asked where he found it. The all-people game, hanging out from the beginning of the zombie apocalypse. The blood tribe shouldn't know that the pendant is what the Holy See is looking for. Yu Lingxiao's eyes flashed with greed. Also, I've checked that the item is worth 200,000 Holy See contribution points, and it can also activate a special mission chain. Increase specific mission favorability. If it's real, we'll make a big profit. Several vice presidents listened to Yu Lingxiao's analysis with some unease. But, what if this is a plot set up by players and the blood tribe together to find the Holy See? So I don't plan on trading with them either. Yu Lingxiao sneered, continuing, the other party only has 2 people, one of them confirmed as a player. Wait, Chen Hu, you and I will go first to confirm the authenticity of the pendant. You guys ambush around, pay attention to my gestures. If the details match, we'll just snatch it. Yu Lingxiao laid out the plan entirely, and finally instructed, remember, wear masks when you engage. Okay. Let's do it this way. As the group discussed, Chen Hu saw a message received by the game survival radio. He glanced at it and turned to say, Big brother, they're here. There's only one car coming back and forth. Shouldn't be from the Federation or the Blood Tribe. Everyone get ready. Pay attention to the signals I gave. Once the discussion was complete, everyone dispersed and took up positions near the designated trading location. Yu Lingxiao and Chen Hu walked out from behind a large tree. After waiting for a moment in place, they saw a white private car driving towards them and stopping by the roadside. Zhao Nan got out of the car with Feng Heng and Sandy, walking towards them. Zhao Nan, Yu Lingxiao, accompanied by Chen Hu, approached and glanced at Feng Heng and Sandy. At the same time, Feng Heng was also sizing up the other 2. Coincidentally, all 4 had masks on their faces. At first sight, neither side could discern anything suspicious. I've met the person. My mission is complete. I'll take off first. Zhao Nan had been in this line of work for years and had worked with Yu Lingxiao several times before. She had a feeling that things were not good. The following events were not suitable for the scene, so she immediately suggested leaving first. Neither side had any intention of stopping her, so Zhao Nan promptly left. After Zhao Nan drove away, Yu Lingxiao was the first to speak. Hello. Nice to meet you. You brought the item, right? Mind showing it to me first? Of course. Sandy raised her hand and gestured towards the pendant in her hand. Yu Lingxiao stared at the necklace and nodded. I need to inspect it carefully. As he spoke, Yu Lingxiao reached out to grab it. Sandy suddenly pulled her hand back. No can do. You guys have to pay first. HMPH. Yu Lingxiao snorted, quickly pulled out a handgun, aimed the dart gun muzzle at Sandy, and loudly commanded, take action. Seeing this, Feng Heng frowned, quickly stepped forward to intercept the bullet's trajectory. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets were blocked by Fang Heng using his body. Fang Heng shouted, "Find a place to hide." Damn, seeing the other party taking action, Sandy was startled, quickly put away the pendant, covered her head, and ran off. Damn it. Fang Heng didn't expect the other party to act recklessly, directly attempting to snatch it. Where are the followers of the Holy Light? Even the Blood Tribe isn't as ruthless as you. Ambush players from the Ling Xiao guild nearby immediately raised their firearms and attacked Fang Heng. Ling Xiao also aimed at Fang Heng and pulled the trigger continuously. What the hell was going on? Cold sweat appeared on Ling Xiao's forehead. At such a short distance, gunfire didn't need precise aiming. He watched as the bullets hit Fang Heng's body, but when the clip was empty, there wasn't a drop of blood on him. The bullets were ineffective. Through the mask on Fang Heng's face, Ling Xiao saw a layer of crimson in his eyes. In that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly realized something, a chill rising from his feet. This was bad. The Blood Tribe. Was he a count-level Blood Tribe vampire? Fang Heng quickly scanned the surroundings and then strode towards Ling Xiao. Horrified, Ling Xiao pointed the shotgun at Fang Heng, trembling slightly, sweat pouring from his forehead. Chen, who had been a player nurtured by their guild for years, receiving training from the Holy Sea's paladins, yet he wasn't a match for the other side, and was sent flying with one punch. Who was this masked person standing before him? Without a doubt, his strength had reached the level of a count in the Blood Tribe. But after searching through all his memories, Ling Xiao couldn't find any resemblance to any of the 9 count level vampires currently known. Could it be a Duke of the Blood Tribe? A terrifying thought suddenly arose in Ling Xiao's mind. Stop! Don't come over! Ling Xiao shouted at Fang Heng as he quickly approached. Bang! Ling Xiao's proficiency with firearms was insufficient, combined with his basic attributes not fully matching the shotgun. Most of the shot missed Fang Heng, who was able to dodge it. Ling Xiao watched in horror as Fang Heng's shoulder quickly healed from the bullet wounds. The national game, hanging out from the zombie doomsday, Ling Xiao felt death approaching him rapidly and couldn't help but drop his shotgun and run. Can he run away? Fang Heng was about to chase when he heard a cry for help from behind. Boss, help me, I'm about to die. Fang Heng wrinkled his brow and turned to see Sandy screaming for help on the other side. Sandy's combat ability was extremely limited, and he was intercepted by a player hiding in the shadows during the escape. Hand over the pendant. The player pointed a gun at Sandy. Okay. Don't shoot. I'll give it to you. Give it to you. Sandy didn't hesitate as his life was more important. He nervously handed over the pendant. Just as the player threw the pendant to his companion, Fang Heng, who was approaching quickly, appeared behind him. The player became nervous instantly. He quickly pointed the gun at Sandy's head. Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot. Fang Heng's face darkened, and instead, he accelerated towards him. I told you not to come over. It's just an NPC. There are plenty of them. Go ahead and shoot. The player felt a shock in his heart, still wanting to speak, but suddenly saw Fang Heng's body disappear in place. Fang Heng used the flash skill of the Bloodline Saint artifact to appear behind the player and punched him, breaking his spine. Sandy watched as he escaped, breathing heavily. He felt like he had gone through a life and death crisis, and his whole body collapsed weakly on the ground, pointing to his leg hit by a bullet. Who? Fang Heng. I can't take it anymore. I feel like the God of Art is calling me. Tell the God of Art to wait. You can still help him shine and heat up in this world. Fang Heng checked Sandy's injuries, took out a bottle of healing spray from his backpack, and sprayed it fiercely on the wound on Sandy's thigh. I told you not to come. You should have listened. Hint, your shelter member, Sandy, is currently in light injury, disabled, bleeding status, with a 30% decrease in movement speed, and unable to run. Hint, you do not have relevant skills to treat them. Hint, please assist Sandy in stopping the bleeding. Huh? It seems like it's really okay now. It doesn't hurt. Sandy used a piece of cloth torn from his clothes to cover the wound, blinked, and was about to stand up. But with one forceful attempt, he suddenly gasped. Hiss. Don't be reckless. You can't move for a short time. You need to find a place to bandage the wound. Feng Heng looked back, and the players within sight had quickly disappeared into the darkness. Boss, confirming that Sandy's life was not in great danger. Sandy looked full of sorrow. My pendant was taken by them. I know. I'll get it back. It's quite troublesome. Feng Heng pursed his lips. Bringing Sandy over had its pros and cons. Finding the sanctuary with Sandy's help was a big help. But at this moment, Sandy was a bit of a liability. Otherwise, they could have wiped them all out here earlier. You promise me. You must get it back. Otherwise, I won't know how to explain to the god of art. Sandy covered his wound and gritted his teeth, muttering beside him, I got it. Feng Heng lifted Sandy and said, Let's go to the hospital first. Stay put in the hospital and don't run around. I'll come find you after I retrieve the pendant. Driving away from the central city park, Jianan heard faint gunshots in the distance and already sensed that something was not right. Betrayal. Unexpectedly, the Lingxiao Game Guild would do such things. Disgusting. It seemed that the pendant in Feng Shuo's hand was genuine. Otherwise, they wouldn't have. Jianan was thinking when her phone rang. Gu Zhuang, hello. The call was answered, and the other party bombarded her with questions. Hello. Jianan. Who is that person exactly? Jianan's tone was cold as she asked. What's wrong? Lingxiao was frantic. Damn it. The person you introduced is a lunatic. Several of our men died, and we almost got wiped out there. Who is he? What? Did you guys take action? Jianan furrowed her brow, feeling displeased. Their gaming guild broke the rules themselves and blamed it on her. When Lingxiao on the other end of the line didn't answer, Jianan became even more annoyed, her voice turning colder, continuing. So what? Do not tell me you left a survivor. Lingxiao fell into silence again. After a while, Lingxiao's voice came through the phone. You don't need to worry about that. We've got what we wanted. It was just his luck. He managed to get away. I want to know his true identity. Hey, what a bunch of useless people. Jianan had already guessed the general situation, coldly responding. I don't know who the employer is. Even if I knew, I can't provide it to you. I'm just a middleman. Besides, you lot are just a bunch of waste. Saying that, Jianan hung up the phone, cursing under her breath. Useless. Useless. She had been taken advantage of by Lingxiao and his gang. Jianan was feeling an immense headache now. Betrayal was fine. But could you please first understand the situation and consider whether you have the capability for it? This was big trouble. Lingxiao and his group were definitely not weak, and with their strength, they couldn't even stop those two mysterious people, who were very strong. Thinking carefully, with their formidable abilities, they could even get the pendant from the sanctuary. The most troublesome thing was that they had already successfully escaped. Those two couldn't find Lingxiao. They would surely come looking for her. After considering all this, no, she had to quickly avoid the limelight. Thinking so, Jianan suddenly turned the steering wheel, took a U-turn, and headed in a different direction. Driving for over 10 minutes, Jianan became a bit anxious and pressed the horn a few times, but then saw there was an accident ahead, and the whole bridge was blocked. Of all times, Jianan took a deep breath, looked at the night outside the window, trying to calm herself down. Don't scare yourself. Things aren't as bad as you think. The bloodline world is vast. Those two mysterious people shouldn't be able to find her that easily. Right. Huh? Jianan looked outside the car window, her forehead involuntarily leaning forward. She noticed something. In the distance, a bat was flying towards the bridge. A vampire. Typically, vampires rarely appeared in such places. Jianan's brow gradually furrowed. She felt a sense of unease rising from deep within her heart. She felt that the vampire seemed to be coming towards her. The vampire circled in the air for half a circle, then transformed into a human form after landing, stopping next to her car. Jianan's heart sank. Jianan, we meet again. Recognizing the familiar mask, Jianan's face turned pale in an instant. The shock in her heart was indescribable. Feng Shuo, he was actually a high-level vampire. Don't be nervous. It's not a big deal. I'm just here for customer service. Game for all. Hang out from the beginning of the zombie apocalypse. I don't know if they will target you. I don't understand anything. You know me. I'm just a middleman. I'm not familiar with them. Fang Heng sat in the back seat, quietly listening to Zhao Nan's explanation. After Zhao Nan spent a few minutes cleaning up his story, Fang Heng calmly said, "Take me to find them." Zhao Nan felt a deep sense of defeat in her heart. She took a breath and asked, "How did you find me?" "Your luck is bad. My friend's phone accidentally fell in the car, and there's a location app on his phone." Fang Heng looked at Zhao Nan through the rearview mirror. "Isn't this a coincidence?" "Stupid me." Zhao Nan cursed herself. She couldn't believe she was so careless and didn't double-check the car when she left. Idiot. Fool. Alright. It's your life. I'll give you a minute to think about it, then take me to find them. Fang Heng turned his gaze away, looking out the window. "I don't like fighting. It's them who don't play fair first." Fang Heng shrugged. In his heart, he sighed. "I've told you before, I just wanted to go talk to them, make a deal with the Holy See. It was supposed to be a win-win situation, but it had to turn out like this. It's really hard for me." Seeing Fang Heng's eyes under the mask through the rearview mirror, Zhao Nan felt a chill from the bottom of her heart. As a middleman like her, offending a powerful high-level blood player in the vampire world was not much different from seeking death. Once targeted, there's no chance of doing business peacefully in the future. After weighing the options, Zhao Nan decided to sell out the group of fools from the Lingxiao Guild. "Okay, I'll take you to a place, but I can't guarantee we'll find them there." "Alright, let's go, now, just us two." "Where's your companion?" "He's got something to do, just us two." Zhao Nan still didn't drive, saying, "You can't tell them I brought you here, otherwise, you can just kill me." "Hey." Fang Heng chuckled softly. "Let's go." Zhao Nan breathed a sigh of relief. She reversed the car and headed towards the outskirts of the city. "Where are we going? An art gallery?" "I only know that it's a secret location of the Holy See in the city, and the members of the Lingxiao Guild got a task and should be submitting it there." Fang Heng thoughtfully said, "Do you mean the Saint Island Art Gallery? You've heard of it too?" Fang Heng neither confirmed nor denied, leaving Zhao Nan with a deep and mysterious look in his eyes. That guy Sandy. After evading for a long time, he actually stumbled upon him. The Saint Island Art Gallery. After snatching the pendant from Sandy, Yiling Xiao immediately rushed back to the gallery to submit the task. Until now, Yiling Xiao still felt a bit frightened. In the previous confrontation with that mysterious person, 4 team members died directly. If they had been a little slower, they might have all ended up there. It's really risking your life to do the task. Dust Tiger furrowed his brow and followed closely beside Yiling Xiao. The spot where he was hit by Fang Heng's fist ached. Guided by the followers of the Holy See, Yiling Xiao and Dust Tiger arrived at the underground prayer hall. "Oh, indeed, this pendant is a divine creation. It's strange. How did it end up in the hands of an outsider?" Missionary Kakini was first surprised, then suspicious. He carefully examined the pendant in his hand. Kakini could sense a faint holy light from within the pendant. "It's not mentioned in the records of the Holy See." Kakini lifted his head and asked, "Where's the person who got the pendant?" Yiling Xiao responded, "That person is of unknown origin and very strong." I could see red in his eyes, indicating he might be a vampire. "A vampire?" Kakini murmured softly, feeling even more puzzled. How could the pendant of the Holy See end up in the hands of a vampire? After pondering for a while, Kakini took the pendant. "Well, you've helped the Holy See retrieve the pendant from the vampires. You did well this time. The pendant will be temporarily kept with me, and I will hand it over to the regional headquarters for judgment. Please rest here for today." And the headquarters is expected to send people to investigate the matter tomorrow. Follow me to meet them. The retinas of Dust Tiger and Yiling Xiao simultaneously displayed mission rewards and follow-up mission prompts. After submitting the pendant, they received a large contribution and triggered further tasks, with the possibility of meeting higher-ranking bishops of the Holy See. With this in mind, the previous losses were totally acceptable. They even made a small profit. The 2 men bowed in thanks. "Thank you, Dean. It's what we should do." Watching the two leave, Kakini handed the pendant he received to two Litech knights next to him. Nodding, immediately send the pendant to the regional headquarters for the Archbishop to judge. Yes. Fang Heng, we're here. The building ahead is the art gallery. At night, a gray-white private car parked at the entrance of the Saint Island Art Gallery. Fang Heng stepped out of the car, seeing that Zhao Nan had no intention of getting out. He walked to the car window and knocked, asking, "Leaving you alone? Not coming with me? To enter and watch you fight with the Holy See?" Zhao Nan said sarcastically, "Sorry, I'm just a middleman. I'm not interested. Not fighting. Just a simple cooperation. I want to clear up misunderstandings and do some business with the Holy See." Fang Heng reiterated sincerely, sending an earnest look to Zhao Nan. "I'm not lying to you. I just want to come to the Holy Church to get some holy water." Zhao Nan looked at Fang Heng with a look of disbelief. "Forget it. If you don't want to, just wait here." Fang Heng nodded and walked alone towards the art gallery. In the early morning, the gallery was already closed to the public. Two security guards stood at the gallery entrance. They watched Fang Heng approach from a distance with caution. Fang Heng's masked face didn't look like that of a good person. "Stop. Who are you? It's too late. The gallery is already closed to the public. And, take off your mask. Don't be nervous. I want to talk to the person in charge here. The curator has already rested. You can come back tomorrow. I'm short on time. Tell him. I just want to talk. Besides, I think he might have seen my pendant." "What pendant? Our gallery doesn't take things from others casually." As they were speaking, two Lingxiao Guild players came down the stairs. Seeing the masked Fang Heng, they instantly recognized him as the player they had fought not long ago in the central park of the city. "It's him. That guy. Stop him. Still daring to come. Take him down." The two guards at the door were stunned at first, and then immediately raised their batons to subdue Fang Heng. Fang Heng flipped his wrist, and a heavy iron rod appeared in his hand. The national game, starting from the zombie doomsday to hang up and call. Two guards felt a momentary blur in front of their eyes as a stick shadow swept towards them. Bang! The guard at the door was swept away by Fang Heng with a stick, hitting the wall and passing out. Previously, in the zombie doomsday, he was suppressed everywhere, but now in the blood family doomsday, Fang Heng felt a strong sense of power to crush. He still controlled his strength. After all, he was thinking of collaborating with the Holy See later. It wouldn't be good if he accidentally killed someone. Bang bang, bang. Immediately, players from the Clouds Guild sought cover to avoid, raising their firearms and shooting at Fang Heng. Hint: you have received 67 points of damage. Hint: you have received 89 points of damage. Hint: you have received 81 points of damage. Without a sniper rifle, and these firearms were not modified, the power was quite average. There was no need to go easy on the players. Relying on the effect of the undead skill, Fang Heng directly ignored the players' firearm attacks and quickly chased upstairs. The players hiding behind cover watched Fang Heng step by step, their hearts pounding, continuously pulling the trigger in their hands. Bullets fell on Fang Heng, but he showed no reaction. The firearms in their hands had no effect on him at all. They were facing such a tough opponent for the first time, and for a moment, they were at a loss. How to fight with him? Couldn't beat him? Run? A player put away his firearm and wanted to run, but a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! A huge fist swiped in front of him, landing on the right side of the wall. A fist imprint appeared on the wall, and cracks spread around the imprint like a spider web. He stared in horror at the young man with a mask in front of him. "Where is Yi Lingxiao?" "Upstairs, upstairs." "Thanks." Fang Heng walked upstairs. Fang Shuo, Yi Lingxiao and Dust Tiger came out to see the commotion outside. They had just passed through the front passage and happened to see Fang Heng walking upstairs. How could they not expect that Fang Heng would come knocking on their door in person? Damn, how did he find them again? Yi Lingxiao cursed inwardly. "Boss, you go first." Dust Tiger shouted and rushed towards Fang Heng. Pa! Fang Heng grabbed Dust Tiger's oncoming fist, firmly holding his right hand, and asked, "Where is my pendant?" "Die together." Dust Tiger's eyes showed a hint of ruthlessness. With his other hand, he took out a small pack of explosives, tightly grasped it in his hand, and pressed it towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng caught his left hand, holding the grenade, coldly looking at him. Oh. Dust Tiger's eyes widened? What was he planning to do? Dust Tiger was confident in his holy light armor, which could withstand most explosions without dying. However, the person in front of him. Boom! In the next moment, the explosive caught in his hand exploded. The intense explosion burst open in his hand. Dust Tiger let out a scream of extreme pain, as his entire right arm was blown to flesh and blood scattered, uncontrollably flying against the wall. Hint: player receives 7,772 points of explosion damage. Hint: your holy light armor has been shattered. Hint: you are in a stunned state. Hint: you are in a severed limb state. Hint: you are in a bleeding state. The buzzing rang in Dust Tiger's ears. He gritted his teeth, but couldn't control his body to stand up, only managing to look up with pain. At that moment, Dust Tiger's eyes showed a shocked expression. He stared at the masked man in front of him. There were also many bloodstains seeping from the masked man's body, but his wounds were healing right before his eyes. Terrifying regenerative ability. Fang Heng furrowed his brows and took slow steps forward. He reached out and grabbed Dust Tiger's collar, lifting him from the ground. I'll ask again, where is my stuff? Gritting his teeth, Dust Tiger said, I don't know, young blood descendant. This is not where you should be. Fang Heng turned his head and looked back. Speaking was a thin old man in black formal wear. A dozen or so Holy See disciples followed behind the old man, with more knights coming from behind. Yiling Xiao peeked out from behind the old man and whispered, Dean Keikine, it's him. He's the one who took the pendant that belongs to the church. Keikine observed Fang Heng with a scrutinizing gaze. Fang Heng let go of Dust Tiger and looked at Keikine. Nice to meet you. I want to do business with your Holy See. I would like to ask for some holy water from you as a condition. I can help you deal with the blood family together. If it's convenient, I would like to talk to you alone. Dean, don't believe his nonsense. Yiling Xiao glared at Fang Heng. Angry and scared. He killed many of us. We must avenge them. Keikine raised his hand to stop Yiling Xiao from continuing. Dozens of church knights surrounded Fang Heng. Everyone has the right to repent. Keikine pondered, staring at Fang Heng. I am willing to give you a chance for a private conversation. Two church knights stepped forward, holding a heavy chain carefully approaching Fang Heng. Fang Heng looked at the chain. There were intricate patterns drawn on it. It was undoubtedly a seal. Fang Heng asked, Is that necessary? The knights threw the rope towards Fang Heng. We need to ensure safety. As Fang Heng took the chain, a series of messages appeared on his retina. Item: Holy Forged Shackle, Blood Repentance. Description: a rope made for blood families. Wearing it will seal the powers of blood families. Description: after wearing it, the additional attributes of bloodline heritage will be sealed. Description: this shackle can only seal blood families below the Marquis level, greatly weakening Marquis level bloodlines. Fang Heng was not entirely sure if his level 18 advanced bloodline corresponded to a regular high-level bloodline. According to his judgment, it should be between a high-level bloodline and a Marquis. While pondering, a game prompt flashed on his retina. Hint: with the shackle on, all your bloodline's additional attributes are reduced by 30% to 40%. This week, it would only reduce the attribute amplification of bloodline skills by a maximum of 40%. Almost no significant weakening. Alright. Fang Heng fastened the chain, raised his hand to signal, and looked up at Keikine. Shall we talk now? Yes, very soon. Keikine stared at Fang Heng for a moment, then nodded to the knights on the side. Take him down for now. Fang Heng frowned and said, Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. The two knights carried Fang Heng from the third floor. Seeing Fang Heng locked up and taken away, Yiling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Keikine and said, Dean, please don't believe his words. He killed several of our followers. This matter cannot be left like this. All right. Keikine nodded slightly. I want to know how he got the pendant in his hands. After detaining him for a while, I will talk to him. Title: National Game. Starting from the Zombie Apocalypse to Hook Up Text Volume Chapter 675. Underground prison. Feng Heng was escorted by 2 light casting knights into the lower level of the art gallery, where, along the passage, through a long corridor below, they entered the 3 levels underground. Feng Heng sniffed. He smelled the scent of the Blood Clan. A prison. In the prison hall, 5 resting disciples of the same court guard stood up one after another upon seeing the newcomers. Bring the person in. He is a Blood Clan member. Be careful and watch over him. Yes. Feng Heng followed the 2 light casting knights through the prison hall to the passage at the back, and saw rows of prison rooms on one side. He realized that he might have been deceived. Get in, the 2 light casting knights said, pushing Feng Heng into the prison. Clang. The prison door was closed and locked securely. Hey. Feng Heng wanted to go towards the 2 light casting knights, who were preparing to leave. What about Kakini? He promised to meet with me. Be patient. Mr. Kakini will come to see you. The 2 guards turned their heads, coldly glanced at Feng Heng, then left without a word. Unlucky. Feng Heng twitched his neck. He quickly scanned the environment inside the prison. The art gallery seemed to have limited funds, and the scale of the underground prison was not large, appearing rather simple. In the prison where he was held, there were 5 or 6 Blood Clan members detained at the same time. All Blood Clan members had seal chains on their hands. Sensing the gazes of the Blood Clan members, Feng Heng also turned to glance at them. In a flash, including Feng Heng, all the Blood Clans had a layer of crimson glow in their pupils. Feng Heng hesitated for half a second. Forget it. Better not kill them. The number of Blood Clan members was too small, wouldn't produce much evolutionary crystals, not enough for a level 20 upgrade. Several Blood Clan members didn't realize they had danced on the edge of death. After confirming their identities, a sturdy Blood Clan member stood up, introduced himself, and looked towards Feng Heng. You were captured too? I am from the Alta family, Venerit, and you? A hermit lineage. Feng Heng casually replied, since the last time his fake Blood Clan disguise was exposed at a glance. Feng Heng had taken some crash courses with 2 experts. At the beginning of the ancient era, when the Blood Clan had just started their lineage, there were various lineages among the Blood Clan. The relationships between the lineages could fill millions of words, making it too difficult to understand their connections. Being a hermit was a good answer. In the long river of history, a tiny fraction of the Blood Clan chose to abandon their lineages for seclusion. Over time, they lost their lineage heritage. No wonder I have never seen you before. Hearing this answer, Venerit nodded and muttered softly, I have been detained here for 3 months. It's strange they haven't killed us. Oh, Feng Heng simply responded, not very interested in it. He turned to look outside the prison, peering out through the bars. The bars looked flimsy. Wait for another 10 minutes. If Kakini doesn't show up, he will break out. Seeing Feng Heng constantly inspecting the bars, Venerit reminded him, brother, be careful. We've tried many times, but this prison has restrictions from the same court placed on it. Once touched, it will backlash. Those self-righteous holy light lackeys won't let us go. We need to figure out a way to escape. The most troublesome thing is the chains on our hands. With them, we can't unleash our true power. Venerit walked to Feng Heng's side, saying quietly, when I was on a reconnaissance mission, I found something strange in the art gallery. I was discovered by their people carelessly. I didn't expect there were so many light-casting knights in the art gallery, which led to falling into a trap. How about you? How did they catch you? What's the situation outside now? Do you know? The Blood Clan doesn't know that I've gone missing. Venerit frowned. Did you hear what I said? Why aren't you speaking? Shh. Feng Heng made a quiet gesture. Do you want to get out? What does Guo du I mean? Venerit's mind stirred. Footsteps came from afar. Venerit closed his mouth and looked towards the prison from where the sounds were coming. Yuling Xiao came into the prison with 2 others. Feng Shuo. Yuling Xiao stood in front of the locked prison, feeling angry. He knocked on the iron door with a stick and asked, where did you get the pendant from? What about Kakini? Isn't he coming? Want to see him? What delusion are you having? Let me tell you, As long as I'm here, you will never see Kakini. Wait here to die. Yu Lingxiao glared at Feng Heng fiercely. Don't even think about going offline. I'll be watching you. Feng Heng was extremely irritated. Really? Isn't the holy light supposedly representing honesty, integrity, and justice? Damn it. What kind of crap is this? Stir. If it weren't for this guy in front of him, he might have already completed the plan and brought back a large amount of holy water. Indeed, I was too naive. I didn't expect the holy court to be so untrustworthy. What trust can you expect from a blood clan member? Sighing heavily in his heart, Feng Heng sighed deeply. It seems that the simple difficulty level of the mission is unachievable. He could only choose the difficult level that is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Well, let's deal with you first before finding Kakini. Click, a slight sound. With a sudden show of force, Feng Heng's chains that were originally bound to his hands exploded instantly. Huh? Yu Lingxiao was taken aback. Feng Heng took a step forward, aimed at the iron gate in front, and kicked it hard. Bang, clang. A dark golden light flashed on the prison door, causing the entire door to shake violently. Yu Lingxiao felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, with sweat breaking out on his forehead. He looked at Feng Heng in horror and subconsciously took 2 steps back, wanting to keep his distance from Feng Heng. Feng Heng squinted his eyes, glanced at Yu Lingxiao. He lifted his foot again and kicked the iron gate. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of heavy blows was heard. The Blood Clan members detained in the prison all looked at Feng Heng with astonishment upon hearing the sound. Their eyes were full of shock. They couldn't imagine that the seals and chains that had trapped them for months could be broken through with sheer force. Also, the prison door was specially reinforced and contained a magical array drawn by the same court, yet it was forcefully broken through by him. What happened? Hearing the loud explosion, the 5 guards responsible for the hall rushed over. Boom! A loud noise. They witnessed a shocking scene. Feng Heng sent the entire prison door, along with the upper restrictions, flying with one kick. Stop him! The 5 guards reacted immediately upon seeing this, raising their weapons and rushing towards Feng Heng. Feng Heng flipped his wrist, and an iron staff appeared in his hand. With a sweep, Feng Heng struck forward. 7017K. National game. Starting from the zombie doomsday, and then bang. Heavy impact sound. The 3 disciples rushing in the front had their holy light armor instantly shattered. All 3 were knocked flying out, crashing into the wall behind them. Hint: you have killed the disciple guard. You gained 21 survival points. You obtained a complete evolution crystal *1. Your relationship with the Holy See is slightly decreased. Hint: you have acquired a prison keychain. After dealing with the 5 disciple guards, Feng Heng's gaze shifted to Yu Lingxiao, who was desperately trying to escape. Hey, stop. That person is crazy. Yu Lingxiao's head was buzzing, and after hearing Feng Heng shout, he ran even harder. Feng Heng raised his hand, switching to Ding Mini's improved sniper rifle, aiming at Yu Lingxiao's back. He lightly pulled the trigger. Bang! A headshot. Putting away the firearm, Feng Heng looked around. Well, what to do now? It's time to clean up the mess. It seems that there's no way to continue cooperating with the Holy See. If they don't cooperate, then it's time to completely turn against the Holy See. Feng Heng reluctantly came up with a makeshift backup plan. Since the goal is to find the holy water, why not try a different approach? Thoroughly searching the entire art gallery, maybe we can find the needed holy water inside. Raising his head again, Feng Heng was surprised. All the vampires in the prison were looking at him with awe. Vinayard walked out of the broken prison, carefully watching Feng Heng. Who are you really? Feng Heng raised his hand, a red light appeared on his wrist, and he suddenly swung forward. Chirp! The seal on Vinayard's wrist was instantly cut by the blood blade. Under the watchful eyes of the vampires, Feng Heng turned his wrist, raising the vampire spirit staff in his hand. Seeing the staff, Vinayard was also stunned. A vampire artifact spirit staff. It should belong to the Blue family. This person, although wearing a mask, the figure and stature do not match the impression of the elderly count who controlled the vampire spirit staff. Regardless, Vinayard immediately kneeled. Your Excellency. The other vampires all knelt down as well, their eyes filled with excitement and fervor. I am Fang Shuo, a vampire from another world. Fang Heng scanned his surroundings. Now, follow my orders. Let's exterminate the entire art gallery together. Yes, Your Excellency. Imprisoned for so long in the prison, they finally broke free, with the vampire count leading them to seek revenge. The vampires inside the prison were instantly energized, their eyes filled with zeal and lust for blood. Some of them had been imprisoned here for as long as 3 years. The day of vengeance has finally arrived. Fang Heng tossed the keychain, just taken from the guard to Vineyard, taking the lead as they walked out of the prison. The vampire team inside the prison consists of about 40 people. Most of them are mid-level vampires, with a few high-level ones. They could be considered a valuable reinforcement in terms of combat power. With himself already being a high-level combatant, it's enough. Let's go. Passing through the long corridor, Fang Heng strode out of the prison basement. Outside the door, Kagine had already received news of the unrest in the prison below and arrived at the gate with a group of Holy See disciples and Light Forge Knights. They just happened to face each other head-on. Fang Shuo. Kagine saw Fang Heng's empty wrist, showing surprise. His chains were gone. Where are your shackles, young bloodline? Why did you break our agreement and run out of the prison without authorization? As he was speaking, the vampires who broke free from the prison were following Fang Heng, standing behind him. Kagine furrowed his brow. He realized the sudden riot in the prison below was closely related to this vampire before him. More troubling was noticing that all the vampires' chains had been released. It was deliberate. Kagan's heart sank. He stared at Fang Shuo, saying in a low voice, "Go back to the prison, Fang Shuo. Don't blame me. It's your holy light that's untrustworthy, Kagine." Fang Heng turned his wrist, manifesting an iron rod in his hand. "I'm short on time, so I have to speed things up." Saying this, Fang Heng wielded the iron rod and rushed towards Kagine. Sensing an extreme threat emanating from Fang Heng, Kagine pointed forward with all his might. "Stop." A substantial dark golden wall materialized in the air, blocking Fang Heng's path. Not retreating, Fang Heng fiercely swung the iron rod forward. Boom! A heavy bell-like sound resounded. Fang Heng stepped back half a step, feeling a slight numbness in his hand, holding the iron rod. Boom! The solid dark golden wall shattered instantly. Kagine spewed out a mouthful of blood and was supported by the Holy See disciples behind him. "Stop him." Over a dozen Light Forge Knights immediately charged forward. Seeing Fang Heng's valor, the vampires' morale surged again, joining Fang Heng in the melee. It was chaos. Fang Heng focused on Kagine, knocking away all the Light Forge Knights attempting to stop his advance along the way. Kagine pushed away the support of his disciples behind him and steadied himself. "Bring me the Holy Forge Spear." He gazed at Fang Heng charging towards him, eyes filled with disbelief. The Holy Light Shield was breached by a single vampire with brute strength. No wonder the shackles couldn't hold him. His power had already reached the level of a count and was a power-based vampire count. This could be trouble. Thinking as quick as lightning, Kagine received the Holy Forge Spear from the hands of his disciples. It's time for a fight to the end. A dim holy light emanated from the spear. Kagine raised the spear in a combat stance, aiming it at Fang Heng charging towards him. Swoosh! Halfway there, Fang Heng's eyelids flickered as he sensed a looming danger, immediately dodging to the side. The spear flashed with a golden light in midair. Chirp, huh? Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. The spear directly traversed space, piercing harshly into his right chest. Blood sprayed from the wound. A strange attack method, but the damage wasn't severe. Fang Heng snorted disdainfully. Under Kagan's astonished gaze, Fang Heng's forward speed showed no change, rushing to his front and grabbing Kagan's neck. "Tell me again, Kagine, I want the holy water." Kagan's eyes glinted with anger. "Vampire, you won't get anything from me." His life force flared up, golden light overflowing from Kagan's body. The shining holy light affected the nearby vampires, making them retreat from the glaring light. Fang Heng also felt the impact of the holy light, blood oozing under his skin, but swiftly healing again. National game. starting from the Zombie Doomsday, the main text volume 677, Sacred Chapter Not Giving It. Then go and die. As he spoke, blood began to seep from Fang Heng's wound, gradually forming into a large crimson hand. The hand suddenly shot out, overlapping with Fang Heng's right hand, tightly grabbing Kajin's neck. In the next moment, a halo appeared on Kajini. Ka! Fang Heng exerted force with his right hand. Hint, you killed Kajini. Your relationship with the Holy See is greatly reduced. You gain 231 survival points. You gain a Tier 1 Evolution Crystal *1. Hint, your reputation value within the blood race has increased. Those guys in the Holy Light are too difficult to work with. Compared to them, the blood race is much easier to handle. Fang Heng frowned and reached for the light cast spear embedded in his chest. Hiss. The light cast items, once touched, emitted a scorching sensation. Fang Heng pulled the spear out of the wound with force. The punctured wound quickly healed. Huh? Is this some kind of equipment with attributes? Fang Heng was somewhat surprised. Rows of game prompts appeared on his retina. Hint, you obtained the item, Holy Cast Spear. Item, Holy Cast Spear. Equipment requirement, basic or higher level sacred studies. Description, the standard equipment of the Holy Cast Legion, forged with the power of sacred light. With accompanying skill, honor throw. Skill description, after aiming at an enemy for 3 seconds, throw a spear at enemies within a 200 radius. This attack will ignore the enemy's evasion. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Unfortunately, he couldn't use it. The peculiar additional skills could fetch some money though. Captain, seeing Kajini being killed by Fang Heng, the remaining members of the Holy See Church changed their expressions, showing a mix of sadness and resentment. They never expected such a situation to happen. They still had more than 30 people on their side. Yet Kajini was killed by the blood race within a few seconds. Facing Fang Heng, the faithful of the Holy See felt both angry and fearful. Fang Heng held an iron staff in one hand and turned his gaze to the remaining members of the Holy See Church. Before he could act, the blood race members, full of morale, rushed forward and tore them to pieces. After a while, silence descended again. Veneriat knelt down. Lord Marquis, we have cleared the entire underground area. There are still some Holy Light believers upstairs. Please command. Yes. Leave a few alive. Eliminate the rest. Fang Heng nodded to deploy the operation. Search the entire museum. I want to find my lost pendant, holy water, and any other items related to the Holy Light. I want them all. Yes, Lord Marquis. Fang Heng stepped forward, proceeding upstairs to clear the area with the blood race members. Outside the museum, about half an hour ago, Jianan heard a series of disturbances inside the museum, followed by silence. Initially, Jianan was ready to leave immediately, but then she decided to wait a bit longer for safety, just in case that masked person was too strange. Jianan never expected that her just-in-case scenario would actually happen. Since a while ago, chaos had once again erupted inside. Jianan's sense of unease grew stronger. After another 5 to 6 minutes, the museum fell silent again. Then she peered out from the car window. Is it on fire? Thick black smoke billowed from a corner of the 4th floor of the museum. Jianan felt anxious. Was Fang Shuo going to burn down the whole museum for revenge? Bang! A loud noise startled Jianan, making her look towards the direction of the museum where the sound came from. The window on the 3rd floor of the museum was shattered, and a figure jumped out from it. After landing, the person rolled on the ground, then ran frantically forward. Is it Fang Shuo? On closer inspection, the person was not wearing a mask. Shortly after, 2 bats flew out from the broken window, catching up to the fleeing person and killing him. This, Jianan nervously swallowed. Fang Shuo, that blood race. What does he intend to do? Lord Marquis, we have interrogated them. The believers here have all been brainwashed by the Holy See. Apart from a few ordinary human guards, all others chose suicide. No useful information was obtained from the devout believers. Veneriat reported to Fang Heng, we retrieved some information from the guards, searched the entire museum, and below the exhibit hall found a secret underground equipment storage room. Show me. Following Veneriat into the secret storage room, Feng Heng looked around. Over the years, the Holy See had been actively collecting a large amount of equipment and supplies to combat the blood race. The room was filled with supplies, resembling a small armory. Annoying. Why is there no holy water? Feng Heng rubbed his neck. Feeling frustrated, Veneriat led Feng Heng to a desk. Lord Marquis, take a look at this. What's this? Feng Heng picked up the book on the table. Crack. As soon as he touched it, Feng Heng felt a strong repulsive force on his hand. Hissing ... A scalding sensation emanated from his palm. Hint. You obtained the book, Prayer of the Holy Light. Hint. After learning this book, you realize, basic sacred studies. Hint. This book cannot be traded, it is bound once obtained. Hint. You need to consume 100 deity points to learn. Oh, a rare skill book. Feng Heng's eyes lit up. The beginner's book of light divine arts. After learning it, he could. On the black market, similar basic beginner books like this could sell for tens of thousands of deity points, and they were priceless. The main reason being their rarity. There were very few direct skill books like this. Most were taught by NPCs after completing certain tasks and contributing. Hint. Detected that the player currently has conflicting relationships with basic undead blood and bloodline of the blood race. After mastering the skill, the experience required to learn it will increase 20-fold. Learn it just 20 times harder. With thousands of zombie clones to practice skills on, the learning efficiency wouldn't be that slow. Too many skills won't burden him. Feng Heng thought, patting the book on his head. Hint. Player mastered the skill. Basic Sacred Studies. Skill. Basic Sacred Studies. Skill description. The initial skill of Sacred Studies. Through this skill, you can use some related items and learn related sacred skills. Skill description. This skill can be upgraded to LV 10 at maximum. In this way ... Feng Heng muttered to himself softly, trying to retrieve the holy cast spear surrendered to the backpack earlier, holding it in his hand. The prior burning sensation had disappeared. Now he could use ordinary level sacred weapons. National Game. Hang up text volume 678 starting from the zombie apocalypse. The trouble now is how to upgrade the sacred study skill. General players, if they do not trigger the relevant mission chain, even if they learn the relevant skills, they will not be able to continue to upgrade the skill level. They have to rely on blind trial and error. We'll talk about it later. After learning the skill, Feng Heng took the list of confiscated items from Veneriat and checked it. Most of the items stored in the warehouse are various weapons, tools, offerings, and materials to deal with the Blood Clan, as well as the materials obtained from searching the entire area before. Apart from the missing holy water, Sandy's necklace was also not found. Feng Heng looked up and asked, "Have you found a necklace?" The Blood Clan exchanged glances. Veneriat stepped forward, nodded, and said, "Lord Marquis, we have searched the museum carefully. All the searched items have been collected here. All of them, but they still couldn't find the necklace." Feng Heng thought it was troublesome. He already anticipated being pestered by Sandy after returning. Strangely, the necklace has a property that must drop after death, so it should be here. Lord Marquis, this is just a transfer point set up by the sanctuary in the city. Is it possible that what you are looking for has been sent to the headquarters of the sanctuary area? Veneriat saw Feng Heng lost in thought and couldn't help but speculate. The sanctuary often transfers some important items they collect. Is it possible that the necklace you mentioned has been transferred? Feng Heng narrowed his eyes. Transferred to the district headquarters. Possible. And if it's the sanctuary district headquarters, shouldn't there be holy water there? Feng Heng looked at Veneriat and asked, "Do you know where the sanctuary's district headquarters are?" "I'm not sure about the specifics, but before I was captured, I always suspected a few universities in Visheng. I found a clue from the Yeshi University side to investigate the sanctuary's trace and traced it to the museum." Unexpectedly, Veneriat thought for a moment and said, "I believe the sanctuary's district headquarters is in Visheng, and I just checked the backup list of recent art museum transactions. Many of the unidentified items they transported are related to Vishang. Feng Heng turned to look at this sturdy figure. He's actually an investigator, and he sounds somewhat reasonable. Outside the museum, Zhao Nan and others were a bit anxious. She anxiously observed the direction of the museum. Since a while ago, the entire museum has quieted down again. The fire has gradually spread. Almost half of the museum is engulfed in flames. Someone is coming out. Zhao Nan carefully leaned against the back of the chair, observing the entrance of the museum. A man with a mask walked out of the museum. It's Feng Shuo. Besides him, there are also a group of blood clan behind him. Their pupils are too easy to recognize. Feng Heng walked straight to the car and knocked on the car window. I'm back after a long wait. Zhao Nan lowered the car window. Her gaze swept over the blood clan behind Feng Heng. What's the situation in the museum? Bad luck. They're all dead. Feng Heng shrugged helplessly. Unfortunately, I haven't found my stuff yet. Even though she was mentally prepared, Zhao Nan was still startled when she heard Feng Heng admit it in person. Her gaze lingered on Feng Heng's face for a moment. So, what you said is just to talk to the people of the sanctuary? To discuss cooperation with them? Feng Heng turned back and glanced at the burning museum behind him. Well, the conversation process wasn't very pleasant. Zhao Nan gave Feng Heng a look that said, I don't believe you. At the same time, Zhao Nan was deeply impressed by the strength of this young man with a mask in front of her. When she left, she was alone, but now she not only burned down the entire museum, but also brought out a large group of blood clan. Zhao Nan felt like she had run into bad luck for generations by offending this masked man. This deal is definitely the biggest failure in her career. Can I leave now? Not yet. I haven't found my necklace. Feng Heng casually opened the car door, got into the passenger seat, and signaled for Veneer to get in the back seat. Drive back, the same way. Zhao Nan reluctantly started the car. In a moment, the car drove onto the overpass. 30 or so blood clans transformed into bat forms and surrounded the car. The passing vehicles had never seen such a scene of blood clans escorting someone and quickly gave way. Zhao Nan had never encountered such a comfortable road condition before. However, she didn't feel very happy either. We're almost there. Where are you going? To find my necklace. I suspect it's been sent to the sanctuary headquarters. Feng Heng casually asked, do you know where the sanctuary's headquarters are in this area? I'm just a regular middleman. The district headquarters of the sanctuary is confidential. Only those trusted by the sanctuary know. Zhao Nan said. Alright. Then what do you know about the sanctuary? Feng Heng generously transferred 20 main god points over. I only know some basics. The vampire world has a total of 27 major districts, and the sanctuary has branch bases in at least 18 of them. I can confirm that there is a branch base of the sanctuary in our current national district, but the exact location is unclear. Zhao Nan received the god points and felt a little better. She continued, not just me, even you Ling Xiao and others don't know. They are just peripheral personnel of the sanctuary. In general, only player guilds that are really trusted by the sanctuary have a possibility of knowing some information. Feng Heng continued to ask, what about Vishang? Wouldn't it be in Vishang? I found that Vishang might be where the Blood Clan branch is located. Vishang. Zhao Nan frowned, thought for a moment, and said, Vishang is a small city on the edge. In recent years, there have been few signs of the sanctuary, and no other signs indicate the presence of the sanctuary. Are you investigating the wrong place? Feng Heng looked out the window. Let's go. Let's go to the hospital now. Back at the hospital, 2 Blood Clan members helped Sandy, who was limping, into the car. As soon as they got in the car, Sandy immediately asked Feng Heng, Feng Heng, have you found my pendant? Not yet. It was taken by the sanctuary, Feng Heng replied. Sandy was stunned and immediately became anxious. He hurriedly said, then why are we still here? Let's go get the pendant back. Feng Heng, that's a piece of art. It can only shine in our hands. How can the sanctuary take it away? Yeah, I know. So, we're going to find the place back now. Saying that, Fang Heng looked at Zhao Nan beside him. We're going to Visheng, the national game, starting from the zombie apocalypse, hooking the text volume 679, 2 hours after the riot. Zhao Nan drove into Wei City. Without any hesitation, Fang Heng directly instructed Zhao Nan to drive the private car towards the Blood Race Tower in the center of Wei City. In front, a black high-rise building appeared in sight. Do we really need to go in? Zhao Nan became a bit nervous and confirmed to Fang Heng again. This is the headquarters of the Blood Race in Wei City. Yes, we are going to the Blood Race headquarters. Zhao Nan turned her head and looked carefully at Fang Heng. Okay, she said no more, driving the car into the park under the protection of the bats until it stopped under the black building. Fang Heng asked, "Do you want to come with me?" Zhao Nan looked out at the black building outside the window and shook her head. "I think I'll stay here." "Okay." Sandy in the back seat waved excitedly, volunteering. I'll go with you." Zhao Nan stayed in the car, watching Fang Heng get out of the car. "Really not coming? Don't say I didn't warn you. It's very dangerous to stay here. It's safer than being with you." Zhao Nan thought silently, with a calm expression. "No, thanks. Okay, I'll stay here for now. I'll be back soon." Watching Fang Heng enter the black building, accompanied by Sandy and a group of blood tribes, Zhao Nan breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Finally, Zhao Nan felt like she had been through a great battle, so she simply slumped over the steering wheel. Since meeting Fang Heng, just a few hours ago, she felt that so much had happened in these few hours. She needed some time to relax. Friends from Survival Radio and messages from friends on the phone were asking about the previous situation. "Nan, are you okay? Where are you now? Explosive. Did you hear about the fire at the art gallery? The director there is dead. He turned out to be a member of the Holy Court. That place is actually the stronghold of the Holy Court. I can't believe it. Nan, I checked for you. No one here has heard of a person named Fang Shuo from your information saying he is a blood tribe. I personally think it might be a fake name. Get offline quickly, there's a big deal to discuss." "Ah, Nan," a friend asked me to ask, "what's the deal with Fang Shuo? Come online as soon as you see this message." Zhao Nan closed the survival computer, feeling irritated. What's the deal with Fang Shuo? What's going on at the art gallery? Why ask her? How would she know? Besides Fang Shuo's identity as a blood tribe, Zhao Nan knew almost nothing about this mysterious person. What to do? Zhao Nan picked up her phone, feeling a bit hesitant. Should she tell her friends that Fang Shuo had arrived in Wei City overnight? HS's. Suddenly, there was a loud sound of wings flapping. Zhao Nan was startled. She stuck her head out of the car window and looked up at the source of the sound. Countless black bats emerged from the black building and spread out across the entire city. Blood Race. Are they crazy? How long has it been since the Blood Race launched such a large-scale external attack? Is everything because of the appearance of that masked man? Something big is about to happen. Zhao Nan had a premonition in her heart and decided to play dead. She didn't know anything about today's events. From a distance, standing above the black high-rise building, Fang Heng looked down on the entire city. Under his command, countless bats were mobilized tonight to search the entire Wei City externally. Wei City belongs to the Altar branch of the Blood Tribe. As a small peripheral city, there is no blood count ruling here. With the accompaniment of Altar branch member ManhwaRecap, Fang Heng only needed to show the holy artifact to easily control the blood tribe population of Wei City. In addition to a comprehensive inspection of Wei City, the main target of the search was several special abnormal locations discovered by ManhwaRecap. Thorough exploration to find traces of the Holy Court. For the blood tribes living in Wei City, tonight was just a very rare extra meal. For a time, the entire Wei City fell into extreme chaos. Wei City, the underground prayer hall of the branch of the Holy Court. Regional Bishop Chen Li convened all the top leaders of the Holy Court to gather here. In addition to internal personnel of the clergy, including the leaders of the devout public guilds, quickly took their positions to participate in this emergency meeting. Just over 10 minutes ago, the players of the 3 major guilds were still sleeping. They were suddenly awakened and heard the news of the Blood Tribe riot. leaving them dumbfounded, quickly logging in. The three guild leaders looked serious. They had put in a great effort to infiltrate the Holy Court and had always been cautious, maintaining peace with the Blood Tribes in Wei City for several years. They couldn't understand why the Blood Tribes suddenly exploded tonight, and they hadn't received any relevant information from the players within the Blood Tribes in advance. This assault came too suddenly. The three guild leaders had not yet figured out the situation and could only look puzzled as they watched the NPCs of the Holy Court perform. Bishop, several important branch nodes of the alchemy magic array are under attack by the Blood Tribe. Our people can hold them off for a while, but this will expose the branch nodes to the Blood Tribe's view. It seems like the Blood Tribes came with a purpose. Our branch nodes have been heavily searched by the Blood Tribes. Bishop, we can't delay any longer. Continuing like this, the Blood Tribe is likely to discover our setup ahead of time. Once the Blood Tribe knows our setup, if the magic array is destroyed, it will take several years to rebuild it. Lord, let them continue to destroy like this. The Blood Tribe will also discover our traces. Regional Bishop Chenli looked serious. Wei City was a small suburban town, and the Blood Tribes didn't pay much attention to it. The Holy Court had established a branch in Wei City for over a decade. In recent years, Chenli had carefully built a trap in Wei City, using the city as the underlying structure. Relying on 12 points as branch nodes, he constructed a giant magic array capable of killing the Blood Tribes. The sealing process was only about 2/3 complete. Originally, it would take another year to complete it all. In Chenli's original plan, once the alchemy magic array was fully built, they would rely on the entire array to give the Blood Tribe a heavy blow. By then, they could not only destroy the Blood Tribes in the city, but also firmly occupy Wei City, defeat the Blood Tribe's reinforcements, and make the Blood Tribe pay the price of several counts. But now, tonight's encounter with a large-scale Blood Tribe riot, it was no longer meaningful to think about whether the other party had come prepared. He had no way back. If they continued to allow the Blood Tribe to go on like this, not only would the magic array that had been planned for over a decade be destroyed, but their branch in Wei City, which they had built for so many years, would be completely exposed to the Blood Tribe's view. National Game. Starting from the Zombie Doomsday, Chapter 680 of the Hanging Text, hidden sniper ambush in Bishop Chenli's gaze swept around the crowd. He had no choice but to execute the plan in advance. Activate the magic circle ahead of time. Everyone present stood up at the same time and bowed, saying, "Yes, Bishop." Chenli continued to arrange the battle deployment. The completion rate of the magic circle is only 70%, not enough to directly kill the Blood Clans, but it can greatly reduce their various abilities. The strength of the Blood Clans in Vishang is not strong. It is not difficult to completely kill them. Luo and Zule each take a team of monks to repair the damaged magic circle, the rest as a legion, 12 groups to protect each magic circle, and the remaining legion will immediately attack the Blood Clan central city after the magic circle is completed. I will personally go to activate the magic circle. Understood. Almost simultaneously, the presidents of the 3 major guilds and all the players in the guild received a game prompt. Hint: player triggers mission. Vishang under the Holy Light. Mission description: Vishang is under search by Blood Clans. The magic circle branch point is under attack. Bishop Chenli of the Holy Court decides to activate the magic circle early and counterattack. Mission difficulty: a main mission requirement. Assist the Holy Court in activating the magic circle located in the interior of Vishang, eliminating all Blood Clans in Vishang. Mission reward: Holy Court contribution points, survival points, follow-up missions. During the mission, optional branch missions will be triggered. Players can choose to complete the branch missions to obtain mission completion. Settlement will be conducted after the main mission is completed. Seeing the game prompt that appeared, everyone was instantly excited. A super large mission. After infiltrating the Holy Court for so long, was it not for the sake of missions and rewards? However, this day came somewhat suddenly, a whole year earlier than expected. The leaders of the 3 major guilds looked at each other, somewhat dumbfounded. In this case, should they thank the blood clans? Everyone, we are on the same boat. Let's all do our best. The crowd quickly reached a consensus. Now what they had to do was to try to hold back the blood clans as much as possible, not letting them discover the activation of the magic circle until Bishop Chenli completed the entire magic circle's activation. By then, they might be able to heavily weaken the blood clan's strength with the power of the magic circle, completely eliminate the blood clans, and seize control of the entire Visheng, until they destroyed the central building occupied by the blood clans. After that, even though the blood clan's reinforcements would soon arrive, they could continue to use the super large magic circle to guard Visheng and eliminate the blood clans. If lucky, they might even have the opportunity to take down a few blood clan viscounts. But this was already the most optimized plan they could make for the moment. Let's go. Yes. At the top of the black building in the city, the wind rustled Fang Heng's clothes. Fang Heng looked down at the city from a high place. In the western area, a large number of blood clans were quickly gathering there. Venerit in bat form flew over from a distance and transformed into human form. Kneeling down, Lord Viscount. During the search process in the western area, we found a transmission node similar to a special magic circle, and we were counterattacked when attacking the node. Confirmed to be from the Holy Court. Haha. The Holy Court did not disappoint him. Well done. Let's go together and take a look. Transforming back into a bat form, Fang Heng and Venerit plunged towards the direction of the erupting battle. On the front battlefield, players were launching an assault towards a residential area ahead. Followers belonging to the Holy Court were hiding in the buildings in the residential area, using special firearms with the terrain advantage to shoot at the Blood Clan group outside from a distance. The firearms specially made by the Holy Church had carefully engraved formations inside the barrel, allowing the bullets to cause additional damage to the blood clans after passing through the barrel. The disadvantage was the slow rate of fire and low ammunition capacity. However, in the world controlled by the blood clans in the era of the Blood Clan Doomsday, the use of firearms was forbidden, and the firearms of the Holy Court could only be manufactured clandestinely with a limited production capacity. The Blood Clan group in the forefront was blocked by the Holy Court's Holy Forging Knights, unable to break through into the interior of the residential area. Let's go take a look, Fang Heng said as he descended from above and joined the battle. Bang bang. Several bullets immediately flew towards him. Fang Heng dodged to the side swiftly. Note, you receive 231 points of damage. Due to your bloodline as a blood clan, you receive an additional 160 points of damage. Not bad. With the support of the undead skill, the damage was completely within a controllable range. Fang Heng quickly assessed the damage and rushed to the front, lifting an iron rod to vigorously sweep at the Holy Forging Knights blocking his path. Bang! With the high-intensity power boost, the iron rod was extremely effective against the Holy Forging Knights. The sacred armor that was most difficult to deal with was easily shattered by Fang Heng with a single swing, and the whole Holy Forging Knight was sent flying, losing their combat capabilities. Fang Heng quickly moved forward, swinging the rod again. Hint, you killed a first-tier Holy Forging Knight. You gained a first-tier evolutionary crystal *1. Killing a member of the Holy Court camp also dropped an evolutionary crystal. Not bad at all? Fang Heng's mind wandered. The original plan was to kill the blood clans to earn crystals, but now he could switch it up a bit and kill members of the Holy Court to get crystals. All for the sake of leveling up. No picky eaters. With visible positive gains, Fang Heng swung the iron rod even faster. Seeing the fearless courage of the leading Viscount, the morale of the Blood Clan army was greatly boosted. Suddenly, in the chaotic battle, Fang Heng keenly sensed a strong sense of danger. A sniper rifle. Fang Heng immediately dodged aside. Bang! A bullet grazed past him and hit a piece of rubble in front. Fang Heng quickly turned his head, looking towards a certain large building far away. Oh? Finally found a player. Born blood clans generally did not like to use firearms, and the members of the Holy Court used firearms as weapons. The ability to use a sniper rifle to maintain a high hit rate from such a distance meant that the other party likely had a high-level weapon. And in the background world of the Blood Clan Doomsday, it was even more challenging to possess this type of skill. Considering all these factors, Feng Heng made a snap judgment. The ambush was targeting a high-level player. Perhaps he could get some useful information from him. Up in the building, Chu Yan let out a soft sound. That masked individual could actually dodge his sniper ambush. He had noticed that the Blood Clan wearing a mask was suspicious, so he aimed his sniper target at him. But Chu Yan never expected that the other party would anticipate his sniper attack in advance and calmly evade it. Who was he really? Through the sniper scope, Chu Yan saw the masked individual in bat form flying towards him. Oh no. Chu Yan suddenly had the feeling of being targeted, and he tensed up instantly. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he swiftly changed the magazine, aiming at Feng Heng through the scope. This time he would not make a mistake. Chu Yan kept his breathing steady and gently pulled the trigger. Bang! Whoosh! Disappeared. National Game. Hanging on from the Zombie Apocalypse. Chapter 681. How can this be? Chu Yan was startled. In the office, Feng Heng instantly moved to meters to the right, completely avoiding the sniper rifle shots. Not good. It's too late. Bang! The bat transformed into a human figure in midair and smashed through the glass of the building. Chu Yan rolled to the side and quickly switched to the shotgun. As he raised his hand, he found the sniper rifle barrel being tightly held by a masked young man in front of him. Astonished, Chu Yan was about to speak. Click! The barrel was instantly crushed by Feng Heng's hand. Feng Heng looked at Chu Yan and said coldly, "Which guild do you belong to? You are also a player." Chu Yan's face showed surprise. Is that not allowed? Feng Heng glanced at the more than 10 players in the building who were suddenly surrounding him and about to form an encirclement. Unfortunately, I didn't want this to happen. Initially, I just wanted to do some business with the Holy Court. Chu Yan didn't understand what was happening, but he felt a great threat from the other party. Who are you? What do you want to do? It's not important who I am. Tell me where the headquarters of the Holy Court in Vistidal City is. I have no malicious intent. Just want to discuss the production of holy water with them. As he spoke, more than 10 players arrived to support one after another. They all took out firearms and aimed at Feng Heng. Chu Yan signaled to the other players not to act rashly with his eyes. He needed to buy some time. Soon, the magic circle set up throughout Vistidal City would be activated, sealing the powers of all the vampires significantly. The vampires in front of him were no exception. Holy water is used by the Holy Court for prayer and exorcism. What do you want with that? It's none of your concern. I can help you find the Holy Court, but why should I believe you? Can you guarantee that you can stop the Blood Clan outside from continuing their attack? Do you have the ability to persuade them? Chu Yan asked in succession. Who are you really? And how can I trust you? Feng Heng frowned. Stop stalling. Tell me where the Blood Clan headquarters is, and how to find the top person in charge of the Holy Court in Vistidal City. Ha! You are right. I have been stalling all along. Chu Yan saw the gestures made by Feng Heng's teammates behind him and felt certain. A confident look appeared on his face. Sorry, you are out of time. As he spoke, the entire building shook violently. Feng Heng raised an eyebrow, narrowed his eyes, and looked out the window to a place where the Blood Clan and the Holy Court had been fighting earlier. A golden pillar of light rose up into the sky. Almost simultaneously, more and more pillars of light rose in various corners of the city. 12 golden pillars of light rose within Vistidal City, gradually forming a circle, revealing a dark golden pattern beneath the entire city. This is... Feng Heng stared at the light pillar outside the window carefully. A huge alchemy magic array. An alchemy magic array constructed based on the entire city of Vistidal, covering the entire city within its range. The Holy Court, you are something. Feng Heng's retina displayed rows of game prompts. Prompt, you are influenced by a special alchemical magic array. Your attributes amplified by bloodline heredity are reduced by 70% to the alchemical magic array effect. Prompt, comprehensive judgment in progress. Prompt, due to the special intervention of the player, identifying the Holy Court's magic array layout in advance, activating the incomplete magic circle ahead of time. The player gains 10,000 reputation with the Blood Clan, 2,000 reputation with the Blood Clan Elders Council. Prompt: confirm player's bloodline. Comprehensive player friendliness. Player is automatically determined to belong to the Blood Clan faction. Player triggers area mission, the Vistadal under the Holy Light. Prompt: player can also choose to abandon the mission. Voluntarily choose the Holy Court faction. Mission name: the Vistadal under the Holy Light. Mission difficulty: SS. Main mission description: the Holy Court has secretly set up a magic array in Vistadal City. The city is in imminent danger due to the magic array's influence. Main mission requirement: destroy the Holy Court's plan. Completely eliminate the remnants of the Holy Court's power within Vistadal City. Mission rewards: mission contribution points, survival points, subsequent missions. Mission description: branch missions will be triggered. During the mission process, players can choose to complete branch missions to obtain mission completion rate. Settlement will be conducted after the main mission is completed or failed. Feng Heng quickly scanned through the game mission prompts. Alright, now there's no turning back. Siding with the Blood Clan faction. Feng Heng sighed. He hadn't anticipated the situation would evolve to this point. Since that's the case, Feng Heng lightly clenched his fist, sensing his own power. The weakening was still within a controllable range. The Blood Clan relic he carried had the most additional attributes. The bonuses from the Blood Clan relic were not affected by the weakening caused by the alchemy magic array. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Heng looked up and gazed at Chu Yan. Seeing the faint shadow of a dark golden radiant chain on Feng Heng, Chu Yan felt relieved, but the next moment, his eyebrows raised. Bang, 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 bang. Almost simultaneously, all the players pulled the triggers. Bullets from the special firearms poured onto Feng Heng. However, Feng Heng's movements were unaffected, and he tightly held Chu Yan's throat with one hand. You've been stalling for so long, just for this. Feng Heng's eyes flashed playfully. Now, can you tell me where I can find the headquarters of the Holy Court in Vistadal City? Chu Yan's pupils reflected Feng Heng's expression, filled with shock and fear. The players around held their firearms at Feng Heng, unsure of what to do. Should they lower their guns? It didn't seem to work. Raise their guns. That might also be futile. Chu Yan gritted his teeth, trying to calm himself down. You have fallen into the Holy Court's trap. The entire Blood Clan of Vistadal City will be wiped out. What can you do by yourself? Even if you kill me, it won't help. The people of the Holy Court will soon arrive. You may be right, but your life is in your hands. Will you swap lives with me? Feng Heng stared at Chu Yan, tightening his grip on Chu Yan's throat with his right hand. I'll count to 3. In the eastern ecological zone of Vistadal City, Chu Yan shouted immediately, the headquarters of the Holy Court is there. Bishop Chen Li is currently in control. He should be there now. You go there to find him. Smart choice, Feng Heng said, releasing Chu Yan as he spoke. Chu Yan held his neck where a purplish-blue mark was left from being squeezed, coughing fiercely. Captain, are you okay? The players were about to surround Feng Heng again, but Chu Yan reached out to restrain them. I'm fine. No need to come closer. Feng Heng ignored Chu Yan, turning back again to look out the window. Bang. The next moment, the building's windows were shattered. National Game. AFK from the Zombie Apocalypse. Chapter 682 Light Pillar Bang. 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 Following closely, numerous bats surged into the building through the windows. In the blink of an eye, all players inside the building were surrounded by a group of blood races. The players' faces immediately changed color. Even though they had been weakened by the blood race magic circle, it was impossible for them to resist being surrounded by so many blood races. The blood races had no intention of attacking. Venerit stepped forward half a step, knelt down on one knee, and respectfully reported, My Lord Count, a large number of Holy Court Sanctum Knights have appeared in the city. Influenced by the alchemical magic circle in the city, our abilities have been greatly weakened, and we may not be able to resist. Count, This player turned out to be a blood race count. All the players looked at this mysterious person wearing a mask once again. Chuyan stared fixedly at Feng Heng. He thought even deeper. Blood race count. He is a blood race count. Does this mean that he is the one behind this sudden attack on the blood race? I see. Feng Heng withdrew his gaze from the pillar of light outside the window and turned to look at Chu Yan. For the sake of being fellow players, I can spare you. Chu Yan took a deep breath. I will immediately lead my people offline. I guarantee with my life that we will not speak a word about this to anyone. In the future, when it's useful, you stay here and wait for me to come back. Feng Heng said, turning to the group of blood races behind him. Let's go. Without saying another word, Feng Heng transformed into a bat form and flew with the blood race group towards the ground below. Seeing Feng Heng and the blood race group leave, the players inside the building all felt as if they had just gotten a new lease on life. A player walked up to Chu Yan and asked, Leader, what should we do now? Stay put. Do not disclose anything you saw here to anyone outside, and find a way to secretly investigate his identity. Absolutely no leakage of information to the outside, Chu Yan replied. Got it. I know what to do, leader. Chu Yan took a deep breath. He only now noticed that his back was damp with cold sweat from the tension earlier. Facing the mysterious person, the mental pressure he bore was immense. What does that person want to do? Chu Yan had a very bad premonition and walked to the window to look outside. Outside the window, the masked person led a large group of blood races straight towards the shining pillar of light. The Holy Court had already activated the magic array that the entire city of Wei had been built upon. The blood races in Wei were at a dead end. Did he want to forcefully destroy the central array that the Holy Court had been secretly arranging for over a decade? That's too far fetch a ... Moreover, the Holy Court had already sought help from nearby areas at the first moment. In recent years, the power accumulated by the Holy Court in the region would erupt completely tonight. And on the side of the blood races, his sources of information did not mention any other blood race forces coming to support. Chu Yan frowned and asked, Is there any latest development in the forum? President, the forum is currently discussing the massive blood race riot in Wei City and the appearance of the mysterious light pillar and magic array in the entire city of Wei. There is no other relevant news, the reply came. This was the most confusing thing for Chu Yan. Until now, besides Wei City, there was no news from other regions about the blood races. In the world of blood race apocalypse, there were far more players who helped the blood races than those from the Holy Court camp. If the blood races made a move, the entire forum would be a scene of chaos and bloodshed. However, until now, besides the blood race riot in Wei City, the blood races in other regions were extremely quiet. Not even the Alta clan had sent any reinforcements. Why is that? After eliminating many possibilities, Chuyan came up with a strange answer. Does this mysterious person have poor relations within the blood race ranks? Feng Heng charged towards the location where the massive beam of light rose with a group of blood races behind him. Weakening magic arrays. Could it weaken the strength of all blood races in the entire city of Wei? In that case, might as well destroy all the magic arrays together. Reminder, you have entered a high-intensity magic array restricted area. In this area, your bat form cannot be used temporarily. Reminder, in this area, your sacred abilities are enhanced by an additional 20%. Game prompts flashed. Feng Heng and the group of blood races reverted to human form once again. Ahead was a large villa area, and the beam of light rose from behind the villa area. Members of the Holy Court were already guarding at the entrance, poised for battle. Venerit quietly reminded, My Lord Count, we have discovered that a large number of Holy Court reinforcements are rushing here. Should we open a teleport channel and seek help from the Elder Council? Feng Heng shook his head. After taking control of the blood races in Wei City, to avoid trouble, Feng Heng had shut down Wei City's external teleport channels at the first opportunity. At that time, Feng Heng had a simple idea. What if opening the channel attracted another blood race trying to vie for power with him? At this stage, there was no need to open the channel. No need. Fang Heng said, scanning the 2 rows of Sanctum Knights standing in front of him and saying in a deep voice, "Take care of them." Understood. Fang Heng took out an iron rod from his backpack and rushed fiercely towards the front. The 2 Sanctum Knights in the front blocked Fang Heng, one on the left and one on the right. HMPH. Fang Heng snorted disdainfully, swung the iron rod in his hand fiercely towards the front. The chest armor of the 2 Sanctum Knights displayed a crack in the holy light armor. Bang! The light armor on their chests showed fine cracks, and the 2 were knocked flying by the iron rod once again. Fang Heng frowned. The Sanctum Knights were stimulated, and their abilities were slightly enhanced, while his attributes were slightly weakened. With one side's strength increased, and the other side's decreased, he couldn't shatter the armor of the Sanctum Knights and make them lose their combat capability with one blow like before. While he was hindered for a moment, several Sanctum Knights around him began to encircle Fang Heng. Trouble. Fang Heng inwardly sighed. The number of blood races on their side was enough to crush the Sanctum Knights, but their abilities were greatly suppressed by the magic array, making it impossible to break through the outer encirclement of the Sanctum Knights. At this rate, it would be endless, and time would be wasted for nothing. Ignoring them, he first went to destroy the beam of light. With a single thought, Fang Heng swiftly skirted past the several Sanctum Knights, closing in with the help of the instant teleportation granted by the sacred artifact, and quickly headed towards the large building where the beam of light rose in the distance. Everyone's game, grinding from the zombie apocalypse. Chapter 683 of the main text. Judge bang, bang, bang. As soon as he stepped into the villa area, a dense rain of bullets came from all directions. Hint: you have received 231 points of damage. Due to your bloodline, you also take an additional 160 points of damage. Hint: due to the undead body skill effect, your health recovers by 792 points. Hint: you have received 221 points of ... Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Many members of the Holy Court were hiding in the buildings within the villa area, continuously using firearms to attack the vampires from behind cover. After breaking into the villa area, he became the primary target of the believers. No matter. Relying on the miraculous recovery effect of the undead body skill, Fang Heng charged forward through the intense rain of bullets towards the front building. Get out of the way. Fang Heng charged towards the front of the building, swinging the iron rod in his hand to create a sound of breaking the air. Thud. The incoming Holy Forge Knights were once again pushed back, quickly retreating into the interior of the building. What kind of monster is he? Unable to stop Fang Heng's advance despite the dense gunfire, the believers could only watch helplessly as Fang Heng entered the building. A sense of powerlessness rose in the hearts of the Holy Court believers. Along the way, he was hit by hundreds of bullets, yet he remained vigorous. Do vampires really have such strong regenerative abilities? ... Upon entering the building, Fang Heng did not waste time chasing, but headed towards the Holy Court believers hiding and attacking from cover inside the building. Ah! Swinging a stick forward, bang! A believer spat out blood and was knocked back. Hint: you have killed a Holy Court believer and gained 1 complete evolution crystal, earning 30 for survival points. Hint: your main mission contribution +6, vampire reputation +10. Hint: current contribution 6, mission evaluation F. Dealing with the Holy Court believers was much easier. He could easily achieve a one-hit kill effect. Under the mission trigger status, killing these believers could increase reputation and earn mission contribution points as well. So, killing more Holy Court members could potentially earn more contribution points and reputation. What rewards will there be for reaching SSS rank? Fang Heng's interest was piqued. Bang bang. Seeing Fang Heng's distraction, the hidden believers once again launched a round of simultaneous gunfire at him. Fang Heng no longer hesitated, taking big strides forward and swinging the iron rod in his hand. Bang bang, bang. Taking out a few believers hiding behind cover, Fang Heng quickly headed towards the staircase of the building. There was no need to waste time with these believers. The mission could wait, and opportunities could be found later. The vampire bloodline in him allowed Fang Heng to clearly sense the source of power fluctuations. It was in the lower area under the building. Rushing down, he entered the large underground parking lot below the building. Fang Heng quickly scanned through game prompts displayed on his retina. Hint: you are close to the central area of the magic array fluctuations. Hint: due to the strong magic array effect, all your vampire bloodline attribute bonuses are nullified. Hint: all your holy attribute skills are enhanced by 50%. Looking towards the parking lot, more than 20 Holy Forge Knights and members of the Holy Court Church gathered in the center of the parking lot. Behind them, several stones over 3 meters high stood. A pillar of light shot up from the center of the stones. Fang Heng stopped in his tracks, squinting his eyes as he carefully examined the stone. Was it the crucial part of the city's magic array? As Fang Heng pondered, a young man in a black Templar robe stepped forward, blocking Fang Heng's view. He crossed his arms and gazed at Fang Heng. Your body is full of the aura of the undead and vampires, shining like a candle in the dark. Chen Yan stared at Fang Heng. I am Judge Chen Yan of the Holy Court District. Who are you? It doesn't matter. Even if you were willing to give me holy water now, it would be too late. Fang Heng shifted his gaze away from Chen Yan, continuing towards the stone pillars behind him. More accurately, they were pillars, 5 in total. The 5 stone pillars were arranged at the 5 corners of a pentagram. The pillar of light rose from the center of the 5 pillars, piercing the sky. Judging by his limited knowledge of arrays, Fang Heng believed he was not wrong in his judgment. The stone pillars were the core of the magic array. Destroy the stone pillars. Destroy the magic array. Chen Yan was puzzled. He couldn't fully understand what Fang Heng was saying. Holy water. What did that have to do with holy water? Watching Fang Heng approaching the seal stone step by step, Chen Yan continued to stare at him. I admire your arrogance. Vampire. Face judgment. Without wasting any more words, the Holy Forge Knights raised their swords and shields, charging towards Fang Heng. It was only then that Fang Heng turned his attention back to the Holy Forge Knights gathered in front of him. Compared to the external Holy Forge Knights, the ones here had slightly better equipment and carried black shields and swords, already so tough. And they have shield protections too. Looking at the Holy Forge Knight, with a shield resembling a turtle shell, Fang Heng couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Facing the approaching Holy Forge Knights, Fang Heng had to swing his iron rod forward. Swish! The Holy Forge Knight raised his sword to strike at Fang Heng, but was caught off guard as Fang Heng's iron rod first hit the shield, causing the knight to stumble back, pushed by Fang Heng. Fang Heng moved forward again, kicking one of the knights with a shield, then fiercely smashing the knight's forehead with his iron rod. Bang! The golden armor covering the Holy Forge Knight shattered. Before he could pursue further, two shield-bearing Holy Forge Knights charged from both sides. Fang Heng had to evade and leap back. Chen Yan, standing in place, raised an eyebrow, surprised by the brute strength Fang Heng displayed. How could he still be this strong under the weakened state of the magic array? It was critical that he be subdued immediately. Without hesitation, Chen Yan took out a thick book from his hand, the Book of Beginnings. He opened the book with one hand, flipping to a page and pointing towards Fang Heng not far away. Sharp! Just as Fang Heng was entangled with the Holy Forge Knights, he suddenly sensed a feeling of crisis from within him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Dozens of fine wounds appeared on his body instantly. Blood burst out from the ruptured wounds. Hint: you have been affected by the Holy Word spell. Sharp. Suffering the laceration effect, taking 34 points of damage, causing you to enter a bleeding state. Hint: due to the undead body skill effect, your bleeding state has been cleared. Fang Heng quickly turned his head towards Chen Yan hiding behind the Holy Court, and his wounds quickly healed. What a hassle! It was a magical skill, and one that cannot be avoided. National Game. Hanging automation from the Zombie Apocalypse Volume 684 of the main text. Chen Yan let out a soft gasp. He stared at Fang Heng, his gaze towards Fang Heng more solemn. Under the strength of the bloodline sealing magic array, to still exhibit such seemingly unreasonable self-healing ability. I do not know which Duke is here, Chen Yan once again turned to a new page of the Book of Genesis and said in a deep voice, Chen Yan is honored, but today, please stay here. Chen Yan slowly raised his hand, slowly pointing towards Fang Heng, and uttered a word from his mouth. Sick. Hint, you are affected by the holy word. Disease effect, your strength and physique attributes are slightly weakened. Fang Heng felt his strength diminish once again. But that was not the most troublesome part. More and more holy forge knights surrounded him, shrinking his dodging space. He could no longer continue to engage with them. It seems he has to try this move. Fang Heng checked his backpack. Item: Modified * metal shard concentrated bomb. Description: a modified grenade developed by the scavenger legion Ding Min, using a special new type of gunpowder that is highly unstable. It immediately explodes upon triggering, with a 0.001 second delay and inflicts high damage on nearby life forms. The modified bomb is packed with a large amount of alloy metal shards, which can cause secondary physical laceration damage to surrounding life forms. Due to the use of special unstable explosive gunpowder, this weapon is highly unstable and slight contact could trigger an immediate explosion. The backpack can only hold a maximum of one concentrated bomb at a time. After learning of Fang Heng's plan, a special weapon designed by Ding Min himself, extremely unstable, surrounded by holy forge knights in the center, Fang Heng took out the bomb and held it in his palm. With a tight grip, he gently squeezed. Boom! Almost instantly, the massive impact of the explosion sent all the surrounding holy forge knights flying. The explosion sent metal shards flying in all directions. Protect our judge. The holy forge knights guarding in the rear shouted as they raised their shields to block the flying metal shards. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, immediately stopped controlling the Book of Genesis and crouched behind the shield. He actually used such a suicidal explosion. Is he out of his mind? As the sound of the shards hitting the shield temporarily ceased, Chen Yan looked up again. What? Chen Yan saw a figure covered in blood emerging from the dust after the explosion. It's him. He's not dead yet. His vitality is so terrifyingly strong. Chen Yan's pupils suddenly contracted, staring at Fang Heng firmly, quickly flipping through the Book of Genesis in his hand. For holy forge knights simultaneously stepped forward to block Fang Heng's attack route. TSK. Blink. Fang Heng moved instantly, using a blink to pass through the gap about to be surrounded by the four holy forge knights. Chen Yan watched as Fang Heng approached him, slowly tossing the Book of Genesis into the air, clasping his hands together in front of his chest. The Book of Genesis floated in the air. A visible golden shield barrier appeared in front of Chen Yan. Fang Heng's face showed a sinister grin as he fiercely swung the iron rod in his hand with all his might. Bang! A dull sound, like a bell ringing. Creak, creak, creak. The faint sound of cracking. Fine cracks appeared on the golden shield. Held up. Chen Yan's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, his face devoid of color, gritting his teeth, forcibly activating the holy power in his body to maintain the shield. Lasting for a full half-second, the cracks finally stopped spreading and began slowly self-repairing. Even though he was nearing his limit, Chen Yan still shot a taunting glance at Fang Heng. Hey, quite troublesome. Duyan Fang Heng's face revealed a mocking smile. Chen Yan's heart skipped a beat, sensing trouble. The next moment, a powerful force manipulated the blood in Fang Heng's body, forming a huge hand that struck forward violently. Bang! The blood-colored palm instantly shattered the already cracked holy light shield. A shower of golden light debris. TSK. The hand broke through the debris and swiftly gripped Chen Yan's throat. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Fine red runes quickly extended along the grabbed area towards Chen Yan's skin. Chen Yan involuntarily felt a moment of shock. Plap. The Book of Genesis fell to the ground with a light sound. This is bad. After coming to his senses again, Chen Yan realized he could not use any skills. The next moment, a white light flashed before Chen Yan's eyes. TSK. Accompanied by intense pain, Chen Yan lowered his head. The holy forged spear pierced through his heart firmly. Chen Yan looked up, staring at Fang Heng in front of him, a look of astonishment in his eyes. Who are you? He mustered the last bit of strength to reach out his hand, trying to lift Fang Heng's mask. Hint: you have killed the Holy Court Judge. Chen Yan, your friendship with the Holy Court has decreased significantly. Hint: you have gained a complete tier to Crystal *1. You have gained 434 survival points. Hint: your mission contribution in the team mission plus 600, bloodline reputation plus 600. Hint: current contribution 656, mission evaluation D, bloodline sacred artifact additional skill, blood raid. With a banishing effect, it can save a lot of trouble. This move is really useful. Fang Heng thought silently, bending down to pick up the book lying on the ground. Hint: you have obtained an item, the Book of Genesis. Item: the Book of Genesis. Description: write your name on the cover and you can become the owner of the Book of Genesis. Description: the Book of Genesis is a required item for casting some holy spells, and you can store a small amount of sacred energy in it. Description: once bound, you can record a holy light spell in the Book of Genesis, which reduces the casting time by 40% and the casting cost by 50%. Is it like the Book of the Dead of Necromancy? It seems not very useful for now. Anyway, let's take it first. Bound. Fang Heng lightly held the Book of Genesis in his hand, emitting a faint golden sacred light. Hint: you have successfully obtained and bound the Book of Genesis. Judge, seeing Chen Yan being pierced through the heart and killed by Fang Heng using the Holy Court Spear, the remaining Holy Forge Knights and Holy Court disciples in the underground parking lot were horrified. Stop him! Avenge our judge! In shock and anger, the Holy Forge Knights shouted and rushed towards Fang Heng. The judge was killed by the despicable bloodline. We must avenge the judge. Fang Heng felt somewhat helpless. The fighting spirit of the Holy Court's team was high, with almost no morale decline and rout situation occurring. Usually, once orders are given, they fight to the death without retreating. The beheading tactic only further infuriated them, sparking a stronger sense of determination. Facing these tough shells, Fang Heng had no good way to deal with them. 7017K. National Game. Hanging in idle text volume 685 from the beginning of the zombie apocalypse trouble. Fang Heng whispered in his heart, squinted his eyes, threw Chen Yan's body towards the charging Saint Forge Knights, then turned around and quickly ran towards the direction of the stone pillar. Several believers were extremely anxious at the sight, shouting, "Stop him! Don't let him get close to the ceiling stone." It was too late. Fang Heng wielded the iron rod fiercely on the stone pillar, making a dull thud sound. Bang! Hint: you dealt 1588 points of damage to the ceiling stone. Huh? It still has such high durability. More than 100,000 of durability. And there are 5 stone pillars, estimating that it will take a while to break. Fang Heng felt some regret, lack of experience. If he had known, he would have brought more powerful explosives and just blown it up when he came. He needs to be more prepared in the future. Fang Heng kept swinging the iron rod in his hand towards the stone pillar, while his mind was in a mess. Suddenly, another game prompt refreshed on the retina. Hint: you discovered the ceiling stone pillar. You can try to touch the ceiling stone to obtain more information. Huh? Ceiling stone pillar? Related to seal studies. This game prompt made Fang Heng's heart move. Having too many skills is indeed reasonable. As he raised his hand, Fang Heng immediately reached out and touched the stone pillar. Instantly, a strong burning sensation came to his hand. Fang Heng subconsciously wanted to retract his hand. Hint: you received minus 30 damage from the holy attribute. Fang Heng frowned, endured the burning pain, and continued to press his hand on the stone pillar. Hint: through basic seal studies, you obtained the following information. Central hub ceiling stone, holy. Explanation: the central hub ceiling stone stores a large amount of holy energy, providing continuous energy conversion nodes in conjunction with the hub system as branch points of the magic circle structure to enhance the efficiency of the magic circle operation and increase the overall strength of the magic circle operation. Hint: current player's main quest branch mission under the holy light in the VI city triggered. Destroy the branch magic circle node. The mission explanation: the Holy Court has established a large magic circle in VI City. Destroying the branch magic circle node can affect the operation of the entire VI City magic circle, reducing its effectiveness. Mission difficulty: A+. Mission requirement: destroy the branch magic circle node. Mission rewards: Blood Clan Team Morale, Mission Contribution, Blood Clan Prestige, Elder Council Prestige. So that's it. Looking at the emerging game prompts, Fang Heng gained some understanding. The sealing stone also involves a part of the seal studies. Fang Heng, feeling pained, tried to understand the sealing stone in front of him with the only seal study knowledge he had. So, how do you make him stop working? What was it? The struggler is trying hard to recall, and the game prompt appears again on the retina. Hint: detecting absorbable holy energy. Hint: player has mastered basic seal studies. Basic holy studies, player meets initial absorb condition. Hint: player can choose to absorb the holy energy in the sealing stone as skill basic holy studies experience points. Hint: expected conversion ratio based on current constitution, attributes, status, skills, etc. 1800. Continue. National game. From hanging out on the zombie doomsday at 2:45 in the morning. Sinking corridor. Lei Xiaoqiang lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. He was pondering about the holy water situation for tomorrow. In order to make money, this time he had put pressure on himself by putting his wife's bank book, coffin book, and household registration book on top of it. The pressure was immense. To make matters worse, he encountered the sinking corridor being destroyed, a force majeure event. Was he just not born with a talent for business? In a daze between half dream and half awake, Lei Xiaoqiang heard a familiar voice coming from outside the tent. Hey, are you asleep? Lei Xiaoqiang suddenly sat up, wide awake. He opened the tent. Fang Heng, what's up? Well, something important. I want to ask you, do you know about undead energy, huh? Hearing Fang Heng's confusion, Lei Xiaoqiang was also dumbfounded. Why was this big shot suddenly thinking about undead energy issues in the middle of the night? How did he go from holy water to undead energy? Seeing Lei Xiaoqiang's dazed look, Fang Heng couldn't help but nudge him and urged, Hey, do you know? It's urgent. Oh. Lei Xiaoqiang gathered his thoughts. Undead energy generally exists in the death realm, and there are residues on many undead items. In addition, undead creatures also carry some undead energy, and undead energy is divided into many types, most of which cannot be directly absorbed. Okay. Fang Heng didn't have time to listen to his long explanation, and as soon as he understood the general idea, he couldn't help but interrupt. Do you currently have any undead items on you? Or can you obtain undead energy? Now, Lei Xiaoqiang furrowed his brow, feeling even more strange. After some thought, he continued, It's a bit tricky. Do you need a lot? If not a lot, you actually have some on you now. A small amount of undead energy can be extracted from the basic soul body. Theoretically, soul energy is also a form of undead energy. Remember, when we started practicing, absorbing soul energy was how we began, but the conversion rate is very low. Using it to convert undead energy would not be worth it. Fang Heng clapped his hands. I see. It turned out to be that simple. He thought it was going to be complicated, but it's just using the Book of the Dead to convert the soul body into absorbable energy. I've played this before. Alright. Thanks. I get it. You can go back to sleep. Getting the answer he wanted from Lei Xiaoqiang, Fang Heng patted his shoulder and walked away. Watching Fang Heng hurriedly leave, Lei Xiaoqiang blinked, looking puzzled. This guy, asking such questions out of the blue in the middle of the night. What does he really want to do? Helpless, he lay back on the camp bed, looking up at the white tent top. Damn it, can't fall asleep again. Leaving the tent, Fang Heng absent-mindedly picked up a Book of the Dead from the card that hadn't been moved yet. Walking into the shadows, Fang Heng closed his eyes and controlled the conversion of one of the captured soul bodies into an absorbable form of energy. Unlike before, after the conversion was completed, Fang Heng did not absorb the energy, but temporarily stored it inside the Book of the Dead. Hint: you have completed the conversion of a basic soul to energy. Huh? Fang Heng felt a movement in his heart. The energy body could be temporarily stored in the Book of the Dead, but he could feel the energy depleting rapidly. It seemed to be speeding up. Thinking this, Fang Heng closed his eyes again. A magic circle began to swirl at his feet. Parking garage. The Holy Forge Knights remained in place, doubling their vigilance. A big guy disappeared just like that. And even under the suppression of the magic circle, Du Huihuan found this all very abnormal. They were not sure if Fang Heng had really left. TSK. Noticing a slight noise, everyone turned their heads in alert, focusing their gaze on the spot where Fang Heng had disappeared not long ago. Alchemy magic circle flickered on the floor. Fang Heng emerged from the magic circle. It's him. The Holy Forge Knights, seeing Fang Heng reappear, almost simultaneously reacted and rushed towards him. Whoosh! Using the teleportation power of the holy artifact, Fang Heng disappeared again in place, passing between two Holy Forge Knights. Fang Heng appeared once again in front of the sealing stone. The followers were shocked, raising their firearms and aiming at Fang Heng, shouting again, "Don't let him near the magic circle." Zoom! Ignoring the gunfire, Fang Heng swung his iron rod and knocked down the two Holy Forge Knights who came closest, while they stepped back several steps. Seizing this opportunity, Fang Heng quickly extended his right hand, opened the Book of the Dead and placed his left hand on the sealing stone next to him. Absorb with the right hand, release with the left. Undead energy transiently flowed through the body as a medium, being infused into the sealing stone in front. Where the palm touched, a dead gray color emerged on the stone pillar. Almost simultaneously, the sealing stone began to tremble uncontrollably. Fang Heng raised his eyebrows. He instinctively felt an extreme sense of danger. Hint: the current seal is in an extremely unstable state. Please evacuate immediately. So soon. Is it going to explode? Fang Heng felt an extremely powerful force emanating from the inside of the sealing stone. A dazzling golden light gradually overflowed from the sealing stone, getting brighter and brighter. The ground beneath him trembled faintly. Hint: you received Holy Light Attribute Damage minus 312. Hint: you received Holy Light Attribute Damage minus 324. Game hints popped up rapidly on the retina at a speed of 3 per second. The damage was increasing rapidly. Such a strong reaction. Run. Fang Heng's mind shifted, closing his eyes, and the magic circle under his feet began to spin wildly again, engulfing Fang Heng in blood rising from below. In the chaos, the Holy Forge Knights saw the sealing stone bursting with golden holy light, and for a moment, they were somewhat confused about the situation. Everything had happened too quickly, and they watched Fang Heng being surrounded by a burst of blood once again, and then witnessed the central sealing stone trembling violently. For a moment, the Holy Forge Knights didn't know whether they should stop Fang Heng from escaping or check the state of the sealing stone. They felt like they couldn't do either. What had that masked man done to him, to make the sealing stone react so strongly, erupting with such intense holy light? Amidst the shock, all the players in the basement gazed at the dazzling burst of holy light once again. Boom! With a violent bang ringing in their ears, the scorching holy light exploded in front of everyone, centered on the sealing stone. Without any resistance, the entire underground parking garage and everything around it melted under the radiant holy light. National game. Hanging on from the zombie apocalypse to chapter 687 of the main text of the AFK volume ruins this. Watching the sudden eruption in the distance, the huge pillar of holy light rising into the sky, and feeling the intense tremors under his feet, Qian couldn't help but reach out and support the wall in front of him. His eyes were full of shock. The erupting pillar of holy light lasted for a full 3 seconds before starting to weaken. As the light gradually dissipated, Chuyan looked towards the distance again. The entire villa area where the light pillar was located had been completely destroyed under the eruption of holy light just now. The villa area turned into ruins. The central area of the light pillar was directly leveled to the ground. This indiscriminate attack almost enveloped all forces of the Holy Court, wiping them all out here. A large area of Blood Clan members, who were fighting against the Holy Court, were also wiped out in the erupting holy light. It was ruthless. Chuyan felt his right hand trembling uncontrollably. He saw the masked man break into the villa area, and shortly after, the entire ceiling node exploded. That masked man, in such an unfavorable situation, he managed to completely destroy the array node. Players were all shocked by the scene before them, whispering to each other. Chuyan gazed at the ruins in the distance, trying to calm his uneasy heart, then turned back and asked, "Have you found out the identity of that young man?" "President, we haven't found any information related to him yet." The expected answer, Chuyan lightly acknowledged, took the telescope from his subordinate, lowered his head to look down at the ruins below, trying to search for traces of the unknown mysterious person. "Boss," his subordinate swallowed and asked quietly beside Chuyan, "Can he still be alive after such a violent explosion?" Absolutely. Even though he had only seen him briefly, Chuyan could clearly feel that the masked man would not simply go to his death so easily. The light released when the ceiling stone burst gradually dissipated. All returned to calm. When Elite crawled out from under the rubble covered by stones, the explosion had destroyed nearly half of the Blood Clan's forces. When Elite shook his swollen head, it was a ruin everywhere. What happened? His chaotic memories gradually recovered. Right. The light pillar exploded. Did everyone else die in the explosion? What about Lord Marquis? Has he perished in the explosion? Seeing the Holy Forging Knights focusing their attacks on the surviving members in the explosion, Wenali gradually realized something and shouted, "Quick, let's search for Lord Marquis together." After dealing with the remaining survivors of the Holy Court, the Blood Clan immediately began moving towards the central area of the ruins, trying to find Fang Heng's figure. In the central area of the explosion, a hand emerged from the thick sand on the ground. Having waited for 5 minutes underground, Fang Heng felt that the crisis had passed before logging back in and taking another minute to dig himself out from the thick layer of sand. If it were an ordinary player, they would probably have been trapped and suffocated underground. Unexpectedly, this wave turned out to be so huge. Guyan looked at the vast expanse of ruins around him, and Fang Heng smiled bitterly. Rows of game prompts appeared on the retina. Prompt: player completed the branch mission. Destroy the branch magic array node. Prompt: player gain mission contribution points 5,000. Gain Blood Clan reputation 8,000. Gain Blood Clan Elder Council reputation 800. Prompt: current contribution points 6,992. Mission evaluation. A. Prompt: player's control ability over the Vic City Blood Clan has slightly increased. Morale of all Blood Clan members in Vic City has greatly increased. Prompt: the city's alchemy magic array is affected. Due to the magic array effect, your skill, Bloodline of the Blood Clan, has a reduction of all attribute enhancements by 63%. Fang Heng quickly scanned the game prompts. Destroying the light pillar reduced the weakening of the Blood Clan from 70% to 63%. It seemed to have little effect. What annoyed Fang Heng even more was that, during the explosion of the sealing stone, a large number of Holy Forging Knights died, but he only received a small portion of the contribution points, and not a single crystallized crystal was blown out. Moreover, he had not expected such strong sacred energy hidden inside the stone pillar that could cause such destruction. If he could absorb them all, Fang Heng clenched his fists lightly. In the end, this wave seemed to be a loss. Forget it. Let's just consider it as collecting information and prepare for the future. Fang Heng whispered to himself, consoling himself. Lord Marquis, seeing Fang Heng crawling out of the ruins alive, Wenelite finally breathed a sigh of relief with his hanging heart, filled with excitement, immediately leading a group to welcome him. To the entire Blood Clan inside Vic City, Fang Heng was the backbone. Only he could confront the Holy Court in such a situation. All the Blood Clan members looked up to Fang Heng with awe in their eyes, kneeling around him one after another. Lord Marquis. Fang Heng looked around at the Blood Clan members. Affected by the aftermath of the Holy Light, The Blood Clan members had varying degrees of injuries. Fang Heng lowered his head to contemplate the next course of action. The intelligence gathering was almost done, and now it was necessary to make a plan. There was more than one light pillar in the city, so destroying them directly seemed a bit wasteful. When Elite reported, "My lord, the number of tribes in the city is rapidly decreasing, and we are finding it difficult to continue resisting the Holy Forging Knights. Gather all Blood Clan members in Vic City to retreat from the battle and assemble here." "Yes, sir." When Elite immediately transformed into a bat form, hovering in the air, blowing a special whistle signal to announce the gathering order to all Blood Clan members in Vic City. In the neighboring area, on the high-speed road leading out of Empyro City, Meng Hao sat in the passenger seat browsing his phone. Inside the phone, a scout from Vic City was bargaining with him, trying to sell him the latest information about Vic City. "This is my final offer. 20,000. Take it or leave it. I won't sell it to you if you don't agree." Meng Hao grumbled as he transferred the 20,000 over. "Brother Meng, I think something seems fishy about this." The new henchman responsible for aiding, was a bit puzzled and said, "The Blood Clan in Vic City hasn't sent out calls for help, and the city's teleportation channel hasn't been opened. The Blood Clan Elder Council probably doesn't even know that there's a problem there. Do we really need to rush over there? You think I can't see that?" Feeling ripped off, Meng Hao's mood was below average. He shook his head and asked in return, "The fishier it is, the more reason to go. Don't forget our identity." Aiding was stunned. "What identity?" "Blood Clan." "Fool, it's the player." "The player." Meng Hao's voice couldn't help but raise a few decibels. "If there's a mission, can we not go?" Mass game, starting from the zombie apocalypse. Hanging volume of chapter 688 of the strategy. Meng Hao is a little angry. A week ago, he had just used all his cunning to obtain the bound bloodline skill book of the Blood Clan from the 6th area of the zombie apocalypse, and then laboriously transported it to the 9th area, paying a high price to transfer the skill book from the 6th area to the 9th area. Originally, he was planning to make a grand display in the 9th area. Unexpectedly, the subordinates here are one more foolish than the other. It wasn't until the art gallery was set on fire that he realized there was a problem over there. What have they been doing all these years? How could they let the branch of the Holy See operate within their jurisdiction for so long without noticing anything? Meng Hao felt that the ability of this group of people was really poor. What puzzled him even more was who exactly eradicated the group of holy light lackeys hidden in the art gallery. And what happened in the neighboring Vane City was very unusual. Something big must have happened. Meng Hao vaguely felt that there must be a connection between these two incidents. The Blood Clan tonight is very unusual. "I understand, boss. Everything is for the mission. Adine has always been cheerful. The boss has foresight, and we come to get tasks and earn rewards, right?" Meng Hao nodded helplessly. Faced with Adine, who was carefree and full of positive energy all day long, he felt that being angry was useless. It was really too much to let him join the Blood Clan. The bloodline of the Blood Clan is just the first stepping stone. Tasks won't come to us, we have to strive for them ourselves. "I understand, boss. I will continue to work doubly hard." Vane City under the moonlight. 11 columns of holy light pierced the night sky. A dark group of bats hovered low over the city. Influenced by the seal magic array, the Blood Clan was at a disadvantage when dealing with the Holy See. Upon receiving the signal to assemble, a large group of Blood Clan members withdrew from the battle and gathered in the sky. Almost all the Blood Clan in Vane City gathered in midair. It was densely packed, covering the sky. Fang Heng landed on the top of a tall building, reverting to human form, and surveyed the alchemy magic array in the entire city from above. Just after a rough overview from high above the city, it could be confirmed that there were 11 light columns in the city. These 11 light column nodes worked together with the central alchemy magic array to amplify its effects. The light columns varied in strength. The one that was just destroyed belonged to the stronger ones. Based on this, the central node might also vary in strength. As for the location of the central array, it was temporarily unseen, likely deliberately erased by the array's designer. Feng Heng quickly analyzed the choices he faced. For a vast magic array, destroying each node would slightly affect the efficiency of the array. Of course, the most effective method was to directly destroy the central array. According to the Devout Guild just now, the central array should be located at the headquarters of the Holy See Vane City, in the ecological protection zone east of Vane City. That place is rarely visited by civilians, making it suitable for the Holy See to hide its tracks. Duke, Lord, Vinire, in the form of a bat, hovered next to Feng Heng. A large number of Holy Forge Knights are quickly gathering. They seem to be heading towards the central building of the Blood Clan. As expected, the Holy See's battle strategy was predictable. The Blood Clan central building had a teleportation channel. Although Vane City was just a small city with limited backup energy reserves, in case of emergencies, Blood Clan members from various regions would still enter Vane City through the teleportation channels to provide support. This would cause trouble for the Holy See to fully control Vane City. Therefore, the Holy See would occupy the Blood Clan central building and the teleportation channels as soon as possible. The Blood Clan's strength lie in air superiority and mobility, and their reconnaissance capabilities far outweigh the Holy See's. The Holy See's advantage lies in their magic array. Under the cover of the Holy Light magic array, the strength of all Blood Clan members was greatly reduced, while the Holy See's strength was partially increased. So, next strengthen advantages. Compensate for shortcomings? It was disadvantageous to engage the Blood Clan directly, so there was no need for them to join the front lines. It was the turn of the zombie avatars to take action. Feng Heng opened the game log and glanced at the game time. Almost. The revival time for the zombie avatars was also approaching. The Holy Light magic array had no effect on the zombie avatars. Depending on the Blood Clan for combat output and using them for reconnaissance and assistance. Duke, what should we do? Seeing Feng Heng lost in thought, Vinire couldn't help but suggest, should we return to the central building and activate the teleportation array to seek help from the elders? If we report to the elders and activate the teleportation array at full capacity, reinforcements will arrive quickly. No, Vinire. Feng Heng raised his hand to stop Vinire from continuing. There is no need to trouble the elders. We can handle Vane City's issues ourselves. Vinire was taken aback, looking at Feng Heng, suddenly doubting if he had misheard. Of course, they couldn't seek the elders' help. There were still many first-tier evolutionary crystals needed for advancement. The mission evaluation was only the sacred water hadn't been obtained yet. The sacred skills hadn't been upgraded. So, how could they allow the Blood Clan's reinforcements to come and snatch resources? Whether it was evolutionary crystals, Blood Clan reputation mission points, the sacred energy contained within the seal stones of the Holy See's magic array nodes, or the Holy See's sacred water, He wanted all of it. A greedy glint flashed in Feng Heng's eyes. Vinire. Vinire respectfully replied, I'm here, Duke. Inform the elders that everything is fine now, and that we can handle Vane City's issues ourselves, without external support. Feng Heng stood high above, overlooking the entire city. Don't you think this is an opportunity, Vinire? Vinire was puzzled, saying, I have limited vision and cannot understand your elaborate arrangements. Duke, the entire Vane City, even the Holy See's influence in the surrounding areas, will emerge from the shadows at this moment, providing us with an opportunity to eliminate them all. Feng Heng squinted slightly, envisioning his plan. Let them come. The more, the better. The more that come, the more we can deal with. It turned out that the Duke had such a grand plan. Vinire was suddenly excited. Yes, Duke. What should we do? Cut off all communication devices, power facilities, etc. in the city. I want the city's communication to be completely paralyzed. If we encounter the Holy See, we don't need to engage directly, we can maneuver instead. Additionally, strengthen aerial surveillance. I want to know the Holy See's movements at all times. Yes, Duke. Vinayre noted down Fang Heng's instructions one by one. He couldn't understand why Fang Heng was doing this, not engaging in direct conflict with the Holy See, not seeking external assistance, but instead destroying the city's communication systems. What did he want to achieve? In just over 2 hours, dawn would break. At that time, the overall strength of the Blood Clan would slightly decline. Despite having many doubts, Vinayre still chose to firmly accept Fang Heng's orders. Go. National Game. Hanging Text Volume 689 Chapters. Wearing masks. The players of the Devout Guild are in the building. Fang Heng falls from a high altitude, regaining human form. Chuyan gets nervous again and looks towards Fang Heng. I guess your Holy Hall has also triggered various missions related to the magic array. Fang Heng looks at Chu Yan and asks, what is the mission you accepted? The main task is to eliminate the entire zombie group in Vishang. There are many optional side tasks, such as protecting the magic array nodes, repairing the magic array, transporting supplies, capturing the central building of the Blood Tribe, etc. Through the mask, Fang Heng gazes at Chu Yan. Good. There's one thing I need your cooperation with. After it's done, I will give you a corresponding reward. You can choose to accept or leave now. Chu Yan says, can I know what it is? Fang Heng leans in and whispers a few words in Chu Yan's ear. Chu Yan is puzzled. What do you need those things for? For you. Collecting these things shouldn't be too difficult. Unfortunately, the Blood Tribe dislikes these things, and I am not familiar with this place, so I can only rely on you. Additionally, if you can go back to the Holy Hall and keep me informed of the Holy Hall's movements, that would be even better. Are you asking me to be a mole? There is a bit of risk involved in this matter. I won't force you. You can refuse, of course, but I assure you, helping me will bring you far more rewards than helping the Holy Hall. Chu Yan hesitates, quickly weighs the pros and cons, then waves for everyone to leave the building. How do you plan to deal with the Holy Hall? What I said earlier wasn't just bluffing. The Holy Hall in the nearby area has already gathered towards the central building of the Blood Tribe. Chu Yan suddenly pauses. He realizes something, asking, are you planning to place explosives in the central building? Chu Yan frowns quickly, overturning his guess. No. The people from the Holy Hall have already gathered and rushed towards the direction of the building. It will take a long time to collect and transport explosives. You don't have that much time. Don't jump to conclusions. You will know soon enough. Fang Heng shakes his head. Also, have a trustworthy person follow me. Stay in contact at all times. I need to know the Holy Hall's movements at all times. 9, 8, 7. In the basement of the Blood Tribe building, Fang Heng softly counts down. 1. Alchemy arrays gradually appear around Fang Heng's feet. Lickers and zombie doppelgangers are returning to life. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with the Holy Hall using the lickers. However, there is still a considerable risk. Fang Heng furrows his brows slightly. Hey, Fang Heng, what are you thinking? Lost in thought, Sandy is sitting under a stone pillar, flipping through the contemporary master painting album collected by the Blood Tribe, scanning towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng lowers his head, pondering. Encountered a little problem. If the liquors are exposed in front of the Holy Hall and players, will there be an issue? He can control the liquors, easily leading people to think of Fang Heng from District 8, and potentially deducing that he has the ability to freely move between reality and the game world. Mo Yongxiao had clearly advised him not to reveal his capabilities unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, never reveal the ability to travel between reality and the game world. Oh. Having trouble. Sandy blinks, closes the book in his hand, jumps down from the stone pillar, and says in a bored manner, come on, tell me your confusion. The devout artist, the great god of art, will bestow you with power. Trust me. Dusu looks up at Sandy. He doesn't hold high hopes for Sandy, but still says, the trouble is that directly controlling these liquors to deal with the Holy Hall is too conspicuous. It could easily lead people to think that I am Fang Heng from District 8. Sandy blinks, looking puzzled. Isn't that a good thing? Doesn't it show how strong District 8 is? Isn't it cool to show off? No, it's very bad. Feng Heng shakes his head repeatedly. Unfortunately, given the tight time constraints, unless he gives up everything immediately and retreats, Feng Heng can't think of another way. In the current situation in Vishang, the gap between the Blood Tribe and the Holy Hall in terms of strength is too significant. However, things have reached this stage, with such visible benefits at stake. He can't bring himself to give up now. I understand. Sandy touches his chin, thinks for a moment, eyes lighting up. He clears his throat and pretends to posture, saying, Feng Heng, the great god of art has given me inspiration. Huh? Feng Heng was about to make a rash decision, but at Sandy's words, he pauses. What do you mean? It means that I have a solution. The art god is all-powerful. It has given me some inspiration, but it's not yet complete. Sandy's face is filled with satisfaction. He looks at Feng Heng. I need some sacrifices. Feng Heng understands. Go on. What do you need? Great. Sandy turns the Contemporary Master Painting Appreciation album to a page, pointing to a picture. It's this one. You must get it for me, as a sacrifice to the art god. Additionally, the prison exhibition hall is a bit small. I suggest expanding it when we return. Feng Heng nods. I promise to get it for you. Let's discuss how to solve it. Deal. Sandy snaps his fingers, excited. He explains, it's actually simple. We can wear masks to disguise ourselves. Even lickers can do it. Huh? Lickers walk to Feng Heng's side and lie down on the ground. Feng Heng points at one of them, skeptically asking, You mean giving it the mask? Heh. Almost. Sandy smiles triumphantly. Feng Heng, don't you think lickers resemble a certain creature? Feng Heng furrows his brows, carefully examining the liquor at his feet. Do they? What creature? Yes, it's a ghoul. A ghoul. Sandy gets somewhat excited. I've read many Holy Hall scriptures, and in their descriptions, it's a being that exists in the realm of death, possessing the ability to be unkillable. Look, isn't it similar to your liquor? Oh, you probably don't understand the realm of death. You can think of it as a higher dimensional world, the realm of death. Feng Heng recalls hearing about it. He even knows there's a crack leading to the realm of death from the Undead Research Association. But the ghoul is something he has genuinely never heard of. Sandy continued without interruption. I have seen many descriptions related to ghouls in the existing sacred texts, including imaginative images. Their descriptions are a bit magical, with some discrepancies among them. But one thing is certain, they are very similar to the liquors you are dealing with now. The biggest difference is their body color and many special details on their heads. As she spoke, Sandy somehow pulled out a brush from somewhere on her body and walked to the liquor in front of Feng Heng. With just a little artistic processing, I can finish it quickly, and it will be indistinguishable, let alone the people from the sacred court who have never seen a ghoul before. Sandy turned to Feng Heng, her eyes shining with the brilliance of art. Feng Heng, I need special pigments, a lot of them. The sooner, the better. All right. Feng Heng decided to take a gamble and said, I understand. I will arrange it for you immediately. City of Wei, Sacred Court Headquarters, Prayer Hall. The faithful were coming and going, constantly reporting to the bishop about the events happening outside. My Lord Bishop, the 7th Magic Array branch node has been destroyed. My Lord Bishop, the operation of the Magic Array has been weakened. The second team has successfully repelled the group of vampires. The vampire group is retreating, gathering in the central area of the city. Listening to the reports from his subordinates, Chenli fell into contemplation. It was the structural node of the 7th Magic Array. He clearly felt the violent explosion of the structural node pillars before, even from the headquarters. It was too strange. The branch nodes were specially arranged, with 6 nodes incomplete without protection, but the remaining 6 were completed. The 7th node was one of the best arranged nodes. It was theoretically impossible for the vampires to have the strength to directly defeat the 7th branch stronghold. Even a vampire count personally could not achieve it. This was unreasonable. Chenli furrowed his brows. Which step was miscalculated? Chenli really wanted to personally go to the branch node to see what had happened there. But for now, he needed to control the magic array as a whole and could not afford to be distracted. Bishop, we have received news from the front that several vampire strongholds in the area have completely fallen, and our people are heading to the central city vampire building to converge, aiming to destroy the passageway. The vampires gathered in the air have started dispersing in batches, attacking facilities across the entire Wei City region. What did you say? Chenli suddenly turned to the faithful behind him, confirming with him, the vampires did not return to the central building. Yes, my lord Bishop. How strange. Could there be a conspiracy? Chenli's heart sank. Just entering the prayer hall, the sacred inquisitor Eleanor was also puzzled. My lord Bishop, only a very small number of vampires have returned to the central city building, and I also have brought you a piece of news. What? The information obtained from the outsiders reveals that the vampire transmission channel in Wei City is closed, so there are currently no vampires coming to support Wei City. Eleanor said in a deep voice, if the information is true, we judge that the vampire building in Wei City is almost empty. Chenli had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. What was this again? Why weren't the vampires guarding the central vampire building, opening the transmission channel for help, and instead scattered in the city, causing havoc to buildings and structures? Eleanor said, my lord Bishop, do you think this could be a trap? A trap. Chenli raised his head, looking at Eleanor. He had thought it was a 100% victory, but suddenly, Chenli felt that things were not as simple as he had imagined. The actions of the vampires were too illogical, making him suspicious. What benefit did the destruction of the city bring to the vampires? What made them abandon the central building? And they did not need outside help. Eleanor continued, of course, it's also possible that we were lucky. The internal vampire transmission magic array suddenly failed, and the vampires felt powerless to resist. Who is leading the attack on the vampire building? Deputy Commander Rand of the Holy Smith Knights, as well as an outsider team. Rand acts with caution. There should be no problem. Chenli trusted Rand very much. Tell Rand about the unusual movements of the vampires. Ask them to stay alert, and also pay attention to the safety of the branch stronghold. Yes, my lord Bishop. Wei City Vampire Central Building. Jiaonan sat in the driver's seat of a small car in the park. She was completely dumbfounded now. Was this what Feng Shuo meant by doing business with the sacred court? If business didn't work out, they just overturned the table. The light pillars rising into the sky within Wei City, the evil plans of the sacred court. Even not long ago, there was a huge explosion where the light pillar in the city was located, and she could feel the intense vibration in the car. Was it this big? The whole Wei City was in turmoil, and chaos reigned online as well. Only Jiaonan knew the source of all this. That young man wearing a mask? Jiaonan was a little agitated. She scrolled through her phone frequently, browsing a forum formed by local players. The entire Wei City was under attack, and the players were also affected. The attacks they encountered were not from the sacred court, but from the vampires. As she looked, Jiaonan felt something strange in her heart. The vampires were not waging war with the sacred court, not destroying the magic arrays in the city, but instead targeting the city's infrastructure. The network is down. Her phone lost connection. On closer inspection, the phone signal had been cut off too. Jiaonan put down her phone, anxiously gazing out the window. She did not know when most of the lights in Wei City had gone out. What is that? Jiaonan's heart stirred, and she crouched down on the car and carefully observed outside through the window. Players. At this moment, there were no guards around the perimeter of the vampire building, and two players cautiously sneaked into the compound from the outside park. They seemed a bit strange too. Sneaking around in the darkness, they quickly inspected the interior of the park, and then retreated cautiously. These two players didn't seem to be vampires. Jiaonan rummaged through her backpack in the back of the car for binoculars, lifted them, and surveyed into the distance. The sacred court. The Holy Smith Knights from a large number of the Holy Church's Holy Smith Knights and believers were advancing in a grand manner towards the city's vampire central building. Was the sacred court hitting the vampires in their home? Why were the vampires so weak? Why weren't they returning to defend? Jianan was in a panic. This place was no longer a safe place for her to stay. Did this business really exhaust all the bad luck in her life? Jianan thought she must have been out of her mind to browse for scraps on a second-hand goods website for recycling. How much money could she make? She had put her life on the line for this. Seeing a large group of bats gathering in the sky once again, Jianan frowned. She gritted her teeth, got off her private car, and ran towards the vampire building. The national game, starting from the zombie doomsday to AFK Feng Shuo. What is he up to? Jianan muttered under her breath as she ran towards the direction of the Blood Clan's building. Not only was there no guard outside the park area perimeter, but even after entering the park, there was still not a single guard at the entrance of the Blood Clan's building. In front of the black building, Jianan stopped in her tracks. It was too strange. The surroundings were too quiet, which instead made Jianan feel an eerie unease from the depths of her heart. Gritting her teeth, Jianan shouted loudly towards the gate. Is anyone there? I am here to find Feng Shuo. He sent me. No response. Jianan cautiously leaned over to listen if there was any commotion inside the park. Hiss, a very faint scraping sound. Someone. Jianan furrowed her brows, took a deep breath, and pushed open the front gate. It was pitch black, silent. Jianan turned on the flashlight she carried with her, trying to illuminate the entire hall. The building took the shape of the Chinese character. In front of the hall was a central open area, with moonlight streaming in from outside, providing dim light. Not a single soul. Jianan had thought that, upon entering the Blood Clan, she would be immediately intercepted by the tightly guarded Blood Clan group, but she did not expect not to find even half a ghost inside the building. Hiss. Another extremely faint sound rang out behind her. Jianan's hair stood on end. She quickly turned around, shining her flashlight towards the ceiling. What was that? Jianan shuddered. She clearly saw a grayish shadow quickly flash against the wall. Its speed was so fast that it could not be seen clearly. Hiss. Reacting to the attack, the creature swiftly dodged, disappearing into the darkness once again. It got away. Thump. Thump. Jianan felt her heart pounding uncontrollably. A ghoul. She was somewhat relieved. Luckily, it ran away. Calming down a bit, she thought things through. Everything could be explained. Ghouls appearing in the Blood Clan's doomsday world might be due to a player's special ability, such as having a pet similar to a ghoul since birth. Or, maybe she was mistaken, and that thing was not a ghoul but a similar creature. A mutated Blood Clan member. Yeah, that's more likely. It couldn't possibly be an invasion from the zombie doomsday realm, right? Tonight too much had happened, and Jianan kept trying to reassure herself. The suffocating sound echoed in her ears once again. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound grew louder and more frequent. Jianan sensed something and her face turned pale. Carefully lowering the flashlight from above, she scanned the surroundings. Under the light, in a circle around her, numerous ghouls were slowly closing in on her from all sides. Sweat formed on Jianan's forehead. She tentatively raised the firearm in her hand, assuming a surrendering posture. I am looking for Feng Shuo. Maybe I took the wrong path. I will leave now. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The ghouls seemed to understand Jianan's words, making way for a small path to the right. Nervously lifting her head, Jianan used the night vision goggles to illuminate the staircase leading to the second floor on the right side passage. A familiar figure slowly descended from the stairs. Sandy, it's you. I was wondering, Sandy said as he hid the brush behind him and tossed the night vision goggles to Jianan. Turn off the light and follow me. Jianan raised her hand to take the night vision goggles, turned off the flashlight, and carefully traversed through the ghouls, following closely beside Sandy. Mr. Sandy, what are these things exactly? Ghouls. What? Jianan asked in confusion. What are ghouls? Well, you're not from the Holy Court, so it's normal not to understand. Ghouls are a type of undead creature, quite powerful. Anyway, they are the latest research product of our technology company. Have you heard of our corporation? Jianan looked bewildered and amazed. Ghouls. Holy Court. Technology company. ARC. At that moment, she couldn't piece them all together. But Zhao Nan felt it was impressive. As per Mr. Fang Heng's instructions, Sandy had the freedom to fabricate stories if anyone inquired about their information. The ghouls are the first batch of experimental products from ARC Corporation, brought directly through a space-time tunnel. It's not easy to control them. Zhao Nan nervously clenched her fists, her hands sweating. It could be confirmed that there was absolutely no large company named ARC Corporation in the current Blood Clan's doomsday world. Moreover, deducing from his mention of the space-time transportation channel, the other party was most likely from another world, and probably from a higher-tier game world. Carefully probing, Zhao Nan asked, "You can control ghouls?" "Of course. How can we play without being able to control them?" "But it requires permission. Not just ghouls, but other creatures like wraiths, demons, blasphemers." Sandy rambled on about creatures he had come across in the Holy Court's records, fabricating as he pleased. Suddenly, he covered his mouth and glanced around, whispering, "Oh, I forgot. The boss instructed not to talk about this. I was just making it up. Please pretend I didn't say anything." Zhao Nan was speechless. Once again, she was stunned. Demons. That was not a creature from a low-grade game. Correct. The other party definitely originated from a higher-ranked game world. But why could high-tier individuals enter lower-tier realms? In a daze, Zhao Nan followed Sandy to the 4th floor of the hall. From there, they could overlook the entire 1st floor of the hall from above. Through the night vision goggles, Zhao Nan saw several ghouls hidden in the corner of the 1st floor hall. She noted about 30 of them. "By the way, let me introduce you. This is Li Ma-Aksu from the Pious Guild, collaborating with our boss." Sandy pointed to Li Ma-Aksu and then to Zhao Nan. "This is Zhao Nan, a middleman. Not very reliable." Not reliable. If it were at other times, Zhao Nan would have to defend her reputation a few words. But now, Zhao Nan completely didn't have the mind to argue with Sandy. She nodded silently with Li Ma-Aksu. At the same time, they both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Li Ma-Aksu's experience of coming here was similar to Zhao Nan's, and even until now, he had just barely recovered from the shock. Looking at Zhao Nan and Li Ma-Aksu being misled, Sandy felt secretly pleased. Hey, the two of you don't need to be so nervous. Just relax. This group of zombies is just the first batch. Once we expand the channel, stronger creatures will join us. These followers of the Holy Light can't beat us at all. It's a piece of cake for us. Let me tell you, you've hit the jackpot by following the boss. Just relax and lie back to win." Zhao Nan took a deep breath, her heart beating rapidly. That's right. Feng Shuo and Sandy must have come from higher positions. Through a very rare method, they were able to enter the lower realm from the higher realm. Only this explanation made sense, and the only similar ability. Zhao Nan's body trembled slightly due to nervousness. Demi-human race. They had a high probability of being a demi-human race. No wonder they didn't want to reveal their true identity. Also, the reason why Feng Shuo didn't choose to open the transmission channel to the outside world after controlling the vampire tower also had an explanation. Because they needed to modify the transmission channel to establish a passage between the high-level game world and the low-level game world. These zombies were transported through the channel. Everything makes sense. Feng Shuo didn't lie before. They might have come here for the holy water. They needed the holy water to deal with higher-level demon creatures in the high-level game. In a short moment, Zhao Nan had figured it all out. It made sense. So, the idiots of the Lingxiao Guild. Everything that has happened so far is their fault. Tee-hee. Hearing the sound, Sandy's eyes brightened. She raised her head. Oh, the boss is back. Zhao Nan was still a bit dazed. She subconsciously looked up. A group of bats flew down from the top of the building exterior. Zhao Nan noticed that these bats were carrying packages with great effort while flying. One of the bats flew towards them. Midway, the bat transformed back into a human form, standing in front of them. It was Fang Heng. Fang Heng looked at everyone and focused his gaze on Zhao Nan. "You're back." Fang Heng noticed that Zhao Nan and Liu Ma-Aksu looked a bit stupefied. Puzzled, He glanced at Sandy, who was still deceiving them. She smirked and shrugged, slyly gesturing to Fang Heng that she had everything under control. It seems that Sandy was quite talented in deceiving. Ignoring Zhao Nan's blank look, Fang Heng looked up into the sky and asked, "What's the situation?" Venerit, in the form of a bat, landed from high altitude and hovered beside Fang Heng, flapping its wings. "Lord Marquis, the Holy Sea's people have already arrived at the outskirts of the park and are gathering outside the gate." The Holy Sea's team did not immediately attack the building. They just sent a small number of personnel to enter the park for inspection. In addition, we have expanded our surveillance range. Apart from several small teams of the Holy See gathering towards us in the city, we have also discovered a Holy See group coming from outside the city towards the direction of Vassity. Well, how many people are outside the building? Led by a captain-level Holy Steel Knight, there are about 50 believers, over 200 Holy Steel Knights, and a number of unidentified members of the Holy Church, totaling approximately 300. Knight Commander? Fang Heng's heart stirred, turning to Zhao Nan, who was lost in random thoughts. What rank is a Knight Commander? Hearing Zhao Nan's question, she looked up. That's right. From his lack of understanding of various aspects of this world, he was probably from a higher realm. Fang Heng frowned. You don't know. I am relatively familiar with the organizational structure of the Holy See. Let me explain. Liu Maoxia cleared his throat and continued. In the Blood Clan Doomsday world, the Holy See has 3 major legions. Among them are the Light Steel Knights and the Holy Steel Knights. The Holy Steel Knights have stronger abilities and better equipment. In terms of ranks, the Knights are divided into Apprentice Knights, Ordinary Knights, Armed Knights, Elite Knights, Knight Captains, Knight Commanders, and Knight Legion Commanders. Fang Heng found it a bit too detailed and asked, "How do they compare to judges? How much difference in strength?" Liu Maoxia gave a direct comparison example. 1 rank higher than judges and half a rank lower than Blood Clan Marquis. So weak, Fang Heng estimated in his mind. Without the development time of the progenitor body, his number of lickers was severely insufficient. If so many members of the Holy See suddenly rushed in, it would indeed be a bit troublesome. Dealing with all of them would consume a lot of time. Moreover, only a small portion of the explosives had been brought over, with no time to bury them. So, they had to find a way to defeat them one by one. Thinking this, Fang Heng waved his hand, looking at Venerit. Continue to observe. I need to know the Holy Sea's movements at all times, and speed up the supply delivery. As you command, Lord Marquis. Outside the Blood Clan building, Vice Captain of the Knights, Landon, led the team gathered here. Captain, the reconnaissance team in front, has entered the outer area of the park. Apart from the Blood Clans hovering high in the sky, we have not detected any other signs of Blood Clan ambush. The building in the park is very quiet. The Blood Clans hovering around the building perimeter must have already spotted us, but we have not been attacked by the Blood Clans along the way, including within the building. From external observations, there are no signs of Blood Clan guards inside the building. Captain, the squad led by Kun is converging towards us. Listening to the reconnaissance team's feedback, Landon looked up at the sky again. The Blood Clans were continuously hovering in the sky, observing their movements. Landon felt inexplicably restless. The Blood Clans had the advantage of flight, and he didn't have a good way to handle this kind of reconnaissance. He could indeed find a way to eliminate 1 or 2, and even spend time to eliminate a dozen or 20. But if the numbers were in the hundreds or thousands, it would be time-consuming and impossible to achieve. The feeling of being watched every moment and every movement made Landon uneasy. The Blood Clans this time were different from before. What were they up to? Captain, the Blood Clans have been completely suppressed by the magic array inside Vassity. They are just putting on a show now. Han Sheng, vice president of the Shenin Game Company, was also in the team. He felt that this battle was almost certain. With sheer strength on their side, how could they possibly lose? Seeing this, Han Sheng couldn't help but walk to Landon's side, continuing to suggest, My lord, we can be sure that the blood clans in other areas did not come to Varsity for support. In my view, the blood clans must have realized that they couldn't resist, so they chose to give up the central building, set up a false array, and try to delay our valuable time. Title: National Game. Hang up from the Zombie Doomsday Chapter 693. The raid encounter. Landon frowned. Han Cheng's analysis was not unreasonable, but Landon had always been steady and cautious in his actions. Thinking of the worst-case scenario, if the Blood Clan set up an ambush in the building, a careless mistake could lead to a complete disaster. Seeing Landon hesitating, Han Cheng said, "Captain Landon, delaying further would just fall into the enemy's trap. How about this? I am willing to lead my men into the Blood Clan building for reconnaissance, to gather information for the leader. Even if I fall into the enemy's ambush and unfortunately die, we, the outsiders, have a special way to inform the captain of the situation inside the building." After much consideration, Landon nodded and said, "All right, I leave it to you, Han Cheng." With Landon's approval, Han Cheng felt delighted. He was certain that the interior of the Blood Clan building was empty, and during the reconnaissance mission, they could directly occupy the entire central building of the Blood Clan, destroy the teleportation channels inside, complete the main mission branch, and earn a significant mission reward. A bonus earned for free. How satisfying. Hint: player triggers a side mission. Explore the Blood Clan building. Mission requirement: explore the Blood Clan building. Mission difficulty: mission reward, main mission contribution, survival points. Huh? Seeing the game prompt appear on the retina, Han Cheng's heart skipped a beat and he suppressed his joy. An unknown mission difficulty. It meant that player involvement made the mission extremely unstable. Bah. Upon careful thought, Han Cheng understood. No wonder there were no defenses. It was all the players doing. Knowing they couldn't match in strength, they could only resort to some tricks and schemes. How pitiful. What could players do anyway? Let's go. Leading his team with 2 squads of Holy Court Knights and the player team, Han Cheng guided the team of over 30 people closer to the park's interior. We will follow suit. Landon immediately gave orders, leading his rear team behind Han Cheng's group. At the perimeter of the park's interior, Landon signaled the team to spread out and be ready to enter the building to provide support at any moment. Soon, Han Cheng led the team to the entrance of the Blood Clan Central Building's hall. The door was unlocked. The Holy Court Knight stepped forward, pushed the door open cautiously, and entered the Blood Clan City Central Building. The hall was dim. They entered in an orderly manner. The Holy Court Knights emanated a faint holy light, illuminating their surroundings. Confirm safety. The ground floor of the hall was spacious, empty of any human presence. Looking up towards the ceiling, there was a square corridor with an empty central area, directly connecting to the outside. Where was the ambush? Indeed, it was an empty city strategy. Han Cheng felt triumphant, exchanging a quick glance with the squad leader Road. They both nodded in agreement. Stay vigilant and explore the first floor. Leaving a small squad of Holy Court Knights on guard in the central hall, the remaining knights began searching the ground floor of the hall. Team 1's reconnaissance is complete. Found the staircase entrance. The elevator is out of service and cannot be used. Team 2's reconnaissance is complete. No abnormalities detected. Team 3. Soon, the Holy Knights completed the exploration and recon of the ground floor and gathered in the hall again. Apart from staircases on both sides, all other passages, such as the elevators, were out of service. A game notification popped up. Hint: your reconnaissance mission is partially completed. You can continue to expand the search area to increase completion rate or return to report to Legion Leader Landon. The region reconnaissance mission was partially complete and they could return to report. However, greed surged within Han Cheng. He glanced at the main mission on his body. Of course, he must locate the Blood Clan's teleportation array directly, destroy it, and earn a bigger reward. The temptation was strong. The risk was low. There was no reason to stop now. Before coming here, Han Cheng had conducted some basic investigations. The Blood Clan's teleportation channel was established on the underground 3rd level. Let's continue. We will explore the underground, said Han Sheng. Captain Han Sheng. Road walked up beside him and whispered in his ear, there is something strange. I sensed it when we entered the hall earlier. There's a very faint undead aura here. An undead aura? What was that? Han Sheng furrowed his brow. He thought Road must have made a mistake somewhere. Blood Clan Doomsday. Undead presence. This wasn't some premium game, was it? Are you sure you're not mistaken? No. The Holy Court Knights are very sensitive to the undead aura. I am certain there are traces of undead here. I suspect it may be a trap. Alright. Stay alert. And let's investigate further if there are undead. We need to clarify it. Okay. Instructing the squad to be cautious in exploring, Han Sheng followed the team towards the staircase leading to the underground level. In the high corner of the hall's 4th floor, several pairs of eyes secretly observed Han Sheng's team. Sandy tugged at her hair, glancing at Fang Heng, who rubbed his neck, somewhat surprised. These people were a bit peculiar. They were cautious indeed. The other party was exceptionally cautious, sending a reconnaissance team first for inspection rather than recklessly rushing in. But talking about recklessness, they were actually quite daring. The scouting team directly headed towards the underground teleportation channel. On the side, Zhao Nan couldn't help but become nervous as well and asked, they're heading towards the underground channel. What should we do? Let's leave it to me, said Fang Heng, erecting his hand. The horde of lickers near the 3rd floor quickly dispersed upon receiving the order, swiftly disappearing into the shadows. On the 2nd underground level, following the team conducting reconnaissance, Han Sheng cautiously guarded the surroundings. Hissing huh? What sound was that? Han Sheng suddenly became alert. Did it come from the ceiling? Instinctively, he looked up. Bang! A loud bang followed as the ventilator shaft above was pushed open. Immediately after, a dark brown shadow pounced towards him. What was that thing? Han Sheng's pupils dilated several times. In his eyes reflected a twisted and horrifying creature. It was the first time he had seen such a repulsive creature. A name floated into his mind. Licker. Han Sheng was shocked, swiftly dodging the attack. Flap. As the licker landed, it leapt towards Han Sheng, its speed astonishing. Hiss. Its sharp claws tore a huge gash in front of Han Sheng's chest. The licker pinned Han Sheng beneath its body and raised its claws once more. Bang bang. Bang bang. Players around immediately reacted, hastily raising their firearms and aiming at the licker, pulling the triggers. Casual gaming. AFK from the Zombie Apocalypse, Chapter 694. Siege the lickers. A player shouted, mutated lickers. Under the intense gunfire, the lickers gave up attacking Han Sheng and fled to the other side. Two shield-bearing holy knights immediately stepped in front of them, trying to block their path. However, the lickers leapt off the ground, easily climbing the wall, evading the pursuit from the ceiling, disappearing into the darkness. Captain, are you okay? The players surrounded and checked on Han Sheng's condition. I'm fine. Han Sheng applied healing ointment to his wounds and quickly stopped the bleeding with bandages. After confirming he wasn't infected with the zombie virus, Han Sheng relaxed. Was that a licker just now? Well, the player who shouted hesitated again, saying, it looked like one, but also not entirely. I remember in the previous zombie apocalypse, I lost a life to a licker. It should be one. How come a licker appeared here? It doesn't make sense. Yeah, there's no zombie virus here, and that thing's resilience is too strong. Right. If it were a licker, its head would have been crushed long ago. But its movements and attack patterns are indeed similar. Squad Captain Road, hearing the discussion, frowned and loudly said, quiet. The players fell silent. Road walked up to the players and said gravely, I'm unsure what you're referring to as lickers, but I can tell you that what we encountered just now were specially mutated ghouls. I've read about these creatures in the annals of the Holy See, the most noticeable feature being the 3 vertical lines on their foreheads. Road looked towards Han Sheng. I believe my previous premonitions of undead presence came from them. The players fell into silence at the mention of mutated ghouls. It wasn't lickers. Han Sheng was perplexed as well. On careful consideration, he realized significant differences between lickers and ghouls. For instance, lickers had red exposed muscles due to severe skin ulceration, while the creature they encountered was gray-brown. Han Sheng recalled the recent attack scene. He nodded. Indeed, it had the 3 lines on the forehead. Was the thing they encountered truly a product of this world? Why had he never heard of it before? Sizzle. Amidst the confusion, a hissing sound erupted once again. All eyes followed the sound, tracing back to the ghoul that came back from the shadows, darting towards them from the other side of the wall. Damn, they dare return. The players raised their firearms, aiming at the ghouls. Their numbers increased, 3 this time. Kill them. Han Sheng at the forefront raised his spear, thrusting fiercely at the incapacitated ghoul hit by bullets. Sizzle. The spear pierced through the ghoul's body. Han Sheng kicked it away harshly. What's happening now? Han Sheng was astonished to see the ghoul, impaled through the heart, still swiftly attacking him. It's a mutated ghoul, creatures tainted from the realm of death, impervious to common methods of killing. Only the holy light can banish them. Road shouted, "Be careful. Impervious to death. Such a special ability. How to handle this?" Han Sheng realized that thing wasn't a licker. A licker pierced through the heart would surely die. But what to do? Han Sheng pierced the ghoul's heart again with his spear. Dodge. Road shouted, rushing forward next to Han Sheng, raising his long sword and stabbing fiercely downward. Sizzle. The long sword pierced the ghoul's body, pinning it to the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The ghoul struggled wildly, wielding its claws. Road silently recited a prayer, emitting a faint holy light from his sword. The holy light gradually gleamed, causing the impaled ghoul to writhe on the ground. Dark golden runes appeared at the pierced wound, spreading rapidly. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The ghoul seemed to be burned all over, emitting white mist. After almost half a minute, it dissolved into a pool of blood before their eyes. Meeting the players' gazes, Road took a deep breath, withdrew his sword, and explained, "Only the power of the holy light can completely cleanse them." "Why are undead creatures here?" Han Sheng asked. "I don't know." Road shook his head. Han Sheng clenched his teeth. He thought he could easily complete a mission, but encountered ghouls, vile creatures that were not only repulsive in appearance, but also possessed an abhorrent ability to survive. Han Sheng admitted he was rattled. Judging from the displayed strength of the ghouls, they were not to be trifled with. Continuing to stay here would significantly increase the risk level. Despite feeling reluctant to give up the mission rewards, he knew his life was more valuable. It was still all right now, but if they ventured further and stumbled upon a horde of ghouls, wouldn't it result in a party wipeout? Sizzle, sizzle. Just as Han Sheng was about to command a retreat, the hissing sound resounded once again. This time, the sounds came from all directions. Everyone raised their guard, forming a circle. Vigilant. Hiss. A gray-brown shadow darted out from the darkness, charging towards the front line holy knight. Bang, 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 bang. The tense players pulled their triggers once more. Hit by the dense gunfire, the ghoul roaringly flew back into the darkness. Before they could relax, the dense hissing sounds echoed around them. The sound intensified many-fold. The players instantly realized what was happening, their faces turning pale. Damn, they're here. Be on alert. Fall back. Maintain formation and retreat. Han Sheng shouted. He realized they had fallen into an ambush. An ambush by the ghoul horde. In the next moment, over a dozen gray-brown shadows emerged from the darkness. The holy knight stepped forward with swords and shields to block the ghouls. "Captain, it's bad. There are more behind us." More ghouls poured out from the darkness, even from behind. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The friction sounds became increasingly dense. Beads of sweat formed on Han Sheng's forehead. He sensed that in the darkness, more and more ghouls were converging towards the center. This was bad. How many of them were there? A popular game, starting from the zombie doomsday. Hanging up began. Chapter 695. Defense hint. Your zombie clone killed an unknown player. You gained 43 points of mission contribution. Hint. Your zombie clone killed a holy forge knight. You gain 36 points of mission contribution. 22 points of Blood Clan prestige, and 192 survival points. Game prompts appeared on Fang Heng's retinas one after another. Listening to the sound of gunfire coming from the lower level of the stairs, Fang Heng simply stood at the exit, holding an improved sniper rifle, with a few lickers blocking the doorway. Whoever was lucky enough to escape from downstairs would be given a righteous headshot. But it hadn't happened yet. Fang Heng roughly glanced at the game prompts and found the harvest to be quite substantial, estimating that he could make a small profit. The battle lasted for nearly 8 minutes, and the sounds of battle coming from below the stairs gradually subsided. Hint: you wiped out the recon team. You gained an additional 1659 points of mission contribution, and 300 points of Blood Clan Other Council prestige. It's over. Seeing the game prompt, Fang Heng put away his weapons, confirming one thing: the Holy Forge Knight did have the ability to deal with lickers who had the undead effect, but his abilities were limited. Then, another game prompt popped up. Hint: current player contribution, 9,277, current main mission rating. Hint: current rating reward, randomly bound via level skill books. Huh? Fang Heng was somewhat surprised. You could still be rewarded with skill books. Judging from this situation, if one were to reach the SSS level, would they receive rewards of S-level skills? Fang Heng pondered. This mission was not bad. Find a way to raise the mission contribution score to SSS and get the reward. Beside Fang Heng, Liu Maoxu and Zhao Nan looked at each other, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. The Holy Court was wiped out. The Phoenix Guild was not some obscure third-rate guild. The team still had 2 squads of Holy Forge Knights as support, and they were completely annihilated in less than 10 minutes. That's right. How could players of this strength level possibly be beginners in the game? They must be players from higher level games, and players with undead abilities. Our corporation. Liu Maoxu and Zhao Nan quietly etched the name Sandy, casually made up in their minds, deciding to investigate it thoroughly after this incident ended. Keeping the aiming position for too long, Fang Heng felt his body stiffening. He stood up, stretched his body, looked at the two beside him, and said, "There are players in the team. The people outside the Holy Court will soon know what happened here." Fang Heng rubbed his chin and asked, "What do you guys think the people from the Holy Court outside will choose to do after their recon team was wiped out?" "They will choose to guard the entrance and seek reinforcements in place," Liu Maoxu said confidently. The guild master said that this time the leader of the Holy Court is the deputy commander of the Holy Master Knight, Landon. He has always been calm and wouldn't take risks easily. That seems plausible. Fang Heng also felt the same way, but he hoped they would take a reckless move and charge straight in. Then he could utilize the geographical advantage to kill them off in batches. After all, almost all of them were composed of squads of Holy Forge Knights, with minimal threat to the lickers, and their movements were clumsy and slow. Outside the building, the Holy Court team was on high alert. More than 10 minutes passed. The interior of the building remained eerily quiet, with no sound coming from within. A faint light flashed, and a player hurriedly logged in, reporting, "Commander, the recon team was attacked and completely wiped out." Landon turned abruptly, his gaze fixed on the player. "What did you say?" Being stared at by Landon, the player felt as though he was being stared at by a fierce beast for no reason, freezing his body. He had just learned the news online as well, including their deputy commander Han Sheng. The entire team was stationed in the underground chamber. The player, looking deathly pale, continued to explain to Landon, instructed by the guild master, "Commander Landon, the recon team encountered a large number of ghouls during their exploration of the basement." Ghouls. Landon was taken aback. Ghouls were described as filthy creatures in the annals of the Holy Court. They did not exist in this world. How? According to Captain Rhodes' speculation, they are highly mutated ghouls with strong attack capabilities and mobility, hiding in the darkness, numerous in numbers. Our team lacks the ability to cleanse ghouls and were blocked from retreating by ghouls in the dark, completely surrounded. The player's face turned bitter. saying, "We were wiped out by the ghouls." The entire elite team of the Phoenix Gaming Company perished inside, causing a significant blow to the company's morale. He might face unemployment tomorrow. Once a player with remaining resurrection chances dies, they must either choose to transfer to a different area directly or spend a large amount of high-value God point to revive. After resurrection, the player will continue to suffer from a rebirth weakness for a long time, and apart from innate skills, other skill levels would experience various levels of reduction or even loss. Most players often choose to start a new game directly after being killed. Very few can handle such a heavy blow quickly. Landon looked towards the Blood Clan building in the distance, lost in thought. There were a large number of ghouls hiding inside the building. Why would this happen? Why were creatures from another world appearing inside the Blood Clan building? According to the descriptions in the Holy Court records, ghouls were not strong. They had average mobility and limited offensive abilities. The only exceptional point was their powerful vitality and difficulty in killing them. Ordinary attacks couldn't cause fatal damage to them. Only the Purify Light could restrain them and expel them completely. However, as the stranger claimed, the ghouls they encountered had undergone mutations, possessing strong attack abilities and mobility. In that case, solely relying on the Holy Forge Knights to deal with them would be very difficult. How many ghouls are there? The player furrowed his brows, shook his head, and replied, "I'm sorry, Commander Landon. I don't know. The environment is too dim, and it's impossible to determine the number of ghouls. From the attacks and sounds we've encountered, it's estimated that there are at least 50 ghouls." Landon frowned. They couldn't make a frontal assault. Even if there were only a little over 50 ghouls inside the building, their team's purification capabilities were still insufficient. To completely eradicate the ghouls, the team needed the support of the Holy Court monks and missionaries. Landon made a quick decision. "Report to the High Priest immediately. We've encountered undead mutated ghouls and need the support of judges and missionaries for purification." Understood. 7017K. National Game. Chapter 696 of Hang Up from the beginning of the Zombie Doomsday main text volume. Backup plan Vic City Sanctuary Headquarters. Prayer Hall. Area Bishop Chenli looked solemn. Not long ago, he had just received news through the players. The team led by the commander of the Holy Forge Knights, Rendon, encountered undead flesh-eating ghouls inside the Blood Clan Central Tower. Chenli was puzzled. Undead was a filth creature recorded in the sanctuary scriptures. They were supposed to exist in the realm of death. For thousands of years, there were almost no traces of undead existence in the world of the sanctuary. What's even more bizarre, undead mixing with the Blood Clan. Why is this so? The enemy of the enemy is a friend. Chenli couldn't comprehend. As he watched the bishop ponder in distress for a long time without a response, Eleanor coughed lightly and said, "Bishop, we need to make a decision immediately." After pondering for a while, Chenli raised his head and looked at the messenger. "Ghouls are creatures from the realm of death. Are you sure you didn't get it wrong?" "Yes. Commander Rendon believes they encountered evolved flesh-eating ghouls within the Blood Clan building, significantly enhanced compared to normal ghouls, and unaffected by magical traps. In addition, the number of flesh-eating ghouls hidden in the Blood Clan building is temporarily unknown. The team lacks means to purify them, and if they force their way in to occupy the Blood Clan building, there will be substantial casualties. For safety reasons, Commander Rendon requested reinforcements. Undead, flesh-eating ghouls. On the side, Chuyan listened with unease. There were excitement and apprehension. He had already learned from his subordinates that Fang Shuo had eliminated a wave of sanctuary reconnaissance teams with flesh-eating ghouls. Now, he confirmed from the sanctuary that Fang Shuo could control flesh-eating ghouls. The ability to control high-level undead creatures. Chuyan took a deep breath in his heart. He had already considered Fang Shuo to be formidable, but he underestimated him. Fang Shuo was definitely not from the lower-level gaming world. He came from a higher dimension, and his choice to conceal his identity likely had greater conspiracies for this world. Chu Yan's thoughts raced. He looked at Area Bishop Chenli. The sanctuary was facing a major problem, and they still didn't know for sure who their enemies were. The sense of unease in Chen Li's heart was growing stronger. Clearly, he had already sealed the strength of the Blood Clan within Vic City in magic circles. Theoretically, the entire Vic City should have fallen into his hands. Why did he have a feeling that everything was slowly slipping out of his control? Seeing the opportunity approaching, Qian stepped forward half a step and proposed to Chen Li according to the communication with Feng Shuo earlier. Bishop, we learned that the Blood Clan from other areas did not enter Vic City through the teleportation channel to provide support. Chu Yan, what are you trying to say? Qian solemnly said. Is it possible that the flesh-eating ghouls encountered in the Blood Clan building came into the building through the Blood Clan's teleportation array from the realm of death? I think we must hasten our pace. Take down the Blood Clan central tower in the city center with all our might while the number of flesh-eating ghouls is still small. The longer we delay, the greater the danger. Chen Li furrowed his brow in contemplation and hesitation. I'll go, Bishop. Eleanor also had doubts in her heart. She stepped forward and nodded. Flesh-eating ghouls are not difficult to deal with. My team can purify such corrupted lives. I am the most suitable for reinforcement. Additionally, Bishop, reinforcements from the surrounding regions of the church are already on their way. For safety, I suggest they gather at the Blood Clan building and attack together when the time comes. Chen Li thought for a moment and nodded. All right, you go. Make sure to be careful. If possible, try to confirm whether the undead indeed came from the realm of death. That's crucial. Yes, I understand, Bishop. Additionally, Bishop. Qian looked at Bishop Chen Li. According to the information we've received, the Blood Clan has always been very interested in holy water. Can holy water harm flesh-eating ghouls? Or are they very fearful of holy water? Holy water. Chen Li also had a hint of doubt in his expression. Indeed, holy water contains divine power, but there is no relevant record in the sanctuary scriptures that it can affect flesh-eating ghouls. Bishop, I suggest we try using holy water against them. Chen Li nodded. There isn't much holy water stored here. Eleanor, bring as much as you can. It may be helpful. As the operational deployment concluded, people in the hall began to leave one after another. Chen Li breathed a sigh of relief, opened the survival radio, and sent a message to his subordinates. Chen Li, notify Feng Shuo immediately. Judge Eleanor of the Sanctuary is bringing a large number of personnel to reinforce. Commander Rendon will not launch an attack on the building for the time being. Also, I learned that there is only a small amount of holy water in the headquarters. Eleanor has taken most of it with her. Chen Li, additionally, some personnel from the Sanctuary are on the way. They will go directly to the Blood Clan Central Tower to gather. Be prepared. The number of Sanctuary personnel at the building will increase over time. So, it's troublesome to deal with intelligent enemies. Inside the building, seeing the Sanctuary team led by Rendon outside the door stopping in their tracks and not choosing to attack the building, Feng Heng felt somewhat disappointed as he put away his telescope. He thought it was troublesome. If the enemies were zombies, he could start controlling them to happily upgrade by harvesting crystalline upgrades. But with the Sanctuary, they chose to wait at the door for reinforcements. Intelligent enemies were indeed troublesome to deal with. It seemed that the Sanctuary was not prepared to continue the attack in the short term. In that case, backup plan No. to had to be put into action. Feng Heng looked at Liu Maoxu beside him. Liu Maoxu had been communicating with the team through the survival radio and suddenly raised his head. Boss Feng Shuo, I just received a message from the boss. It is confirmed that Commander Rendon seeks stability and is not ready to risk attacking the building. Judge Eleanor of the Sanctuary is bringing a large number of reinforcements and is on her way here. They plan to gather and then attack the building together. Hearing this, Liu Maoxu took out the survival radio and showed the message to Feng Heng. Feng Heng looked at the contents, nodded, and asked, How long until all the explosives are in place? Explosives. They still had explosives. Zhao Nan on the side heard this and was intrigued. What were the explosives for? They wouldn't want to blow up the entire building, right? Liu Maoxu flinched at the question, and then looked down to check the survival radio before answering. The first batch of explosives has been delivered to the storage point, and the subsequent batches are on the way. It will take some time, and explosives are controlled items by the Blood Clan. The sanctuary cannot acquire too many either. Ah, Fang Heng understood. It was normal for the explosives to take some time to assemble. In the world of the Blood Clan Doomsday, firearms and gunpowder were controlled items. The Blood Clan disdained their use and prohibited the humans who were herded from using them. 7017K, National Game, hanging up starting from the Zombie Apocalypse, Volume 697 of the main text, Chapter Notes. Fang Heng raised one hand and made a gesture towards the sky. The bat-shaped vinaigrette flew down in a spiral and hovered next to Fang Heng. Lord Marquis, what are your orders? Keep an eye on the vampire clan outside, and find a way to transport the explosives in batches to bury them according to the blueprint I gave you. Be careful not to be discovered by the people of the Holy See. Yes, Lord Marquis. Zhao Nan swallowed nervously, carefully watching Fang Heng. Terrifying man. Once a large number of members of the Holy See enter the building, if Feng Shuo uses explosives to destroy the entire vampire building, including the vampire clan and the entire vampire building, everything will be buried in ruins. Fang Heng felt that it was meaningless to continue staying here, wasting time with the Holy See, so he looked back at Vinaigrette. How is the situation with the magic array central node in Vichy now? We have investigated the 11 light column nodes in Vichy and found that the guardians of 3 nodes are relatively weak and can be used as a breakthrough point. Good. Let the Holy See guard the entrance and take advantage of this opportunity. He will go and complete some missions, evolve crystals, and increase the level of sacred skills. Where is the nearest weak point to us? It's 5 kilometers away, at an exhibition hall. Upon hearing this, Fang Heng looked at Liu Maoxu again. Are there any player teams in the exhibition hall? No. Including us, there are only 3 guilds and branch Holy Seas in contact. Our people are at the headquarters. The Falcon Guild is following Captain Landon's attack on the building, and have just been wiped out in a wave. The last guild is cooperating to repair the large magical array central node in the south of the city. Good. The target is confirmed to be the exhibition hall. However, we shouldn't invade directly from the front. The old place, the sewer, Vinaigrette, continue to monitor the movements of the Holy See. Report any special circumstances at any time. As you wish, Lord Marquis. Waving Vinaigrette to go do his task, Fang Heng looked back at Zhao Nan and the others. I'll go to the exhibition hall. You stay here. Boss Fang, going to the exhibition hall. Take me with you. I want to go too. Sandy had almost gone crazy staying here, and hearing that they were going to the exhibition hall, he excitedly waved and came over. Take me with you. I'm very useful. The god of art will help you. After a moment of thought, Fang Heng nodded in agreement. Sandy's performance in the vampire apocalypse world this time was commendable. Since they already had zombie clones, Sandy would be safe back with the zombie horde protecting him. Taking him along wouldn't be a problem. Alright, come with me. Heh. The god of art appreciates your decisiveness, Boss Fang. Watching Fang Heng lead Sandy down the underground stairs, Liu Maoxu and Zhao Nan looked at each other. They both felt strange. Weren't they supposed to deal with the Holy See branch teleportation channel? How did they end up going underground again? Back on the 3rd underground floor, the liquors were gathered in one place. The traces left from the battle were clearly visible, and there were sparkling evolution crystals scattered on the ground. Fang Heng waved his hand, and the crystals on the ground were sucked into his palm. Hint, you have obtained 5 evolution crystal fragments, 6 complete evolution crystals, 6 first-tier evolution crystals, and 10 second-tier evolution crystals. To few, only 6 crystals. Fang Heng was quite disappointed. It seemed that standing on the side of the vampire camp was still a loss. The power of the Holy See was too small, and when combined, there weren't many people. Each one was like a turtle shell. So hard. Let's go. Fang Heng waved his hand and led the liquors back to the 4th underground floor. Bun came to the storage room on the 4th underground floor. In less than half an hour, the zombie clones had dug a deep hole in the ground leading to the city's sewer system using shovels. Sandy was already used to this. The two of them successfully entered the sewer area through the newly dug passage, and under the guidance of the map, they headed towards the direction of the exhibition hall with the zombie escorts. Unlike the toxic and negative effects of the zombie apocalypse's sewer area, the vampire apocalypse's sewer area was spacious and well-built. Therefore, Fang Heng took out a portable bicycle from his backpack. Riding forward quickly, Fang Heng stroked his chin and asked, "Sandy, can lickers disguise themselves as ghosts? Can zombies also disguise themselves as undead?" "Zombies? Sandy pondered Fang Heng's suggestion and said, "I don't think they need to disguise, as they already look like them." Okay, ghosts were suspicious enough, so unless necessary, zombies were better off not exposing themselves to outsiders. Besides, the combat effectiveness of the lickers was already sufficient. After about 10 minutes, Fang Heng stopped his bicycle. He took out the map of Vichy and said, "The exit is up there. There may be danger ahead, so stick close to me." Yes. Sandy still had lingering fears from being shot before, so he nodded repeatedly. "It's safer to stay by your side." Climbing up the ladder, Fang Heng lifted the sewer manhole cover from the ground and emerged from underground. The sewer exit faced a corner of the exhibition hall that stood not far away. A radiant pillar of light rose from the exhibition hall, which was dimmer compared to the one seen outside the venue. Several sentinel knights guarded the entrance of the exhibition hall. The lickers changed their appearance and emerged from around the corner, gathering behind Fang Heng. "Go." Fang Heng gestured towards the distant exhibit hall. The lickers immediately dispersed and surrounded the exhibit hall from all directions. At the entrance of the exhibition hall, 5 vigilant sentinel knights constantly scanned their surroundings. Their mission was to ensure the safety of the magic array structural points. Nick, the squad leader of the Night Order, dared not be careless. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots suddenly rang out. "Right side. Watch the right side. Unknown creatures spotted. Enemies are invading." The church believers on the second floor suddenly yelled as they noticed something. Nick was taken aback and immediately looked towards the sound coming from the right side. PSSH. Several dark brown shadows flashed past the corner. They quickly crawled towards the entrance, hugging the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The members of the Holy See ambushed at the window continuously pulled the triggers, shooting at the strange creatures crawling along the ground. The Holy Knights guarding the entrance were taken aback as they saw the peculiar creatures crawling towards them. Not vampires. What kind of monsters are these? Emerging from around the corner, lickers jumped up and charged at the Sentinel Knights with the firepower of their guns. Nick watched as the strange gray-brown creatures approached him rapidly, and the vertical wrinkles on their foreheads became clear. 307,000 National Game. Hanging up from the Zombie Apocalypse Volume 698 Chapter 698. Cleaning up. Bang, bang, bang. Nick's rear display hall. The faithful of the Holy Church pulled the trigger in unison. The dense bullets pounded the feeders. The huge impact sent the feeders flying backwards. "They are ghouls." A name floated in Nick's mind as he fiercely stabbed forward with his long sword. "She." The long sword pierced into the feeder's stiff body. Bang. Nick kicked the feeder away and immediately shouted, "Stop them. Inform the judges. We are under attack by a group of ghouls." In the blink of an eye, just as the faithful of the Holy Church were reloading their ammunition, more than 10 feeders emerged from various corners, rushing towards the entrance at high speed. Nick took the lead and stepped forward to block the ghoul's path, swiftly slashing with his sword. Ka! The sword slashed diagonally under the descending claws of the feeder. "What's going on?" Nick furrowed his brows. He found that the ghoul's strength was not inferior to his own at all. He took half a step back, tightening his grip on the long sword. "This doesn't make sense, does it? According to the records in the sacred archives, the ghouls are impure beings with the ability to be undead, and can only be repelled by the holy light disk, but their various attributes are not strong. Or is it that what is considered not strong in the records, appears differently in their eyes. Nick broke into a cold sweat on his forehead. Why would ghouls appear in this place? Block the entrance. Don't let them invade the building. The members of the Holy Knights all followed Nick's lead, using their bodies to block the entrance, raising their swords to face the ghouls rushing in from around the corners. Hint: you are getting closer to the focal point of the magical array fluctuations. Hint: influenced by a powerful magical array, your skills, vampire bloodline attributes are all ineffective. Hint: all your sacred attributes skills are 30% stronger. Sticking to the old tactics. Can't there be something new for blocking the way? Not far from the battlefield, Fang Heng leisurely walked towards the exhibition hall. Do they really think I don't know how to play? Fang Heng glanced at the game tips, muttered under his breath, and immediately controlled the feeders from a distance to engage in combat. The feeders, unaffected by the weakening of the magic array, completely ignored the blockade tactics at the entrance. Under Fang Heng's control, the feeders climbed along the walls, broke through the building's defenses from various windows, and directly infiltrated the exhibition hall, attacking the Holy Church followers taking cover behind barricades inside the building. Damn it. They're climbing up. Cover me. Shoot. Shoot. Help me. The Holy Church followers had never seen such creatures like the feeders, and they themselves lacked strong combat abilities, just firing cold shots from behind, no different from ordinary people. Once the highly enhanced feeders got close, they couldn't offer any effective resistance, facing a one-sided massacre. Hint: you have killed high-ranking Holy Court members, and your contribution points plus 24, your survival points plus 29. Hint: you have killed Holy Court members, and your contribution points plus 10. The game's prompts kept flooding Fang Heng's gaming log. The tactical effects were significant. Fang Heng thought to himself, immediately controlling the feeders to occupy floors 1 to 5 of the exhibition hall, while blocking other exits. The Holy Knights at the lobby entrance, relying on the strong defensive power of the Holy Light Armor, managed to hold off the feeders for a while. Nick grew more anxious. Why hasn't the backup arrived yet? As he continued to fight, he felt more apprehensive. The ghouls were strong and had the characteristic of being indestructible, only purified by the holy light. But in the current situation, they didn't have time to purify them. It's no use. The entrance can't be held. We must retreat. Seeing the Holy Knight's armor breaking one after another, with wounds cut by the ghoul's claws, Nick made a decision, shouting loudly, "Go! Retreat! Move underground first." After shouting, as Nick turned back to retreat, his pupils suddenly shrank. What's going on? Glancing around, the hall was full of ghouls. About 20 feeders were slowly approaching them, almost as if they were demonstrating, and it was over. Nick's mind went blank for a moment, unable to speak due to tension. Chi. 20 feeders pounced towards Nick and his group at the same time. Almost instantly, along with the feeders outside the building, the Holy Knights were completely surrounded by the feeders. The lack of dodge space compressed them, and Nick felt countless claw shadows swinging in front of him. Bang! Armor shattered, with cuts from claws all over his body. Hint: you have killed Holy Court Holy Knights. You gain 40 to mission contribution points, 12 bloodline prestige, 36 survival points, and receive a First Order Evolution Crystal *1. Hint: you have killed the Holy Court Holy Knights Captain Nick. Your friendly level with the Holy Court slightly decreases. TCH, quite tough. It took Fang Heng over 3 minutes to deal with the Holy Knights at the door. With Sandy and some feeders, he walked out from the back, gesturing towards the floor. Star-like evolution crystal fragments were absorbed into Fang Heng's palm. Hint: you have obtained 26 evolution crystal fragments, 17 complete evolution crystals, 3 first-order evolution crystals, and 2 second-order evolution crystals. Luck was mediocre, and he added 3 more evolution crystals, taking a small step closer to leveling up. Fang Heng thought optimistically. The highest crystal level the Holy Church followers dropped was a complete evolution crystal, almost useless. Only the Holy Knights could drop crystals used for upgrading. Entering the exhibition hall, Sandy looked around for a moment, somewhat silent. What's wrong? Did you find something again? Sandy sighed, looking disinterested, shaking her head. What kind of exhibition hall is this? I thought it was an art exhibition. Turns out it's an auto exhibition. Let's go. Fang Heng controlled the feeders to continue walking towards the lower levels of the exhibition hall. Through the vampire bloodline, Fang Heng clearly sensed that the central point of the seal node was located on the lower level of the exhibition hall. Underground, on the second level, an expansive hall. Judge Sun Chong led over 10 holy knights and followers to guard the sealing stone. The Holy Court had been secretly operating in V City for a long time, but being constrained by the bloodline, their development was still very slow, and they didn't dare expand and recruit followers openly. The personnel were always in a severely insufficient state. The guardianship within the exhibition hall's sealing point was extremely weak. After hearing the commotion outside, Sun Chong did not immediately check. Instead, he ordered everyone to stay on the underground second level, fortifying themselves to wait. 17K. For a moment, the external noise diminished slightly, and Sun Chong felt that the Knights of the Holy Foundry outside had likely resolved the crisis. Just as he was preparing to send someone to investigate the first floor, he heard the sound of rustling coming from the staircase. Sun Chong's heart skipped a beat. Be on high alert. Before he could continue shouting, two gray-brown shadows darted down the stairs. Sun Chong was startled. Ghouls. Bang, bang, bang. Over a dozen followers behind him simultaneously pulled their triggers. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Two ghouls covered in special pigments quickly dodged, climbing up the wall to avoid the bullets' attacks. Be careful. It's ghouls. Knights, move forward. Before Sun Chong could continue shouting, over a dozen ghouls poured out from the corridor. The ghouls deliberately avoided the Holy Foundry Knights in front, frantically scurrying along the walls and ceilings on the lower level, heading straight for the followers at the back. How could this be? How could the ghouls move so swiftly? Was there an issue with the records of the Holy Church? Sun Chong's expression changed drastically. He quickly grabbed the Book of Genesis in his hand and aimed it at one of the ghouls that was crazily tearing at a follower of the Holy Church. Restrain. The ghoul hit by his finger instantly manifested dark golden chains, struggling and snarling vigorously in place. Sun Chong frowned, immediately flipping to another page in the Book of Genesis and pointing at another ghoul. Plague. Your Honor, there are too many enemies. Sun Chong raised his head to look in the direction pointed out by the Holy Foundry Knight, and his face turned pale instantly. A large number of ghouls continuously crawled out of the upstairs passage. In an instant, over a dozen Holy Foundry Knights in the hall protected Sun Chong in the center as groups of ghouls surrounded them outside. There were at least 40 to 50 of them. Hiss hiss. The protective net formed by over a dozen Holy Foundry Knights was no match for the ghouls. In a short moment, the followers at the back were completely slaughtered by the ghouls, leaving only the last 7 Holy Foundry Knights still resisting stubbornly. Your Honor, what should we do? Do not panic? Sun Chong's mind was somewhat blank at this moment. He couldn't understand why there were so many ghouls here. It simply made no sense. He kept flipping through the Book of Genesis, pointing and releasing spells at the ghouls. Yet, it was all in vain. Bang. Bang bang. The protective armor of the Holy Foundry Knights shattered under the attacks of the ghouls. What should we do? What can we do? Sun Chong was sweating profusely. He was just a newly promoted deputy judge of the Holy Court. He knew he had no way to break through the current predicament, only able to watch helplessly as the Holy Foundry Knights were gradually consumed. Suddenly, Sun Chong noticed a figure descending from the staircase in front of him. A young man wearing a mask? Was he the one controlling these mutated ghouls? Did he summon these ghouls from the dead realm to here? Sun Chong watched in horror as the man said, "Who are you? It doesn't matter anymore. Do you have holy water here? What are you talking about?" Sun Chong felt mocked and insulted. He showed an angry expression and said, "Undead. You will be judged someday." Fang Heng turned his head slightly and watched Sun Chong being engulfed by the ghouls. Hint, you have killed the Holy Court Judge Sun Chong. your friendliness with the Holy Court greatly decreased. Hint, you obtained a complete second-tier crystal *1, and you gained 234 survival points. Hint, your task contribution in the team mission plus 300, bloodline reputation plus 300. Hint, current player's task contribution, current main mission evaluation, A+. Hint, current evaluation reward, randomly bound a tier skill book. As Fong Heng finished clearing the basement, he gestured to Sandy at the entrance of the stairs leading to the underground second floor, indicating that all was safe. At the same time, he controlled the zombie clones waiting in the sewer to leave and enter the exhibition hall, carrying out the command to search the entire exhibition hall. Sandy carefully made his way to the underground second floor. The basement on the second floor had 5 ceiling stones placed in a neat pentagram formation. A column of light shot up from the center of the pentagram. Oh, Sandy was immediately drawn to the column of light. He took a few steps forward, curiously examining the ceiling stones in the center of the hall. Is this the focal point of the magic circle you mentioned to me before? Yes. Sandy showed an intrigued expression and walked toward the focal point of the magic circle. It's intriguing. This seems to be what you call divine energy. I can sense a flowing power within the stone, similar to what I can feel in many of the art treasures left behind by the Holy Court. In fact, it's a way to measure the authenticity of art pieces. Sandy muttered to himself as he approached the stone pillar, staring left and right before turning to look at Fong Heng. Fong Heng, can you control this power? It's difficult. So, that means you can. Sandy's eyes lit up suddenly, continuing. Hey, we can work together. I'll create some art pieces, and you help me infuse them with energy. We'll split the profits 50-50. Believe me, these things sell well. Many suckers. Fong Heng watched Sandy and roughly translated the content of what he said. Counterfeiting and selling fakes. Splitting the profits 50-50. Good buddy. Does the art god know the dirty things you're doing? Well, let's talk about it after we go back. Fong Heng. This thing is quite amazing. I've never seen an object with such a powerful flow of energy inside. But not to nitpick. Fong Heng, look at this. The craftsmanship is too rough, completely lacking in artistic value. Sandy touched the ceiling stone. Let me think. How can I modify it to make it? I suggest you step back a bit. It's dangerous and might explode. Sandy jumped back from the ceiling stone, startled. Fong Heng waved his hand, absorbing the evolution crystals scattered on the ground after wiping out the Holy Court defense squad. Hint, you gained a full evolution crystal *9, a first-tier evolution crystal *3, a second-tier evolution crystal *3. Excellent, another 3 first-tier evolution crystals. Then, Fong Heng walked in front of Sandy, extending his right hand towards the ceiling stone. Hint, detection of the ceiling stone. Hint, the current ceiling stone contains absorbable holy attribute energy sources. Based on player skills, the player can currently choose absorb, convert, absorb. On the side. Sandy looked puzzled at Fong Heng's actions, letting out a soft exclamation. He felt the power within the ceiling stone flowing continuously into Fong Heng's body. Suddenly, Sandy became curious. National game. Idle from the beginning of the zombie apocalypse. Hint, influenced by current physique, attributes, status, skills, etc. The current sacred attribute conversion ratio, approximately 1,826 to 1. Hint, you have absorbed the sacred energy inside the seal stone. Your skill, basic sacred studies experience +1. Hint, you have absorbed the seal stone. Line by line. Game hints pop up in the retina one by one. Seems a bit slow. Compared to the previous seal stones contain power. The seal stone now contains weaker power, so absorption is slower. Such a waste of time, mainly because the conversion ratio is too low. With just a bit of experience added, reaching level 10 would take forever. Fang Heng feels a bit impatient. Right, there are zombie avatars. After absorbing the sacred energy, it is not stored for oneself, but directly converted into experience. In theory, the zombie avatars should also be used for absorption and leveling up. Feng Heng had a thought and retrieved his hand from the seal stone. Why did it stop? Sandy stared at Feng Heng curiously, like an eager baby. Is there another problem? No. Don't worry. Feng Heng gave instructions to the zombie avatars and looked towards the entrance to the second floor below. Moments later, the zombie avatars holding shovels and stone hoes staggered into the basement. Then, under Sandy's puzzled gaze, one zombie avatar approached Feng Heng. It held a shovel in one hand and placed the other hand on a stone pillar. The energy inside the stone pillar was absorbed by the zombie avatar. Hint: your zombie avatar has absorbed the sacred energy inside the seal stone. Your skill: Basic Sacred Studies Skill Experience +1. Ha! The verification is successful. Feng Heng felt pleased. Zombie avatars are indeed reliable. Then, under Feng Heng's control, rows of zombie avatars gathered towards the central 5 seal stones. Soon, the zombie avatars surrounded the seal stones, palms pressed against them, continuously absorbing the sacred attribute energy inside the seal stones. Hint: your zombie avatar has absorbed the sacred energy inside the seal stone. Your skill: Basic Sacred Studies Experience +1. Game hints kept popping up. Feng Heng nodded in satisfaction. This way, the absorption speed has increased by more than 50 times. He could free up his hands to do other things. Zombie avatars are truly handy. Thinking this, Feng Heng looked up at the light column rising from the 5 seal stones. As the zombie avatars continued to absorb energy, the originally dim sacred light column became even fainter, occasionally flickering. Seems like it can hold up for some time. Feng Heng observed the group of zombies, while Sandy scratched his messy hair. Feng Heng glanced at the game hints, patted Sandy's shoulder, and said, "Let's go. The zombies have discovered a locked underground chamber upstairs. Let's go and see if the church has any hidden treasures." Oh. Sandy's eyes lit up. "All right. Let's go check it out together." Okay. Feng Heng nodded in agreement, and controlled a zombie avatar to climb to the rooftop, displaying a red cloth as a signal to the aerial scouting vampires to indicate they have completely taken over the exhibition hall. Located on the ground floor of the exhibition hall was a luxurious reception room. By now, the place had been completely wrecked by the zombies. The carpets and wooden boards on the floor had been torn open by the feeders, revealing a metal cover entrance. Feng Heng stepped forward, beckoning the zombies holding stone hoes to start smashing. The zombie avatars surrounded the metal cover, and, smashing for 3 minutes, the alloy metal lid was completely destroyed, revealing a staircase leading downwards. Sandy shone his flashlight inside. "Let's go in and take a look." With the feeders clearing the way, Feng Heng and Sandy followed. After descending the stone stairs, they found themselves in a small room. The room contained several boxes and a desk. Feng Heng inspected the contents. Hint: you have found materials. Basic Magic Construction Material Crystal *270. Intermediate Magic Paint *733. Disappointed. Most of the boxes contain materials for making magic arrays, which are not common and can be exchanged for survival points to some extent. But at the moment, Feng Heng didn't need those points. Too bad. Still no holy water, Feng Heng thought to himself. At this moment, Sandy stood before a bookshelf on the right side of the small room. He picked up a book and flipped through it, looking very interested. "Feng Heng, come take a look. These books are quite interesting. I've never seen them before. Seems like they are unique handwritten copies." Books. Could they be skill books? Feng Heng walked over to the bookshelf, randomly picking up a book to browse. Hint: you have obtained Holy Church Chronicles. Description: a common type of book. A book without any attributes. Reading it won't increase sacred studies skills. After confirming the attributes by flipping through all the books, Feng Heng lost interest. Well, no skill books. Still empty-handed. He'll have to search for the holy water at the church headquarters. Just as he was thinking this, a voice from outside the chamber interrupted them. "Duke, Are you available now? Please come in. Venerit walked down from upstairs, entered the chamber, and half knelt on the ground. Duke, a team from the church is gathering here, about 3 minutes away. Oh, it's reinforcements from the church. Fang Heng's eyes lit up as he asked, how many people? Approximately less than 100 on the other side. In addition to the church knights, there are plenty of priests from the church, so their movements are relatively slow. Expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Nice. More crystal bodies coming. With over 100 people in the team, he estimated he could get 10 first-tier evolution crystals. Hey, Sandy, it's time to go. With his new toy, Sandy waved to Fang Heng. You go ahead. These books are quite interesting. I'll stay here to study them. Don't worry about me. Wysit City. Chief Judge Shelley of the Holy Court led her team to the outskirts of the exhibition hall. Previously, under the orders of the regional bishop of the Holy Court, Shelley worked at repairing the damaged magic circles as quickly as possible to enhance their completeness. Just over 10 minutes ago, she had just finished the rough repair of another branch junction magic circle with her team. As they left the point, she noticed something amiss with the sacred light column in the exhibition hall. Clearly, the energy of the column was rapidly diminishing. She remembered that the magic circle at this point was not yet complete. It was highly likely that there was a problem with the structure of the magic circle. To ensure the stable operation of the magic circle in Wysit City, Shelley immediately brought her team to repair the central node of the magic circle. The team hurriedly entered the outskirts of the exhibition hall, arriving at the entrance of the building. National Game. Hanging starting from the Zombie Doomsday Text Volume 701. Chapter Priest Group. The exhibition hall of the building fell into darkness, and the light pillar rising from inside the hall had become extremely dim, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Sherry frowned. She realized that the problem might not be as simple as she had previously imagined. After activating the large magic circle to seal the city, the entire exhibition hall should have been under martial law. Why was there no one on duty here? And the exhibition hall had backup power. So why were the lights out? Could it be that the exhibition hall was under attack? Sherry raised her hand to signal the team to maintain their battle formation. Scout. After receiving the command, a small team of holy forgers quickly entered the lobby and soon retreated. Inquisitor, there are traces of blood and signs of a battle in the lobby, but we did not find any enemies. Sherry ordered, leave a few people here, the rest follow me. The light pillar was in imminent danger, and Sherry was concerned about the condition of the magic seal. She immediately led the team into the building to investigate the central node of the magic circle. As they entered the building, the team formed a reconnaissance formation, remaining vigilant as they made their way to the sealing location on the second underground floor. Just as the team arrived at the entrance, following the passage, Sherry frowned and gestured for the team to stop. She sniffed. It was strange. The scent of vampires was mixed with a faint necromantic aura. Why was there a faint necromantic aura? The direction of the aura came from. Sherry was trying to pinpoint the specific location of the necromantic aura when suddenly, a faint, hissing sound came from her ear. Hiss, hiss. Everyone heard the hissing sound rapidly approaching. Immediately after, in the darkness, grayish-brown life forms emerged from all directions. Sherry was taken aback. Ghouls. Thinking back to the faint necromantic aura she had sensed not long ago, Sherry immediately recalled these undead creatures, described in the Holy Sea's records. Ghouls. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The ghouls in the darkness quickly closed in, surrounding the group in the center. Sherry frowned. Her mission was to repair the magic circle, so there were not many holy forgers in the team, but a large number of holy church priests instead. The Holy Seaside quickly adjusted their formation. The holy forgers were placed at the front, surrounding the priest group in the center. Sherry considered, maintaining her composure. Ghouls were abominations from the realm of the dead. Ordinary attacks could not kill them. The power of the holy attribute could only purge them, and the priests of the Holy Church were skilled at purging them. However, based on their movements just now, these ghouls seemed to have enhanced speed, indicating some kind of alteration. Outside the exhibition hall, 3 holy forgers on guard remained vigilant. Hiss, a slight sound. The holy forger turned to look towards the coroner. He saw a grayish-brown shadow quickly flash past. The holy forger shouted, "Who goes there? Stop." In the next moment, Feng Heng leapt down from the second floor, wielding a staff forward. Bang! Cracks like spider webs appeared on the holy light armor in front of the 2 holy forgers, and they were both swept away by Feng Heng's staff. Bang! As soon as he landed and before he could steady himself, 5 or 6 dark shadows emerged quickly from the darkness, dragging the 2 knocked-down holy forgers into the darkness. The screams of the holy forgers echoed from the darkness. The remaining holy forger was stunned, immediately shouting, "Inquisitor, we are under attack." Still daring to call for help, Feng Heng frowned, taking a step forward and wielding his staff again. Bang! The staff struck solidly on the holy forger's shoulder. Ignoring the holy forger, with the force of the blow, he crashed into the interior of the exhibition hall behind him. Seeing his 2 teammates dragged into the darkness, the holy forger was deeply shocked. What kind of eerie creatures were those? Truly terrifying. He needed to inform the Inquisitor immediately to beware. As the holy forger slammed heavily into the ground, using one hand to prop himself up to climb back up, his expression suddenly changed. In the hall, on the ground and ceiling, these terrifying creatures were everywhere. They were converging in front. The holy forger finally realized that the Inquisitor Sherry had long been surrounded by these horrific creatures. They were in a fierce struggle. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, 3 lickers heard the sound and pounced towards him. Hint, your zombie avatar killed the holy forger. You gain mission contribution points 36. You gain vampire prestige 22. You gain survival points 192. Hint, your zombie avatar suffered purification damage. Dead. Taking care of the 3 holy forgers guarding outside the door, Feng Heng glanced at the game prompt, frowned, and looked towards the ongoing battle inside the exhibition hall. The lickers were purified. The Sherry team relied on the outer ring of holy forgers to firmly block the licker group, while the priests in the rear began using purification skills, continuously cleansing and expelling the ghouls. Purification was a type of magical damage, so it could kill avatars in an undead state like lickers. So, did the Holy See accidentally hit upon the right strategy? Feng Heng scratched his head. It seemed like the Holy See side was not at a disadvantage, but in reality, Sherry was under extreme pressure at this moment. Sweat dripped down her face. These ghouls' vitality was too stubborn. They could only slowly cleanse the ghouls when continually suppressed by the holy forgers. The whole process was too time-consuming. The priests of the Holy Church not only had to continuously bless the holy forgers, assisting in consolidating their holy light armor, but also needed to focus on purging the ghouls. If something went wrong and the ghouls escaped, all previous efforts would be in vain. Up to now, after entangling with the ghouls for so long, only 3 lickers had been cleansed. Sherry felt her team was standing on the edge of a cliff, ready to plunge into an endless abyss with one misstep. On the other side, Feng Heng also furrowed his brow. Things were really getting troublesome, primarily because the number of lickers was insufficient to directly break through the outer shell of holy forgers. This led to a start of reduction in the number of lickers. That wouldn't do? There was still a solution, and it wasn't difficult. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes slightly, retrieved a sniper rifle specially made by Ding Min from his backpack, and aimed the scope at a priest who was purify the lickers. He smoothly pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot. The priest undergoing purification was shot in the head by Feng Heng, like a live target, while the licker being purified broke free from restraint, quickly fleeing into the darkness to heal. Hint, you killed a priest of the Holy Church. You gain mission contribution points 10. You gain vampire prestige 12. You gain survival points 32. And you obtained a first-tier evolution crystal *1. Title, National Game. Starting from the Zombie Doomsday. Episode 702 of AFK Chapter A Sniper. Upon witnessing a comrade's head suddenly being blown up, someone immediately shouted in the Holy Court team. The priest cautiously looked around, but it was futile. Hidden in the dark, Fang Heng reloaded his magazine, aiming at another priest who was purifying and expelling the zombie. Bang! The gunshot rang out again, and another Holy Court priest was shot in the head. Damn it, he's back again. Quick! Think of a solution. In this extremely tense battle, facing a sniper like a ghost, the morale of the entire Holy Court team plummeted, unable to focus on dealing with a large group of licking zombies. Chaos ensued. After 2 shots, Sherry clearly sensed Fang Heng's location. She looked towards the place where Fang Heng was hiding not far away. Although Sherry had spotted Fang Heng, she had no way to deal with him. The distance was too far, and she couldn't attack him. If the Holy Forge Knight Order went over to capture him, whether it would be successful was still uncertain. The entire team's formation would be torn apart, and the clergy behind would be left unprotected, completely exposed to the clutches of zombies. Bang, bang, bang. Every 30 seconds, a gunshot rang out, like the toll of death, easily taking the life of a priest. The atmosphere in the Holy Court became extremely heavy. They vaguely sensed that the hidden sniper's target was the priest purifying and dispersing the zombies. In the darkness, Fang Heng remained calm. The Holy Court was indeed extraordinary. Even in this situation, strong belief and sense of duty allowed the Holy Court priests to continue their exceptional purification. The advantage was that aiming was too easy. The priests performing purification stood still, making it easy for him to make headshot kills every time. The downside was that the number of zombies was still slowly decreasing. Hint: you killed a Holy Church priest. You received 10 points of mission contribution, 12 points of Blood Clan reputation, and 32 survival points. You obtained a Tier 1 Evolution Crystal *1. With each priest Fang Heng killed, the rate of obtaining the Tier 1 Evolution Crystals exceeded 50%, significantly boosting his leveling efficiency. Additional good news: Fang Heng, feeling slightly joyful, continued to focus on aiming. We endure together, Fang Heng reassured. As the number of priests decreased, the already slow purification speed of the Holy Court team became even slower, and even replenishing the front-line Holy Forge Knights with Holy Light Armor became difficult. Sherry was increasingly anxious. She realized that if things continued like this, it would end in slow death. Yet, she had no way to change the situation. Sherry's heart sank gradually. Is today the day she will die here? Judge, don't give up, we still have a chance. Follow us later. We will do our best to break through and escort you out of here. Sherry turned back to glare at the team leader of the Holy Forge Knights. Are you asking me to abandon my comrades? The Holy Forge Knights could accompany her forcibly evacuate, but what about the slow-moving priests in the rear? Their movement speed was too slow. They couldn't possibly escape. It would mean abandoning them all. The squad leader, Wall, cut down the lick zombies attacking, moving closer to Sherry's side, and said in a deep voice, Judge, we must let the bishop know what has happened here. We must have someone leave. Your survival is more important than ours. The Holy Court priests beside them also shouted, Judge, don't worry about us. Please make our sacrifice meaningful. Sherry furrowed her brows. She knew Wall was right. Facing a decisive battle, there was still a chance to escape from here. Further delay would result in the total annihilation of their forces. Protect Judge Sherry and evacuate. Let's go. Wall directly made the decision, ordering the Holy Forge Knights to charge forward. Instantly, the formation that was maintained shattered. Almost simultaneously, a group of licking zombies rushed into the rear group of priests, starting a massacre. Hint: your zombie avatar killed a Holy Church priest. You received 10 points of mission contribution, 12 points of Blood Clan reputation, 32 survival points, and a Tier 1 Evolution Crystal *1. Hint: your zombie avatar killed a Holy Church priest. For a moment, Fang Heng's retina was flooded with a large amount of information. Seeing the final counterattack of the Holy Court Knights, struggling to escape, Fang Heng put away the sniper rifle, a cold smile appearing on his face. You want to run now? A bit late. He didn't command the group of zombies to chase, but instead accelerated their hunting speed, devouring the deserted group of Holy Church priests left behind. On the other side, after truly breaking through the encirclement of the licking zombies, Sherry suddenly felt a glimmer of hope rising from the depths of her heart. Not many. The number of zombies on the periphery wasn't truly that many. Plus, most of the zombies had been drawn away by the rear group of priests, not chasing after them. Let's go. Seeing hope, Wall shouted amidst bursting strength, using his shield to push back the licking zombies in front, creating a path to escort Sherry out. Listening to the abandoned priest's wails, blood was dripping in Sherry's heart. This was a team she had nurtured wholeheartedly over the years. Yet today, she had to abandon them all. Gritting her teeth, Sherry followed the Holy Forge Knights forward. Team, I will avenge you, in the name of the sacred light. Suddenly, she slowly halted. The Holy Forge Knights advancing ahead also gradually ceased. What was happening? They were almost at the exit. Why stop now? Wall, what's happening? Wall stood at the front of the team, pale-faced, silent. Sherry approached, her pupils filled with astonishment. Undead. Necromantic undead? At some point, a dense group of undead had appeared ahead. The undead group blocked the entrance of the exhibition hall, making it impassable. The undead weren't as challenging to deal with as the licking zombies, but with such a massive number blocking the entrance, breaking through within a short time was simply impossible. Chi. Amid the hesitation, there was a hissing sound from behind the team. The licking zombies, having consumed the rear group of priests, came chasing after them once again. What to do? Sherry's face was ashen. Far away, Fang Heng stood in the shadows, folding up his sniper rifle and gesturing. Chi. The avatar zombies and licking zombies all surged towards the Holy Court side. Sherry and the last batch of Holy Forge Knights were instantly engulfed by the avatar zombies. After more than 10 minutes, a line of game prompts appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Prompt: you wiped out the magic array node repair team led by the judgment officer Sherry from the Holy Court and gained an additional 4,359 points of mission contribution. You gain 600 points of reputation in the Blood Elder Council. Prompt: current player contribution 17,767. Current main mission evaluation a ++. Prompt: current evaluation reward randomly bound a tier skill book. In the final moments, Judge Sherry relied on a special restrictive skill to enhance the continuous recovery ability of the Saint Forge Knights within her range, coupled with the stubborn turtle shells of the Saint Forge Knights. It took Fang Heng quite some time to clear out this team. Without the assistance of the ordinary zombie clones, I really don't know when they would have been defeated. Fang Heng reached out and waved his hand, and the ground was filled with evolutionary crystals that melted into his palm print. Prompt: you obtained a total of 21 complete evolution crystals, 37 first-tier evolution crystals, and 5 second-tier evolution crystals. Priest. Great. Perhaps priests, being of a lower tier than the Saint Forge Knights, do not drop second-tier evolution crystals, so the drop rate of first-tier evolution crystals becomes particularly high. Fang Heng calculated that he only needed a little over 20 more first-tier evolution crystals to complete the upgrade. A profitable wave indeed. After easily cleaning up the battlefield, Fang Heng let the zombie clones return underground to continue absorbing energy. Then, Fang Heng walked out of the exhibition hall, looked up at the sky. Venire once again spiraled down from midair, coming before Fang Heng, kneeling down on one knee. Seeing how Fang Heng effortlessly dealt with the Holy Court's team, Venire felt no surprise at this moment. He even thought this was a normal occurrence. These lowly members of the Holy Court actually dared to provoke the Duke. Seeking death. Vampires are invincible. Fang Heng asked, "What's the matter?" Venire knelt down respectfully and reported, "My lord, the Devout Guild has sent news that teams from other cities, holy courts are continuously entering Visheng for support. Furthermore, we have located Eleanor's team, with a large number of accompanying Saint Forge Knights. They are expected to arrive at the vampire mansion in about 15 minutes. The explosives inside the vampire mansion have been set up. Right. Feng Heng suddenly remembered that Eleanor also seemed to be leading a team of priests. Good, good. Feng Heng licked his lips, as if he could already see the light of an upgrade. Tell Liu Mei Su. I'll be back soon. Keep in touch at all times. Yes, my lord. Under the night sky in Vishang, the pillar of light rising from the exhibition hall gradually dimmed until it disappeared completely. Prompt. Your skill basic sacred arts skill level has been raised to LV. 3. The saint light energy within the sealing stone was completely absorbed, rendering it ineffective. The conversion rate is really low. It's disappointing that it only reached level 3 after being fully absorbed. Feng Heng revealed a hint of helplessness in his disappointment. Sandy, it's done. Let's go. Sandy was reading a book nearby. Hearing Feng Heng's words, she blinked her eyes, with a hint of reluctance. Are we leaving already? Well, wait a bit more, Feng Heng. You have to take them with you. Feng Heng looked at the sealing stone Sandy pointed to. It was too big to fit directly into a backpack. Are you causing trouble again? Feng Heng turned around and looked at Sandy. Is it really necessary? Didn't you say it had no artistic value? Yes. I did say that, but that was before. After the artistic master's optimization, the effect will surely be different. Sandy said with a chuckle, please trust the god of art. After my operation, its value will increase by several million times. Feng Heng. Plus, I just found some information about the sealing stone from the book. I need to study it alongside the real thing. Okay. Feng Heng shrugged. With a large number of zombie clones at his disposal, moving the sealing stone, although heavy, wasn't too troublesome. Under Feng Heng's command, the zombie clones advanced and collectively lifted the sealing stone, moving it towards the sewers. And these books, I haven't finished reading them. Since when did you become so fond of reading? Feng Heng, with a wave of his hand, collected the thick stack of books on the ground into his backpack. It's not suitable for you to engage in direct combat with the Holy Court next. You stay in the security room in the sewers. No problem. I'll research the sealing stone as stated in the book. With Sandy, Feng Heng returned to the security room in the sewers. Then he immediately ran towards the nearest pillar of light within the building. 10 minutes later, Feng Heng returned to the interior of the building through the sewers. Liu Mei Su and Zhao Nan, seeing Feng Heng's return, looked at each other. They had been waiting in the building for a long time, watching the vampires move in and out, placing explosives in various hidden corners of the building. They wondered what evil plan Feng Shai and Sandy had been brewing in the basement for so long. Ahem. Liu Mei Su coughed lightly and stepped forward, saying, Mr. Feng Shai, all the explosives have been delivered. In addition, the number of teams from the Holy Court coming to support is more than we estimated. They are gathering outside the door, waiting for Judge Eleanor to arrive before launching the final attack. Well, I know, Feng Heng replied coldly, his gaze shifting to the window. He looked into the distance. The Holy Court members outside had more than doubled since the last time they checked. In the eyes of Liu Mei Su and Zhao Nan, Feng Heng's disdain towards the Holy Court outside was evident. Feng Heng's plan was simple, reckless. Anyway, the zombie clones were not prepared to be exposed. He just went forward to complete the mission. By then, using the liquor, he could kill as many Holy Court members as possible, earn as many evolution crystals as possible. When the reckless approach reached its limit, just blow up the entire vampire mansion. Anyway, the explosion wouldn't kill too many lickers. If accompanied by so many Holy Court teams, it should boost the mission contribution to at least an S rank. Outside, Eleanor arrived with a team of priests and joined Landon. After a brief discussion, they immediately launched the final attack on the vampire mansion. Before entering, Eleanor distributed holy water to the team. The Saint Forge Knights led the way into the hall, followed closely by a large number of priests from the Holy Church led by Eleanor. As they entered the hall and saw the darkness, Eleanor frowned slightly. She stretched out her hand. A ball of light rose into the air. The light dispersed the darkness in the hall. Landon vigilantly scanned the surroundings, signaling the team to secure various entrances on the first floor, and said in a deep voice, "Our reconnaissance team encountered ghouls attacking when heading towards the underground third-floor corridor. We'll search the upper levels of the building first, then search the entire mansion in batches." Before Landon could finish, Eleanor suddenly raised her head and looked upwards. "Come out. I've already sensed your presence." Fang Heng furrowed his brow. Was it the aura? He had heard people from the Holy Court mention it more than once, that they could sense the presence of the undead and the vampire in their bodies. The vampire aura was understandable, considering his own vampire lineage. But the aura of the undead, was it because he had spent too much time in the abyssal corridor, tainted by the aura? Or was it because of his study of beginner-level necromancy? Or perhaps it was because he had absorbed a significant amount of undead energy. Pondering this, Fang Heng revealed his figure from behind a stone pillar on the third floor. "Who are you?" Eleanor's heart was filled with uncertainty as she realized that this person exuded the scent of both the undead and the vampire. Fang Heng shrugged and casually answered, "Fang Shuo, a undead scholar who believes in the holy light." Eleanor stared at Fang Heng. It was so strange. Why did he have a faint, holy light aura on him? Could he be a fallen follower of the holy light? Why do you have the aura of the holy light? Who are you exactly? Is it strange? There are many believers in the holy light in the world, and the holy court is just one of them. Fang Heng looked at Eleanor. "Would you consider helping me out?" "Never mind. Even if you promise me, I dare not accept. People from your holy court are not trustworthy." With that, Fang Heng waved his hand. The next moment, a sharp sound echoed in everyone's ears. Hearing the strange noise, the team from the holy court immediately gathered together. In the next moment, a large number of ghouls emerged from various corners of the hall, rushing towards the Holy Forge Knights. "Engage!" Landon immediately shouted upon seeing the situation. As soon as the battle began, Landon realized something was wrong. He did not expect the agility of the lickspittles to reach such a level, easily climbing along walls and sneaking out from various small ventilation duct entrances. Eleanor also took out the Book of Beginnings, leading the priests in chanting prayers. Restraint. Holding the Book of Beginnings with one hand, Eleanor pointed at a certain spot. 3 lickspittles were instantly bound by dark golden chains, struggling frantically on the ground after being locked down. Annoying. Without enough time to reproduce more of them, the number of lickspittles under his command was already low, especially after consuming a small portion in the exhibition hall just now. Facing a large group of the Holy Court team, the lickspittles were somewhat in a tight spot. "I hope I can hold on a little longer, so I can level up first," Fang Heng muttered softly, slowly retreating into the darkness, lifting his sniper rifle and aiming at Eleanor. Almost instantly, Eleanor sensed a strong threat looming. She had to stop chanting and dodge to the side. Bang! A gunshot. The priest next to Eleanor, who was performing purification, was shot in the head. Hint: you have killed a priest of the Holy Church, earning 10 points of mission contribution, 12 points of vampire prestige, 30 to survival points, and a Tier 1 evolutionary crystal. Another Tier 1 evolutionary crystal +1. Fang Heng remained expressionless, calmly changing his magazine. With Fang Heng using a sniper rifle from the shadows aimed at her, Eleanor was unable to focus on controlling the Book of Beginnings to release her skills, because once she activated them, she would be targeted by him. She felt extremely miserable, but she couldn't bypass the ongoing battle between the Holy Forge Knights and the lickspittles to reach him, only being held back by him. And each time he made a sniper shot, he took the life of a novice priest of the Holy Court. Eleanor looked up at Fang Heng, and in a deep voice, said, "Landon, find a way to restrain him." "All right, I'll handle it," Landon said, his long sword bursting with hot holy light in his hand, driving away the surrounding group of ghouls, stepping heavily on the ground and leaping towards Fang Heng on the 3rd floor. "Here to interrupt my leveling again. How annoying." Fang Heng, enjoying the killing, adjusted his aim as Landon approached, calmly pulling the trigger. Mid-air, Landon flipped onto the second floor, tapping the ground lightly and evading to the right. The bullet grazed past Landon's shoulder. Bang! The dark golden armor on his right shoulder instantly shattered. He landed, and with a forceful kick, he created a shallow pit on the ground, leaping towards Fang Heng on the third floor. With a downward strike from his holy light-forged sword, Landon used his momentum to plunge down towards Fang Heng. Furrowing his brow, Fang Heng stashed the sniper rifle, slamming an iron rod towards Landon with his right hand. Bang! The iron rod made a deafening sound upon impact. Fang Heng was shocked to find that his iron rod was shattered deep by Landon's sword upon contact. Shards of iron scattered everywhere. Hiss! The holy light-forged sword penetrated Fang Heng's heart on the left side. Fang Heng lowered his head to see blood flowing continuously from the wound. Hint: you have suffered a piercing wound, losing 6,779 HP. Hint: you have entered a state of bleeding out. Your HP continues to decrease. Landon remained calm, gazing into Fang Heng's eyes behind the mask, and said coldly, "To be able to so easily break through my holy light armor, you should be proud. Now, surrender and return with me to the holy court to face judgment together." Fang Heng slowly lifted his head, meeting Landon's gaze with a mocking smile. "Oh, quite impressive indeed." Landon's expression shifted slightly. He noticed that Fang Heng didn't seem to be on the brink of death as he had expected. Despite being pierced by the holy forged longsword, Fang Heng seemed unfazed. The blood flowing from the wound on Fang Heng's body dripped drop by drop along the sword, falling to the ground. "Don't force yourself. The power of the holy court is beyond your imagination. I'll say it one last time, have them stop." "Silly bird, I wasn't praising you, but your equipment." Landon's eyes widened, sensing something amiss. He was almost instinctively about to draw his sword, but was a step too late. Looking down, he saw Fang Heng's hands tightly gripping the edge of the sword. Blood continued to flow from the wounds he inflicted on his own hands. "He's gone mad." This thought flashed through Landon's mind in an instant. Sizzling sounds erupted as the blood emitted a steaming sound, forming small droplets suspended in the air in front of Landon. "What's going on?" The next moment, the blood droplets in the air condensed into a palm, reaching out fiercely and grabbing Landon's throat, tightly gripping it. Fine crimson patterns emerged around the blood-colored palm, swiftly spreading towards Landon's neck. Landon suddenly realized that the flow of the holy light energy within him had slowed significantly under the influence of the curse, nearly impossible to activate. And almost simultaneously, all the lickspittles in the entire hall gave up on their current enemies. They rushed towards the third floor, directly at Landon. "Captain Landon," seeing the Holy Forge Knights being controlled, the members of the Holy Forge Knights turned red-eyed and desperately wanted to rush forward to support. However, the Saint Forge Knights, known for their defensive abilities, were no match for the Lickers in terms of speed. Moreover, the Lickers could climb along walls and sneak up on individuals directly, while the Knights had to take a longer route using stairs. The forces of the Holy Court could only watch as Landon was overwhelmed by over 30 zombies in the center. But in the blink of an eye, the group of Lickers dispersed once again. Hint: you have killed the Vice Commander of the Saint Forge Knights of the Holy Court, Landon, and your friendship with the Holy Court has significantly decreased. Hint: you obtained a tier to Crystal *1. You obtained 134 survival points. Hint: your mission contribution in the main quest plus 450. Blood Race Reputation plus 400. TSK. Fang Heng slowly pulled out the silver longsword stabbed into the heart position. Hint: you obtained an item, Lightforge Holy Sword. Hint: your basic knowledge of divine studies has been detected, and you have obtained the equipment permit for this gear. Item: Lightforge Holy Sword. Description: equipment that can be wielded by the leader rank of the Lightforge Knights. Attributes: 13% additional damage when releasing Divine Series skills. Attributes: Sharpness plus 3. Not bad. Sharpness plus 3 is quite a good attribute. It can occupy a significant advantage in a confrontation with similar weapons and can add a small amount of damage when performing piercing attacks. In addition, the additional 13% bonus to Divine Series skills is like the icing on the cake. Feng Heng gripped the longsword in his hand and gave it a swing. It felt a bit light. Used to wielding large chopping knives and iron clubs, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. In the distance, in another building, Zhao Nan and others were using night vision binoculars to observe the interior of the building. They witnessed Landon being devoured by the zombies. Terrible. Zhao Nan was deeply shocked. Knight Commander Landon, under the amplification of the entire magic array in the city of Weikang, his strength had undoubtedly reached the level of a blood race marquis. However, he was still easily dealt with by Fang Shuo. Fang Shuo's strength had already surpassed a significant portion of the ordinary strength of the blood race apocalypse. Liu Ma Oxu furrowed his brow suddenly, tapping Zhao Nan's shoulder on the side. Hey, Zhao Nan, look over there. Following Liu Ma Oxu's direction, Zhao Nan furrowed his brow tightly. Undead, you will pay for your actions. You will not pollute this sacred land. Eleanor's face twisted with anger. She formed a mark in front of her chest. Even if it costs me my life as a sacrifice, I will seal you here. A golden light radiated from Eleanor's chest, spreading outward in waves. A golden light pillar surged into the sky within the building again. SSS's. The group of lickers let out a series of low growls in place. Under Feng Heng's control, they once again rushed towards the first floor of the Saint Forge Knights. What is that? Zhao Nan put down the binoculars, looking at Liu Ma Oxu beside him. It's a special skill that can greatly enhance the strength of the surrounding Holy Court team, as well as a call for reinforcements. Liu Ma Oxu frowned tightly, pointing to the building on the right. Look outside. Whoosh, bang, bang bang. Looking down from above, several Saint Forge Knights outside the building ignited special fireworks. Many members of the Holy Court, who were stationed outside as reserve teams, rushed into the Blood Race building regardless. The fireworks blossomed with a golden light in the sky. It's a distress signal from the Holy Court, representing extreme crisis. Speed up, we need to hurry over, Liu Ma Oxu said, looking at the survival radio and hastily sending out a message before looking up again. It's not safe here anymore. Boss Feng Shuo might use explosives. We need to leave first. On the third floor, observing the movements of the Holy Court, Feng Heng raised his right hand high, gesturing to Liu Ma Oxu and Zhao Nan in the other building to evacuate. Then, he raised the sniper rifle again, pointing it at Eleanor. Bang, huh? Feng Heng raised an eyebrow. A Saint Forge Knight held up a black shield in front of Eleanor. Boom. The special sniper bullet exploded a second time, sending the entire Saint Forge Knight flying outwards. Immediately, another elite Saint Forge Knight rushed up and raised his shield in front of Eleanor. Interesting. Getting provoked. Aren't you? Feng Heng whispered softly, switching magazines. Letting Eleanor continue to release her continuous front-facing skills, he then targeted the priest behind her. That group of priests did not have the protection of the Saint Forge Knights. Keep gaining experience. Bang. Hint, you have killed a priest of the Holy Church. You obtain ... One shot, one Holy Church priest. As each priest fell, the number of lickers was rapidly reduced. Nearly there. Seeing a large number of Saint Forge Knights and believers pouring into the building, some even reaching the second floor, Feng Heng raised his hand towards the ground. Hint, you have obtained a complete Crystal of Evolution *7, a first-tier Evolution Crystal *9. Only 15 more crystals left until the upgrade. Unfortunately, just a bit short. There was no way to continue persisting now. Numerous Saint Forge Knights charged towards Feng Heng. Catch him. Feng Heng looked at the charging Saint Forge Knights from below, quickly retracted the sniper rifle, and disappeared into the darkness. Pressing the detonator, Feng Heng closed his eyes. A faint red magic array rose from under his feet. In Weikang, Adin drove a white car straight to the Blood Race building at the city center. After entering the city, both of them automatically triggered the mission of Weikang under the Holy Light. Naturally, the two of them were aligned with the Blood Race camp. What Adin saw all the way into Weikang was a city in chaos. The traffic at various main entrances and exits of the city had been paralyzed. Adin had to forcefully maneuver through an unknown side road to enter Vakang. The car raced down the street. Blood races flew through the sky from time to time. The blood races were conducting reconnaissance from high above. Such a dense reconnaissance method. Manhwa observed the mission instructions and contemplated silently. This was not the usual fighting style of the blood race. Judging from this, it was highly probable that someone was manipulating them from behind. Moreover, this behavior pattern seemed like the work of a player. Wow, boss. Look over there. What is that? Adin, who was driving, suddenly exclaimed, looking towards a nearby location, the blood race building. A column of holy light soared into the sky. Then, several signal flares simultaneously exploded around the blood race building, blooming in the air. Manhwa's heart sank. He smelled the scent of a mission. That is a distress signal from the holy court. Speed up, we must hurry over, he said urgently. Okay, Adin agreed, stepping on the gas pedal and heading straight towards the nearby blood race building. Just as the car entered the outer area of the blood race building complex, the road ahead was cluttered with buses and private cars parked haphazardly. Damn, how did they park like this? No sense of public decency. Manhwa's gaze focused on those buses, his eyes suddenly widening as he struck Adin, who was about to complain, and shouted, "Quick, stop the car." Upon hearing the words, Adin was startled and slammed on the brakes, quickly pulling over to the side. "Boss, what's the situation?" Shh. Manhwa gestured for Adin to speak softly, pointing to the right side and said, "Look over there." Adin followed Manhwa's gesture and looked towards the back of the bus ahead. His heart tightened as well. It was the order of the Holy Knights from the Holy Court. A large number of knights and believers belonging to the Holy Court descended from the bus and rushed towards the central building of the Blood Clan to provide support. There were almost 100 of them. Manhwa couldn't help but look up at the sky. The Blood Clan still hovered in the air, not showing any intention to join the battle. In the distance, a hint of dawn was already emerging in the sky. It was almost morning. In an hour at most, the abilities of the Blood Clan would further weaken. Adin, feeling nervous, couldn't help but lower his voice and ask, "Boss, what should we do?" "We need to find a way to sneak into the building and have a look," Manhwa replied. "Look, a large number of Blood Clan members are still scouting on the outskirts. However, the Blood Clan building can withstand the Holy Court's attacks, possibly even forcing the Holy Court to send for reinforcements." Manhwa contemplated and quickly made a decision. "If I'm guessing right, there should be some kind of item or object inside the Blood Clan building that can resist the Holy City's magic array. We need to figure out a way to get a task from the Blood Clan and deal with the Holy Court." Admiring Manhwa's analysis, Adin nodded. "All right." As Adin was about to open the car door, a loud bang suddenly rang in their ears. Boom! What's happening? An explosion. Just as this thought flashed through Adin's mind, followed by a severe ringing in his ears, accompanied by intense vibrations underfoot, the entire car was lifted by the shockwave from outside. The next moment, Adin felt the world spinning. He and the car were thrown out more than 10 meters. After a while, Adin struggled to crawl out of the car and took a gulp of restorative potion. Outside the car, dust and smoke filled the air. Pah! There was a taste of dirt in his mouth. Slowly coming to his senses, Adin spat on the ground and looked around for Manhwa's figure. "Boss, are you okay?" Manhwa stood amidst the flying dust, a bit dazed for a moment. Adin also looked up with Manhwa towards the Blood Clan building not far away. As the dust gradually settled, their eyes widened. In just a few seconds, the entire Black Blood Clan building collapsed before them, swallowing up everything inside, including the Holy Court members who had recently entered the hall. No way. It's such a big play. Adin couldn't help but feel a bit frightened. If they had entered the Blood Clan building a few minutes earlier, they might have been engulfed as well. "Boss, what should we do now?" Manhwa slowly calmed down from the shock and began to think carefully. If he were the one behind this scheme, what would he do after destroying the remaining forces of the Holy Court inside the city? Manhwa raised his head and looked at the beams of light rising within the city. The light beams. That's it. The ceiling nodes of the magic array. The next step for the other party would definitely be to destroy these nodes. This step was also part of their premeditated plan. Such a greedy plan, choosing to wipe out all the remaining forces of the Holy Court and the light beams in the entire city. The decision to close the transmission channels was probably to prevent Blood Clan forces from other areas from entering the city to disrupt their plan, hindering them from obtaining the full rewards for the task. How greedy! Suddenly, Manhwa thought of someone he had encountered in the zombie game Apocalypse. That guy who cheated. Aiding looked confused. Boss, what light beams are you talking about? Where should we go? Manhwa shook his head, pushing that person's shadow out of his mind. A large number of the Holy Court's remaining forces were destroyed, but the Blood Clan's disadvantage hasn't been eased. The next step for the Blood Clan should be to target the remaining nodes of the Holy Court's magic array. We need to find these light beams to locate the mastermind behind the events in the city. Manhwa pondered, continuing to look up. The Holy Knights have strong defensive capabilities. Not everyone will be killed in the explosion. We need to hurry. Can the car still run? Don't worry. It's a national product, very sturdy. Tip: you have caused devastating damage to the team led by the Judgment Officer, Eileen of the Holy Court. You have caused devastating damage to a part of the supporting team of the Holy Court. You have earned an additional 23,441 mission contribution points. You have gained 3,200 points of reputation with the Blood Council Elders Assembly, and your relationship with the Holy Court has deteriorated significantly. Tip: current player contribution points, 43,767. Current main mission evaluation. Tip: current evaluation reward, randomly binding a plus grade skill book. Under the ruins, Fang Heng once again revealed himself. He exerted some effort to move away the scattered stones covering him and climbed out of the rubble. Fang Heng glanced at the game tips and quickly surveyed his surroundings. The explosive power of the bomb was strong, coupled with the building collapse, causing secondary damage. But unfortunately, the Holy Knights were too tough. A small portion of lucky Holy Knights survived, without direct casualties. The Holy Court Holy Knights, who rushed from outside the building, had started the rescue efforts. Some lightly buried Holy Knights had already been dug out by others. Some lickers emerged from the rubble and continued to battle with the Holy Knights. Unfortunately, the Holy Court side that died from the explosion did not yield corresponding evolution crystals. And then, Fang Heng looked around. There it was, the holy water brought by the Holy Court. Due to the chaos caused by the explosion, no one was paying attention to the holy water. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Heng approached the pile of holy water. Tip: you have found the holy water. It's still too little. The Holy Court didn't bring much holy water this time, and they had wasted quite a bit before. Tip: you have acquired 31 holy waters. Just as a gesture of goodwill, he accepted them all. Fang Heng waved his hand, packing all the holy water into his backpack. Currently, the Holy Sea's main forces have been largely destroyed, and the completion rate of the main mission has risen to S level as expected. The plan was executed perfectly. What comes next? A glimpse of greed flashed in Fang Heng's pupils. Without further ado, he decided to destroy all the remaining zero light pillars in Vic City, then proceed to exterminate the entire Holy See within Vic City. This step only required a direct forceful approach, injecting death energy using the Book of the Dead's transmutation ability and detonating all remaining entities. Only 10 more first-tier crystals were needed to level up 20 levels, estimated to be easily achieved halfway. After that, he would head straight for headquarters and annihilate the Holy See, bringing him to the point where he could contribute enough to elevate the mission to an SSS level and receive the highest level of rewards. After roughly considering the follow-up plan, Fang Heng concealed his figure, carefully retreating backward. Returning to the streets behind the garden, Fang Heng skillfully lifted a manhole cover in an alley at the back. Instead of immediately jumping into the sewer, he looked up towards the sky. Venerate in bad form landed in front of Fang Heng and knelt on one knee. Your Grace, we just received news from the clan that Count Keto was recently summoning the bloodline forces within his territory. Fang Heng couldn't help but frown and interrupted. Keto, who is he? Seeing Fang Heng's puzzled look, Veneret looked around and lowered his voice to explain. Count Keto is the count of our Alter clan, who has always been highly regarded as the next suitable candidate to inherit the title of Duke. Upon learning that the central building of the Blood Clan was destroyed, he immediately convened the nearby bloodlines in the area. He will come to Vic City to support us and crush the remaining forces of the Holy See. Dodging Veneret's slightly evasive gaze, Fang Heng understood, whether he had not come earlier nor later. Now that he knew the central building and the Holy See were both destroyed, did he come to take credit? Fang Heng pursed his lips. In addition, Veneret looked somewhat embarrassed. What? Veneret cautiously said. Your Grace, Count Keto instructed me to inform you to go immediately to the east side of Vic City to meet him. He advised not to act recklessly until his arrival and to wait for his orders. Fang Heng's eyelids twitched slightly. In the world of the Blood Clan, the rank of a duke was higher than that of a count, but considering the factions and jurisdictions of the clan, as someone who claimed to be from a hidden clan, he really had no say. Keto's arrogant behavior seemed absurd, but it made sense too. Vic City was originally a peripheral city without any higher-ranking Blood Clan guardians. Otherwise, Fang Heng would have had to put in some effort to gain control of Vic City. Keto Count's original words shouldn't be like that, right? Veneret lowered his head. I'm very sorry. Your Grace, please trust me. I stand on your side. But if Count Keto comes to Vic City as a member of the clan, I'm afraid ... Fang Heng understood. Pressure from the Blood Clan family. Veneret lowered his head again. I'm sorry, Your Grace. Fang Heng waved his hand. I understand. Continue surveillance until Keto arrives. Keep an eye on his movements and all the teams of the Holy See in Vic City. Report to me immediately if there are any changes. Yes, Your Grace. Fang Heng watched Veneret fly towards the city. He didn't care about seizing power. He just hoped Keto wouldn't cause trouble for him. Otherwise, Fang Heng lifted the manhole cover on the ground and jumped down. Hiss. At the same time, not far from the ruins of the Blood Clan headquarters, the group of feasters who had been fighting the Holy Forgers rapidly dispersed like a tide. Hey, Fang Heng. The explosion just now was so cool. Back in the underground security room, Sandy excitedly praised Fang Heng. Both artistic and visually appealing. I'd give it a 4-star rating. By the way, where are we going next? To the next Magic Circle hub. Not far. It's in a nearby car shop. Fang Heng checked the map and rushed to the next hub with Sandy through the sewer. Sandy was curious and continued to ask, Boss Fang, tell me about your plan so I can see if there are any areas we can improve. Fang Heng, feeling a bit annoyed by Sandy's questioning, briefly explained the upcoming plan he was about to execute. No way, boss. When Fang Heng mentioned the plan to detonate the seal stone, Sandy was surprised and immediately shouted, Huh? Why not? No, absolutely not. With a stern expression, Sandy said, The seal stone is very rare. It's too wasteful to just detonate it like that. Besides, they are perfect raw materials for my sculptures. How can we waste them like that? Definitely not. I'm telling you. Fang Heng hesitated and asked, Are you sure it's valuable? Extremely valuable. Very valuable. Sandy nodded solemnly, pulling out a book he had recently collected from the basement, and I just researched it. The seal stone has other uses as well. I studied it. Slightly adjusting the location of the seal stone and, oh? Fang Heng looked at the book in Sandy's hands. Are you saying you can make corresponding adjustments to the seal stone's seal and magic circle layout? Ahem. Sandy coughed lightly with a guilty conscience. The content in the book was difficult to understand, and after researching the seal stone for a while, he only grasped a little bit. Fully controlling the seal stone and adjusting the magic circle related to the seal stone was something he couldn't completely achieve. The knowledge of the seal stone is vast and profound. I can only say I understand a little bit of it. Making some minor adjustments on the original basis is possible, But there are still many things I don't quite understand. If there's a lot of modification needed, it will take some research. Give me some time. Fang Heng glanced at Sandy, quickly considering the situation. With this in mind, some slight adjustments might need to be made to the preemptive plan. As long as there was still energy inside the seal stone, it couldn't be moved. So, it might take a bit more time to absorb the energy in the seal stone before taking it away. This way could work. It could also help fill up the Divine Study Holy See headquarters in Vic City. In the prayer hall, devastating news kept pouring in. Upon hearing the near-total annihilation of the Holy Forgers Brigade within the Blood Clan headquarters, Chen Li leaned heavily against the chair back. His face was dreadfully grim, unable to speak for a long time. The Holy See finally destroyed the Blood Clan headquarters along with its internal teleportation array. The price paid was too high. A large number of main combat forces, a vice-captain of the Holy Forgers Brigade, and a chief judge lost their lives. It took him over a decade to cultivate this group of warriors in Vic City. Chen Li's heart was bleeding. If there was a choice, Chen Li would now want to start everything anew. Chen Li clenched his fist tightly. Blood Clan. They must make them pay. Bishop. The structural point of the magic array in Area 12 has lost its function, causing a decrease in the efficiency of the main magic array operation. Additionally, the energy of structural point 9 appeared unstable 5 minutes ago, and the energy is rapidly weakening. At this rate, it will lose its function in at most another 10 minutes. Another piece of bad news, Chen Li said in a deep voice. Let Shaylee go to repair the magic array at point 12. Bishop, we've lost contact with Shaylee for over half an hour. Then let the team led by Law go to support. Yes. Judge Law's team is currently repairing the magic structure point 3 and will rush over immediately after completing the repairs. Bishop, the structural point of the 6th magic array are under attack by a group of ghouls, and Judge Geno has sent out a distress signal. Bishop, G's team is heading to position 6 to provide support and repel the ghoul group. Bishop, 3 minutes ago, abnormality was detected at structural point 10, and the structural point is rapidly weakening. Please, Bishop. Lin Yuanshan led 3 teams of the Holy Forge Knights to inspect point 2, encountered a ghoul group, repelled them, but suspected that the magic structural point had been partially damaged, and requested further instructions. Bishop, the team left behind has been completely wiped out. Bishop, the structural point of point 6. Over half an hour passed, with urgent information coming in one after another, making Chen Li's head feel like it was about to explode. Ghouls everywhere. Who can tell him where these ghouls are coming from? Since the destruction of the Blood Clan building, Chen Li had thought he could completely control the whole city of Wei. But half an hour later, Chen Li now felt like the entire interior of Wei City was overrun by ghouls. The whole of Wei City had been overtaken by ghouls. He felt a sense of powerlessness rising within him. Clearly, the Holy Court had the upper hand. So why did it feel like there were vulnerabilities and threats everywhere? Seeing the Holy Court gradually falling into a disadvantage, Zhou Kong, the executive director of the new creation game company who joined the Holy Court, felt that the situation was not right. The appearance of the undead had thrown the bishop into chaos. Zhou Kong stepped forward and suggested, Bishop, based on the Blood Clan's various performances, they are likely aiming to use the mobility of ghouls and the reconnaissance abilities of the Blood Clan to conduct multi-point harassment operations, disrupting our established deployment. Chen Li nodded. He had long felt that although the enemy had occupied the structural points of the magic array, they did not immediately destroy the magic array. Instead, they lingered for a while, retreated after encountering a large support force, and the Holy Court had to choose a group of people to stay behind. After the supporting team left, the remaining people were wiped out again by the returning ghoul group. This back and forth, whether the ghouls were losing out or not, Chen Li did not know, but the Holy Court had always been losing. Currently, we need to guard to many magic array points, and our mobility is completely unable to compete with the undead. This makes it easy for the enemy to adjust the overall rhythm, constantly wearing down our forces. Jokong did not explicitly say. Such a sinister way of fighting. There must be players behind the scenes manipulating the Blood Clan. Hey, discovered by you? Below the many people in the prayer hall, Chuyan listened to Jokong's analysis and secretly chuckled. The boss's plan was so unreasonable. Even if you found out, what could you do? Thinking this, Chuyan took a half step forward and joined the discussion. He sighed and put on a tricky look, saying, "Indeed, as you said, we are currently very passive, almost being led around by the nose by the ghouls. The troops are being shuffled around chaotically. Frequent running makes the warriors constantly fatigued, unable to ensure combat effectiveness. Do you have any good solutions? Give up. I suggest we shrink our defense, and then ambush. Find a way to evade aerial reconnaissance. Concentrate forces in secret, all in one point, waiting for the undead to come to us, then crush them all at once." Chu Yan's eyes lit up. Set a trap. Lure them into it. Yes. I analyzed the key points of several current magic arrays, including the 2nd, 6th, and 8th central points, considering them to be the undead's primary targets. I suggest we choose one of them for an ambush. Jokong looked at Bishop Chenli again, saying, "Bishop, there will still be risks in doing this, so please make the decision." Chenli thought quickly. Indecision would only lead to more losses. Okay. Let's do as you say. Be sure to maintain concealment. Let the priest team ambush at the central point of the 6th magic array. Make sure to eliminate the ghoul group. Seeing the plan set, Chuyan moved his fingers and sent a message to the player guild companions via the survival radio. Chu Yan, they're in a hurry. A large number of personnel are secretly mobilizing to point 6. There's an ambush there. Remind the boss to be cautious. Wei City, Rang Steel Factory Warehouse, Magic Array Structural Point. The last Holy Forge Knight fell under the siege of the Lick Spitter. Tisk, Despicable Holy Court, even thought of an ambush. If it weren't for arranging a mole in advance, I almost fell for it. Feng Hing sighed as he entered the large storage room after the warehouse. For almost 2 hours of mental and tactical warfare against the Holy Court, he kept relying on the great mobility of the Lick Spitter, the aerial reconnaissance capabilities of the Blood Clan, and guerrilla tactics against the Holy Court. And with Chu Yan secretly reporting on the point, the Lick Spitters almost manipulated the entire city of Wei, playing with the Holy Court almost in the palm of their hand. Later, after receiving the message from Chu Yan about the Holy Court's ambush at the central point of the 6th magic array, Feng Heng felt even happier. Besides the central point of the 6th magic array structure, he crushed all other points along the way. Hint, you successfully wiped out the Holy Court Judgment Officer Ling-led node guarding team. You earn an additional from mission contribution points. You gain 50 points of reputation with the Blood Clan Elder Council, and your friendliness with the Holy Court decreases to the lowest level. Hint, current player contribution points, 6,295. Current main mission evaluation, S+. Hint, current evaluation reward, randomly bind in a plus grade skill book. Hint, you obtained complete evolution crystals *2. First tier evolution crystals *4. Second tier evolution crystals *. Feng Heng glanced at the game prompts and reached out his hand. The scattered crystal fragments on the ground melted into his palm. Hint, the current player level meets the requirements for advancement. Finally, after waiting for what felt like a day too long,